All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 2019. 100 Strength, Perfect Omen. Daddy system didn't have any emotions. How could it bother with Luke's nonsense? It didn't even have any intention of responding as it stayed silent. For the next week, Luke took Selena and the dog out on a holiday. Then, he met up with Jenny and Elena each for a couple of days, in case he got carried away with his research and forgot about them. After that, Luke's level 2 clone entered closed-door research mode, but it wasn't in New Hope. It was too close to New York. Tony's surveillance in New York had also become tighter. Luke didn't want to rouse this guy's curiosity. It wouldn't be good if he came poking around. They got along. So what? If he knew that Luke was doing research, the tycoon would absolutely think up all sorts of tricks to try. In this regard, Tony was like an eager little minion. He didn't want anything in return, he just wanted to prove that he was amazing. So, the level 2 clone went to a brand new secret laboratory in Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. Luke was going to study a lot of various superpowers this time, and many of them needed to be tested in a spacious area. It was impossible to do all of them in a small room. The main building was a forestry station. The interior renovations were left to Alfred, while Luke took care of the final details to complete the secret lab. He had set up several half-finished labs like this one which absolutely couldn't be traced back to him at all. As long as something which couldn't be covered up happened, he would immediately take care of his personal effects and abandon this base. The days passed peacefully, and Selena gradually focused on Luke. The reason was simple. When he broke past the 80 strength threshold, it made him 1.9 meters tall in his normal state. His muscles were even more beautiful. Yes, they were beautiful, not bulging. Even with the added height, he still looked a little thin. Naturally, Selena enjoyed the show. But this time, Luke didn't just have a few extra stat points, but over 100. Since he was improving every day, it was impossible to hide it from Selena, who saw him every day. Thus, Selena watched Luke transform and become more and more perfect with every new day. Thankfully, Luke had already expected this, and basically stayed at home. Only Selena and the dog head knew about this. Before his strength reached 100, however, Selena's enjoyment started to shift toward horror. Something that was too perfect was always a little inhuman. Sensing this, Luke decisively used a super disguise when he interacted with Selena, in order to destroy this strange sense of perfection. He could vaguely sense the reason for this. After his stats reached 80, his body entered a critical state. 100 strength was very important. It was the beginning of a new level of physical fitness. This sense of perfection was a little similar to beauty mode, which made others ignore the flaws and only look at the strengths. This could be considered a demonstration of special effects, or an omen. When his strength reached 100, Luke had Selena monitor him, and the dog head served as first aid. The upgrade this time took much longer than before. Looking at Luke's body, which looked like it was coming back to life, the dog head couldn't help but widen its eyes. A thought flashed through its mind. This guy wasn't undergoing some sort of super symbiote transformation, was he? It was only because it had gotten smarter that it didn't say anything, otherwise, it would definitely be taught a lesson later. It took Luke almost a day to level up. After that, his condition improved at a much faster rate than any other time before. In less than an hour, he got up in high spirits and went to clean and disinfect himself. After he came out, he returned to the lounge. Selena, who was lying on the couch, couldn't help but be stunned. She forgot to swallow the hot cocoa that she had just brought to her mouth. It dripped from her mouth and left a large brown mark on her chest. Amused, Luke walked over and took away the cup of hot cocoa. He then gestured at the dog head. The dog head didn't react to his freshly baked, perfect body. After all, it was just a dog. It was as quick as usual to bring over the tissue box. Luke wiped the hot cocoa on Selena's chest with a tissue before he hit her in the head with mental resistance. Selena jerked, and her eyes returned to normal, but she was still a little confused. What happened just now? Seeing that she was starting to lose focus again, Luke simply pushed her face aside. It's a side effect of my body getting stronger. Without thinking, Selena said casually, "That's great." Luke said, "Dream on. You can only see this once, or you'll become stupid sooner or later." Selena, however, was suddenly possessed by the mind of a scientist. I think the amount of dopamine in my brain has increased by at least 12.7%. You only remember the word dopamine, right? Luke exposed this lousy lie without hesitation. 12.7. That's the caliber of a machine gun bullet, alright. Selena's mind was more or less back to normal. She took a deep breath and slowly turned her head. It doesn't matter, but since you said you'll let me see it one time, then I need to look to my heart's content. Unlike when she had been caught off guard just now, she was now mentally prepared. Relying on mental resistance, she finally didn't turn as stupid as before. She observed Luke carefully, starting from his feet. Even though he was covered in his t-shirt and long pants, her mouth was still a little dry. When she looked at his face again, she couldn't help but be stunned. She had long known that Luke could control his muscles. She immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. It wasn't like that just now. Hurry up and change back to that handsome face. Luke raised his hand helplessly and looked at his watch. How long? Selena immediately understood. 8 hours. Luke said unhappily, do you think this is work? Half an hour at most. Selena said, 7.5 hours. Luke, 35 minutes. After a rapid back and forth, it was decided, 59 minutes. Why not an hour? Because Luke said that a certain director needed to be given 1 minute to wipe her drool. Who knew if the director really needed to wipe her drool, but it was true that she was in a good mood for a whole week after that. After 59 minutes of viewing time, Luke simply covered himself with the nanosuit. Using the nanosuit to tweak his appearance and body, the changes were no longer visible. It was like he said earlier, Selena was the only one to see this perfect body. After that, Luke had even more experiments to do. The changes brought about by 100 strength were indeed different. Luke felt as if his body had become another existence altogether. It felt like he could do anything with it. But that wasn't entirely true. If you asked him to go and blow up a space battleship now, it would be impossible. Chapter 2020. 100 Stats, The Way to Activate Real Dream. Luke, who had always been wary of the Marvel Universe and was never arrogant about the increase in his strength, wasn't bewitched by this illusory sense of power. Conversely, this feeling stimulated his scientific urges, and he once again focused on his research. He cultivated, tested, studied and analyzed things every day. When the time came, Gold Nugget, who had been promoted as a family life assistant, would automatically call him and Selena out of their respective workshops to eat and chat. Occasionally, when they felt listless, they didn't wear the armor that was well known all over the world, but used nanomasks to change their appearance and go out for a bit of exercise. No matter how famous the Dark Knight and Black Cat were, they couldn't intimidate everyone. There would always be people who would take their chances. After they cut down on using their superhero aliases, a lot of criminals started sneaking back into New York. Even though Ursa Minor carried out plenty of cleanup operations daily, this couldn't suppress these criminals' desire to hit it big. Everybody knew that New York's tycoons, financial elites, and entertainment venues which liked to play with illegal drugs were practically starving. A small amount of the goods would be enough to make a fortune. Once they discovered that Knight and Black Cat were taking down fewer gangs, how could they bear it? Amidst this wishful thinking, the criminals disappeared silently one by one after delivering the goods. The disappearances were scattered enough that they actually didn't arouse much suspicion. On the contrary, many people in New York started following rumors about parties they could go to, like moths to a flame. This change in tactics had nothing to do with a change in Luke's temperament. It was director Selena finally breaking away from her cheap taste for charging in to beat people up. After all, most gangsters would piss their pants the moment the Dark Knight and Black Cat appeared. There were plenty of smart people who gritted their teeth and held out one hand. If you confess, only one part will be broken. If you resist, all 5 limbs will be broken. This was a common saying in New York, and even gang members in other cities had heard it. This wasn't a bad thing, but director Selena found it boring. So, she herself suggested using ordinary people with unfamiliar faces to uphold justice. Sure enough, none of the criminals admitted defeat beforehand. Instead, most of them strutted around and fought back even after being beaten up. To distance herself from Black Cat, she couldn't break their hands, but the special effects of various little gadgets were actually more fun than breaking hands. Working and having fun at the same time, 2 people and 1 dog were very happy. It took around 4 months for all of Luke's stats to reach 100. Dexterity was the second attribute to be upgraded. The situation this time wasn't bad, and didn't affect his external appearance much. Director Selena simply took the opportunity to take another look at his perfect body. In the end, the upgrade in mental strength sent her soul flying. Luke had to use mental resistance on her several times before she came back to her senses. What made him even more speechless was that she actually didn't remember anything, she just felt dizzy and lost her awareness. Luke could only use real dream to make her fall into a deep sleep and recover from the intense impact. Naturally, this was the negative effect of an overflow that couldn't be completely restrained after mental strength reached 100. It was similar to mental interference. In the past, he could only achieve this by using his abilities. Now, he could do it with a casual glance. The difference was too big. It was like an ordinary person without professional training breaking Bolt's world record, which would just mean that the person's innate foundation surpassed Bolt's. Thinking that, Luke looked down at the dog head next to his feet. Gold Nugget blinked. Huh. Amused, Luke rubbed its head vigorously. I suddenly realized that you have a lot of advantages over Selena. Delighted, the dog head nudged his hand and whined. Luke chuckled. At the very least, he didn't have to take care of two dizzy guys at the same time. While stroking the dog's head with a smile, he added some happy scenes to Selena's dream so that she could relax. Real dream after 100 mental strength was just that strong. Selena vaguely felt like she was on a pure white beach. There was soft sand under her, and her skin was warm from the sun. There seemed to be a table full of iced drinks next to her, and a guy had his perfect body exposed as he chattered away. This dream wasn't bad, it was more beautiful than anything she had before. As for why, she subconsciously ignored this point. Suddenly, the hazy scene turned clear. Selena could clearly see every speck of grain on the expanse of white beach that was in her line of sight, and her muddled mind cleared up. Stunned for a moment, she rolled her eyes. Not far away, the waves broke unhurriedly on the beach, kicking up white foam. The palm trees, coconut trees and tropical flowers on the side were a beautiful motley of colors. The iced drinks on the table were all her favorite. Sparkling water droplets quietly slid down the drinks. The soft sand she was touching felt even more real. She grabbed a handful of sand, then let go. A gentle sea breeze blew the sand back onto the beach. Selena murmured, "How can this dream be any more beautiful?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Luke, who was rubbing sunblock on her back. "Darling, who am I?" Luke pondered for a few seconds. "Madam Director," Selena said, "get lost." A moment later, she looked at Luke, who was sleeping lazily in a chair on the side, and was a little unhappy. "Isn't this too real? Why can't you be a little more obedient, like Gold Nugget?" A certain dog head looked at her disdainfully and didn't even bother to express its opinion. She flushed with anger and grabbed the dog's head. "Be starred, why are you becoming disobedient too? This isn't fun at all." As soon as she said that, a woman's voice rang out not far away. "Miss Hayek, your dinner is here." A few meters away, a young girl in a waitress uniform pushed a food cart to a stop from a restaurant. A moment ago, this restaurant also didn't exist. "Dinner's ready, you two be asterisk stards." Selena acted as usual. In this dream, she didn't need to consider logic. True logic would probably piss her off like a certain person and a certain dog head. Two people and one dog sat down, and the waitress disappeared as soon as she was done with her work. At some point, the sun had started to set. White muslin curtains fluttered in the night breeze. After a mouthful of food, Selena narrowed her eyes. "I want more. Give me that." Luke, who was next to her, was unperturbed. He picked up the food with his fork and swiftly stuffed it into Selena's mouth. Tasting the delicious food, Selena chuckled. This dream is finally normal again. Thank God. In her happiness, she didn't see Luke roll his eyes. "This dream really is very normal for you." Chapter 2021. The marvelous free stat mode. Luke was very satisfied with the outcome of his little test of 100 mental strength on Selena. Of course, it wasn't him in the dream, but an illusion created based on his typical behavior. This was because after his mental strength skyrocketed, real dream became even closer to reality, and he had more room to operate in it. He could even enter it to observe Selena's every move, unlike before, when he could only set up a rough template for the scene. Of course, he only observed this one time. After all, that dream could be considered Selena's private affair. He wasn't a peeping Tom, and didn't need to be one. After his stats reached 100, Luke wasn't in a hurry to allocate the extra stat points. Instead, he carefully experienced this marvelous realm. In any case, the extra points weren't going anywhere. The perfect body and mind were striking a delicate balance, which felt amazing. This was his only chance, and he didn't want to ruin it too quickly. 4 months later, it was early October 2013. After Luke was done researching his 100 stat condition, he started increasing his stats. The perfect body gave him immense control. Originally, when he broke the 100 threshold, he temporarily suppressed the additional increase in points from the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Now that he had released that restriction, his stats started to increase. He first allocated part of the extra stat points to strength so that it was the first attribute to break 120. The second attribute to break 120 was mental strength. Luke then borrowed 10 points he gained through the Kai refining technique after breaking 120 and put it in dexterity. In the end, he had 120 strength, 118 dexterity and 120 mental strength. Luke was very satisfied with the free stat mode. By shuffling his stats here and there, he was able to make up 120 attributes in advance. Otherwise, he could only wait until he reached level 41 to increase his strength to 120, and then increase his mental strength to 120 after he reached level 42. These level ups would require more than 38 billion experience points, which was equivalent to fighting Thanos twice. Who knew how long that would take? After all, there was only one Thanos in this universe. If he went to another universe to cause trouble, who knew what backlash from space and time that would cause? Now that 2 of his stats had reached 120 in advance, he could deal with Thanos, who might come to Earth in a few years, and it would be possible for him to obtain a higher contribution rate. The experience and credit points would definitely be a lot. There was also the reason why he had chosen to break past 120 in strength and mental strength. The body was everything, especially for Luke, who had a self-healing ability. After his strength reached 80, he first learned 4 types of intermediate self-healing from Alice, Carol, Wade and Killian. After mastering them, he combined them together, but didn't obtain advanced self-healing. When his strength reached 100, Luke vaguely sensed something with his perfect body when he used the 4-in-1 intermediate self-healing. There was a huge difference between advanced and intermediate self-healing. A 4-in-1 self-healing wasn't enough to achieve a qualitative change. However, the combined intermediate self-healing was of a very high quality, and was close to advanced self-healing. Thus, Luke chose to increase his strength to 120 and break through with brute force, as if. In truth, after his strength reached 120, he felt that the path toward advanced self-healing was clearer, but there were still a lot of shortcomings. But in the end, 2 proper paths became clear to him. Firstly, he could slowly accumulate experience, and his self-healing would level up like his combat skills one day. The shortcoming of this was that it would take a long time. Secondly, he could find an opponent with advanced self-healing and win their ability. It was like calculating the sum of 1 to 100. If he counted it on his own, it would take a lot of time, but it wasn't hard. Getting a ready-made answer from others was like using Gaussian method of addition to easily come up with an answer. In truth, it was rare to find someone in the universe who could teach Luke advanced self-healing. He could only do it the hard way. In any case, he wouldn't lose out. Besides, his current intermediate self-healing was much better than elementary self-healing before. Regenerating broken limbs was child's play, even. Regenerating an entire arm would take less than a day. Half of the level 2 clone's body had been crippled, and it was used in various experiments. As long as the vital parts like the heart and brain weren't completely destroyed, recovery would only take a day or 2. What was even more reassuring was that his main body and clones could sync their thoughts. As long as their heads weren't blown up at the same time, they wouldn't lose any memories. Also, after his strength reached 80, he could summon a Star of Justice level 3 clone with stats of 40. After his strength reached 120, the actual coefficient effect was 12 times, so 40 times 12 equals 480. Before 2023, Luke's maximum strength was only 71, and the actual effect was 6 times higher. The combat ability of the level 3 clone was enough to crush all of Luke's previous stats. Naturally, such a powerful clone couldn't be allowed to remain idle. It took over the fieldwork once Luke started experimenting on the level 2 clone. One of the reasons why Luke adjusted his mental strength to 120 was so that he could easily handle this current 4-mode operation. As for a 5-mode operation after obtaining a level 4 clone, Luke could keep dreaming. The system had made it clear that with his stats, he would never be able to summon a level 4 clone before he graduated at level 50. To put it another way, how he summoned a level 4 clone at that time would be his own business, and would have nothing to do with the system. In terms of 120 dexterity, there were no intermediate abilities he could work with. However, 120 mental strength allowed Luke to derive Ebony Maw's intermediate telekinesis and enter the advanced level. However, Ebony Maw's intermediate telekinesis clearly wasn't as perfect as the 4IN1 intermediate self-healing. Without a new source of telekinesis, it would take several times or even dozens of times longer for his advanced telekinesis to level up. However, obtaining an intermediate ability mainly depended on luck. Luke felt that he, who was obsessed with doing good, had always been lucky. He was only 28, and would live for at least 300 to 500 years. There was no need to be impatient. What was worth mentioning was the elementary tempering ability, which could only be learned with 80 strength. Its original owner was Ironhide Creech, whose head Luke had blown up with an M500 a long time ago. At that time, Luke, who had still been very weak, had coveted this ability. In the end, it had been stuck at the bottom of the list for almost 7 to 8 years. However, elementary tempering was still very attractive to him. Intermediate self-healing, muscle enhancement, muscle control, muscle expansion, mimicry and taffy enhanced Luke's body in all aspects, making him very resistant to beatings. But none of them really focused on defense. Elementary tempering made up for this last shortcoming, and could be combined with mimicry and taffy. As he familiarized himself with and mastered his body and abilities, it was completely possible for him to achieve forms like the Iron Muscle Monster, Iron Hide Taffy, and even Iron Muscle Hide Taffy. Chapter 2022. Gift, Anniversary Benefits. At that time, if the enemy wanted to kill Luke, they would first have to break through his defense. After that, they would discover that not only was his metal flesh very thick, it was also very durable and could heal quickly. Weaker enemies would despair. Even if he ran into Thanos again, the latter wouldn't be able to rely on the sharpness of his large double-edged sword to suppress him. That was because Luke himself would have become a human weapon. During this peaceful year, Luke's strength increased to an astonishing level, but nobody knew about it. Selena, who was the only one who could guess what was going on, was distracted by the perfect body in Real Dream, and didn't dwell on the impact of the drastic changes in Luke's body on his strength. The dog head didn't think at all. It was enough for it to believe that the fiend was invincible. It made no difference at all whether Luke could torture it with one hand or one finger. During this time, Luke also gave Tony a public space of 100 cubic meters and a personal space of 1 cubic meter. Tony managed the public space and gave the other Avengers temporary keys, similar to a guild warehouse in a game. Avengers who had the key could apply to the manager for access to use this portable warehouse. The Bat Squad's public space operated the same way, which was equivalent to providing everyone with a warehouse for logistics support. Luke didn't plan to screw Tony over. He specifically told Tony that he had a secret door into this sort of space storage, so Tony shouldn't put any personal items inside. Tony had been playing with the space storage at the time, and didn't think much of it. "Are you saying that I should hide my armor better?" Luke looked calmly at Pepper, who was playing with a baby not far away. "I'm saying, don't stuff Morgan's diapers, milk bottles and smelly poop in it." Stumped for a moment, Tony's eyes then lit up. "Huh, that's a good idea. I can finally stop touching those things with my hands. I'll just put them away and throw them out later." Luke said, "This is for your battle and research use. It'll also make it easier for you to move information and supplies." Tony waved his hand. "Use the public space to move things. When you're moving things, restrict everyone else's access first, and there won't be any problems. It's settled then. I'll use this small space to clean up the mess left behind by my precious daughter." Luke said, "That's fine. Consider it a gift for little Morgan." Tony looked at Luke disdainfully. "This is clearly for me. How can it be considered a gift for Morgan?" Unless you give me another one." Luke was unmoved. "Dream on. This thing consumes a lot. You're lucky I don't charge you for it." Tony looked at him suspiciously. "What does it consume?" "Energy." Luke nodded. "It's similar to magic. It's not something that can be replenished with your arc reactor. That's why the members of the Bat Squad also only have access to a public space. If they want a personal space, they'll have to buy it with their own credit points. Each one is worth 2 million credit points, and you can only buy one." Tony immediately waved a white flag. Even the members of the Bat Squad had a quota. It was good enough that Tony had gotten one for free. If he wanted another, he would have to pay for both. He definitely didn't have 4 million credit points. Even if he relied on supplying the big shot with all sorts of rare materials and technology, and had the most credits among the Avengers, at that moment, he only had 300,000 credit points. He played with the space key again, then suddenly thought of an important question. Everything is put together inside. Did they smell? Luke knew what he was thinking. 1 cubic meter is the overall volume, but every item exists in a separate space, and won't mix with other molecules or smells. Tony was relieved, but still a little uncomfortable. But it feels like they're all in the same place. Luke couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he could only say, "All right, I'll get the big shot to modify it for you when we get back so that there's a second subspace. Just don't put things in the wrong place yourself." Satisfied, Tony then changed the subject. "Why are you taller?" Luke hummed and said, "I gained a little something, a second growth spurt." Tony's expression was complicated. "You only grew taller." Luke nodded calmly. "I got bigger. My girlfriends are very happy." Tony, WTF. After dealing the tyrant a hard blow, Luke slipped away. If he hung around, this guy would definitely pay close attention to him after he came back to his senses. Few men would complain about being bigger down there. It wasn't that Luke couldn't help Tony. If he could help women improve their looks, he could help men improve their manhood. He didn't need to do it himself, the medical robots could do everything. The point was that a proud guy like Tony definitely didn't want people to suspect that his was fake. Also, he had life won for his waist and his stamina, so there was no need for him to take the risk. Pepper, on the other hand, had gone to the big shot a few times after giving birth for some skin whitening. Tony, who paid the bill, had been with her the entire time, and never thought that what she did was fake. As for little Morgan, she was born in August 2013. Although she arrived a few years earlier than Morgan in 2023, her name was still from a certain eccentric uncle in Pepper's family. Luke was amazed by how some things stayed the same over space and time. It was a pity that Morgan was still a month old and wasn't at her cutest yet, otherwise, he really would have given her something. For example, a basically perfected real dream to undergo daily training and combat training was an interesting and practical gift. Using this method, Luke had already given the members of the Bat Squad benefits, one by one, with the excuse that they were celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the establishment of the Justice League. As long as they used this dream study method to improve themselves for a month, they would make up for the shortcomings in their knowledge and would only need to sleep for an hour every day. Thus, even though the team members weren't enthusiastic and even resisted training, they gritted their teeth and accepted this anniversary benefit. Dreaming for 30 hours to fix their shortcomings once and for all was a good thing that nobody else could even dream of. Only truly hopeless idiots wouldn't accept such a free benefit. There were a few exceptions. Pietro and Wanda, Sky and Carrie were too resistant to mental abilities. Using real dream to hypnotize them and impart knowledge would be very ineffective. Thankfully, they were young and smart, and had plenty of time to learn. They were quite depressed. Other people could learn a lot in their dreams, but they had to study hard during the day. It was really unfair, but this was all due to their own gifts. As the saying went, you win some, you lose some. Chapter 2023. Director Selena's Vacation. Acquaintance with 2 outstanding advantages. Luke's and Selena's families were the most comfortable. For an ordinary housewife like Catherine, who had only learned bits and pieces from her husband, she just felt that after dreaming for a while, she suddenly became a super housewife who was proficient in combat and firearms. However, they had lived in an ordinary environment for a long time, so the knowledge instilled in their heads by real dream wasn't harsh. Otherwise, if a minor everyday dispute happened, they might subconsciously beat up a few acid-tongued housewives or impudent classmates. Dream training gave them a sense of security and defense. Close-fitting nanotech gear made up for their lack of stamina, and mental suggestions ensured that no secrets were leaked. This completely made up for the software issues with their safety. It would really be a little difficult otherwise to make these ranch owners, housewives and ordinary students train in firearms and combat every day. In early November, Director Selena, who hated the cold New York weather, gave herself a few days off. Now that Jennifer and Mindy were familiar with the PDD, and Sky had taken on most of the intelligence gathering and analysis work, Director Selena was only a quarter as stressed as before. When it came to passing on the buck, the director was quintessentially like a certain person: hand the work over to the right person, then slack off as much as you want. It was only when she returned to Shackelford that she learned that her parents would be going on a honeymoon in Europe in 2 days. Looking at her parents, who were acting all lovey-dovey, she couldn't help but needle them. "When we went back to Mexico, you said that was a honeymoon, right?" Sandra, her mother, had just turned 50, but Selena had been secretly giving her life one, and she was getting younger and younger. She looked like she was only in her 30s. Her skin and figure were superior, and her colorful outfits made her even more gorgeous. When Selena went out with her, the attention of most men would be on Sandra. It wasn't that Selena was too manly, but that her mother was too feminine. A woman who was half a head shorter than Selena and who was slightly more voluptuous was just that attractive. Selena's father, Mario, had also been taking life one. The fact that he had been able to get together with Sandra, who was considered the most beautiful girl in their neighborhood, in his teens proved that he wasn't bad looking. Thanks to their genes, Selena and her siblings had even more outstanding looks. At that moment, Sandra didn't even look at her daughter. She simply winked at her husband. "That was for your father's sake. I was just going back to visit my family. Of course it doesn't count." Mario didn't say anything, but he didn't correct her. Selena asked, "What about that 1-month trip around America? You even said you got married again in Las Vegas." Sandra snorted. "Spending a honeymoon in the country isn't romantic at all. If it isn't in Tahiti, then it's Hawaii. I want to go to Europe to experience the arts." "Is that too much to ask?" Selena said, "You can actually go to Tahiti and Hawaii. That way, I can go along and enjoy the sun." She had come back because she wanted to veg out at home for a few days and play with her siblings. If Sandra left, wouldn't that mean that she came rushing back only to be a nanny? Sandra blinked. "But we went to one place last year and the other place the year before." Of course that wasn't a honeymoon." Selena rolled her eyes and lay back on the couch. "Who cares about you? If you want to go, go. Remember to call in a part-time cleaner to do the housework." Sandra said, "Don't worry, I've entrusted Julio to Catherine and the others. A few of the kids are studying in Knox City. Leona is coming to Europe with us." Selena stared at her mother in shock. "What about me?" Sandra was at a loss. "Didn't you want to take a break? Isn't it relaxing to be the only one at home?" Selena. "Then wouldn't it be more relaxing for me to take a yacht out in New York and sleep there?" 2 days later, Selena wound up setting off with her family to London. Firstly, there was indeed nothing to do at home, and secondly, she could play with Leona for a few days before throwing her back to Sandra. There would be no problem with the family's safety. Director Selena was now a reputable person with a large space storage. Bringing along a few sets of armor, 8 to 10 remote-controlled androids and hundreds of drones was nothing. As long as her family was in the same city, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to find them. Since Sandra wanted to go and experience the arts, Selena would look for delicious food on her own. London had all sorts of international gourmet food, enough for her to eat for a few days. As soon as they got off the plane, Mario, Sandra and Leona took a car straight to the hotel and went to bed to adjust for jet lag. Selena rented a car and took the dog head with her on a food trip. Today was a rare day of sunshine for London, which made the gloomy city a little warmer. Selena was deciding between several restaurants, and so was driving a little slower. She looked at the restaurant signs in front of her as the dog head wrangled with her from the backseat. Suddenly, a red Volvo SUV stopped in front of them, and a woman got out. Selena felt a sense of familiarity. She subconsciously turned to take a look. The woman's large bosom was especially eye-catching under her coat and scarf. Looking at the woman's face, Selena exclaimed, "Wait, this woman looks familiar." The dog head immediately got up and looked in the woman's direction. It then quickly typed on the phone, "You idiot, it's that big sister who went to Shackelford, the one who was getting a doctorate from Harvard." "That's right, so it's her." Selena suddenly realized that something wasn't right. "Wait, why do you remember so much?" The dog head glanced at her disdainfully and continued typing. "You were jealous of her chest and complained to me that Luke wanted to hook up with her." Selena didn't believe him. "That's impossible. I complain about so many people, how can you remember?" The dog head said, "It's because she has a bigger chest than you do, and you suspected that Luke hooked up with her." Selena was lost for words. There were a lot of women with big chests, but most of them were either plain looking or had never had the chance to meet Luke. It was indeed rare for Selena to bring up more than once a girl whom Luke had hooked up with. Chapter 2024. Bad Omen. Also, this sassy sister wasn't any worse looking than Selena. At that time, she was already a PhD student at Harvard, and had two advantages over Selena. No wonder Gold Nugget remembered her so clearly. Selena simply turned the wheel and parked the car not far behind the sassy girl's red Volvo. She then picked up her phone and started looking up information on the other party. She wasn't Luke. It had been a long time since she saw this person, and she really couldn't recall anything about her. Even with the dog head's reminder, she still didn't remember the other party's full name. It was something Psy. As someone who had interacted with Luke and had been closely involved in the battle between the two god siblings in Shackelford, there was a file and a follow-up investigation on Darcy Lewis. Not only had Darcy been part of the battle, she had also been an intern under Thor's girlfriend, Drive. Jane. Also, Darcy had a closer relationship with Dr. Jane since then, like a best friend, especially after Thor returned to Asgard and hadn't looked for Dr. Jane for years. Looking at Darcy's file, Selena suddenly couldn't help but curse. Holy sh*t. The cow actually has a doctorate now, and even has interns of her own. The dog head craned its head from the backseat and looked at the red Volvo in front of it. She really did bring an intern with her. Huh. Selena raised her head in surprise and looked at the young man in the backseat of the Volvo. He was staring at the restaurant entrance through the car window. She raised her phone and compared it with the ID photo. She had to admit that a dog had better eyes than she did, and she mumbled, "Fine, I hate cows, especially those with good grades." The dog head lazily watched her put on a show and pretend to be pitiful. "Don't you know how many dream lessons the fiend has given you?" Putting aside the fact that Selena's practical knowledge had long surpassed that of elite college students, with her current might, it would only take a few minutes for her to get a degree from an Ivy League university. She was just lazy and didn't want to torture herself. So, apart from getting a community college diploma with Luke and transferring to New Jersey University to get an ordinary degree, she didn't think about getting any other academic qualifications. So, what she hated wasn't good grades, but the cow. The dog head suddenly understood everything, and it lay back in the backseat disinterestedly. "You've looked at the file, and you've scolded the person. Let's hurry up and decide what to eat later." "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You're a dog, not a pig," Selena scolded angrily. The dog snorted and typed, "Dollar is a dog, I'm not." Selena. She lost to the dog head in their war of words, and wasn't interested in staying any longer. She was about to continue her food trip. At that moment, Darcy came out of the restaurant in high spirits. She got into the driver's seat of the sub and looked around. Selena stopped. Is she waiting for someone? Is she looking for some handsome, rich guy? Lying in the backseat, the dog was too lazy to even type and mock her. You probably want her to meet a scumbag, be played with, and then be heartlessly abandoned, right? Selena wasn't actually as despicable as the dog head thought. She was just shooting off her mouth. The dog head's imagination was completely copied and pasted from those melodramas. In the end, more than 10 seconds later, another woman walked out of the restaurant. She looked around and then went straight to Darcy's SUV. She opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Selena blinked. Isn't that Thor's girlfriend? You want to say that Thor is being cheated on, right? Wouldn't he blow up her head? Bored, Gold Nugget continued to imagine Selena's thoughts. Selena, however, quickly turned on the long-distance sound collector on her phone and aimed it at the Volvo a few meters away. "Dr. Jane. I hate you." Darcy said, "I know." The dog head. "See, I knew it." Dr. Jane. Drive. Darcy. "No problem." The dog head. Are all women nowadays so unrestrained? They're going on a date right in front of the graduate student. At that moment, even Selena's eyes lit up. Putting down the brake, she followed the red Volvo. The conversation in the car continued. Dr. Jane was sending a voice message. "Eric, where are you? You told Darcy to get me. Where did you go?" Darcy said, "Relax, he disappeared this morning. I haven't been able to get hold of him." Selena and the dog head. WTF. This plot is boring. The dog head's intuition told it that Dr. Jane would never cheat on Thor with Eric. Even if that was the case, there was no need to go through the sassy girl. From the information she had just read, Selena instantly thought of a legendary figure, Drive. Eric Selvig, this doctor of astronomy, who was over 40 and had lower than average combat ability compared with an ordinary person, had already participated in 2 battles between the god siblings. The first was in Shackelford, and the second was the Battle of New York. The first time, drive, Selvig could be considered a bystander. The second time, he had been under Loki's mind control, and had used the Tesseract to create a space portal generator, which opened a portal for the Chitauri to invade. So many people had died in the Battle of New York, and even Phil had been stabbed in the chest, while drive. Selvig miraculously only suffered flesh wounds. After that, nobody tried to settle accounts with this traitor, since Thor bailed him out. Recalling drive, Selvig's glorious deeds, Selena's interest was piqued. This old man had even found drive. Jane, wait, it wouldn't be a Battle of London this time, right? Thinking that, she shivered and quickly sent out instructions on her phone, before she left a voice message for her mother, Sandra. 10 minutes later, Selena was still following Darcy through London when her phone rang. She was unsurprised when she looked at the caller ID and picked up the call. "Hi, Mommy, you're up, right?" Sandra roared angrily. "Were you the one who called the 4 men in black suits outside?" Selena said, "That's right. They're professional bodyguards. Take their car to Paris. A private plane will take you to Vienna. There's more of the arts there." Sandra said, "Stop lying. Is something wrong?" Thinking quickly, Selena said, "I'm fine. I just found some traces of terrorists, so I'm sending you to Vienna for your safety." Although it was a little unfair to call drive Selvig a terrorist, it had to be said that he was much more destructive. Selena really didn't dare let her family remain in London. Chapter 2025, Unknown Teleportation. Doing whatever you want. Sandra wasn't easy to fool. She immediately asked, "What about you? You're not the British police. Don't tell me you want to catch those terrorists on your own." Selena rolled her eyes. "No way, it's just that there are a few old clients here, and I might need to look after them a bit." "Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to do it. I'll let Luke know right away, but I never said it wouldn't be me," the director murmured inwardly. After 10 minutes of wrangling over the phone, Sandra finally gave in. She was worried about her eldest daughter, but she couldn't tie Selena up and take her away with her husband and youngest daughter. The truth was that Selena threatened to have the bodyguards forcibly escort them to the car if they didn't leave. So, Sandra could only curse D*MN rich people non-stop and let the 4 bodyguards escort them to the car and head for France. Selena hung up and shook her head at the ringing in her ears. If she had known, she wouldn't have fed her mother so much. The scolding Selena had gotten was enough to make her eardrums burst. At that moment, Darcy stopped the red Volvo, and the 3 of them walked into an old factory on the side of the road. The old guard's head was turned around by Darcy's coaxing. He really thought that they were college students who were doing some sort of environmental study, and let them in. Dr. Jane didn't look like a student, but she could pass as their academic advisor. Selena's methods were even simpler. She stopped the car and had the dog head play up to the old man. When the old man looked away to stroke the dog's head with a smile, Selena swaggered inside. After she left the old man's line of sight, the dog head immediately ran away. The old man couldn't catch up, and stopped after calling out to it twice. Who knew, this obedient dog might come out again in a while. At that time, he would feed it something tasty. It had been really nice to rub that head. The old man rubbed his hands together with a smile. Gold Nugget caught up with Selena and whined unhappily. Selena said, "All right, it was just a head rub. It's not like I was asking you to mate with him. I'll wash your dog head 10 times with disinfectant when we get back, all right?" Gold Nugget. ****. Who would want that sort of compensation? At that moment, Selena was wearing wide yellow lenses so that the projection signal was more stable and clear. Then, she sent Luke a message. "Notice anything strange?" Far away in New York, Luke immediately replied, "You just released the drones. There won't be any results so soon." Selena asked, "Don't tell me Thor is somewhere around here." Luke looked at the data that was constantly being updated. There's no record of the Bifrost ever appearing in London. Wait, these readings match the characteristics of space teleportation. Selena asked, "Thor really came down?" Luke said, "I don't think so, but there are indeed signs of space fluctuations there. Be more vigilant." Selena's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that aliens will appear?" Luke said, "It's only drive. Jane and the other 2, as well as 4 kids. Let me check." One of them is indeed a kid from the neighborhood. There's been no news of anything unusual there recently. Selena suddenly sent him a message. Something's up. Luke immediately focused on the surveillance feed from the dozen or so drones and saw what she was referring to. A little boy placed his hand on the front of a cement truck in the factory and slowly raised his hand. The truck, which weighed almost 20 tons, rose up. Selena couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Strength type superhuman?" "I don't think so," Luke replied immediately. Given his understanding of how the human body exerted strength, he could tell at a glance that the boy had just casually raised his hand. He could easily lift a car that weighed 20 tons, but the ground under his feet wasn't disturbed at all. This wasn't possible, unless the boy was the reincarnation of Superman. The next moment, Selena gave her answer. "Fine, it seems he isn't. At least, it isn't a strength-type superpower." That was because the boy had already let go, and the cement truck was floating in the air. It was as strange as an elephant suddenly swimming in the air, but that was just the beginning. The kids took Darcy and the other two up a spiral staircase and threw a bottle down from the 4th floor. Then, the bottle suddenly disappeared between the 1st and 2nd floors. A few seconds later, the bottle appeared at the 5th floor and fell again, disappearing between the 1st and 2nd floors. Everybody's heads went up and down as they watched the bottle fall, disappear, and reappear. Looking at the situation and analyzing the readings on the virtual screen, Luke immediately said to Selena, "Don't wander around. This map indicates the areas with previous movements, which should be safe for now." Selena asked, "Are you afraid that I'll disappear like that bottle?" Luke said, "Trash isn't afraid of poison and radiation, but what about you?" You should wear an unmarked suit, which will be a little safer." "Selena, you're really naggy." Even as she complained, she immediately took out an optical camouflage curtain from her personal space to conceal herself. Then, she put on a suit and turned invisible before she put away the curtain. This took her 20 seconds, and she then heard Luke say, "You can release the android now." Selena was stunned. "What are you planning?" Luke said, "Doctor, Jane went missing while you were changing." Selena perked up. "Where is she? I'll look for her." Luke said, "Just rest. If you go missing, I'll have to get Big Dipper to look for you." Selena snorted and didn't insist on looking for Dr. Jane herself. She knew Luke's personality. There was a vast difference in the way he treated acquaintances and close friends and family. Even if Dr. Jane was Thor's girlfriend, Luke would never let anyone else take unnecessary risks for her. That was how obstinate a narrow-minded person for whom safety was number one was. By the time Darcy realized that her mentor was missing, the android which Luke was controlling had already gone back and forth several times in the hallway where Drive Jane had gone missing. He used all sorts of equipment, but still couldn't find her. However, according to the readings, Drive Jane might have entered a temporary space portal. After she was teleported away, the portal disappeared. It wasn't impossible. In fact, some things that were dropped from the stairs in that never-ending fall sometimes didn't reappear. This was how uncertain space teleportation was. At Luke's firm order, Selena left early, and the security guards she had called over brought Darcy out. Was this illegal? Nope. Luke had already mobilized his connections to buy this abandoned factory a while ago. Under the law, the owner had the right to refuse entry of unrelated people to his property. You could do whatever you wanted when you had money. 2026 female capitalist, watching a show after Darcy called the police, she could finally go back inside. However, the security guards said seriously that there were important experimental results in the factory that could potentially cause bodily harm, so Darcy and the police were refused entry. The police officers were suspicious for a moment, but in the end didn't insist on taking Darcy into the factory. Darcy stared darkly at the two security guards in black suits in front of her. "What's your name? I'm going to write it down and file a complaint." The half-bald security guard said expressionlessly, "Jason Statham, a level 2 security guard with Golden Eagle defense." Watching Darcy take out her phone, he added, "Our company only accepts complaints from clients. My basic salary is €1,000 per day." Darcy paused, then stuffed the phone back into her pocket and glared at the baldy. "You have balls." She then turned around and left. Money was always the problem for most people in the world. Darcy had a doctorate, but she didn't have the money to slap the bald security guard in the face, so she could only endure it. On the other side, Luke was discussing Drive Jane's disappearance with Selena. "I found some gamma radiation at the scene." Selena asked, "Could it be that doctor. Banner jumped out and took Drive. Jane away. Luke said, although the Hulk has a lot of complaints about Thor, he wouldn't kidnap women to scare people. I'm talking about an Infinity Stone. The Tesseract, Selena subconsciously asked. Luke shook his head. The readings are similar, but there's a clear difference. It should be something we've never seen before. Selena knew that what Luke had tested before were the Tesseract and Loki's scepter. Thor took the former back to Asgard and locked it in the treasure vault, while the latter was stuck in Vision's head. What do we do now? She asked. Luke said, Big Dipper will be there soon. You and Gold Nugget rest first and leave the drones for surveillance. Then how about the sassy girl? Selena raised her head and looked at Darcy, who was talking to the police again. Luke said, don't we have security? Just have them continue blocking the way. You're paying them €1,000 a day. If they can't even guard the door, fire them. Selena said, evil capitalist. Luke said helplessly, don't scold yourself, all right? Especially not in front of me. Selena said, I'm scolding you. Luke said, aren't you the one paying, female capitalist? Selena, if this was a few years ago, when Luke was in charge of the PDD, he would have been the one to fork out the money. After Selena took control of the PDD in recent years, however, this operation went from making a net loss to a slight profit. After throwing away this troublesome matter, Luke had no intention of picking it up again. Like Jenny with the phone company, Selena was the true master of the PDD. The difference was simply that the PDD was mainly responsible for military force and intelligence gathering, while Jenny's company dealt mainly with research and sales. It wasn't wrong to say that Selena was a capitalist. An hour later, the Level 3 clone crossed the Atlantic and arrived in London as Big Dipper. Selena didn't know that Luke had clones. She didn't meet Big Dipper in person and simply handed the assignment over on the team channel. Now that Big Dipper had taken over, Selena could move freely in London. She also had to set up some androids in various parts of London so that the Bat Squad could provide long-distance support. Angel and Alice were the only ones in the team who had superpowers, and their real bodies were stronger. However, the two women had their own things to do now, and rarely went out on missions in person. Ivan, Damon, Frank and Mindy were in essence still ordinary people. The little turtles were born with innate strength, and their turtle shells were resistant to attacks, but they weren't much stronger than the androids. Also, if it was a false alarm, they wouldn't have to fly back and forth over the Atlantic. In comparison, the androids were more practical. In the afternoon, the surveillance system in the Level 3 clone's car suddenly beeped. Looking at the readings, Luke exclaimed, the Bifrost sent someone over. Did Thor come to look for his girlfriend? Although it was a little melodramatic, this was the most likely reason for why someone from Asgard had come. Then, another notification rang out. Dr. Jane has appeared on the 5th floor of the factory. She's in a semi-conscious state, and her vitals are stable. Luke smacked his lips and propped his legs up on the dashboard again. He then adjusted the angle of the virtual screen in the car so that it was easier to look at it while lying down. Then, he took out cranberry scones and Darjeeling black tea from Space 2 for a true blue English afternoon tea. The only thing he lacked now was something to pass the time with afternoon tea like a 1,000-year-old god, acting out a tearjerker. It wasn't that Luke was cold-blooded. Since Thor was already here, it was unnecessary for him to protect, drive. Jane. To use a gross analogy, if a patient's wife came to the hospital, and a nurse had to help him with a bedpan, would the wife be grateful? On the 5th floor, drive. Jane woke up and sat up in a daze. She looked around the empty factory, not knowing why she was lying on the floor. What were Darcy and the others doing? Shouldn't they have sent her to the hospital if she was unconscious? Why did they leave her here? Thinking that, Dr. Jane got up and went downstairs. Darcy, who had been stopped at the entrance, was trying to get past the bald security guard, Jason, again. When she suddenly saw Dr. Jane slowly walk out of the factory, she was pleasantly surprised. Jane, where did you go? The two security guards turned around and looked at each other in surprise. Delighted, Darcy was about to rush in. In the end, Jason's ruthless iron hand blocked her face again, forcing her to stop. She was angry. I'm just bringing my friend out. Jason's face was still as deadpan as ever. Sorry, but my assignment is to block any intruders. Before Darcy could flare up, he gestured at his partner. Help drive Jane out. The other security guard immediately ran to Dr. Jane. After asking her if she needed help, he gestured for her to leave. They had accepted a commission to prevent unrelated people from entering and leaving the factory as they pleased. Since someone had appeared inside, the person naturally had to be invited out, even if it was the missing person. Drive. Jane. Finally, Drive. Jane and Darcy met up near the entrance. Doctor. Jane instantly asked why the police were here. She even suspected that Jason, the bald security guard, was from S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with the smiling face from back then had been just as bald. In the end, he confiscated her information and equipment. When she heard that they were from a private security firm, she didn't dwell on it, and instead complained that since Darcy had called the police and drawn their attention, it would be hard for her to do research in the future. Darcy didn't dare say that the 2 security guards had been sent by the owner to guard the entrance, and wouldn't let them in at all. She could only change the subject. Jane, you've been missing for 5 hours. What could I do but call the police? Doctor. Jane was stunned. Really? At that moment, it suddenly started to rain. In just a few seconds, it turned into a downpour. The police officers who had yet to leave the factory hurriedly got into their cars and put on their raincoats. The 2 women and the 2 security guards at the entrance looked around with strange expressions. Rain fell 5 meters away, but there wasn't a single drop here. In the car outside, Luke narrowed his eyes and chuckled. The heavens are very tactful. They know there's gonna be a show later, and even set the scene with the weather. 2027 romance drama must be perfect. Forgot something at that moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground in front of the factory. Everybody was shocked. The 2 security guards subconsciously reached under their arms. But when they saw the man in classic armor, a bright red cape, and the small hammer in his hand, both the police and the bodyguards relaxed. In this age of the internet, as long as one wasn't cut off from the world, who wouldn't know this, good friend of the people of Earth? 4. The others were stunned for a long while, but Drive. Jane simply gaped for a few seconds before she strode over. As she moved, the rainless zone, that was roughly 10 meters in diameter, also moved toward Thor, catching Darcy and the 2 security guards behind her off guard. Luke took a sip of his milk tea and murmured in dissatisfaction, "How can there be no rain for an argument and a make-up kiss? How unromantic." Doctor. Jane strode over and raised her right hand. Pa. Darcy and the 2 security guards couldn't help but turn their heads. Darcy even frowned and narrowed her eyes, as if her face hurt for Thor. "I'm sorry, I just have to make sure that you're real, Drive," Jane said righteously. "Thor. Doctor." Jane had just lowered her right hand, when she raised her left hand again. "Pa." The onlookers also turned their heads in the other direction. "Doctor." Jane asked, "Where were you?" "In the car," Luke snorted with laughter. This was what a female scientist was like. Thor, who had been slapped, still had a "Master, I was wrong" expression on his face. Wait, Luke should share such a marvelous scene with the other second-generation heir. Thinking that, Luke quickly sent Tony the video clip. Maybe it would remind the tycoon of being slapped by Pepper. It was a pity that Pepper was very smart and cared about the tycoon's reputation in public. She had probably only smacked him in private, so Luke had no record of that dark history. Steve didn't even have a girlfriend. If he did, he would be a good man, and would probably be hard to hit. So, Luke was destined to not collect a dark history set of face slapping of the 3 titans. He was full of regret. As he was thinking that, Tony sent him a message. "Big Spoon, are you spying again?" Luke said, "It's a public performance. There's nothing I can do. Do you want to watch the live broadcast?" "Boring," Tony said, "hurry up and send me the signal." The onlookers in the factory also watched with great interest. Those who had a deeper impression of the gossip even remembered that Thor supposedly had a girlfriend on Earth. Photos of people claiming to be Thor's girlfriend were everywhere on the internet. There were easily hundreds of people online who claimed to have slept with Thor. Black, white, brown, yellow and red skin, tall and short, fat and thin, from teens to 80-year-olds, all of them called Thor their husband. They all had photos of Thor and insisted that they were Thor's true love, while the rest were shameless *tches. Luke knew all about this, because Sky was a good Samaritan online who helped these women Photoshop pictures for free. Luke didn't mind helping drive Jane out by quietly diverting attention away from her. Otherwise, if Thor came one day and heard that Dr. Jane had been harassed or even kidnapped by some stalker, who knew how much trouble that would cause? Thor had been very generous when he gave Luke the remains of the destroyer, and had also given him the only advanced ability Luke had back then. Taking care of Thor's girlfriend could be considered returning the favor. He connected to the video feed, and the couple outside the factory officially entered romance mode. I realized that you were gone. I was right where you left me. I was waiting and then I was crying, I know. I came to look for you, but I saw you on TV. You went to New York, Jane. I just wanted to do my best to protect the world you live in. I was wrong. I'm an idiot. I only know one thing now. What? That is what? You know, what? As they spoke, their voices got lower and lower, but their mouths got closer and closer. Luke snorted and took the opportunity to mock the other air. See that? Thor is much better at coaxing women than you are. Tony said, the only person he can fool with those crude skills is an inexperienced female scientist. Luke said, didn't you fool Drive? Hansen too. You also thought you had a long-lost son. Tony said, let's not talk about that. We're still good friends. Luke. Hee. When he bickered with the tycoon, he still felt a little regretful. A kiss in the rain would have been perfect. Thinking that, he used his telekinesis and sent rain falling on Thor and Jane. Suddenly, his face changed. What's that? When the rain fell on Dr. Jane's head, her body lit up with a red light. A ring of dark red energy suddenly spread out, dispersing the rain and forcing Thor back several steps. The onlookers were also sent flying. One of the female officers even landed on her butt in a puddle, and shivered at the icy cold. Luke's expression was a little embarrassed as he quickly put the black tea into his inventory and got out of the car. When he arrived at the factory, Thor was looking solemnly at an unconscious Drive. Jane. Luke said, Thor, let me see how Drive. Jane is. Thor shook his head. She's not doing well. There's nothing we can do on Earth. He raised his hammer. Luke's face darkened. Wait. Boom. A colorful pillar of light fell from the sky and enveloped Thor and Dr. Jane. Several seconds later, all that was left was the empty ground and the circular pattern of runes. Luke said, FCK, will it kill you to say more? The onlookers who were looking at the colorful pillar of light couldn't help but lower their gazes and look at him in admiration. You have guts. You actually dare curse the god of thunder. Darcy was the same, but she suddenly came back to herself and leaned forward. Bro, are you very familiar with Thor? Luke also lowered his gaze and looked at the person in front of him. Probably more familiar than you. What? Darcy's plump and beautiful lips parted in astonishment. But Thor had run too fast just now, and Luke hadn't even finished speaking. At that moment, he wasn't interested in teasing this sassy girl. But just as he moved, he saw the device she was holding out of the corner of his eye, and immediately changed his mind. I'm Wilson. Let's talk somewhere, he said. Okay. Darcy agreed without thinking. After she got into Luke's car, she saw the cranberry scones in the glove box. These look pretty good. Can I try them? Luke said, whatever you want. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped up. After driving dozens of meters, Darcy vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. Exactly what is it? Luke glanced in the rearview mirror. Outside the factory, a young man waved at the car and shouted, wait, I'm still here. It seemed it was that intern, Ian or something. Forget it, Luke would tell Darcy after she was done eating. The intern panted as he lowered his arms and mumbled, the car keys are gone. How am I supposed to leave this place? What was even worse was that Darcy had rushed him when they came to the factory, and his satchel and wallet were locked inside the car. Now, he could only smash the car window. The problem was that it was a rental, and he didn't get paid a cent as an intern. 2028 bailing out Selvig, the scientist's wand. Luke was alone with Darcy, and he was using the Big Dipper alias, so there was no need to scruple at all. After finding a quiet restaurant for afternoon tea, he picked up Darcy's monitoring device. After feeding Darcy a belly full of tea and snacks and asking about Dr. Selvig, he quietly put the device back into Darcy's bag and sent her back to her place. Watching Darcy enter the building, Luke felt pleased as he started the car. Dr. Jane and Dr. Selvig had worked together to create the monitoring device. It wasn't top-notch in terms of the materials used, and definitely couldn't compare with what Luke, who was rich, had. However, they had unique insights into the theory and practical application of the Einstein-Rosen bridge. The algorithm they used took a different approach, which could be integrated into Luke's surveillance system. After driving for a while and adjusting the surveillance algorithm, Luke suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. What had he forgotten? It definitely wasn't important, but what happened today? Luke frowned and scrolled back through his memories. A few seconds later, his expression relaxed. Oh, Darcy's intern. I think he was left behind at the factory. Seeing that it was already 6 in the evening, he shook his head. He's an adult. He has a phone, a wallet and a car. He can come back on his own. There's probably no need to remind Darcy. Thinking that, Luke tossed the matter of the intern to the back of his mind. On the other side, after Darcy went upstairs and entered the apartment, she lay on the couch and exhaled in satisfaction. She had enjoyed a high-end afternoon tea, and while the handsome man accompanying her was a little old, he was pleasing to the eye, and chatting with him was quite interesting. It was a pity that they didn't know what happened to Jane. Who knew where Drive, Selvig, who had been looking for her, was? Even her intern. Wait, where was the intern? Darcy suddenly thought of someone who had been forgotten for hours. He should know how to call her, right? Thinking that, she stopped thinking about the intern and continued recalling the beautiful afternoon tea. The next day, London was peaceful. Standing outside the police department, Luke looked at the birds in the sky and nodded thoughtfully. They're not pigeons. They're starlings. The starlings migrated to the warm Mediterranean region every fall. It was the 10th of November, and winter had officially started. Who knew where this flock of starlings had been delivered from? Just as he raised his head to look at the birds, Darcy and the unlucky intern, Ian, got down from a bus not far away and ran over in a hurry. Wilson, sorry to keep you waiting. Darcy was panting. Luke lowered his head, then looked even lower at her heaving assets. It's fine, I just arrived. At 120 strength, his physique was ridiculously strong. Sleeping was a rare pleasure for him. He had to forcefully control his body every day to sleep for an hour. Thus, after the level 3 clone woke up in the early hours of the morning, it wandered around London. As they walked into the police department, Luke asked casually, "Why did you take the bus?" Darcy said bitterly, "The car is still at the factory. The intern lost the keys. Yesterday. He almost lost himself." Luke didn't care about the intern at all. He simply said, "Then I'll send you back later." At the front desk of the detention center, Darcy said that she wanted to bail Drive Selvig out, and Luke paid £2,000. Darcy and the intern were poor and couldn't fork out the money, and could only ask for his help. Dr. Selvig would pay Luke back later. But helping out was just in passing. Luke also wanted to examine the supposedly crazy Drive Selvig. If he could still work, Luke would have him continue studying the space disorder in London. If he was crazy, that didn't matter at all. This was standard for Marvel genius scientists, especially before they turned into villain bosses. The officer at the front desk looked back and forth between Darcy and the intern. "Whose family? Come and sign." The intern stood there in a daze and didn't react. Darcy elbowed him in the waist with a murderous smile. "Sign the form and bring your father out, Mr. Selvig." Coming back to himself, the intern stammered and smiled at the officer. "Ah, right, Eric Selvig should be my father." The officer expressionlessly pushed the form toward him. "Look at how unhinged this kid is. Was lunacy genetic?" Luke watched silently. He had no intention of using his abilities or making a call to get Drive Selvig out. After all, this was something that only took half an hour to sort out through the regular procedure. Also, it wasn't like Dr. Selvig would die in custody. On the contrary, the doctor was doing well inside. Not only did he have food and water, he also didn't have to endure the elements and freeze like before. He could also give his companions in the detention center lessons in quantum mechanics. A moment later, Drive Selvig was brought to the front desk. He was wearing an old gray sweater which didn't fit him. He was also wearing a pair of dark blue football shorts, and a pair of men's stockings and leather shoes. Coupled with his expressionless face and dull eyes, he didn't look all there. Darcy squeezed out a smile and waved. "Hey, Drive Selvig." "Huh, Doctor." Selvig raised his head blankly, and didn't seem to remember her at all. As expected of a scientist, he could even forget a woman as outstanding as Darcy, Luke mocked inwardly. A moment later, after Darcy introduced herself, Selvig's dull eyes finally lit up. "It's you, Darcy. It's great to see you." As he spoke, he hugged Darcy like an aggrieved baby. Selvig asked, "How did you find me?" The intern on the side, who was packing up the doctor's personal belongings, couldn't help but interject, "You were on the news." We saw you naked at Stonehenge. Darcy gritted her teeth and felt some despair when faced with these two companions who were both lacking brains. Hey, hurry and pack up your father's things so that we can bring him home. A moment later, the four of them got into Luke's car and returned to Dr. Selvig's apartment in London. As a world-famous scientist, not including what happened on the news, drive. Selvig had some prestige. Actually, he could get a certain amount of research funding from Stark Industries every quarter. While not to the extent of being filthy rich, at the very least, he didn't have to worry about clothes, food, shelter or transport compared with most other researchers who lived frugally. It was just that the research funding wasn't enough, because scientists never had enough funding. While drive, Selvig, who had been hit with mental resistance, returned to normal and went to change, Luke picked up a silver rod-like apparatus which the intern had brought back. At 5 in the morning yesterday, drive, Selvig had run naked through Stonehenge with this handmade, scientific wand. When he was arrested, he had been shouting that this was a divine tool that would save the world. 2029 deaths of mother and son, huge changes in Asgard. If it were anyone else, Luke wouldn't take these neurotic words seriously. But if it came from Dr. Selvig, it might be true. It was like how the three Avenger Titans who liked to talk big could often create miracles in the end and turn their big talk into reality. Throwing the silver rod into space too for the team inside to dismantle and study, he said that he was going to enjoy breakfast in the sun, and went upstairs. It just so happened that above drive, Selvig's apartment was the flat rooftop. In any case, he could hear whatever the three people in the apartment below said. Conversely, if he sat with them, it would be hard to receive and send information, surveillance, and communication. After changing his clothes, drive, Selvig finally became much more serious and talked about his research in an organized manner. Putting aside his excitement and unwillingness to wear pants, he was basically normal. The 11th of November, Singles Day, was another peaceful day in London. Darcy, on the other hand, used the excuse of paying Luke back the bail money to go up to the roof for a third afternoon tea with him, so the clone didn't spend Singles Day alone. In the apartment downstairs, an old man and a young bachelor spent the day together. Since Big Dipper was in charge of this mission, Selena didn't have to stay in London anymore. She went straight to Austria to continue traveling with her family. When necessary, she would operate an android to provide support, like the other team members. On the 12th of November, the team in Space 2 finished analyzing Selvig's gadget. Darcy joined Luke for a fourth afternoon tea. She didn't study quantum mechanics, but political science. She knew nothing about Dr. Selvig's research, so it was better to enjoy afternoon tea. Luke didn't have to take the effort to chat with her. With just a little pheromone control plus real dream, he could say a few words, and Darcy would be kept amused for a while in her mind. She was completely self-sufficient. In any case, it was much better for her to be distracted for an afternoon than to be idle and restless in her room. On the 13th of November, it was peaceful during the day. At 7 in the evening, Luke received a notification from the drone at the factory that Thor and Dr. Jane had appeared. Seeing this, Luke rubbed his chin. Can the factory still lead to Asgard? But Thor's face was actually injured, which was a little unusual. There were people in Asgard who could treat the Crown Prince's injuries, right? Muttering to himself, Luke drove back to Dr. Selvig's place. Not long after, Thor and Dr. Jane returned in the red Volvo which Darcy had abandoned at the factory. Clearly, they had found the car keys which the intern, Ian, had dropped in the teleportation portal. Why was the car still there? Because Ian had finally decided to smash the car window that night to take out his bag. For the two unpaid, teacher and intern, there was no hurry to return the car, since they would have to pay for the glass repairs. They hadn't needed a car for the past 2 days, so they hadn't thought of bringing it back. Dr. Jane didn't notice Luke, who was standing on the side of the road, and hurried upstairs. Thor, however, noticed him. As one of the Bat Squad's strongest combatants, Big Dipper left a deep impression on Thor. He stopped and asked Big Dipper in surprise, "You're here as well?" Luke stood up from where he was leaning against the car. "You ran away so fast the other day. I could only watch Drive, Selvig and Darcy. Otherwise, should I have waited for you to call me?" Thor, "Sorry, I don't have a phone." Luke said, "I know. In any case, you don't even remember Drive Jane's number." Thor, "That is true. Both Darcy and Dr. Selvig were pleasantly surprised by Dr. Jane and Thor's arrival. When Dr. Selvig cautiously asked about Thor's brother, Thor said gloomily, "He's dead." Dr. Selvig said, "Thank God." As soon as he said that, he felt Thor give him a heavy look. "Well, I mean, that's unfortunate." But when he hugged Thor to comfort him, there was a relieved smile on his face. Clearly, Drive, Selvig had been traumatized from being under Loki's mind control. After an awkward exchange of greetings, everybody finally got down to business. Luke, on the other hand, was very skeptical about Loki's death, and vaguely felt that it was fishy. Loki, this big villain, had tormented Thor to the point of death in Shackelford and New York. Now, Thor said that Loki had died to save him. Was there some rule that bad guys who turned over a new leaf had to die? Whether other people believed it or not, Luke didn't. He was very interested in this matter, but it was a pity that a dead person wasn't as important as other news, so he could only talk about it later. The important news which Thor and Dr. Jane brought back was that a race called the Dark Elves had reappeared. 5,000 years ago, the leader of this race, Malekith, tried to use the ether to destroy the 9 realms and return the universe to darkness. At that time, Thor's grandfather, Bor, defeated this unlucky B*****, and Bor buried the ether in Svartalheim. In the end, Malekith could only hide in an unknown dimension with a small number of defeated soldiers. A few days ago, Dr. Jane entered Svartalheim through the portal in the factory in response to a summons by the ether. The ether attached itself to her and was brought out. Thor took Drive Jane back to Asgard, but couldn't remove the ether from her body. That was because the ether was also known as the Reality Stone, and was one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Dr. Jane only had the ordinary body of an Earthling, which couldn't endure the operation to remove the ether. However, if the ether remained in her body would collapse and she would die. After Malekith sensed that the ether was in Asgard, he sent out cursed warriors to hide among captives taken from the battlefield of Vanaheim. After the cursed warriors were escorted into Asgard, they attacked from both inside and outside, and broke into Asgard. In this raid, the deaths of Asgardian soldiers and generals were secondary. The biggest loss was Thor's mother, God Queen Frigga, who was killed by a cursed warrior while protecting Drive Jane. Luke couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even Frigga was dead. Thor had said that Loki had learned magic from Frigga since he was young, so Loki was very good at illusions. Also, Frigga's swordsmanship was top-notch. It was how Loki had been able to deftly stab his big brother in the waist. If Frigga could die, so could Loki. But Luke soon grew dubious. Gods like to play tricks the most. Who knew, maybe both Frigga and Loki's deaths were a cover, while another big move was about to be made behind the scenes. 2030 Good news, bad news, inside story. Although it was worth sympathizing with Thor's experience before the truth was revealed, Luke wasn't moved. He had only heard of the name Frigga. Loki was the murderer who caused the Battle of New York, which led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people on Earth. Few people on Earth wanted him alive. Besides, Thor's family had lived for thousands of years. Most of the time, they reigned in harmony and power. Earthlings lived for only several decades, and saw plenty of death. For Luke to say that he could understand what Thor was feeling would be like a young beggar feeling sad over the tragic death of a 120-year-old super magnate. The deaths of Frigga and Loki was bad news for Thor, but had little impact on the people of Earth. The only good news from Thor was that the ether in Dr. Jane's body had been removed by Malekith, and her life was no longer in danger. But for Earth and the 9 realms of Asgard, this was 100% bad news, because the ether had now been claimed by Malekith, who would use it to destroy the universe. Hearing that, Luke couldn't help but confirm again, "Are you sure he really can destroy the universe and not just Asgard?" Dr. Jane couldn't help but look at Thor. Just now, Thor had only said that this Wilson was a friend, but hadn't said what sort of friend he was, so she wasn't sure if she should divulge the inside story. It wasn't a good thing for people with ulterior motives to know that the world was about to be destroyed. She stared at Thor for at least 2 seconds. He was puzzled at first, then vaguely got it. "Wilson is from the Bat Squad. We can trust him." "Everybody." Darcy gaped and murmured, "No wonder he said he was very familiar with you." Thor glanced at her before he decided to ignore her. Dr. Jane was only slightly surprised for one moment before she returned to the topic. An astronomical event which happens once every 5,000 years is about to occur. The 9 realms will converge at one point, and Malekith intends to launch the ether through this convergence. Dr. Selvig continued, as the number of realms which converge at this point increases, the power of the ether will increase, to the extent that it will affect the entire universe. Thor looked at Luke. The center of this convergence of the 9 realms is Earth. When Luke heard that Earth couldn't escape, he stopped caring about the impact on the rest of the universe or whatever. Now, all that was left was how to solve the problem of Malekith. He asked, when and where will this convergence appear, and for how long? Thor said, it should be in the next 2 days. It won't last more than 10 minutes. However, I'm not sure exactly where the center will be. Luke looked at Selvig and Jane. Instead of counting on the tank that was Thor, he might as well count on the technical support of these two. Dr. Selvig said, if we can get to a supercomputer, Jane and I can try running some calculations. Thor, then I'll contact the Avengers. Luke coughed and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I have a special laptop in my car. Let's try that first. Everybody was lost for words. Don't lie to us. Are supercomputers the same as laptops? A moment later, Luke went downstairs and got into his car. He actually took out a test machine from his inventory and went upstairs again. After he turned it on, he set up new user access and placed it in front of Dr. Selvig. Try it. Dr. Selvig looked at the laptop suspiciously. This doesn't need to be plugged in. Luke said, it should be able to run on the internal power source for half a month. In fact, it was powered by an arc reactor, and wouldn't lose power for years. Both Selvig and Jane felt that it was nonsense. Computers used energy. The more intense the computing process, the more energy they consumed, and the hotter the computers got. These were several of the unresolvable major issues with laptops. Supercomputers were a completely different existence. They ran on similar basic principles, but the actual technology was already 18 generations ahead. Thus, drive. Jane couldn't help but ask, how? Luke gave the order, T01, activate the virtual keyboard and motion capture operation. As he spoke, the laptop projected a 50-centimeter virtual screen with a virtual keyboard that glowed with a light blue light. Luke looked at her and asked, this probably isn't enough for you and Selvig. Activate dual screen operation mode. As soon as he said that, 2 screens and keyboards appeared side by side. For precision, enlarge the screen to a maximum of 160 degrees. Luke moved his hands and zoomed in on the screen and keyboard to show how flexible they could be. He said, it has its own database and can access most public databases via satellite. Please. Stunned, Darcy murmured, that's awesome. Watching an action movie on this would be amazing. The others had similar expressions, except for Thor. After all, Asgard had a lot more magical technology than this. A few minutes later, Drive, Selvig and Dr. Jane got to work. Their movements were a little jerky at the beginning, but the more they worked, the more fluid their actions became. This laptop could be used with a keyboard or hand gestures. It even had a virtual interface like Tony's, but it would take a lot of time to learn it. They didn't have the time now. In fact, this laptop was a mini supercomputer, which Luke had created with the PIM particle. The results could only be said to be barely satisfactory. He still had to continue studying it. However, this was the prototype, and he would keep it as a souvenir. In any case, the things in his inventory wouldn't rot or age. After that, Selvig and Jane got busy. Darcy and the intern went to rest, and Luke drank beer with Thor and asked about the situation in Asgard. Previously, Thor had only said a few words, and hadn't touched on the details. Now that Luke asked, Thor gave a proper account of the devastation which Asgard had experienced. Luke still found it unbelievable. The Dark Elves can get through your security systems so easily. Thor smiled bitterly. In any case, they're a very ancient and powerful race. It was my grandfather who defeated them. We have records of the Dark Elves, but that was 5,000 years ago. Who would remember them now? Luke thought for a moment and realized that was true. The lifespan of an Asgardian was about 3,000 years. After 5,000 years, anyone who had fought the Dark Elves before would definitely be gone. For Earthlings, it was like a legend of a ruthless race from 160 to 170 years ago appearing once more. Who would think of such an enemy right away, and be able to take perfect precautions? How strong are the cursed warriors? Luke asked another question he was interested in. Thor hesitated. Even for me, it's not easy to kill one quickly. Looking at his expression, Luke knew that Thor was putting up a front again. 2031 A toast to victory. According to Thor, both Frigga and Loki had been killed by cursed warriors. How could he not be angry? He didn't say that he had killed the other party. Perhaps it wasn't a matter of speed, but of helplessness. Besides, the cursed warriors were the elite troops of the Dark Elves, and would face generals like Thor to begin with. If the cursed warriors were too weak and could be defeated in a few moves, then the ordinary soldiers of the Dark Elves would just be thrashed by Asgard's generals. The fact that the Dark Elves were able to fight their way into Asgard this time was enough to prove that they had a certain level of strength, and that their combat strength was on par with Asgard's army. If it were an army like the Chitauri or Earthlings, whose combat strength was so far removed, they wouldn't even be able to find the entrance to Asgard. Looking at it this way, the only thing of note when it came to the Dark Elves were the cursed warriors and Malekith, the leader who had obtained the ether. It sounded simple, but it was just like how the individuals of note in Thanos' army were Thanos himself and his 4 generals. Just because there were fewer targets didn't mean they were easy to deal with. The ether was also known as the reality stone, and could turn illusions into reality. With the stone, things that couldn't be done normally could become reality. Although a single stone was far less powerful than an infinity glove with all 6 stones, it shouldn't be a problem to use it against Thor. Thor had also said that even when he used Mjolnir, he couldn't destroy the reality stone. After obtaining the stone, Malekith didn't even bother with him, and just turned around and left. That was the most disturbing thing. In doing that, Malekith clearly didn't think it was necessary to waste time dealing with Thor, much less treat him like a strong enemy. However, Luke had no intention of calling for reinforcements. With the level 3 clone's current strength, the Bat Squad's androids were enough. Luke switched out with the level 1 clone back in New York, then flew to London with the level 2 clone. If Malekith's ether could destroy the clone, then Luke would summon another one. In any case, because of experiments and to save credit points, the level 2 clone was still half crippled, so it was fine if it died once. At 5 in the morning, after drinking several pots of coffee and going to the toilet 7 or 8 times, the 2 scientists finally worked out everything and gave the final conclusion: the center of the convergence would be in Greenwich. Students would have heard this name in geography class. It was southeast of London, where the prime meridian, which was used to calculate time and longitude in the world, was located. It had the old Royal Naval College and the National Maritime Museum, making it a tourist spot of interest. Luke looked at the 2 scientists and confirmed again, "Are you sure this is the place?" Dr. Jane nodded quickly. "Yes, this is the place." This wasn't the only location she and Selvig had come up with. After discussing and modifying the algorithm many times, they finally confirmed that it was here. The margin of error couldn't get any lower. A 100% accuracy didn't refer to the scientific analysis, but to the recorded experimental outcomes. Dr. Selvig, on the other hand, was a little more modest. "Bring my gadget with you. We'll be able to confirm it after a live test." Luke nodded and looked at Darcy and the intern, who were yawning nonstop. "You don't have to go." He could do his best to protect the 2 scientists since they were key tech personnel, but he definitely didn't have time to take care of extras. Darcy and her intern didn't feel indignant. If an alien war broke out, they would be courting death if they ran into the center of it. Only an idiot would throw their life away. Then, Luke poured 4 mugs of coffee from the coffee pot on the table and gave them to the 2 scientists who had dark circles under their bloodshot eyes, as well as to Thor, who wasn't in a good mood. He raised his mug first. 2. Victory. The 2 scientists, who had been up all night, wanted to throw up when they smelled the coffee. Seeing Luke down his in one gulp, however, they could only drink it with bitter faces. Thor didn't even taste the coffee as he drank. His mind was focused on the battle that might happen later. A moment later, the 3 of them felt the exhaustion and pain in their bodies swiftly disappear, to be replaced with robust energy. Thor, who had already taken 2 steps away, came back and picked up the coffee pot that Luke had just put down. He poured another cup and drank the coffee. 2 seconds later, he turned around and looked at Luke. "Another cup. I want whatever you added to it earlier." Luke thought for a moment, then picked up the coffee pot and covered one hand with the other and pretended to do something, when in fact, he was releasing a tube of Life 1 from his inventory into the coffee. Then, he poured another cup for everyone. 1 cup each, just this once. It didn't matter if he gave Thor some Life 1, but he couldn't let the other people present think that these benefits came easy. What if the two scientists felt that it was easy to get their hands on this thing and wanted to study it, or took it as an energy drug? That would be a pain in the ass. 4. This wastrel could even give away the remains of his father's destroyer. He might even help his girlfriend get a box of Life One to play with. Next time, Thor would have to pay for whatever he wanted. As the crown prince of Asgard, he still had this bit of money. Thus, they started a new day of hard work in high spirits. Luke, Thor and the two scientists went to Greenwich to investigate the scene, ready to beat up people at any time. Darcy and the intern, well, whatever. In any case, they just didn't have to go near Greenwich. At 5:30 in the morning in November, London was still dark before dawn. After Dr. Selvig took out 3 long surveillance rods, rich man Luke turned his nose up at them. Too few, and they're not safe. He walked to the back of the van and opened the door to reveal a whole bunch of the rods. I had someone make a batch. You don't mind, do you? Dr. Selvig was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said awkwardly, I don't mind, but with just a few of us. He didn't expect Luke and Thor to do this sort of low-level work, much less drive. Jane, wouldn't he be the only one putting these rods in place? Luke gave him a tablet. You just need to mark the locations and they'll do the rest. As he spoke, a dozen people gathered around him. They were either wearing hoodies or caps, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly in the dark. The two scientists were dazed. They had only ever had 1 or 2 interns work for them as free labor. They had never experienced what it was like to have lackeys to do the work for them. Thor, on the other hand, wasn't impressed. You have fewer people, but it's enough for this sort of thing. What could Luke say? He couldn't compete with the crown prince in terms of numbers. Quality was important when it came to subordinates. Thor easily had 1,000 years to teach a youngster. How could Luke compare? He could only wave his hand silently, indicating for the Bat Squad members to disperse and get to work. 2032 Anticipation, arrival of the Dark Elves. The people who were helping out were all from Ursa Minor. Basically all of them were now adults, and cracking down on hooligans, gang members and criminals could be considered a daily activity for them. It was time for them to experience what a battle was like. In any case, they were using the androids. Luke wasn't afraid that their lives would be in danger. Mindy and the Little Turtles had already participated in several battles, and were here to take the newbies around to earn credit points. The Little Turtles were very diligent. Even as they laughed on Ursa Minor's team channel, they brought the other team members around to put the surveillance rods in place. Standing next to the river, Luke silently observed them. Joseph was his main focus. That was right, Joseph was here too. Luke had known, but didn't stop him. Just like how Claire had never really crossed the threshold to become a superhero, Luke didn't plan to urge Joseph to become one. This was a personal choice. Luke just needed to lay the foundation for them. What they wanted to do was up to them. With the extra help, Selvig and Jane quickly got to work. They had already done the necessary calculations, and were now just verifying them on the spot. Thus, it didn't take more than a few minutes for them to come to a verdict: the center of the convergence was here. After that, the two of them were sent away. The surveillance or whatnot could be controlled remotely, and intelligence could be reported via the comms which Luke had given them. There was no need for the two fragile scientists to remain at the scene. Also, similar to the Battle of New York, there was a clear center. It was unlikely that the Dark Elves would go to the trouble of destroying London, and there was a low chance that they would be accidentally injured. If they really wanted to destroy London, then so be it. Luke had some hidden connections in England, but there was no way they could change things in London. At most, they released some fake news to reduce the number of people who came to Greenwich today. Close the roads. Don't even think about it. Young people in particular didn't care about official warnings at all. If they were told that there would be an alien attack here, this place would probably become a party venue, and they might even march around with signs proclaiming freedom. Luke didn't want to be responsible for young idiots who had a death wish. Idiots could be scolded when they were alive, but when they died, the blame would naturally fall on someone else. Big Dipper was indeed the scapegoat king, but that was for Luke and the other aliases. He didn't want to get involved in the misfortunes of the British government and young idiots. By the time he was done with his preparations, it was already past 7. The sky was starting to turn gray, indicating that it would be another wet and cold rainy day. What a good day to kill people, he murmured. Thor, who had a heavy expression the entire time, couldn't help but say, "You're completely different from Bruce." If the other party were an Asgardian, he would definitely test this disposition. Thor was great to fight with, but not easy to kill. The most important thing was to have a good fight. He didn't think about killing, it was just that most of his opponents were weaker. Leaning against a thick pillar of the Naval College, Luke looked at the dark sky and said indifferently, "You're wrong. He's exactly like me when it comes to killing aliens." At this reminder, Thor remembered how half the Chitauri fleet had been blown up by night in the Battle of New York, and couldn't say anything in response. He couldn't help but mutter, "We Asgardians are also aliens." Luke curled his lip. "If you hadn't stopped us, do you think we would have let Loki leave Earth alive?" Thor recalled his little brother, who had almost been beaten up by night. His lips twitched, and he felt that he really wasn't good with small talk, so he decisively shut up. Luke talked big, but felt a little sorry. As long as Odin was around, nobody would dare kill Loki. From Thor's description, Odin was always the best to his son, and Thor would inherit the throne. However, Loki had done so many rotten things, and when he went back, he was locked up with good food and drinks. As long as Loki was shameless enough to cry for his father to love him again, he could still come out and live a carefree life years or decades later. An adopted son couldn't compare with a biological son, but he was still thousands of times more noble than Earthlings. The moment Loki was adopted, he stood above everyone else in the 9 realms, which was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. Luke had to admit that fact. Otherwise, there was no way he would let go of such a big boss like Loki, who was worth so many experience and credit points. This time, it was the Dark Elves, who had a grudge against Asgard, who were doing whatever they wanted. They wanted to destroy the 9 realms. Wasn't this a mission to save the world? For this reason, Luke decided that he had to kill Malekith later. Malekith, who only had the ether, should be a little easier to kill than Thanos with the complete Infinity Glove. Suddenly, Jane's voice came through the comms. "The fluctuations of the gravitational field have increased. The 9 realms are about to converge." Luke and Thor looked to the Thames in the north. A strong wind blew, kicking up waves on the surface of the river. Then, 10 white lines appeared on the river and got increasingly bigger as they headed toward the shore. "Thor, they're here," Luke said. "Go distract them. I'll get my friends and team members to cooperate with you." Thor nodded, knowing that Big Dipper was going to lay low and then attack the Dark Elves at a critical moment. Although he liked to fight head-on, that didn't mean that he wouldn't use these small tactics. On the contrary, his subordinates were very familiar with this move. That was because Thor was Asgard's strongest monster draw. Luke retreated into the shadows behind the pillar and turned invisible before he disappeared. During their brief exchange of words, huge black battleships shaped like a cross exited stealth mode and charged aggressively up the riverbank. The ground was cleaved open by the sharp tips of the battleships, and half of the Maritime Museum and the Naval College collapsed. In the end, over 10 battleships surrounded the prime meridian in a semicircle. Thor landed dozens of meters away from the battleship in the middle. The top of the battleships glowed red. 10 seconds later, the bottom of the battleships opened, and armed Dark Elf soldiers poured out. At the same time, fighter planes that looked like vertical knives flew out from the sides of the battleships and scattered in the air. Thor raised his head and looked around. He wasn't afraid of all the enemies. Instead, he roared, "Malekith! 2033 battle, Uncle Ivan is rich. Asgardian, death will come to you soon." A man with half his face burnt and wearing a black cape stepped out from among the soldiers. He was clearly different from the other Dark Elves. He looked at Thor with slightly red eyes and said gloomily, "Why rush to die?" Thor's expression was as unyielding as ever. "I won't die at your hands, Malekith." With only half his face intact, Malekith smiled mockingly and looked up. 8 huge wormholes appeared in the sky. Knowing that it was almost time, Malekith strode over to Thor. "Really? It seems you forgot how your brother died." As soon as he said that, a sturdy figure 2.5 meters tall walked out from behind him and approached Thor. Malekith, on the other hand, stopped and looked up at the sky. If it was Bor's son, Odin, who had come, Malekith would have met him on equal ground. The person in front of him was just Bor's grandson, the Prince of Asgard. It was beneath Malekith to bother with him. He had no interest in killing Thor back then. Now that the 9 realms were converging, he was even less interested in dealing with this idiot with a head full of muscles. Thor looked at the tall stranger who was striding over, and his expression turned fierce. Cursed warrior. It was this guy who had thrown out a black hole grenade and killed Loki. Wait, Thor was about to take action, when a figure jumped out of the remains of the museum not far away and glided over. He turned around and saw the man's helmet open to reveal an African-American face. "I'll deal with this guy. You take down Malekith." Stunned, Thor subconsciously turned his head to look at Malekith. The leader of the Dark Elves was wearing black armor and a black cape, and his skin was pale. The newcomer was wearing white armor, had a pair of silver-white wings on his back, and his skin was dark. Was this guy an archenemy of the Dark Elves? The Crown Prince couldn't help but wonder. The contrast was stark. "Who are you?" Thor remembered that he had seen this face before, but couldn't recall where exactly. The level 2 clone rolled its eyes. "Wilson's friend, White Wolf. But here, they like to call me Angel of Judgment." Right, this person was in the information of their allies which Knight had told Thor to look at. Enlightened, Thor mumbled inwardly, "Silver-winged angel versus Dark Elf." White Wolf made his identity known and, seeing Thor's expression, he knew that the latter had remembered him. "Europe is my territory. Since they're here, of course I have to entertain them." With that, he closed his helmet, drew a longsword from his back with his left hand, and charged at the cursed warrior. This person was at least an elite minor boss. It would be a shame if Thor killed him. Naturally, Luke had to do it himself. As for Malekith, the level 3 clone, Big Dipper, was still waiting. White Wolf's longsword drew dark streaks through the air as it slashed at the cursed warrior. The cursed warrior met the attack fearlessly and raised his hand to block. Clang, 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 clang. Before the tall and sturdy guy could react, he was sent flying by the huge force of the longsword. Although the level 2 clone only had 20 strength, the actual coefficient effect was 12 times greater. Adding on the combination of several physical abilities and the heavy longsword made from special Muto shell, the impact was astonishing. The cursed warrior smashed through the huge pillar and into the museum. Luke's white figure followed him like a ghost. The cursed warrior roared angrily, and a huge battle broke out inside the museum. Malekith looked at the museum in surprise, then looked back at Thor, who was approaching him. He raised his hand unhappily and waved behind him. With a clatter, the Dark Elf soldiers raised their energy guns and aimed at Thor. Malekith said mockingly, "Boy, this isn't Asgard." Thor's face was determined, and he still had a tough expression. "But this isn't your hometown." "Oh, right, my grandfather blew that up long ago. You slipped away faster than a dog." Disgusted, Malachi's ordered, "Fire." Thump 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 thump. Heavy machine gun fire rang out as armor-piercing bullets were fired from all directions. The soldiers who had been about to start firing were sent flying. Their armor was very sturdy and could withstand some of the force from the armor-piercing bullets, but this conversely became their nightmare. Their bodies took the brunt of the impact, and every soldier who was hit by the machine gun fire turned into a bowling ball, smashing their comrades to the ground. The Dark Elves were in a mess, and naturally couldn't focus on Thor. Before the soldiers could react, blazing white energy bullets shot out. Unlike machine gun fire, the energy contained in these bullets wasn't something that the soldiers' standard armor could completely withstand. A soldier could only take 2 or 3 bullets at most before their body was roasted by the huge energy or even partially disintegrated. In just a few seconds, hundreds of Dark Elven soldiers scattered around Greenwich had fallen. Sensing that something was wrong, the fighter planes in the air turned around and prepared to launch a counterattack. But in the next moment, thick plasma beams shot into the sky and hit them. At the same time, a huge red, white and blue suit of armor charged into the sky. The 8 plasma whips on its back twisted and waved as it swept through the planes like a monster octopus. The white plasma whips swept over every plane in its path. Ivan laughed wildly on Ursa Minor's team channel. "Ha ha ha ha, kids, your Uncle Ivan is rich. I'll pay back your credit points after this match." The Bat Squad and Ursa Minor, you have the cheek to say that so loudly. Is it a grand thing to cheat kids out of credit points? Even as they cursed inwardly, the spirits of both teams were lifted. The youngsters in Ursa Minor, in particular, who had been stunned by the Dark Elf fleet, felt deeply ashamed. Even Ivan, that crazy uncle, was so brave. Could it be that they weren't as good as he was? The truth was, they really weren't as good as Ivan. Although there were more of them, most of them were using machine guns, which weren't as damaging as plasma cannons. However, the speed and impact of the armor-piercing bullets were on par with the high-energy plasma beams. At the very least, a large number of the Dark Elf soldiers were sent rolling by the armor-piercing bullets, and looked like they were completely routed. 2034 Battle Royal, interference. Making use of Ursa Minor's firepower to distract the Dark Elves, the Bat Squad successfully launched a surprise attack and took down a lot of Dark Elf soldiers and planes. Even though the Dark Elves still had the absolute advantage in numbers, Luke's side had the upper hand on the battlefield. The one who should be anxious right now was Malekith. He only had 10 minutes at most to get rid of these hindrances. After a while, the convergence point would disappear. Even with the ether, he would be a sitting duck. Asgard, which had just recovered, could mobilize a large number of troops to chase him down. At that time, his only choice would be to hide again and sleep for another 5,000 years. It hadn't been easy to break into Asgard. After this operation, the Dark Elves had lost at least half their forces. At the very least, it was very hard to create more cursed warriors. If he slept for another 5,000 years, the Dark Elves would definitely be the weakest existence in the universe when he woke up. At that time, any space pirates that were just a little stronger would be able to beat them up. If they still wanted to destroy the universe, they could only pray for the ancestors of the Dark Elves to protect them. Intense explosions rang out as the planes fell from the sky. They were very good at offense, but not as good at defense. Their opponents weren't even 1/5 as big as the planes, but in their armor and gear, the Bat Squad members were much more agile. Hundreds of fighter planes wasn't a small amount, but they were caught off guard by the Bat Squad, which had been ready and waiting. Ivan also relied on a 5.0 version of the electric cable armor and external gear to transform into a close-range combat octopus in the air, using the thrusters and tentacles to move irregularly among the fighter planes. In less than 20 seconds, he had taken down more than 30 planes. Each plane was worth 20 credit points. Getting 1,000 points today wouldn't be a problem. If he found an opportunity to use his strongest whips to blow up a few battleships worth 200 points each, getting 2,000 credit points wouldn't be too hard. For someone like him whose points had always been in the negatives, he absolutely couldn't miss out on such generous profits in any case. He was only using the android to remotely control the armor, so his life wasn't in danger. Of course, if the android and armor were blown up, he would lose hundreds of credit points, so Ivan wouldn't act recklessly. In comparison, Damon and Frank weren't as eye-catching as he was, but their actual results weren't bad. Both of them were using sniper gear, and the bullets that were made from Muto shell were very durable. Ordinary machine gun armor-piercing bullets only caused sparks when they hit the fighter planes, but when the planes were hit by the Muto armor-piercing bullets, they were riddled with holes. Taking advantage of the moment when Ivan went berserk and drew the attention of the planes, the two veteran fighters took down more than 20 fighter planes. Only then did the remaining 100 fighter planes sense their presence, and some of them fired at the two men. After White Wolf and the cursed warriors started fighting. In the museum, the Naval College on the other side was also implicated and was turned into rubble by the plasma beams. The Bat Squad wasn't to be outdone. Alice, Angel and Splinter weren't outstanding shooters, but they responded very quickly on the battlefield, so all three of them were using high-energy, high-output energy guns. The three of them were only responsible for moving quickly and erratically. The AI program was basically in charge of opening fire, and they focused on firing at fighter planes that got too close. At the same time, when Damon and Frank requested backup, the three of them would blindly fire at the locations that Damon and Frank marked out to disrupt the attack on them. The battle had started, but the Level 3 clone, Big Dipper, was still hiding on the side and silently watching the battle between Malekith and Thor. What made Luke speechless was that their battle was extremely boring. The ether used by Malekith was like a dark red twister, and Thor's Mjolnir hammer sizzled with white light. The two of them fought like kids in what was pretty much a back and forth. In Luke's eyes, there was no technique to this fight at all. They were purely relying on their weapons to fight head-on. But Luke was really envious. It wasn't like Luke didn't want to fight head-on. It was just that he didn't have the means. The ether was a weapon of the Dark Elves to begin with. Although it wasn't as efficient and powerful as the Infinity Glove, it crushed most other powers. Without the divine power of Mjolnir, Thor wouldn't be able to block it at all. However, it couldn't be said that Malekith was very good at controlling the ether. As one of the 6 stones, the ether was more powerful than Mjolnir. In the end, neither one could defeat the other quickly. Hence this back and forth, like a kid's fight. Luke was happy to see this. Malekith only had 7 to 8 minutes left. If he didn't take care of Thor in this period of time, he wouldn't have time to release the ether to destroy the 9 realms. Thus, Luke wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he waited for Malekith to make a move. If he rushed, he would be careless, and if he was careless, he would be defeated. In this sort of precarious situation, Malekith, who was in a hurry, had no choice. The convergence of the 9 realms was an opportunity for the Dark Elves to re-establish themselves, but they could also be wiped out in one swoop. At that moment, Tony sent Luke a communication request. Luke connected the call, only to see the Tycoon's unhappy face. "Big Spoon, all of you are out to fight aliens in London, and you didn't get the Avengers to help. We're all responsible for Earth's safety. Same rules, we take a 20% commission fee for your team points," said Luke calmly. 10%. Tony the Shark decisively cut it in half. Luke. 15%. Tony said, "Deal. The androids we're going to use are already in Zone A of the public space storage. Take them out quickly and open the communication channel." They cut the deal quickly. Tony didn't want to waste time when a battle was on. The videos coming out of England that were uploaded by Death Courting passers-by showed that the battle had entered a fierce stage. If the Avengers were late, they would miss out on a lot of credit points. Luke said, "You can go online in 5 seconds. Tony said, "Hurry up. Everybody on our side is waiting to go online. I'm going to lie down too." As he spoke, he ended the call and lay down. Luke snuck into the rubble on the side and took out the biggest android that was in the Avengers' public space storage. Of course, this was Tony's android. The huge gold and red body was equipped with a lot of external weapons. It was absolutely a mean firepower machine. The Tycoon had taken out this thing to deal with the enemy's battleships and fighter planes. After tossing out this lethal weapon, Luke didn't stop as he continued moving through the surrounding rubble. Of course, he couldn't place everyone in one place. That would be disadvantageous to the Bat Squad. As he tossed out the Avengers, he couldn't help but shake his head. The Bat Squad was already here. Sure enough, since everyone now had androids, there was nobody who didn't want credit points. 2035 The Avengers are online, one-upping each other. The Avengers' public space also contained androids for Steve, Natasha, Clint and Sam Falcon. This was clear from the characteristics of each android. Steve's android also had a shield, and it was a vibranium shield which could expand. This was Tony's reward, after following Luke's suggestion in the wake of the incident with Ultron to return the stolen goods to Wakanda. As soon as he obtained this reward, he gave 60% to Luke. Although it was less than what the anti-gravity device had contained, Wakanda had still given him the basic process for making vibranium weapons. At the same time, the Avengers and the Bat Squad became close friends of Wakanda. Natasha's android had the emblem of a black spider on its suit. Clint's android had a Gatling-style quiver on its back. Coupled with the armor's power, he no longer had to worry about being unable to pull the bowstrings to fire 100 to 200 arrows. Sam's android had retractable wings and 2 guns. In the end, even Wanda and Pietro, who had transferred to the Avengers as interns, had a share. The dark red female and gray suits belonged to them respectively. That was because it was Luke who had made these 2 sets of armor. The Tycoon could make the androids and armor himself, and also didn't need to spend credit points. Giving each team member a set for free was nothing. However, there were 2 things that limited the Avengers' use of the armor. First was the lack of adaptability. Second, and most importantly, was the Tycoon's obsession with cleanliness. The armor for the Tycoon was like the wife pillow for a shut-in. Even if he already had a lot of them, he didn't want anyone else to touch them. It was thanks to Luke's devious mindset that this situation turned around. He came up with a rotten idea for Natasha. He kept only the main parts of the armor which he had provided to the Avengers for temporary use, and then sold them at a clearance price of 100 credit points. After the Avengers got them, they asked Tony for help with repairs. Tony had immediately contacted Knight and cursed him roundly before repairing the armor. That was because these things really couldn't be considered his work. At the very least, the main design and framework had been produced by Luke, and they had already been modified before. Since Luke had found this loophole, Tony's habit kicked in. When he repaired the armor, he subconsciously used better raw materials and optimized and modified them. In the end, the Avengers' second-hand armor was at least 50% better than the original. Of course, it wasn't because Luke wasn't skilled, but because the original armor he had provided was an ordinary model. Only the Black Widow suit was slightly better, but because it was a product from a few years ago, the technology was clearly outdated. Tony, on the other hand, used high-end raw materials and new technology from the last 2 years. It would be strange if there wasn't a significant improvement. What surprised Luke was that although Tony had been very enthusiastic about cutting in, the latter didn't come out immediately after he went online. He waited quietly in the debris for 30 seconds. At that moment, all the Avengers were online and connected to the team channel. Steve and Frank simply coordinated and distributed the tasks between the two teams, and only when the combat orders were issued did Tony charge out. However, the moment the guy charged out, he fired a shower of missiles and energy cannons with both hands. Luke rolled his eyes. Fine, it must have been hard on him to wait until Steve was done nagging. Fortunately, Steve was very familiar with the Tycoon's personality, and hadn't counted on him listening to orders, so the Avengers' assault was still very organized. When the Bat Squad drew the attention of most of the fighter planes, the Avengers ambushed them. The main thing was that the surrounding buildings had already been reduced to rubble. Even if there were troops hiding inside, they should already have been crippled. Who would have thought that another intact and formidable combat team would appear? However, it wasn't the Dark Elves who were really unhappy about Tony's appearance, but Ivan. Ever since he joined the Bat Squad, his life goals shifted. Not only was he like the Tycoon from 10 years ago in terms of a relaxed and entertaining lifestyle, his tech development and upgrades, his cockiness on the battlefield, and his hookups with girls were all the same. The giant armor with that familiar red and gold color scheme soared into the sky. The moment it started attacking like crazy, Ivan subconsciously thought of his enemy. He couldn't help but curse. Suka blah. Unfortunately, he was instantly silenced by Bobo's anti-Deadpool program. Ivan didn't notice at all. He only felt his soul burn. He couldn't lose to that idiot. The strongest whip which he had been holding back suddenly lashed out in the air. One of the battleships was releasing the remaining fighter planes. The muzzles of the energy cannons were starting to glow, but the red light at the top suddenly went out. A tiny crack appeared in the center. Then, half the cross-shaped battleship suddenly fell to one side. The rest fell to the other side, dispatched by Ivan in one blow. Hearing the loud bang, many Dark Elf soldiers subconsciously turned around. The Avengers were also shocked. Ivan's arrogant shout rang out on the Bat Squad's internal comms. The first 200 points is mine. Ura, the Avengers and the Bat Squad. When Tony heard this and saw the fallen battleship, the corners of his eyes twitched. The huge red and gold armor suddenly sped up and smashed through a fighter plane with its head. It placed its hands in front of the reactor in its chest. Z. An enormous orange-red plasma beam pierced the top of the battleship. The control room on the top of the battleship turned orange before it exploded, and the battleship fell into the river. Is getting 200 points for a battleship very hard? He said on the team channel. Ivan's face immediately darkened, but before he could say anything, a notification appeared on his and Tony's screens at the same time. Chatting on the team channel is prohibited. This is the first warning from Commander Hammersmith. 10 credit points deducted. Ivan, DMN Hammersmith, what's so great about the authority to deduct credit points? He really couldn't afford to offend the other party. A certain Russian decisively shut up. After all, his credit points were still in the negative. 2036. Where did Thor go? Tony immediately stopped bickering with Ivan. What he cared about wasn't the 10 credit points, but the fact that the second warning would be displayed on the public screen for 10 seconds. The third warning was a conspicuous lashing that would be pinned in the channel until the end of the battle, and then analyzed for all team members to admire. What was even more troublesome was that this was the Bat Squad's training rules. It was mainly aimed at instances when people used the public channel to make noise about something petty. It was impossible to forbid any sort of chatter during battle, so scores could only be settled later. Tony wouldn't fall out with Knight just because his name was used in the other party's internal teaching materials. After Tony and Ivan shut up, their battle to one-up each other became more intense. Their armor was very resistant and agile, and they were good targets for drawing the attention of the battleships and fighter planes. The others didn't have to endure as heavy a barrage of firepower, but while the situation was at an impasse, they were still under a lot of pressure. More than 20 androids had been indirectly destroyed by cannon fire from the enemy's battleships, and most of the casualties were Ursa Minors, newbies. Compared with the Bat Squad members who had experienced several battles, Ursa Minor was indeed too inexperienced in the face of a super-veteran gang like the Dark Elves. Wanda and Pietro, these slightly older newbies, were also part of these casualties. Fortunately, as backup members of the Bat Squad, Luke had spare androids for them in his inventory. Frank and Damon, these two old tacticians, were too cunning. Not only had they blown up almost 20 planes, they also worked together to blow up the battleships. This immediately caught the attention of the Dark Elves. The main cannons on 2 battleships directly blew up their hiding spots, and their sniper gear was turned to dust. Tony and Ivan, on the other hand, relied on their outstanding skills to avoid dozens of ordinary attacks and evade fire from the battleship's cannons. Even so, the Tycoon felt like he was about to throw up as he spun in the air. He took the time to look at Malekith and Thor, and couldn't help but curse. WTF, where's Thor? Where did that guy go? Bang! A plasma beam from a fighter plane brushed past his armor, interrupting him. The Level 3 clone still didn't take action and simply waited not far from the convergence. He and Malekith fought their way to Vanaheim first, then back to Earth, then to Jotunheim, and then back to Earth. Who knows which realm they're fighting in now? Tony. How do you know that? Luke said, I checked the surveillance readings in passing. Tony asked, when are you going to make a move? Luke said, when it's time to make a move. Tony. Okay, I hope it won't be long. Luke said, relax, the convergence point will appear in about 5 minutes. As long as Malekith doesn't want to fail, he'll be back before that. Tony blew up a fighter plane. Then that's fine. Leave it to me. Luke silently glanced at the leaderboard. Ivan had more than 2,300 points, while Tony only had 1,600. He still had the cheek to say, leave it to me. Luke mocked inwardly. After communicating with Tony, he frowned. This cursed warrior is really hard to deal with. The Level 2 clone, White Wolf, had been fighting the warrior for almost 4 minutes. Apart from some light injuries, the other party was still alive and kicking. The cursed warrior himself had some strange energy block on him which made telekinesis useless. He was also no weaker than Thor, so there was no reaction when his vitals were stabbed. Luke had wanted to behead the cursed warrior and see if would still jump around after losing his head. However, the other party really wasn't ordinary trash, and firmly protected his neck. Also, the guy's armor was very sturdy. He had fought Thor before, it was impossible that he hadn't been hit by Mjolnir, but his armor wasn't clearly damaged. Although Luke's longswords were made from Muto shell, they couldn't break through the cursed warrior's defense. That was already pretty good. If it were the old metal longswords, they would have broken when they hit the armor. There were only 5 minutes left. Luke no longer had the patience to waste time on the cursed warrior. With a thought, he let go of the longswords, and the White Wolf armor popped open so that it looked more like 2 pieces of armor hanging on the front and back of his body. Then, his body swelled up rapidly, and his muscles twisted together like tree roots. Although the cursed warrior was surprised, he didn't slow down at all as he grabbed at Luke's neck. The neck was his weakness, and it was the same with Luke. As long as the cursed warrior got hold of Luke's neck, he could use the special cursed energy to corrode his neck and cut off his head. Unfortunately, this wasn't 2023. The White Wolf alias, which rarely appeared, was prepared to kill. He wasn't about to yell out, power XX%, and had gone all out at 120% right away. Luke was as big as the cursed warrior. As the cursed warrior reached for his neck, Luke grabbed his forearm with his right hand. Without waiting for the cursed warrior to react, he stepped forward and stomped heavily on the other party's foot. This didn't have much effect on the cursed warrior's heavy combat boot, but it did interrupt his forward momentum. He couldn't help but pause. Luke abruptly pulled back on the warrior's arm with his right hand and then slammed into his stomach with his left shoulder. He activated vibration at full force. Most of it was blocked by the breastplate, but a small portion passed through the warrior's body. The strange tremor caused the cursed warrior to pause again. Still gripping the other party's left arm tightly, Luke bent down and swept past on the right. He turned around and pressed up against the man's back. The head of the cursed warrior, who had been knocked down, was at the level of Luke's chest. One looked up and the other looked down, and their eyes met. Sensing extreme danger, the cursed warrior gathered energy in his right hand. Black and red mixed like lava in his hand, and he abruptly made a jab at Luke's face. Too late, boss. With a wicked smile, Luke suddenly raised his right leg and clamped down. He wrapped his right arm around the cursed warrior's neck, grabbed the sharp horn on the man's helmet, and twisted hard. There was the sound of bones cracking as the cursed warrior's head was slowly twisted to the side. Anxiety and fear finally appeared in those cold and ruthless eyes. The cursed warrior wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die at this critical moment. After all, he was the only true general under Malekith. Once he died, White Wolf, who could suppress him head-on, would be free to attack Malekith with Thor. With these two interfering, how could Malekith complete the difficult mission of releasing the ether and destroying the 9 realms? 2037 not giving him a chance, temporary wormholes open Luke, using the White Wolf alias, was shameless and didn't need to put on an act at all. Since he was already going all out, all that was left was to kill the cursed warrior. Even though the warrior's hands were red and the armor on Luke's hands and feet burned and started to warp, that couldn't stop the warrior's head from being twisted. In particular, when Luke sent out another vibration to make the cursed warrior shake, the resistance in his neck instantly dropped. Crack! Luke twisted the big head in the hideous helmet 180 degrees, and the burning energy in the warrior's hands suddenly faded. Luke was unmoved and had no intention of letting go. There was no system notification that he had killed the cursed warrior. Clearly, this guy wasn't really dead yet. At the very least, he hadn't died hard enough. He wrapped his right arm around the head and twisted twice more. Cracks rang out non-stop. Even the skin and muscles of the cursed warrior's neck couldn't withstand the huge twist and started to tear. Luke stretched out his hand to cover the warrior's head. His already thick right arm suddenly swelled even more as he shouted, "Die!" Hiss! With a low tearing sound, the cursed warrior's entire head was torn off. His eyes were full of anger and resentment. Twisting his head twice could only be considered an ordinary injury. With some time, he would have been able to turn his head back. But the monster in front of him didn't give him that chance. Then, he realized that chance would never come. Luke tossed the head onto the battlefield without looking at it, and it flew past Ivan. Ivan, who was on a killing spree, lashed out with his 8 tentacles and didn't care about the ball-like object at all. He also didn't notice when it landed on his plasma whip. It was cut in half, and 2 balls of red energy exploded. Looking at the kill notification in the system, Luke let out a breath. As expected of a monster who can go up against Thor, he didn't die even after his head was twisted. As he spoke, he put the huge body in front of him into his inventory. This thing was covered in strange cursed energy. Luke wouldn't even have been able to put the armor in his inventory if he didn't kill the cursed warrior. It was really troublesome. He checked the damage to the armor. It was actually as high as 26%. The left hand and right leg of the armor which Luke had used to hold the warrior down had lost most of their functions. Thankfully, his 120% power outburst made him at least 5 times stronger, and activating it suddenly had also caught the cursed warrior off guard. If this attack had failed, the other party would have raised his guard and Luke might not have been able to kill him so quickly. Even as he thought that, his body and armor returned to normal and he charged out. The cursed warrior hadn't been wrong in his thinking. Luke had risked his level 2 clone being injured to kill the cursed warrior so that he could go and besiege Malekith. He wasn't afraid that Malekith would take down Thor. This little bit of time wasn't enough for him to do that. But if it was all thanks to Thor that Malekith didn't return in time, most of the contribution rate for this mission would go to Thor. Thor had barely become a 1-star teammate, and Luke could only get 10% of the experience and credit points. Naturally, he couldn't accept such a huge loss. He headed straight for the sky hundreds of meters away. A few seconds ago, the drones covering this whole area had captured Thor and Malekith falling from above and then disappearing into thin air. What was even more bizarre was that Mjolnir had become an unmanned weapon. It flew around London on its own, disappearing and reappearing every now and then. Just now, it directly soared into the sky and had been about to break through the stratosphere. Luke knew that this was the fault of the convergence. After Thor threw out Mjolnir, he might have entered another realm. Sensing that its master had suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, Mjolnir directly flew into the universe to track its master's aura. Less than 2 seconds later, the White Wolf clone charged into the air where Thor had disappeared and appeared in a dark world. Svartalheim. With just one look, Luke basically knew where he was. Each of the 9 realms was very distinctive, and there were only a few realms that were darker. Jotunheim, where the ice giants were, was also very dark, but there was ice everywhere. Helheim was the afterlife, and wasn't suitable for humans at all. The environment in Svartalheim was harsh, but it couldn't compare with Helheim. As Luke's mind raced, there was a loud bang behind a hill not far away. Luke turned slightly in the air and dove down. He drew the longsword from his back and threw it. Malekith was holding Thor by the neck with both hands to kill him. Suddenly, he felt something enter the range of the ether. He subconsciously turned his head, and the longsword that had been aimed at his chest stabbed into his right shoulder. Malekith grunted and staggered back 2 steps. He pushed out at White Wolf with his left hand, and the ether turned into dark red spikes. White Wolf's body suddenly lit up with a faint white light. He used telekinesis, which was injected with faith value, to form a spike that charged at the ether. Boom! White Wolf and Malekith were both sent flying. Malekith just happened to crash into Thor, who had just gotten up. The two of them flew back more than 10 meters and suddenly disappeared into thin air. White Wolf flew dozens of meters before he got his bearings. He immediately charged back and tried to chase after the other two. In the end, nothing happened when he flew through that space. He immediately turned around and tried again, but nothing happened. White Wolf stopped with an ugly expression and couldn't help but curse. This D*MN temporary wormhole. That being said, Luke wasn't in a hurry. The level 2 clone could be sacrificed in the first place. Now, it was just trapped in Svartalheim. Besides, the level 3 clone, Big Dipper, was still crouched quietly next to the center of the convergence, and had a chance to earn a lot of experience points. Elsewhere, Malekith and Thor crashed into the temporary wormhole and re-emerged in London. After flying dozens of meters, they hit the glass dome of a building and immediately fell. The higher-ups of a certain company who were having a meeting raised their heads, only to see 2 people pressed to the glass. Stunned, their heads followed the movements of the 2 twisted faces which slid down the glass and disappeared. After a few seconds of silence, everybody subconsciously cried out and swarmed the glass, trying to look down. After that, a hammer charged down from the sky. The huge energy wave shattered the glass, and the shock wave that followed sent them flying. Spectators always had to pay a price. That was especially true if you saw a big shot's embarrassing side. 2038 weapon delivered to the door. Play the BGM as the big shots of 2 different realms fell, they disappeared in midair again. Big Dipper's lips twitched. FCK, be more serious. A battle between good and evil actually turned into a game of hide and seek. But all Luke could do was ridicule them. It was impossible to let the level 3 clone chase after them, who knew where it would end up. Sure enough, when there were 3 minutes left, Malekith rolled out of a temporary wormhole, which just happened to be on the prime meridian. Thor, well, the guy rolled out at a subway station a few stops away. As for his Mjolnir hammer, it had flown into some temporary wormhole after chasing him down from space, and there was no sign of it now. If it were Gold Nugget, the dog head, it would definitely complain to Luke for days after the battle. This gave Malekith an opportunity. Landing lightly at the designated location, he looked up at the sky. 8 giant wormholes connected to the other realms were scattered high and low in the air, but they were converging in a straight line. The 9 realms were right in front of him. All troops, open fire and cover me, Malekith ordered coldly. Now that he was about to do something big, he wouldn't be stingy with how he used his subordinates. As long as the 9 realms were destroyed and the universe returned to darkness, the Dark Elves could be reborn. Amidst the dense barrage, he stepped forward and raised his hands. Black and red ether particles spun around him. A huge black and red twister quickly stretched upward toward the first huge wormhole in the sky. It was Asgard. Even the control tower at the top of the Bifrost could be seen. Big Dipper, who had been waiting on the side, silently counted down, and his breathing gradually slowed down. There were only 2 minutes left before the 9 realms were in perfect alignment, but the curtain had already been raised on the show of destruction that was about to start. In these 2 minutes, the black and red twister formed by the ether would pass through the other 8 realms one after another. With every realm it passed through, its power would increase tremendously. Once it was connected through all 9 realms, it would explode and blow up the convergence point. This would cause a chain reaction throughout the 9 realms, which would quickly collapse. So, Luke couldn't give Malekith a chance to extend beyond Asgard. He had to take action. If this guy really destroyed the Bifrost, it wouldn't be easy for the level 3 clone to return to Earth. Suddenly, Luke heard a notification from Polaris. The Mjolnir hammer has appeared and is flying this way. His expression changed. The current situation was that Malekith was on the prime meridian, Luke was hiding in the ruins on the west side, and Thor was 10 kilometers to the west. Who knew where Mjolnir had reappeared on Earth, but it was headed west to meet up with its troublesome master. Luke couldn't help but glance at Mjolnir, which was almost at the meridian, and then at Malekith, who was surrounded by the ether twister. It seemed it would be necessary to borrow the weapon. Indeed, he couldn't use the divine power of the Mjolnir hammer, but it could withstand the ether, which was enough. Making up his mind, Big Dipper remained invisible as he darted out of the ruins and appeared 100 meters away in the air. He grabbed Mjolnir's handle. Mjolnir instantly stopped and twisted in his hand unwillingly. Luke's faith value in the system dropped rapidly at 10,000 per second as it completely cut off Mjolnir's connection to the outside world including Thor. Mjolnir immediately settled down, as if it had gone dormant. The thrusters under Big Dipper's feet and on his back fired at maximum power, and he used telekinesis to speed up even more. The black and white suit was no longer invisible. Pushed forward by the thrusters, it crashed into the black and red tornado with Mjolnir. Malekith was also a big-shot battlefield veteran, but most of his energy was focused on releasing the ether through the 9 realms. It wasn't until Big Dipper grabbed Mjolnir that Malekith realized that something was wrong, but there wasn't enough time to react. Apart from increasing the speed of the black and red tornado to obliterate the intruder, he didn't have time to think about anything else. However, the level 3 clone's stats were all 40, and the 12x actual effect was no joke. Big Dipper didn't have the divine power of Mjolnir, but the faith value in the system wasn't for show. Faint white light flickered on the surface of Big Dipper's body, keeping out most of the ether energy. A small portion did touch his skin, but was obstructed by the strong and frantic regeneration of his muscles. Big Dipper smiled. He had guessed right. Malekith wasn't that good at controlling the ether. The reality stone wasn't meant to be used in a head-on clash. If Malekith wanted to use it to destroy the 9 realms, he could have used a portion of that power to change reality and temporarily expel the enemy from the battlefield. The real key in this battle was to be in the right place at the right time. This was true for both sides. To win, they just needed to prevent the other party from approaching the battlefield in the next few minutes. It wasn't too hard to do this with the reality stone. But this wasn't what Malekith was doing. Clearly, he couldn't use the ether to suppress Mjolnir. That was how troublesome a divine artifact was. It might not make anyone invincible, but it could withstand a lot of unusual attacks at critical moments. Luke had the faint feeling that this was Malekith's fate. Otherwise, Mjolnir wouldn't just happen to pass by Big Dipper at this very moment. These were nothing more than passing thoughts in Luke's mind. At that moment, Big Dipper was enveloped in a white light. Holding Mjolnir, he cut through the black and red twister in front of him and charged at an astonished Malekith. Surprise! Malekith! You, bang! As Big Dipper yelled, the hammer in his hand hit Malekith squarely between the legs. The leader of the Dark Eves was immediately sent flying over 100 meters away. Borrowing the hammer's momentum, Big Dipper exerted strength under his feet. Boom! The ground cracked, and he followed Malekith into the sky. At the same time, he didn't forget to instruct Polaris, play the BGM. As he spoke, he caught up to the flailing Malekith and swung the hammer again. Bang! Malekith was sent flying again until he was caught up in the center of the black and red twister. The entire black and red twister also started to funnel downward. 2039 Invincible with the BGM, the Supreme Edict, Supreme Lonely Souls, All Ghosts and Spirits, 4 Lives with Grace, a loud bell tolled in the air above Greenwich. A faint white light quickly ascended in the center of the black and red twister, like a morning star that was about to cut through the darkness. It was faint, but it glittered. Nobody can defeat me when my BGM is on. Big Dipper finally smiled. Let's go. Let's go to Asgard and fight 300 rounds. As he spoke, he swung Mjolnir again. With a bang, the black and red tornado rolled inward. A few seconds later, Malekith was sent flying from the bottom of the twister to the top, and he plunged into the huge wormhole that led to Asgard. On the other side, Thor had just come out of the subway station and grabbed a tall blonde with a long ponytail. Excuse me, is Greenwich over there? The tall beauty's arm hurt from being pulled, and she was about to curse the other party. But when she turned around with a glare, her wide-open mouth slowly closed as she said gently, over there. It's 3 stops away. Thor nodded. Thank you. At that moment, there was the sound of rushing wind. He raised his head and saw a black android flying over. Big Dipper wants you to provide backup. Thor casually tossed the tall beauty aside and grabbed the android's left hand. He was lifted off the ground, and quickly climbed toward the giant wormhole in the air. As the wind blew, he asked, "Have you seen my hammer?" Without the hammer, he was at a disadvantage against Malekith. He even had to rely on the android to fly. The android said, "Big Dipper said that the hammer is in Asgard. For the time being, he's beating Malekith up with it." Thor's eyes widened. WTF. The android couldn't help but glance at him. "Mind your language, I'm still a minor." Thor was stunned. "Who are you?" The android. "Ursa Minor, Chosen One." Thor. "Would it kill you people in the Bat Squad not to brag? I'm the Crown Prince of Asgard, but I don't go around saying I'm the chosen god." Unfortunately, he could only hold these words in. The other party was already self-aware enough to help in this battle as a minor. There were no rules about the kind of codenames you could use. After that, they didn't say anything else. After sending Thor into Asgard, the android immediately returned to Greenwich to back up its comrades. But as the android swooped down, it turned around and looked at the huge wormhole behind it, and shook its head. "It's just like the file said, this god of thunder isn't very smart." At that moment, Mindy's voice came over the team channel. hurry up, little chick. We need backup." Joseph rolled his eyes angrily. "Will me providing backup be of any use? Little Purple and the rest, prepare to self-destruct. Remember to blow up the battleships. That way, there will be enough credit points to offset the loss of the androids and external gear, and we can make a profit." Mindy exclaimed, "Little chick, you really are a genius. Little Purple, Little Yellow, hurry up and choose your targets. The rest of you, prepare to cover them as they self-destruct." A moment later, there were 4 loud explosions, and 4 battleships slowly fell. Ivan roared in frustration, "DMN it, my credit points." There was laughter in the Ursa Minor channel. Pink Bear, "Haha, Uncle Ivan, we'll earn the credit points ourselves. There's no need to trouble you." Electric Cable immediately replied, "Really? Then I'll write off the credit points I owe you." Pink Bear, "I think we need to discuss interest. 50% a year isn't a bad number." In the team channel, Electric Cable has deleted a message. Pink Bear has deleted a message. Frank finally said, "All right, everyone, don't be stingy with your gear. Do your best to eliminate the remaining Dark Elves." Knight said that 50% of the damage to your equipment will be written off. Everybody cheered again. Those from Ursa Minor whose androids had been destroyed came back online with spare robots and started attacking like crazy. The members of the Bat Squad, who had been constantly on the move as they pinned down the enemy, also stopped moving as much and increased their firepower. On the other side, in Asgard, Thor was running along the Bifrost, and he waved at an airship. "It's me, take me up." The airship turned around and flew past the Bifrost to catch Thor as he jumped. The 2 Asgardian soldiers on the airship were surprised. "Your Highness, why are you here?" They actually wanted to ask why Thor was running. This person often flew around Asgard with his hammer. Thor didn't pay them any mind. Looking in the direction that the airship was flying in, he said casually, "It's there." The 2 soldiers were still puzzled. After all, it was common knowledge that Thor could summon his hammer. But now wasn't the time to ask. In the ocean far from the Bifrost, a black and red twister spun wildly, and a faint white light flashed as it moved back and forth. Amidst the sound of roiling waves, Thor could still pick out that strange rap with his sharp ears. Suddenly, he saw the hammer in the hand of the figure wrapped in white light. He couldn't help but feel anxious, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to summon it. Big Dipper, who was smacking Malekith around with Mjolnir, frowned. The originally quiet hammer suddenly started to become a little disobedient. In order to suppress this unusual activity, the faith value in the system dropped by almost 20,000 per second. This consumption was too high. As he protected himself with the power of faith and used it to suppress Mjolnir, more than 1 million faith points disappeared in a short minute. The remaining 300,000 wouldn't last long. The power of faith had a special use. It could be reduced, but it couldn't be completely used up. Malekith wasn't dead yet. Thinking that, Big Dipper let go and stopped suppressing Mjolnir. As if it had been held back for too long, Mjolnir buzzed and quickly flew toward its true owner. Electricity blossomed on the hammer, creating huge waves on the ocean below. Thor, who had been feeling uncomfortable ever since he dropped Mjolnir, got excited and suddenly jumped out of the airship. He caught his baby in the air, and couldn't help but roar excitedly. Malekith, who had only just gotten a reprieve after being hit hundreds of times, was distracted by the roar. He turned around and he tensed. DMN it. Someone who was even more ruthless had shown up. It had to be said that without divine power, Mjolnir wasn't very lethal to him. Big Dipper had only knocked him away from the giant wormhole, revealing his intention to buy time. How shameless. But now that Thor, the original owner of the hammer, was here, it wasn't just a matter of stalling for time. He could completely suppress Malekith with the hammer's divine power and prevent him from escaping. 2040 luck. Where did Big Dipper go? Sure enough, after Thor retrieved Mjolnir, he became super brave. Malekith was generously bombarded with white lightning, even the Big Dipper clone couldn't step in. As Luke waited for an opportunity, he couldn't help but think to himself, I was the one who sent Malekith here. Most of the contribution rate should be mine, right? He could also get a 10 to 50% share of the experience and credit points from the Avengers and the Bat Squad's battle with the Dark Elves in Greenwich. So, it should be possible for him to get a total contribution rate of 50%, right? There was only about a minute left until the final countdown for the 9 realms to converge. Malekith basically had no chance. Unexpectedly, the situation changed. It seemed Malekith had been provoked by Thor, or maybe he knew that he was about to miss his last chance, and he suddenly played a trick. As he turned in one moment, he lunged at Thor. Thor subconsciously swung his hammer with all his strength. The ether didn't resist. Instead, the particles formed a sphere, and the attack landed heavily in the center. On the other side, Malekith turned the ether particles into streamlined cones and temporarily created a flyer. The sphere caved in before it suddenly rebounded. It broke past Thor and turned into a black and red afterimage as it aimed at the giant wormhole. Big Dipper cursed inwardly. He also activated telekinesis and his thrusters as he chased after Malekith. At the same time, he drew the longswords from his back with both hands and injected them with the power of faith before he suddenly threw them at the flyer formed by the ether particles. There were 2 flashes of light, but the ether particles didn't block them head-on. 2 slanting mirrors took shape to deflect the incoming blades so that most of the force was repelled. Big Dipper's expression was solemn. This guy had gotten smart. At the very least, Malekith had learned to use the ether's malleability in battle, and he had now upgraded from rough to professional handling of the ether. As long as he knew how to use the ether, there was practically no upper limit to his combat ability. That was the problem with Infinity Stones. However, it wouldn't be easy for Malekith to turn the tide. On Earth, the Avengers and the Bat Squad received a notification. As Luke gave a 2-second countdown, everybody turned their weapons to aim at the giant wormhole. Then, they fired wildly at the same time. Malekith had barely exited the wormhole when he crashed into a hail of bullets. But he really had been forced to improve his control over the ether when he was facing Thor. He deflected most of the attacks by manipulating the ether, and charged out of the giant wormhole. Unfortunately, the latter half of the concentrated gunfire finally affected his charge. He should have been charging straight down to the convergence point, but was blown to the side. This desperate charge and focused gunfire all happened as quick as lightning. Before either side could react, the black and red flyer disappeared. Everybody was stunned, but Tony reacted quickly. He fell into a temporary wormhole. Everybody was lost for words. Was he jinxed? By then, Thor had also come out of the giant wormhole. When he didn't see anyone at the convergence point, he hurriedly looked around and didn't forget to roar, "Malekith, come out." Everybody was lost for words. Boss Malekith definitely wanted to come out, but who the hell knew where he had been sent? While everyone had their guards raised, the 9 realms finally converged, and 8 huge wormholes were connected in a straight line. This situation didn't last for more than 10 seconds, before the 8 huge wormholes moved again. After they left the straight line, they quickly shrunk and turned incorporeal. A few seconds later, they completely disappeared. The convergence of the 9 realms was over. Everybody heaved long sighs of relief before turning around to eliminate the remaining battleships and fighter planes. Malekith's order to back him up had finally gotten these army remnants killed. The moment the convergence disappeared, only 30% of the Dark Elf troops that had been protecting Malekith were left. Without anything to worry about, Thor, Tony and Ivan instantly took down the remaining battleships. The remaining fighter planes had no chance to escape at all. They were pinned down by the Avengers and the Bat Squad, and swallowed up in one go. 20 minutes later, the Avengers and the Bat Squad stood amidst the wreckage near Greenwich and looked at each other. Tony's flashy gold and red armor was riddled with damage, but he spun leisurely in the air. "Cheers, we won." Most people responded out loud. Frank, Alice and Angel just smiled. Ivan gave the tycoon the middle finger and cursed him. Of course, he didn't do it on the team channel. He had cursed too much today. Now that the battle was over, he looked at the system notifications and realized that dozens of his points had been deducted. It wasn't worth wasting credit points on a nemesis like Tony. After everybody cheered, Mindy asked, where did Big Dipper go? The comms fell silent. A moment later, Joseph, under his ID as Chosen One, said, he should still be in Asgard. Thor should be able to sort it out. In any case, he can use the Bifrost. Everybody was relieved. Tony found Thor and told him about it. Thor didn't think much of it. Don't worry, Asgard won't let outsiders linger for long. Even if I'm not around, Big Dipper will at most be detained and sent back once it's confirmed that there are no problems. Everybody was relieved to hear that, but also gained a deep understanding of Asgard's pride. Earth had just helped Asgard destroy its nemesis, the Dark Elves, and Big Dipper had prevented Asgard from being destroyed. Now, Thor was saying that Big Dipper, the big shot of the Bat Squad, might be detained before he was repatriated. How arrogant. Nobody voiced the thought out loud since there indeed shouldn't be any problems. Firstly, Knight sent a message to confirm that White Wolf had killed the cursed warrior. This was the existence that had killed God Queen Frigga and Loki. Asgard's dignity would take a beating if the cursed warrior hadn't been killed. Secondly, it wasn't long ago that the Dark Elves attacked Asgard and wreaked havoc, causing a lot of casualties among Asgardian civilians and forcing Thor to leave with Dr. Jane, who had the ether in her body. Lastly, after Malekith seized control of the ether, the first realm he entered was Asgard. If Big Dipper had arrived just seconds later, other realms might be fine, but a large part of Asgard would definitely have been destroyed. Putting it this way, from all points of view, Asgard should give Big Dipper some respect. 2041 Thor the Tool, the final gasp from Thor's tone, however, it was as if Asgard was magnanimous enough not to directly throw Big Dipper into a prison cell. The Avengers already knew what his personality was like, and couldn't be bothered to quibble with him. The Bat Squad didn't owe Thor any favors. On the contrary, the damage Loki had caused to Earth was still vivid in their minds. Ivan cursed out loud in Russian, and unexpectedly wasn't censored by Bobo, the team's AI, nor did he receive a warning from Frank that his points would be deducted. Angel simply sneered. How generous of Asgard. In Ursa Minor's exclusive channel, the youngsters were even more indignant. Relying on her identity as an official member, Mindy directly sent a message to the Bat Squad's main communication channel. Should we kneel down and thank these gods for giving us the opportunity to save Asgard? The slight smile on Frank's face was cold. Alright, that's what happens when you're not strong enough. Don't expect them to thank you for saving a big shot. As the commander, he had a lot of standing in the team. The channel fell silent. Only then did he say, we're all old, there's a limit to our potential and we can't make them give us face. However, all of you are still young. You still have a chance to teach them a lesson. So, work hard in the future, kids. Right now, Frank was almost 50 years old. It wasn't a problem for him to call a member of Ursa Minor, kid. Even the mature and wooden-faced Joseph was fired up at these words. It had to be pointed out that almost all the members of Ursa Minor had superpowers, only Mindy and Joseph didn't have innate talent. But Mindy had developed well, while Joseph was exceptionally smart and had the silent support of Luke as a super patron. It was only a matter of time before they became outstanding individuals. Conversely, Frank, Damon and Ivan were all ordinary people. The rest who had superpowers had only received enough resources in the last few years to improve themselves. Ursa Minor had long surpassed the veteran team members in terms of talent and grooming. If they still didn't want to surpass the veterans even then, that would be too unambitious of them. Also, the one thing they couldn't lack as superheroes was conviction. The veteran team members had been unhappy with Thor's words, but when they heard what Frank said, they couldn't help but be stunned, before they snickered. Most of their displeasure disappeared. Thor's words were unpleasant, but they were actually very normal in a divine kingdom that had protected Earth for years. The main team had more pride than the younger team, born out of their accomplishments on the battlefield. Even if they couldn't compare with Asgard in terms of overall strength, they still had confidence. However, after so many battles, they also had a clear understanding of their own levels. They wouldn't be unduly humble, nor would they fly into a rage at being looked down on. Thor's words were unpleasant, but that was all there was to it. To everyone, this crown prince wasn't very smart. So, after hearing Frank's words, the veteran team members knew that the wily commander had made Thor a tool to motivate the youngsters to work hard. Thor was the long-term target. According to the information which the youngsters had, there was only a handful of people on Earth who could be considered on par with the crown prince. As long as 2 or 3 of these youngsters were half as strong as Thor, the veterans of the main force would wake up laughing from their sleep. The members of the main team were basically over 40 years old, while Damon and Frank were almost 50. Having a successor was one of their biggest hopes. As for the anger that the youngsters were feeling, it was more of an impulse or a reaction to being underestimated. But they didn't have a clear idea of the difference between themselves and the other party, so their anger was misplaced. After Frank's provocation, they hardened their resolve to work hard and stop acting incompetent. Thanks to Frank, the god of thunder had been unwittingly turned into a patsy. At that moment, White Wolf gave a pleased smile. It was time for Malekith to make his last stand. He had charged out of the giant wormhole, only to be blown into another temporary wormhole by concentrated gunfire. At that time, White Wolf, who had fallen into Svartalheim, had already activated stealth mode. Standing in the shadows of some ruins, all his attention had been diverted to Greenwich. If necessary, Luke would immediately recall this level 2 clone and summon another one to participate in the battle. Luke was pleased when he saw how Malekith was sent flying. He was one step closer to success. Just before the 9 realms converged, temporary wormholes appeared frequently and erratically. At least a dozen androids from the Bat Squad and the Avengers had suddenly charged into other realms during the battle and went offline. If Luke hadn't been near Greenwich, and constantly released backup androids for which the Avengers were given temporary access, at least half of the people from both teams would have gone offline. The Dark Elves weren't any better. Dozens of fighter planes went missing. It was at that moment that Malekith was teleported away, and the chances of him returning to Greenwich in just a minute were slim. This was the final gasp. As the thoughts raced through White Wolf's head, he heard a series of loud bangs. The White Wolf clone suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of the explosion. In the end, a black and red shadow crashed through a hill and stopped 100 meters away, separated from White Wolf by a pile of debris. Stunned, White Wolf then chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected the head to be delivered to him just like that. Luke had thought that White Wolf was a little unlucky. Malekith was the biggest boss who had planned this big operation to destroy the universe. For this reason, the contribution rate for killing him would be at least several 100%. If this was a global scale mission as Luke anticipated, that meant billions of experience and credit points. The only problem Luke faced was how to kill him, and not to give him a chance to escape. After all, Malekith's ability to control the ether had just improved, which increased his ability to escape tenfold. The White Wolf clone might only have one chance to attack. With a thought, Luke focused on his inventory, which contained a lot of fresh spoils. Dozens of seconds later, White Wolf received an image from Luke of the convergence disappearing, and he relaxed. It was time to demonstrate his acting skills. 2042 final hit. The dust settles. Malekith, who had returned home, was full of reluctance and despair at that moment. Why didn't I even get one last chance? He roared. The ether surged wildly around him, kicking up a large amount of black dirt and turning the area hundreds of meters around him into darkness. If he hadn't been in a hurry to charge out of Asgard, he wouldn't have come under fire so easily. If he hadn't come under fire, he wouldn't have been sent flying into that temporary wormhole. At the very least, he would have been able to make one last stand against the Earthlings' firepower. This was a bet between whether he would destroy the 9 realms first, or if the Earthlings would interfere with part of the outcome. Even if the ether only passed through Asgard, he could still severely damage or destroy most of that D*MN world. That way, at least, it wouldn't be considered a complete defeat. He was still alive now and had the ether, but he had no army. Was he supposed to wait another 5,000 years to destroy the universe? The ether wasn't invincible. Otherwise, how could the Dark Elves have lost to Bor first, and then to Bor's grandson, Thor? Without enough strength to protect himself, he would be surrounded and killed by the Asgardian army. The one thing Asgard had lots of was all kinds of divine artifacts. Odin's Gingnir spear and Thor's Mjolnir combined was enough to crush Malekith. It was just that Odin hadn't taken action when Asgard was attacked this time. It was probably because this guy didn't have much time left. After all, after 5,000 years, it was more than time for him to die. Getting his revenge and fulfilling his wish, Malekith had been just one step away from such a beautiful outcome. In the end, it slipped through his fingers. For a moment, the leader of the Dark Elves stood in place and looked up at the black dirt in the sky as all sorts of negative emotions surged. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Malekith turned around and saw a damaged fighter plane that had lost power and was spinning downward. A figure in white armor continued to attack and destroy it. Malekith's eyes turned red. It was this guy who had ambushed him and saved Thor. It turned out that he was also trapped in Svartalheim. Boom! The fighter plane crashed into a slope not far away, kicking up a huge cloud of black dirt. The white figure, however, had already jumped off the fighter plane. Silver wings unfolded on his back, and he landed unhurriedly. Go to hell! An angry roar rang out behind the man. The black and red tornado hit the white figure in the back and instantly tore him into pieces. Then, Malekith appeared above the slope. Looking at the scattered parts, his expression was especially ugly. Be-starred, it was actually a robot. It wasn't hard to guess why this white robot which had ambushed him earlier hadn't been able to withstand this attack. The previous ambush had probably been the robot's strongest attack, and its broken armor proved it. That was why it had rushed forward so recklessly to save Thor, because robots weren't afraid of death at all. Crash! There was the sound of sliding gravel as the hatch of the fighter plane opened, and a dark elf soldier stumbled out. With his back to Malekith, he crawled for a few meters before he finally slumped on the ground and stopped moving. Malekith's expression was cold, but sadness flashed in his eyes. This might be the last time he would see his kind. From now on, he was the only dark elf left. A huge sense of loss surged up from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't control himself. For some reason, he walked toward the body of the dark elf who had collapsed. Perhaps taking a look at this last member of his race and burying him was the last thing he, as the leader of the Dark Elves, could do for his people. With a heavy and turbulent heart, he walked over to the Dark Elf soldier and recited the eulogy in their language. From the darkness we were born, into the darkness we pass, and we shall live forever. The black and red ether slowly spun and expanded to wrap around the soldier's body. Swoosh! The body of the soldier on the ground suddenly bounced up. With a wave of his arm, a faint white light flashed at Malekith's throat. His voice came to an abrupt stop. His eyes widened, and he could only make sounds with his broken windpipe. Shua, 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 shua. The white blade didn't stop, and Malekith was covered in slashes like a fine net. In the end, the soldier who had jumped up punched out with his left fist. Ripples appeared in the air and hit Malekith in the chest. Bang, bang. At the violent shock wave, Malekith, who had been cut into hundreds of pieces, exploded. System: kill the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith. Mission accomplished. Several seconds later, black and red ether particles floated out of the fragments of Malekith that were scattered all over the ground and gathered in the air to form a ball of twisting black and red liquid. With a thought, Luke took out a storage box from his inventory and stored the condensed ether particles. He took a deep breath and smiled. He had finally gotten the biggest kill. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He had used the android to play White Wolf, and then used his level 2 clone to imitate the Dark Elf soldier and ambush Malekith. If Malekith had looked closer, he would probably have discovered that the clone didn't look very similar to the Dark Elf. After all, Luke's super disguise was aimed at human genes. However, the troubled big boss had clearly been distracted. Both the soldier's uniform and the fighter plane had been stored in Luke's inventory during the battle in Greenwich. Luke was unable to fly the plane, which was why it had lost power and gone out of control as soon as it appeared. As soon as it was pushed out, it crashed. Luke then used his exquisite acting skills and psychological cues to lure Malekith into lowering his guard and approaching him. The last few dozen slashes had consumed the remaining 300,000 faith value in the system, and he finally cut the leader of the Dark Elves into pieces. This way, I should be able to take Asgard's Bifrost back, he murmured as he put the storage box on the ground and sat down. Thor won't just be thinking about hooking up with Dr. Jane, right? In fact, the Malekith plus Ether combo was very important. An hour after Thor received news from Luke, he descended from the sky with Sif and the bearded Volstagg. White Wolf wasn't familiar to most people, including Thor. So, the two of them didn't waste any time. After simply confirming Malekith's death, they returned to Asgard with the storage box containing the ether. Sif and Volstagg, on the other hand, stayed behind to check the scene and clean up and destroy Malekith's body to ensure that this old monster wouldn't be resurrected one day. To be more precise, it was to ensure that even if Malekith came back to life, it wouldn't be an easy process. 2043 arriving in Asgard, it was hard to say if Malekith, who had survived since Bor's era, had any backup plans. Asgard could only do its best to take precautions, everything else depended on luck. Luke could confirm that Malekith really was dead. However, he couldn't guarantee that this first-rate boss wouldn't be resurrected or cloned or something. In any case, how Asgard wanted to handle this had nothing to do with Earth, and wasn't something he needed to concern himself with. Taking the Bifrost was a wonderful thing. It was even more so for someone like Luke, who was very knowledgeable, had superpowers, and had a strong physique. He could finally experience some of the things he had read in the information obtained from Thor, and could even see more secrets. The Bifrost's teleportation wasn't fixed, nor was it instantaneous. A person could even move to a certain extent inside, but if they used too much force, they would fall out. Who knew which corner of the universe a person would fly off to? So, the White Wolf clone quietly went through the teleportation process and arrived in Asgard. He tapped the ground a few times to offset the momentum and steady himself. In front of him was a magnificent, vaulted building. There was nothing in the spacious area except for fast-moving golden gears on the walls and a raised round platform in the middle. In the center of the platform was a block that glowed with a yellow light. In it was a huge, magnificent sword, held in the hands of a huge African-American man in golden armor. Seeing that they had arrived, the African-American man lifted the huge sword and cut off the energy supply to the Bifrost, before he stuck it back into the block. Then, he looked at White Wolf. The giant's eyes were yellow with two black dots in the center, which looked a little strange. The White Wolf clone felt a faint sense of being surveilled sweep over it, but pretended not to notice. That was because this African-American man was Heimdall, who controlled the Bifrost, the entrance to Asgard, and who was the gatekeeper, who could monitor any corner of the universe. Actually, he couldn't monitor all of the universe. First of all, anyone who controlled the Infinity Stones could block this sort of spying, and powerful people like the Ancient One and the Dark Elves definitely couldn't be monitored. Secondly, being able to surveil and constant surveillance were two different things. It was just like Luke's good neighbor in Clinton, Lawyer Matt, who could eavesdrop on more than half of New York. However, his brain couldn't process the voices of half a city of people all at once. Also, judging from Thor's behavior, Heimdall clearly didn't know about Luke's connection to the Justice League. The Crown Prince wasn't that shrewd. That made sense. Why would Heimdall waste energy keeping an eye on the people on Earth all the time? He would take the time at most to check on Dr. Jane and report to Thor that she was safe. There was no need to monitor the Avengers and the Bat Squad at all. Earth's battle against the Chitauri could be considered its closest brush with a space war. Would the big shots of American intelligence agencies keep an eye on soldiers in Africa every day? Obviously not. However, Earth would probably draw more attention now that the Dark Elves had been eliminated. But Luke had now confirmed that Heimdall's ability to spy on someone gave him a faint but unique sense of danger. Heimdall, who controlled the Bifrost, was clearly a lethal threat to Luke, and could trigger his intuition for danger. With this intuition, he wasn't afraid of Heimdall finding out too much about him. Thor nodded at Heimdall, then simply said to White Wolf, "Follow me," before he swung his hammer and flew up with the box containing the ether. White Wolf activated his armor and followed him, pretending to look around curiously. In fact, the Big Dipper clone had already been enjoying the scenery here for a while. It was just that he was imprisoned right now, and could only look at the Asgardian guards walking back and forth and the strange aliens in the other cells. Thor had been in a hurry to bring the ether back, and hadn't had the time to bail him out. Luke wasn't angry. That was because Fandral was in the cell diagonally opposite. Like the bearded Volstagg, he was one of the Warriors 3 and Thor's loyal general. Thor had said before that in order to help him escape Asgard, Fandral had knocked out the guards and stolen a flying ship. Asgard had just been attacked by the Dark Elves, and had suffered a lot of casualties. The God Queen and the Second Prince had also died. The Crown Prince's loyal subordinate had been locked up for his misdeed, while Big Dipper as an outsider was an even more dangerous factor. Naturally, he couldn't be allowed to wander around outside. White Wolf, who had just come, wasn't much better. Thor placed him in the barracks outside the royal palace, where Asgardian soldiers watched his every move. This wasn't an order from Thor. He himself had snuck out of Asgard, and the only reason he wasn't detained was because he was the only prince of Asgard left. However, there was still no way he could bring an outsider into the royal palace. Fortunately, Thor got both clones released in half a day. However, the crown prince looked glum as he led the two clones to the Bifrost. Sensing his strange mood, Big Dipper asked, "Thor, where are we going?" Thor said absent-mindedly, "I'll send you off first. A lot has happened in the city this time. My father said that you can't stay here." Big Dipper raised an eyebrow and stopped. "Wait, Thor." Thor took a few steps before he realized that something was wrong. He turned around. "What's wrong?" Big Dipper pointed at White Wolf and himself. "We destroyed the Dark Elf fleet, killed Malekith, and took back the ether, right?" Thor didn't think much of it. "I took part in the battle too." Big Dipper shook his index finger gently. No, Thor, you have to understand one thing, we were the ones who grabbed the ether. They're our spoils of war." Thor opened his mouth, but found himself unable to respond. When the Dark Elves attacked Greenwich, it made sense that the Earthlings had to fight. Thor could be considered to have helped. But Thor didn't know how Malekith died, nor did he deal any severe injuries to the other party. He really hadn't contributed much when it came to taking back the ether. Big Dipper was right to say that the ether was the Bat Squad's spoils of war. He could only subconsciously say, "Infinity Stones are dangerous items that can't be kept on Earth." Big Dipper interrupted him. "But Asgard can't keep two Infinity Stones at the same time, right?" Thor was stunned. "How did you know?" Big Dipper waved his hand. "That's not important. What's important is that we killed Malekith and took back the ether, which proves that we have the ability to protect the Infinity Stones." Thor was shocked. "No, we are the only ones who can deal with the ether." Big Dipper smiled. "Of course. However, I want the Tesseract in return." 2044 trade, bragging. Thor subconsciously refused again. "No, it's also an Infinity Stone." Wait, why do you want it back?" It had to be pointed out that it was Big Dipper who had snatched Loki's scepter and the Tesseract back then, before Thor took the Tesseract away. Now, why did he want the Tesseract back? Big Dipper said indifferently, "Because the Dark Elves snuck into the royal palace of Asgard, attacked the dungeon, and stole the ether." At that point, he turned to look at Thor and said slowly, "We took back the ether and brought it to Asgard for a trade, not as a gift. After all, you've proven that you can't safeguard the Infinity Stones." Thor was depressed. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "When you had the Tesseract, you attracted the Chitauri." Big Dipper interrupted him bluntly. "That was Loki who caused the trouble. Also, we took it back." Thor put up one last struggle. "I participated in the battle too," Big Dipper said. "That was why you were able to take away Loki, the war criminal who caused tens of thousands of deaths, and the Tesseract." Thor was completely lost for words. The battle in Greenwich this time was different from the Battle of New York. However bad the situation in New York had been, Earth was only considered unlucky at most. Even if that was Loki's doing, Thor really had helped Earth as part of the main force, and hadn't been biased in capturing his adopted brother. For him to take half or even a little over that of the spoils of war hadn't been too much. The battle in Greenwich was different. Malekith had been about to destroy the 9 realms, and Asgard was among them. Thor had fought to save his own home. Earth didn't owe him anything. It was White Wolf who had snatched back the ether. Thor had played very little part in that. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Big Dipper had suggested that Asgard couldn't safeguard the Infinity Stones. The Asgardian buildings that the Dark Elves had destroyed hadn't been repaired yet. The Crown Prince really didn't have the courage to deny it. It was precisely because there was already a problem with Asgard's strength that Thor had no choice but to face reality. Unfortunately, this reality was not what Asgard wanted. Also, Big Dipper pointed out the crux of things: Asgard couldn't keep 2 Infinity Stones at the same time. In other words, even if they had the ether, Asgard would send it elsewhere, which was wasted effort. Thor pondered for a long while, and suddenly thought of something. "No, this way, there will also be 2 Infinity Stones on Earth, which isn't safe." Big Dipper's expression was complicated. "Are you sure that 2 stones aren't safe on Earth?" Seeing his expression, Thor felt uncertain. I believe so." Big Dipper shook his head quickly. "You're wrong. Once your father placed the Tesseract on Earth, there had always been 2 infinity stones there. 4. That's impossible. Big Dipper waved his hand. Let me finish. Oh, aggrieved, Thor shut up. Big Dipper said, you're talking about the mind stone in Vision's head, but I'll think of a way to take it off. Thor was astonished. What? That was an infinity stone. And it was the source of most of Vision's power. Was this guy trying to kill Vision? Big Dipper was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He said bluntly, Asgard will just keep the infinity stones in the highest level treasure vault. Who would hang it on their forehead? Thor choked and felt that it made sense. Big Dipper said, so, it's better for Vision to take it off sooner than to be killed and robbed of it. Naturally, the stone will be given to you to deal with. Wasn't this just making things even more troublesome? Thor was at a loss. Why, handing over the ether and the mind stone was enough to prove that Big Dipper wasn't greedy for the stones, but it was also hard to understand why he insisted on taking the tesseract. Big Dipper said indifferently, because I don't want someone else to come and go on Earth as they like after getting the tesseract. Thor was even more puzzled. Isn't that something our Bifrost can also do? Big Dipper glanced at him. I also want the enemy to taste what it's like for me to come and go freely among them. Thor was enlightened and instantly understood the logic behind Big Dipper's behavior. FCK, you make it sound so nice, but it's just that you're used to stabbing people in the back. A guy who liked going on killing sprees would naturally prefer a space artifact like the tesseract. Even Malekith, who had the protection of the ether, suffered a huge loss in close quarters with Big Dipper. Other enemies would suffer even more. In fact, this was indeed one of the important reasons why Luke had asked for the tesseract. Once Thor understood, he thought for a moment before he nodded. Then wait for me here. I'll give you an answer after I discuss it with my father. With that, he flew back with the hammer. The 2 clones standing on the open platform looked at each other, shook their heads, then sat down on the banister along the edge of the platform. After Thor left, there was no more movement. The 2 clones, on the other hand, received a lot of attention on the high platform. Previously, White Wolf had been under surveillance in the barracks, and Big Dipper had been directly sent to the dungeon. Naturally, he couldn't wear his armor. White Wolf was now wearing a nanosuit that had been transformed into a skin-tight combat suit, while Big Dipper was wearing his regular shirt and combat pants. These 2 styles were very different from the classical robes of Asgardian civilians. Soon, a woman came over to chat them up. It was a little too much to say that Asgardian men were all like Tom Cruise, but it was true that none of them were ugly, to say nothing of the women. But the people here could live up to 3,000 years, so Luke didn't have any other thoughts. He wasn't interested in 3,000-year-old immortal women. But this high platform was along a main road, and it happened every now and then. Big Dipper's bearded uncle appearance, in particular, was the standard look in Asgard, and he was quite popular. Luke didn't want to casually use his abilities here. There might be a monitoring system of some sort here. The 2 of them were extras here. If they were discovered to be using abilities, it would easily arouse suspicion. So, Luke did the opposite. When the Asgardian women chatted them up, the 2 clones went along with their questions and said that they represented Earth, which had defeated and destroyed the Dark Elves. The 2 of them had come to Asgard to discuss the aftermath of the attack with Prince Thor. The Asgardians, who had been blown up by the Dark Elves a few days ago, were quite sensitive about this topic. At that moment, even many men surrounded the 2 clones and listened to them talk about the battle in Greenwich. To be honest, the scale of this battle was nothing in the eyes of the Asgardians, but the opponents had been Dark Elves. Who would dare say that the Dark Elves were nothing? If so, what about Asgard, which had lost a lot of soldiers and civilians, and which had allowed the Dark Elves to escape in the end? 2045 Big Dipper, paying a visit. Big Dipper used the description, divine weapon of the Dark Elves in place of the ether and hid some classified details, but everything else he said was the truth. When they heard that it was White Wolf who had killed the cursed warrior and Malekith on his own, everybody looked at the silent African-American man. Half an hour later, several large ships flew over from the royal palace and stopped on the high platform. A bunch of fully armed soldiers came down and dispersed the crowd before surrounding the 2 clones. At the same time, more than 10 smaller ships hovered in the sky not far from the high platform. The captain of the soldiers walked over and stopped a few meters away from the 2 clones. Who is Big Dipper and who is White Wolf? Sitting on the banister, Big Dipper jerked his head and replied lazily, I'm Big Dipper. He's White Wolf. The captain nodded. Please come with us. Big Dipper didn't move. Call your crown prince over. He told us not to act rashly, in case we would be mistaken for enemies. The captain's face darkened. Only by following the rules of Asgard can you prove that you're not enemies. Big Dipper raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that you have a higher status than Thor, the crown prince? No wonder the dark elves could come and go as they pleased. The captain's face was dark, but he didn't dare take action. Although the civilians had been blocked off, they were only 30 meters away. Given their Asgardian physiques, they could still hear at this distance. News of Loki's death had spread, and Thor was now Odin's only son. If the captain was labeled as someone who didn't think much of the crown prince, he would definitely be in trouble. Although Asgard wouldn't send him to the dungeon for this, it wouldn't be unusual for him to be transferred. He could only shout, "I'm here on His Majesty's orders. Please come with me." Big Dipper raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, his lips moved quickly. Nobody around him heard him, but Thor heard a clear voice in the royal palace 2,000 meters away. "Thor, a soldier said that he's under your father's orders to arrest us." Thor turned around in surprise and looked out of the palace. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and looked at Odin. "Father, when did you give the order?" On the throne, Odin's expression was calm, but hatred flashed in his eyes. "Just now." Thor was confused. "Father, why are you?" Odin didn't give his son face, but there was no need at all to target Big Dipper and White Wolf given the huge difference in status. Thor didn't put on airs around Big Dipper because they had fought together, and Big Dipper was quite strong. But it was impossible to put Big Dipper on the same level as Asgard. It was like how just because someone was close to the son of a president didn't mean that the president would value that person. Odin looked at Thor with a disappointed expression. "Asgard doesn't need earthlings to teach us how to do things. Thor, you really disappoint me." Thor felt a little uncomfortable. "Father, they just helped us deal with Malekith and take back the ether." Odin banged his spear on the ground. "Asgard could have done it without their help. All right, don't bring this up again. Go and deal with the ether." "Thor." "Father." Boom. There was an explosion in the distance. "Your Majesty Odin, Big Dipper is here on behalf of Earth." A cold voice rang out in the royal palace. Both Odin and Thor's faces changed as they looked at the door. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of heavy footsteps, and two figures charged through the door. The guards at the door had just raised their spears and swords to intercept them, when they were thrown to the sides. They didn't even last a second. In just 10 seconds, the two clones were standing in the hall of the royal palace, and they looked at Odin on the throne. There was the clatter of armor, the whoosh of airships, and the shouts of guards outside the door. Then, hundreds of gold-armored guards in yellow capes poured into the hall. They were none other than the royal palace guards who had been sent to arrest the two clones. Thor turned his head, only to see that Odin, Big Dipper and White Wolf behind him were silent and expressionless. Looking at the guards who had already raised their weapons, he finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop! These are my friends." As soon as he said that, the guards paused and looked at Odin. It couldn't be helped. Odin was now the only person in Asgard who had a higher status than Thor. Besides, Luke's two clones hadn't attacked anyone, and Thor was between them and Odin. It didn't look like they were here to assassinate His Majesty. Luke, on the other hand, sighed inwardly. Thor really didn't know how to read the room. How could he say that the two clones were his friends? That was slapping Odin in the face. Although he did side with the two clones, this wasn't a smart way to do things. Thor could stop the guards, but he should have done it by beseeching Odin not to let the guards take action for now. Thus, the next course of action now lay with Odin. If Odin didn't give his remaining son some face, that would be interesting. An indiscernible light flashed in Big Dipper's eyes. It had to be pointed out that the level 3 clone's mental strength was only 10 points lower than Luke's. More importantly, after Real Dream matured, Luke's perception of mental fluctuations increased significantly. Whether in terms of distance or precision, it wasn't something that could compare with what it had been like before May 2013. Odin, who was on the throne, gave Luke a strange feeling. It felt like he hated the two clones, especially Big Dipper. It was only a flash, and was then masked by Odin's energy. If Luke's mental strength wasn't so enhanced, he might not have noticed it. This was definitely very strange. There was no reason for Odin to hate the two clones on sight. For a 3,000-year-old god king to bicker with two kids from Earth would be too humiliating. Besides, Odin didn't even have a reason to vent his anger on Earth. The only connection they had was that it was White Wolf who had killed the cursed warrior in Malekith. Even if Odin was crazy, and hated White Wolf for stealing his chance to avenge his wife and child, he should still go after White Wolf. However, this hatred was directed at Big Dipper. This was a very subtle detail. 2046 Don't worry and go. Returning home sensing Odin's strange behavior, Big Dipper's mind began to work at the speed of light. On Luke's end, he swiftly listed various possibilities on the virtual screen, while his clone carefully recalled the details of Odin's mental fluctuations. Unfortunately, Odin's mental fluctuations were minimal, and there wasn't much to analyze. He could also forget about scanning the place. This was the royal palace, and Odin was sitting on the throne. The throne was one of the control centers of the royal palace. A cannon might not necessarily pop out to blow Big Dipper to smithereens, but the palace still had the ability to detect any scans that were carried out. If an alien ran over to Luke's house on Earth and scanned him with a device, would Luke let this alien go? The alien wouldn't scan him unless they had ulterior motives. After a few seconds of silence, Odin finally said, "All right, stand down." Without any hesitation, the guards withdrew. The hall fell silent once more. Only then did Odin speak again. "In view of your contribution in this battle toward peace in the Nine Realms, I won't pursue your previous actions. Thor will see you off to Earth." With that, he closed his eyes and waved his hand, indicating that the three of them should leave. Thor couldn't help but look at Big Dipper and feel that this was already pretty good. Odin wasn't him, he didn't have any relationship with the Bat Squad, and moreover was one of the rulers of the Nine Realms. If Big Dipper tried to negotiate, this would be disrespectful of Odin's status. Being tossed into the dungeon would be a light punishment. Big Dipper gave Thor a meaningful look to indicate that he should stay to one side. Then, he said calmly, "We destroyed the Dark Elf fleet which invaded Asgard, killed the mastermind, Malekith, and his underling, the Cursed Warrior, and brought back the Ether. Your esteemed Majesty, you shouldn't be stingy in giving us a small reward, right?" When Thor heard that, he came back to his senses. This really seemed to be two different things. It didn't matter if Big Dipper had entered Asgard by mistake or deliberately. At the very least, Asgard hadn't come to complete ruin. Looking at the final outcome, the battle between Big Dipper and Malekith before hadn't affected Asgard. Big Dipper had initially been sent here by mistake. How could this erase the merit of killing Malekith and all his subordinates? Even if Odin was unhappy that his chance for revenge had been stolen, he couldn't do as he liked on the surface. If word got out of how this situation had been handled, Asgard would definitely be labeled as stingy. In the last 1,000 years or so, Asgard had rarely started wars, and had been generous to friendly forces. Was it because of his mother's passing that his father's temperament changed so drastically? Thinking of the dead Frigga, Thor couldn't suppress the grief in his heart. However, he still felt that something wasn't right. Even if Odin was unhappy that he couldn't get revenge himself, his anger shouldn't be targeted at the Bat Squad. Thinking that, Thor couldn't help but look at Odin suspiciously. Odin frowned as his gaze swept over Thor's face. He knew that he had been too obvious in his desire for revenge. This time, even Thor, this brainless idiot, was a little suspicious. He quickly weighed the gains and losses in his heart, and felt that it was better to settle everything as soon as possible. So, Odin closed his eyes and waved his hand. Then, "That's it, Thor, go to the treasure vault and get that thing for them. Escort them personally, and you can leave Asgard with them." With that, he leaned his head against his hand, as if he was exhausted. Thor relaxed and bowed slightly. "Yes, Father." Big Dipper stared at Odin on the throne. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Goodbye." White Wolf also said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Goodbye." Only then did they follow Thor out of the hall. After the three of them disappeared from the hall, Odin opened his eyes and snorted. "How uncouth. After getting a reward, you didn't even salute before you left." His face darkened as he mumbled, "Forget it. The sooner these three leave, the better." Half an hour later, a guard reported, "Your Majesty, His Highness Thor has taken the two Earthlings to Earth via the Bifrost." Odin hummed and said, "I'm tired. Don't disturb my rest unless it's important." The guard bowed and left. Odin tapped the floor lightly with his spear, and the doors of the hall closed. He was the only one left, sitting quietly on his throne. Green light flashed, and the spell was cancelled. The golden-armored Odin on the throne instantly turned into the green-armored Loki. A classic devilish smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, buddy, leave everything here to me." After the Bifrost hit the small roof of Dr. Selvig's building, Big Dipper looked at Drive Jane, who had run upstairs to throw herself at Thor. Weighing the box that contained the Tesseract, he simply said, "Take your time. We're leaving." With that, the two clones activated their suits and left. Darcy pouted unhappily. Her free afternoon tea had run off, and she still had to watch a couple act lovey-dovey in front of her. After obtaining the Tesseract, Luke returned to New York. Was it important to study the Tesseract? Actually, not really. What Luke actually needed was an infinity glove. Furthermore, Tony from 2023 had already proven that he could make it and put all 6 stones in it. The reason Tony hadn't made it here yet was mostly because of his mindset. Tony and the others killed Thanos in 2023 and studied the original Infinity Glove made by the dwarves of Nidavellir. This was enough to prove that the Iron Man version of the Infinity Glove wasn't too difficult to make technically. What was lacking was the right mindset. Not only had Luke's clone used the Infinity Glove, he had also been studying the half of the clone's body that had been burnt by the glove, and had some idea of the approach to take. However, he definitely couldn't give the Tesseract to Tony again. Tony had too many projects and too many people who could monitor or come into contact with him. Luke, on the other hand, could use his clone to directly watch the Tesseract and not give anyone else a chance. More importantly, Thanos couldn't come and go as he pleased without the Tesseract. That was the reason why the 2023 superheroes had lost to Thanos the first time. Thanks to the Tesseract, Thanos had easily obtained all the stones. Luke didn't like dancing to someone else's tune like a monkey. Naturally, he had to make sure he was the one who held the Tesseract. That way, Thanos would have to come to him, not vice versa. Of course, the Tesseract actually wasn't much of a reward. Strictly speaking, this thing was just a trade for the ether, aka the Mind Stone. The real reward was the experience and credit points in the system. 2047 discriminating against aliens, declining Asgard. To be honest, Luke really should thank Malekith, this villain. Not only did this dark elf leader have a magnificent plan to destroy the universe, he had only been one step away from success. For the system, it didn't matter if Malekith had only been talking big about destroying the universe, just making Earth a target made this mission worth a lot of experience and credit points. Hence, the mission to save the world, which Luke thought wouldn't happen, appeared twice in less than 2 years, and he had stolen a huge chunk of the pie. The total experience and credit points for this mission was 148.7 billion, which was slightly higher than for the 2023 mission. Here, half of Earth's population hadn't been destroyed by Thanos' snap, and it was still full of life. It made sense that there would be 100 to 200 million more people here than in 2023. Luke had a 32% contribution rate. He wasn't too surprised. In those critical 10 minutes, Thor had tussled with Malekith for about 6 minutes. Luke liked experience and credit points, but he got them to become stronger so that he could better protect his family and live a safe life. The prerequisite for all this was to ensure that Earth was safe and sound, not to blindly pursue experience and credit points. Thus, he didn't mind watching silently and holding down the fort. Only after he figured out the Malekith plus ether behavioral pattern did he take action to clinch victory. At the same time, he didn't mind letting the Avengers join the battlefield and take some of the contribution rate for destroying the Dark Elf fleet. This way, he might get 20 to 30% less in terms of contribution, but things were more than safe enough. Coupled with the shared contributions from his teammates in the system, Luke obtained a total of 61 billion experience and credit points. He scratched his head. FCK. The amount of points still depended on his opponent's performance. Compared with the fight against Thanos in 2023, Malekith was too weak. Still, both of them had the power to destroy Earth. It was just that Malekith tried to pull a fast one by using the convergence of the 9 realms, which only happened once every 5,000 years. While the devastation they could cause was pretty much on par, there was a world of difference in their true strength. At that moment, Luke had leveled up twice and was now level 42. He had 22 extra stat points. From level 41 onward, he got 11 extra stat points with every level up. To reach level 43, he needed 50 billion experience points. He currently had over 22 billion, which was under half of what he needed. Luke didn't think much of it. He would graduate at level 50, and had just suddenly gone up 2.5 levels. There was really no need to be anxious. Also, 22 extra stat points from these two levels were enough to increase his dexterity to 120, and his strength to 140. Coupled with the tesseract that he had obtained, Luke was looking forward slightly to how things would go with Thanos in this universe. However, after 2 consecutive cosmic-level disasters, the system had only calculated the gains from saving all of Earth, which confirmed one thing for Daddy's system: the human beings on Earth were absolutely paramount. Thanos, who had been killed in 2023, had destroyed half the population of many alien races, but the system hadn't given any experience or credit points in relation to that. The Dark Elves had also caused a lot of casualties in Asgard this time, and the system didn't say anything. Clearly, the system didn't recognize saving aliens as a good deed. In fact, Thor was a good dark green in the system, and Loki was an evil dark red. But most of the ordinary Asgardians whom the Big Dipper clone came into contact with in Asgard weren't neutral yellow, but a blank white. Good and neutral targets were protected by the system. Unless they were hostile, Luke couldn't seriously injure or kill them, or he would lose a lot of credit points. As for aliens that were a blank white, they clearly didn't have this protection. In other words, aliens who didn't do good for the sake of Earth could be killed. But given Earth's overall strength in the universe and how remote it was impossible for Luke to go out and kill such aliens. There were no benefits, and it was easy to draw hatred. Even a cosmic tyrant like Thanos had been taken down twice, which was ample proof. Following this huge gain, Luke needed to study the Infinity Glove and also allocate stat points to increase his overall strength again, so he didn't dwell on Odin's strange behavior. The defense measures in the royal palace were quite troublesome. Even the system had gone silent. There was no way to confirm Luke's speculation. In addition, the Dark Elves had charged into the royal palace and killed God Queen Frigga, but Odin hadn't taken revenge himself. It was possible that his body couldn't handle it. Connecting this to the information which Luke had gotten out of Thor over the years, and the prophecy about Ragnarok, Luke suspected that the end of Asgard was right in front of them. This prophecy involved a god, and while it was likely that there would be many twists and turns, it was even more likely that the prophecy would come true. The difference was the extent to which Asgard could still make a comeback. Given what Asgard had accumulated, as long as there was a certain number of people, it wouldn't be hard for them to occupy another planet and expand. At most, they would no longer be part of the 9 great realms, and would decline from a top power in the universe to a second-rate force. This wasn't a good thing for Earth. Asgard's protective umbrella was quite powerful. At least, there hadn't been too many world-ending crises in the last 100 to 200 years. It wasn't until something happened to Odin's body that all sorts of huge crises popped up over the last few years. At that moment, it wasn't good for Luke to sound Odin out. If something really happened and his actions triggered the prelude to Ragnarok, that would be a pain in the ass. Thor's shortcomings were also very obvious, and he might not be able to help Luke withstand the pressure. To put it simply, Luke had to play it safe. Thinking about it, of the 3 Titans, Tony and Steve were very reliable. If any one of them had been the Crown Prince of Asgard, Luke would have definitely communicated with them in private to fix any possible issues. As for Thor, it was best not to pin any hopes on him. There were other gains from the battle. Luke turned into the big shot who sold everything and went to collect the best of the cross-shaped battleships and fighter planes. His mental strength had skyrocketed, and he didn't have to worry about cooking his brain when collecting the huge battleships and fighter planes. The Dark Elves, battleships and fighter planes perhaps couldn't be considered sturdy, but they were still very practical. If they weren't, they wouldn't have been able to hide from Heimdall's eyes, which were known to be able to see all of the universe, right up until they charged into Asgard. From this point of view, Malekith, this crap leader, had given the wrong order during the battle in Greenwich. Battleships with extreme stealth and heavy firepower were actually most suitable for mobile warfare. If the battleships and fighter planes had been allowed to move and attack freely, the Bat Squad and the Avengers really wouldn't have been able to destroy this army so easily. It wouldn't even be hard to send Thor and Big Dipper flying with a few cannon blasts at the right time to allow Malekith to seize the moment. Unfortunately, Malekith had been too hasty, and treated his men as cannon fodder and stepping stones. In the end, he and the fleet were torn apart, and the race was wiped out in one go. He had brought this on himself. He got nothing, while the Bat Squad and the Avengers profited. After all, these were spaceships. The Chitauri fleet from back then didn't have technology that was as good, and no mothership had been left behind on Earth. it couldn't compare with the harvest this time round. 2048 How a black-hearted capitalist is created. Given the gaps in the Chidori's level of technology, Luke really didn't dare use their ships for space travel. One mishap, and the ship would be destroyed. On the other hand, the Dark Elves' battleships could at least be considered second or third rate in the universe, and could ensure basic safety. Even if they couldn't beat the ships of other races in a battle, they could still escape with their first-rate stealth system. For Luke, who had never been competitive, there was nothing better than being good at running. Once he put together an infinity glove, he would be able to come and go freely in the universe. At that time, the Bat Squad would be able to add space travel to their employee benefits. For example, taking Selena to space to look at the stars was a great idea. Luke had also obtained abilities from defeating Malekith and the Cursed Warrior. The most important ones had to do with knowledge, such as the history of the Dark Elves, how to use the ether, and so on. Conversely, there was really nothing to say about their combat abilities. The Cursed Warrior's combat ability came from his unique physique. Elite generals were transformed by cursed energy, and these Cursed Warriors had very short lifespans. Luke wasn't too interested. After all, there weren't many talented individuals on Earth to begin with, and even fewer who could die at his command. Malekith's method for controlling the ether was interesting, and could be used as a reference point for making an infinity glove. The real infinity glove could hold 6 stones. The 6 stones also had different origins, which were very useful reference points. Luke, who had gained a lot, wasn't stingy. Based on the contribution rates of the people in the system, he obtained a large number of team credit points, which he viewed as a work bonus. Uncle Ivan, who was so poor that he cheated the Ursa Minor team members out of their credit points, finally paid off his debt, and even had a huge amount left over. Tony the Tycoon looked at his 7-figure credit balance and felt rich. It had to be said that Luke's various aliases had quieted down in the last few years. Apart from showing some muscle now and then to take down some underworld forces or secret research organizations, he rarely participated in ordinary missions. Most of the experience and credit points he obtained every day were what the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor shared with him. He spent less time on field operations and focused on research. Compared with Tony's lofty research results, which were hard to share, the products which Luke developed were more down to earth. Whether it was Luke himself, the team of imprisoned scientists in Space 2, or the kooky researchers at New Hope Research Institute, they had a completely different way of thinking compared with a tycoon who grew up in a rich family, and they came up with a lot of good stuff. For example, the research results of Claudia, the plant woman in Space 2, included non-invasive body sculpting, cosmetic surgery and plastic surgery, while the research results of Ophelia, the nanotoxin expert, were combined with Luke's light of life. The initial research goal was to use nanomites with toxins to control and change a target's body structure over a long period of time, but this couldn't resolve the side effects of prolonged use. Luke simply turned the nanomites into a single-use item for disposing fat, adjusting bones and removing spots and scars. The entire process took an hour, and Luke only needed 1 minute to treat the effects with light of life. The consumption of nanomites each time was immeasurable, but Luke only spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on manufacturing costs. The services sold ranged from 20 to 200 credit points, and there was a lot of demand. Even Tony had snuck over twice to trim his waist fat. In the tycoon's own words, if the problem could be solved with credit points, why waste a few months exercising? These services were open to the upper echelons, while the cost of treating unusual or terminal illnesses was even higher, ranging from hundreds to thousands of credit points. Now, the upper class knew that money wasn't as useful as credit points when it came to saving lives. Black market transactions were as high as $500,000 per credit point, which was 5 times the official price. The big shot who sold everything often told the upper class that money wasn't as important as friendship. With credit points, there was friendship. No credit points, just wash up and go to bed. By slowly making people dance to his tune in this way, the big shot became a fearful existence. Many people could see how detrimental the big shot's expanding power could be. Many people wanted him dead, but even more wanted him alive. After all, the big shot never meddled in the enterprises or operations of the upper class. He only used credit points to buy some conveniences, or have these people keep quiet about certain things. For example, Scott's arrest warrant and criminal record were overturned through official channels. Because of this, the major shareholders of the company that was the plaintiff and the judge all received 20 credit points each. Based on the black market price, each side had obtained $10 million. In fact, they could exchange these 20 credit points for more benefits from other people. They could use the points to escape a predicament or increase their vitality. Even if they just kept the credit points, that was equivalent to keeping an investment that could be exchanged for $10 million at any time, and there was no need to worry about being investigated by the IRS. With the increase in the circulation of credit points, the Bat Squad had more ways to use them. Given their fixed salaries, the team members were like fish in water. Ivan, this wanted criminal, was no exception. In any case, nobody would use their real ID to do anything. He now looked for buyers and ordered all sorts of raw materials himself. He would only order a small number of rare supplies via the big shot. Luke was happy that his time had been freed up. He had never been interested in being a general manager, even if it wasn't hard for him. But if he was the one who released the currency, why should he be the boss of the grocery store? That took up a lot of time and effort. Now that a public space storage existed, Luke simply left the delivery of goods to the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor. He just needed to move the supplies from his inventory to the public space storage before giving the corresponding team member access. Doing a delivery was worth 5 to 10 credit points. However, the members of the Bat Squad only accepted this sort of petty mission every now and then. This was clearly pocket money for Ursa Minor's youngsters. Apart from Ivan, that shameless guy, everyone else didn't want to fight with the kids over this. Just like that, not only did Luke become the boss behind the scenes, he also became a capitalist in the underworld. The new technology which he and Tony released in the last 2 years was also 1 or 2 generations ahead of anything else on Earth. There was also too much tech that grew outdated before they could be put to use. Releasing a little every year was enough for them to consolidate their connections. A month later, Tony and Luke made a breakthrough and repaired the first Dark Elf fighter plane. The Tycoon decisively refused to use this black product, and said that he would build a more beautiful ship that absolutely wouldn't be black in color. This was a jab at Knight's products, which were mostly black and gray in color. 2049 extravagant ship purchase, head on a ready platter ignoring Tony's subtle jab. Luke combined with Shriek, then took Selena, who combined with Gold Nugget, on a trip around the solar system. Given how the symbiotes were stuffed into a meteorite and launched into space, there was no need to doubt their ability to survive. Naturally, Luke, who prioritized safety, wouldn't let go of such a useful tool. Taking the symbiotes along, he and Selena roamed Venus in the solar system. They looked at Mars, which didn't have any Martians, and then at Saturn's dazzling rings. This could be considered completing a trial run of the fighter plane. Half a year later, Tony's spaceship, considered the first in the world, was completed. This also meant that the superheroes on Earth could now play with custom-made spaceships. The Tycoon wasn't willing to sell his designs for the time being, but Luke didn't care. The expensive, impractical, and overly advanced designs aside, the remaining frame could be supplemented with ordinary components, and would still be a pretty good product. This relatively low-end version of the spaceship was called a trail ship. Of course, it definitely wasn't some sort of poor man's version, it was just that Tony's experimental ship was extravagant. Natasha was the only Avenger to buy a trail ship, and that was with Steve and Clint helping to sponsor some points. Rhodes wanted to buy one, but Luke refused and told him to order one from Tony. That was how awkward Rhodes's current position was. If he were a full member of the Avengers, he would absolutely get the same treatment. However, Tony, Luke and Rhodes himself needed him to keep his identity as a Department of Defense officer, to act as a buffer between the three parties. In order not to give certain American forces a chance to bully him excessively, the colonel could only resign himself to giving up on owning a spaceship of his own. If he really wanted to, he could borrow Natasha's trail ship and take it out for a spin. Natasha saw the spaceship as just a tool, and wasn't as anal as Tony about lending things out. On this end, the Bat Squad was lively. Frank and Alice lived like a regular family when they weren't working, and didn't try their hand at manufacturing or modifying equipment, so they had the most credit points in the team. The two of them almost immediately spent the points on buying a trail ship for the family. A few days later, they took their daughter, Carrie, on a trip to outer space. Damon and Mindy were more conflicted. The father and daughter weren't the type to haggle, and lent out a fair amount of credit points. On top of that, they also liked to tinker with things. In the end, it was Damon who financed Mindy, and she herself financed other people in Ursa Minor to buy a trail ship. Mindy was usually the one who kept the spaceship, and those who had chipped in could use it in moderation. It wasn't that everyone was being stingy, but that the spaceship was similar to a luxurious manner. The purchase fee was just the beginning, the subsequent use and maintenance costs were equally high. Even though everyone had earned a lot of credit points after the battle at Greenwich, this ongoing expenditure was still painful. Few people would stick to the spaceship every day. After it was purchased, the spaceship was empty most of the time. Thus, it wasn't a bad choice for many people to chip in to cover the maintenance costs of the trail ship, while those who used it would bear the cost of that usage themselves. For example, the little turtles really wanted to hang out on the ship for a few weeks, but settled down when they saw the usage fee. Angel was the only member of the team who wasn't that obsessed with spaceships. But Luke had also privately told her that she could take advantage of Chairman Jenny's benefits every year and take a few rides on a spaceship without needing to spend credit points. Angel readily agreed. Even though she had some of the most points in the team, she had no intention of wasting them. Ivan was still the most miserable. He couldn't afford a trail ship himself, and had to give Mindy credit points first before he could get on the ship. It was like a primary school student going to an arcade. That was how shameless people could be. After a few months of overall peace, a strange grayish-blue substance suddenly appeared in Missouri. It swelled and turned into a small mountain in an extremely short period of time, then swiftly expanded outward to bury half a small town. Luke had Clarice, the female Inhuman with the codename Blink, open a portal, and Big Dipper quickly evacuated the town residents. It had to be said that death-seeking bystanders were everywhere. When the mountain-like grayish-blue substance first started spreading outward, there were a few minutes where it had remained still. In the end, many people seemed to have immediately forgotten about how the small town had been buried. They even dared to approach the substance with their phones and touch it. That was when Luke confirmed the news on F2F and Messenger. He didn't say anything when he got there. He simply activated Real Dream and had all the residents of the town get into their cars and drive away. The grayish-blue substance spread at a terrifying rate. If the people didn't retreat dozens of kilometers, they would probably be buried in a few minutes. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the grayish-blue substance started to spread like crazy again. It was like the Zerg creep in StarCraft, the only difference was in color and density. Without any hesitation, Luke injected faith value into his longswords before stabbing them into the initial breakout point. The grayish-blue substance, which had been spreading wildly, suddenly paused and shook for a moment before it slowly contracted. Seeing that it was working, Luke invested more than 200,000 faith points and added more than 100,000 credit points, yet he couldn't completely eliminate this D*MN thing. There was no defeat or kill notification from the system. He also used other weapons one after another, but in the end, they could only injure part of the substance and couldn't completely destroy it. Luke could only use his blades to open up a path and dig into the ground where the breakout point was. But before he could dig out anything, the strange grayish-blue substance suddenly turned grayish-black, and it abruptly stopped moving, like it was dead. A system notification popped up. Assist in killing Celestial Ego. Mission accomplished. Total experience 148.7 billion. Total credit 148.7 billion. Contribution rate 7%. EXP plus 10.4 billion. Credit plus 10.4 billion. WTF. Luke was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Where did this scumbag Ego come from? It had only been a short 2 years, and Luke had already seen Thanos, who had brought his army with him and tussled with the 2023 Avengers for almost an hour. There was also Malekith, who had only been on Earth for less than 10 minutes, but had besieged Asgard for half a day before that. But Ego, this Celestial, had just given up 10 billion experience and credit points without even showing his face. How ridiculous was that? So, how would the next head be delivered to him? Luke wasn't looking forward to it at all. The main point was that this third mission to save the world had been inexplicably accomplished, just like that. Without Luke's knowing, a Celestial had almost destroyed Earth. It was absolutely horrifying. Compared with the 10 billion experience and credit points that had inexplicably been sent to his door, Luke wanted to know the source and reason for this rescue mission. A Dark Knight without a backup plan wasn't a good Batman. 2050 rise to owner of a planet, unbelievable start to a space journey. Also, the contribution rate was only 7%. Why did it feel like he had missed out on tens of billions? Despite his grumbles, Luke was actually already very pleased. He had only spent over 200,000 faith points and 100,000 credit points, and had earned 10 billion experience and credit points in return. This was already a 30,000-fold return on his investment. How could he not be pleased? After that, Luke began to think about the problem of making the spaceships. Having a factory on Earth would be very inconvenient. Testing the spaceships would cause quite a stir. He thought of the barren planet which the inhuman, Hive, had been banished to. There had been some intelligent lifeforms on that planet, but destroying lives was inherent to Hive's nature, and there was no way to control the impulse. In the end, after Hive was exiled, it quickly devoured the intelligent lifeforms on the planet and turned it barren. After killing Hive, this planet naturally became Luke's. There were few living creatures on this barren planet, but it did have air, and the mining of minerals wouldn't have an impact on it. It was very suitable for building a fully automated factory for manufacturing spaceships. Luke was already the owner of a planet. With a large arc reactor to provide energy, along with mature robot technology, mining and manufacturing costs would be dozens of times cheaper than on Earth. Mining and processing the basic raw materials alone would be enough to cause the mineral market on Earth to collapse. With this, he basically didn't need to buy the required raw materials on Earth to make a spaceship, and could be self-sufficient. All this was possible because he had found the monolith in Malik's collection. The monolith was a huge black rock. When it vibrated at a special frequency, it would soften and turn into liquid. This liquid created a portal which led to that barren planet. Also, Malik discovered that activating the monolith didn't necessarily require the entire irregularly shaped rock that was more than 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. With just 3 30-centimeter blocks of black stone cut off the original, he could create a portal that was 5 meters in diameter. After placing a small cube of the black rock on a special metal plate, and making it vibrate, a portable portal would be created. The monolith could hence be broken down into dozens of portable portals. However, Luke only prepared the stone fragments required for 2 portals. The rest of the monolith was put away in his inventory. The barren planet was just a mining and manufacturing base. Basically, only his clones would go there. There was no need to let the whole team know about it. It was enough to use it as a logistics base and an emergency escape route. In any case, the important supplies were delivered through the public space storage, and nobody knew where they came from. Furthermore, compared with the Dark Elves' fighter planes, it took a lot longer to understand and repurpose the cross-shaped battleships. It was unrealistic to think this could be done in a year or two. It would take 3 to 5 years just to work out the underlying principles. 8 to 10 years would be considered a normal time frame, and even 10 to 20 years was within Luke's calculations. He wasn't in a hurry to build a battleship, and his days were the same as ever. He trained as well as analyzed his abilities for 8 hours a day, studied the battleship and various equipment for 8 hours, and slept, ate, rested and had fun for 8 hours. The trail ship had a stealth system that couldn't be detected by any country on Earth. Using it to travel and rest made it very easy for the Level 1 clone to move around the world. The Level 3 clone continued to guard America. The half-crippled Level 2 clone, on the other hand, went on a business trip to the barren planet first. After a few months, it completed the first phase of the construction of the mining and manufacturing base. The base could be gradually refurbished and expanded once operations stabilized. Then, the Level 2 clone took a more advanced trail ship and used the star map Luke had obtained from the Chitauri and the Dark Elves to head into the vast universe. To move on a large scale in this universe, one had to go through a jump point. The trail ship was much slower than the Dark Elves' battleship, and a lot more vulnerable while it made its way to a jump point. It was safest for Luke's clone to take action. He had his inventory, equipment, and supplies, and could take out another ship if this one was destroyed. He also wasn't afraid that his clone would starve to death in space. This way, the Level 2 clone would be able to reach the nearest jump point in a few months at most and head for the nearest lawless planet on the star map. Why not go to an orderly planet first? Wouldn't that be a waste of Luke's talent in chivalry? 3 months later, there was a pained expression on the face of Luke's Level 2 clone. The broken trail ship floated through the void of space, but Luke wasn't inclined to immediately switch ships. It was ridiculous. Halfway on his journey, 2 parties appeared out of nowhere on a chase through space. They whooshed past him and caused an explosion on Luke's ship, sending it flying. What was even more outrageous was that his ship then hit an abnormal gravity field. After passing through it, he wound up in an unfamiliar galaxy that was not marked on the star maps from the Chitauri or the Dark Elves. Where the hell should he go? This was like an ordinary person walking around on Earth in ancient times. They might not be able to find anyone even after walking for a few years, or might fall into some dire situation before then. Activating the distress signal, Luke simply lay down and closed his eyes, and focused on the research that his main body was carrying out. He would test his chances of running into a good Samaritan. If things really didn't work out, the only thing he could do was recall his level 2 clone. In any case, a level 2 clone was only worth 1,000,000 credit points, which wasn't a lot for Luke. But if a good Samaritan came to his rescue, there was a high chance he could go straight to the nearest orderly planet. Who knew, the other party might even take the initiative to give him a spaceship or whatever form of currency was used in space. That would be perfect. After drifting through space for 3 days, Luke was ready to give up on this clone. He decided that after the 4th day passed, he would recall the clone. Suddenly, a communication request rang out in the damaged ship. Stunned for a moment, Luke then picked up the call. There was no image, only a voice. "Were you calling for help? How's the situation? Can you hold on?" This person was speaking in the language of the Nova Empire, not revealing their face. Interesting. Luke's eyes flashed as he replied, "I'm a citizen of the Nova Empire. I was caught up in a battle between 2 unknown forces. My spaceship was destroyed and I can't move." After a few seconds of silence, another question came through on the communication channel. "Are you alone?" Thinking quickly, Luke replied, "It's just me. If you take me to the Nova Empire, I'm willing to reward you generously." The other party fell silent again. Half a minute later, a reply came. "All right, please stay quiet and don't wander around or interfere with our rescue operation." Luke said, "No problem. Thank you very much." 2051 An unfamiliar acquaintance. After the communication ended, Luke quietly stared at the surveillance feed, and saw a streak of flames in the distance. In just a few minutes, a small spaceship that looked like a swallow with several wings arrived above the broken trail ship. Looking at the data which the AI program listed, Luke's lips twitched. FCK, a 5,000-year-old antique fighter plane, was indeed outdated. The speed displayed by this Swallow spaceship was more than twice the maximum speed of the trail ship. If the trail ship could move at that speed, Luke wouldn't have been affected at all during that space pursuit. Rescuing a spaceship like his all the way out here was a risk. The other party probably wasn't someone as chivalrous as he was, who took pleasure in doing good. Luke didn't believe they would do all they could here. Sure enough, the Swallow spaceship hovered above the trail ship and didn't move for a few minutes, before a robotic arm stretched out and cut through the hull. The same person's voice rang out from the robotic arm. "Please take your personal valuables with you. Wear the life support device on the robotic arm, and we'll rescue you." Luke activated the ship's self-destruct sequence and then stood in front of the robotic arm. He was going to give up the ship today. He had already put away what he needed in his inventory, so he naturally had nothing to bring with him. A member on the Swallow spaceship covered his face in frustration when he saw this. "DMN it. Is this guy poor?" A second member was unhappy. "We're doing a good deed." A third member said, "That's right. We'll also get a reward in passing." A fourth member said, "All right, the only thing we can do is send him to the Nova Empire now. Hehe, we have status there. He can't refuse to reward us." The first member looked at Luke, who had been pulled out of the plane by the robotic arm. He unbuckled his seatbelt and took out his pistol. "Although this guy looks like a cripple, we still have to intimidate him." The third member stood up and drew out knives from his legs. "I'll go too. I'll stab him to death if he dares move." The second member, "Does this look like you're doing a good deed?" It's not wrong to be careful, but at least cover up your robber vibe." A moment later, in the rear cabin of the Swallow spaceship, Luke looked at the two creatures in front of him, and smiled amiably. "Nice to meet you. What should I call you?" The big guy looked down at the shorty. "I think this guy is up to no good." The shorty chuckled. "As long as we're paid enough, what does it have to do with us whether he's good or bad?" They didn't bother hiding their conversation from Luke at all, and he heard them clearly. He simply smiled and looked at them. These two could just barely be considered acquaintances, and he couldn't do anything to them. However, based on his understanding of them, he could at least hitch a ride on their ship, and things were unlikely to devolve into a fight. After that, the shorty turned around and looked at Luke. "My name is Rocket. His name is Drax. What about you? Luke said, nice to meet you. I'm Big Dipper. The shorty was the aggressive raccoon called Rocket, and the big one was apparently called Drax the Destroyer. If there were no surprises, then Peter Quill, whom Rhodes had mocked as an idiot, should also be on this ship. Little Spidey was unlucky enough to have the same name as this guy. Rocket was stunned. Is that the language of Earth? Luke was still smiling. That's right, my hometown is Earth. Drax subconsciously asked, Missouri. Luke said, no, but we're neighbors. Rocket suddenly thought of something and grimaced. DMN it, you pretended to be from the Nova Empire, you're actually poor, right? Luke nodded, then shook his head with a smile. That was just a small lie to guarantee my rescue, but I don't think I can be considered poor. We can slowly negotiate the reward. Rocket glanced at Drax. I think we should look for Quill. This guy is as shameless as he is. Drax nodded in agreement. That's right. With that, they left, leaving Luke trapped by the robotic arm. 2 minutes later, Quill arrived. 10 minutes later, Gamora, who had come to check how the negotiation was coming along, was dumbfounded as she listened to the two men sing. 20 minutes later, Luke was released and was finally able to sit and talk inside the rear cabin. According to Quill, Earthlings who can sing and dance can't be that bad. But Luke felt that it was the Sony Walkman WMEX1 and the cassette tapes of nostalgic English songs which he had pulled out that had played the biggest role. At least, they were very useful when it came to Quill. Of course, it was also a good thing that he had a hobby of playing with old electronic devices and had an inventory. No other Earthling would bring an old antique Walkman and cassette tapes with them on a spaceship. For the next few days, Luke was hounded by the members of the spaceship in turns, as if he were a rare animal on display in some exhibit. It was only Drax, the big guy, who rarely approached him. Quill came to talk to him about Earth, dancing and singing. Gamora glared at him, as if trying to figure out his ulterior motives. Rocket talked to him about shooting and gun modifications, and Luke used mental communication to communicate with Groot Jr., who ignored him. The Mantis woman had touched him, and then, nothing. The system didn't allow anyone else to enter his mind at all. Mantis's ability to sense other people's thoughts through touch was useless. Conversely, he could use his mental abilities on her. However, hypnosis didn't have a good effect on her. He injected goodwill through mental communication, and it was very easy for her to develop a good impression of him. Of course, it didn't have to do with Luke being male. Luke had no intention of becoming some bug-controlling immortal, either. As they chatted, Quill naturally mentioned Earth and Missouri. Luke also told him about the grayish-blue substance that had devoured the town in Missouri. At that time, Quill's expression was a little subtle as he asked about the casualties in the town. He heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that all the townspeople had been evacuated in the moment when the grayish-blue substance paused after the first spread. After a few days, Luke finally learned the truth from the little raccoon. The grayish-blue substance was actually Quill's father. It was the clone, or seed, left behind by the celestial ego. His goal had been to one day devour the entire Earth and make it a part of him. In fact, there were hundreds of planets where ego had left behind such clones. Most of them were planets with intelligent life. Earth was just one of his victims. The little raccoon hadn't said much at first, but Luke had discovered Rocket's weakness in 2023. He grabbed this fellow and then converted 20 credit points into Light of Life, which he used to restore Rocket's entire body. Rocket was won over. He was an abandoned product of some genetic experiment. The experiment not only gave him human-like genius, it also gave him a short lifespan and a body that was constantly in pain. His violent temper was mostly a byproduct of this pain. 2052 Life with the Guardians is a raccoon who was tormented by a long-term ailment. What was it like to suddenly feel comfortable all over? It was even more comfortable than taking drugs. After all, medical drugs could only treat the pain, but Light of Life could significantly reduce it and revitalize the patient. Luke had used this move in 2023 to make Rocket drop his guard. Since he had already confirmed that this method was effective, he used it again. Light of Life flowed through Rocket and made him feel soft all over. Luke used mental communication to soothe him. Soon, Rocket told him about how Quill had killed his father, Ego. The plot was so bizarre that even Luke, who had heard and seen so much, was stunned. Ego lived up to his celestial status. What kind of godly operation was that? It hadn't been easy for Ego to find Quill, this son who had inherited his bloodline. Given how much of a fool Quill looked, it had been easy to dupe him at first. In the end, this idiot Celestial actually admitted to Quill's face that he was the one who had killed Quill's mother. He even crushed Quill's Walkman. Infuriated, Quill fought Ego, and this Celestial died at his son's hands. Because of that, Quill lost the power of the Celestials which he had inherited from Ego. In other words, the reason Luke had been able to earn 10 billion experience and credit points from Ego was because of Quill. Luke felt that he owed this good son a favor for saving Earth and delivering his father's head to Luke, so he stopped trying to dupe this small team. Although these Guardians of the Galaxy were a small team, they were still split into 3 parties. Quill and Gamora were sort of a couple, and could be considered one party. Rocket and the little tree, Groot, had been partners for a long time, and were one party. Drax and Mantis could be considered a third party, but the former was a simple-minded person, and the latter was a naive girl. The two of them never participated in any decision-making. Now that Luke had taken care of Quill and Rocket, he had won over a significant portion of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Gamora, the female alien, was the most normal and wary of the lot. However, it was hard for her to go against the flow as a lone individual. She could only watch as her teammates grew closer to Big Dipper. After Luke gave the Guardians a 100 cubic meter space storage, however, even Gamora was won over. Food, water and daily necessities weren't worth much, but they were a must. Also, the regular firearms, space suits and flight suits that everybody used every day weren't expensive, but could save lives at a critical moment. Quill almost cried when he received this gift. If he had this thing when he left Ego's planet, Yondu wouldn't have had to die. If he had space suits in the space storage back then, Quill would have been able to take them out and equip Yondu, and both of them would have survived. Rocket winked at Luke. This is awesome. You've made fortunes with this, right? I only take what I should. Luke chuckled. Also, it's more useful for storing equipment, you get it. Rocket's eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead. That's right. If I use this to break out of prison, my reputation as the king of jailbreaks will definitely increase. Luke coughed and nudged his shoulder. I'm saying that if an enemy catches you, you can look for an opportunity to counterattack. Bullshit, that's not. Rocket turned around and saw Gamora glaring at him from the back door that had just opened. Rocket changed the topic. Let's study how to counterattack. He then winked at Luke. Luke sighed and put his hand to his forehead. Seeing that, Rocket was instantly vexed. DMN it, did I use my left eye again? Luke nodded silently. This D*MN quirk of yours. You like to wink with your left eye when you're lying. Can you even lie properly? After getting to know the Guardians better, Luke stopped talking about leaving on his own. Every day, he would look for Quill and Gamora to chat about what was happening in the universe, or he would sell some small equipment to Rocket. Despite his small stature, Rocket was capable enough to be on par with Quill. From spaceships to flyers, from armor to weapons, there were few things that he didn't know how to handle. However, what he still loved most were big guns with massive firepower. Luke simply found a desolate planet, took out an M2 heavy machine gun, and let Rocket fire tens of thousands of bullets to his heart's content. In terms of technology and power, the M2 heavy machine gun was definitely outdated, but the roar and vibrations made Rocket yell in excitement. There were also many gun enthusiasts on Earth who liked to collect and play with old guns that were hundreds of years old. Rocket was a cosmic-level gun enthusiast, and got a very big kick out of playing with them. Quill thought it was boring and couldn't help but say something sarcastic along the lines of, outdated, and, backward, only to be shut down by Rocket's, your Walkman and songs are just as outdated. Compared with Tony, Rocket was the classic example of a vagrant. He had no fixed assets, no job and no relatives. Even this Swallow spaceship was the common property of the Guardians. Initially, his biggest joy was in taking Big Groot around to look for money or valuable things. That was until he met Quill and Gamora more than a year ago. Together, they defeated Ronan the Accuser in the Nova Empire, and then defeated Ego a few months ago. That had been very invigorating. But they had been idle for the last few months. Rocket couldn't even talk about robbing people in front of Gamora. He was already so bored that he was dozing off. As for doing good in space, that wasn't his style at all. For example, when they received Luke's distress signal, he and Quill had been prepared to save him along with all his money. With the arrival of Luke, this fellow enthusiast, and doctor, most of Rocket's attention was diverted. One person and one raccoon tinkered with equipment in the rear cabin every day. When these two techies started tinkering, Quill was depressed. It wasn't fun anymore when nobody bickered over which direction to head in. However, Quill had always liked to say that this was his ship, so he could only shoulder that responsibility. In fact, one person and one raccoon talked a lot in the rear cabin, and had privately reached a trade agreement for tech gear. Even if Luke left the Guardians in the future, they could leave messages in the space storage as well as trade tech and equipment. It had to be said that there was indeed so much high-end tech in the universe. Even a small private team like the Guardians of the Galaxy all had protective nano-energy flight suits. The suits had many protective functions and life support systems. Quill wore a t-shirt and a leather coat while Drax only wore pants as they flew around in space. It was just that the protective suits didn't affect the outer appearance of their regular attire. 2053 Get rid of all of them. Then I'll give it a go. The Guardians' protective flight suits weren't as sturdy as the Iron Man suit, but they were much more convenient and stealthy. The main weakness was the energy source. Generally, a suit could only function for under 20 hours in one go, and even less than that if it was damaged. In this regard, Tony's Iron Man armor came out on top. However, if the third-generation arc reactor was incorporated into this suit, it should be able to use energy continuously for at least a month, which was perfect. Something like this could be used on Earth. It was more convenient and powerful than nanosuits, and could be used as a reference for further development of the nanosuits. In this way, Luke both had fun and talked shop with Rocket, killing two birds with one stone. His only regret was that they hadn't run into any stupid aliens, so he and the Guardians didn't make any extra income in the last week. Rocket had already promised to help him build a new spaceship which absolutely wouldn't stint on performance. Without money, however, they wouldn't be able to buy the parts and equipment needed to build a new spaceship when they got to the Nova Empire. But it was still early for Luke to think about that. As the saying went, if you want to do a good job, you have to sharpen your tools first. He would first learn from these Guardian seniors for 2 months, which could only increase his work efficiency in the future. In any case, there were many lawless places in this universe, the only difference was how much they could plunder. His inventory had already been upgraded to 1 billion cubic meters, putting aside the mental strength it would require. Luke could fit an entire asteroid in it. Most asteroids were rocks made up mostly of silicon dioxide, which could be found anywhere in the universe. As long as he took action, he would definitely go after valuable things. Even plundering all the valuable items in the Nova Empire might not necessarily fill up his inventory. This was his first time in space, so it made sense that he didn't have any money. If he brought Director Selena and the dog head out to play in the future, wait, there was a problem with this train of thought. Luke suddenly came back to his senses. If he took Director Selena out into space to punish evil, mete out justice, and rob the rich to help the poor, maybe she would be happier. It had been a long time since Director Selena had gone all out. For 10 years, Luke had consistently swept through and rooted out various gangs and forces on Earth. Those who stood out suffered heavy losses, and the rest basically couldn't fight him head-on. But in space, there would always be people who did bad things. The system wouldn't give him credit points for this, and Luke wasn't Odin. He wasn't interested in establishing an empire and protecting aliens. At most, he would take Director Selena or his team members out once in a while to play and obtain some spoils that couldn't be found on Earth, and earn some pocket money. That day, the Guardians arrived in a lawless zone to replenish supplies. Luke had a lot of supplies in his inventory, but he didn't have fuel or maintenance supplies for the spaceship. Also, everyone could eat food from Earth, but apart from Quill, who was a human-alien hybrid, it wasn't to their liking. Passing through the jump point, the spaceship slowly headed for lawless territory. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a swarm of what looked like small stars swam toward them. Luke, who was playing with Groot Jr., heard both Quill and Rocket curse before they turned the ship around and ran. Luke asked curiously, a grudge. Neither Quill nor Rocket said anything. It was Gamora who explained darkly, "It's the Sovereign. When we helped them complete a mission last time, Rocket acquired a few Anulax batteries. They've been chasing us ever since." No wonder. Luke was enlightened. If it were him, he would have hunted them down too. Rocket had shown off these Anulax batteries before. They could store a massive amount of energy, and were about the size of a home LED light. If the Iron Man armor used one in battle, it could keep going for days. Considering how convenient and quick it was to replace them, these batteries could be used as single-use arc reactors. Daddy's system didn't protect aliens, while Luke naturally stood on the side of a friend. Rocket, well done. Rocket turned around and chuckled at Luke's thumbs up. Drax, on the other hand, looked at Luke's hand in confusion. This gesture, does it mean, kill them? Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. If you're willing, I can give it a try. Everybody raised their eyebrows. Quill couldn't help but say, the Sovereign guys are all cowards. The ships they send out are all remotely piloted. If we fight, we'll be the only losers. Luke exclaimed, remote pilot. Then where is the mothership which controls them? Quill shook his head, no idea. In any case, we haven't found anything like it. Luke rubbed the neat white beard on his chin. Then blow them all up. That should be safe. The Guardians raised their eyebrows again. That was hundreds of remotely piloted ships. He wanted to blow all of them up. Are you crazy, or are we? For Luke, however, if the Sovereign themselves had come in person, he would have considered holding back. After all, Rocket had only stolen from them. If he killed hundreds of them in one go, that would be a little insane. But these were just unmanned ships, so it didn't matter. Also, these unmanned fighter ships could be remotely piloted in space at a range that was beyond what even Quill's spaceship could detect, which was far more advanced than Luke's remote-controlled androids. He wanted this technology. Thinking this, Luke stood up. I'll create a distraction. The ship might not be able to reach the jump point if they chase us and engage us in a fight. Hearing that, Rocket jumped out of the pilot's seat. I'll go with you. Just nice, we can try out our new guns. Luke didn't stop him. On this spaceship, the little raccoon was indeed the best shooter apart from him. With Luke around, it wouldn't be easy for anything to happen to Rocket. Even if they got lost in space, he could at most knock Rocket out and stuff him into space too before transferring him back to Earth as a guest for a period of time. One person and one raccoon went to the rear cabin. Raccoon put on a protective suit, while Luke simply put on the Big Dipper armor. Rocket couldn't help but exclaim, your gear's so cool. Why don't you usually wear it? Luke opened the weapons trunk on the side and took out the new gun which he and Rocket had put together. Quill says every day that he's the most handsome man on the ship. There's no need to steal Gamora's attention from him. She's been watching me too much in the last few days. Rocket laughed and picked up a small version of the gun. He loaded an Anulax battery into it and said, you're too considerate. Quill isn't afraid of taking a blow. That's only if you really can't steal Gamora from him. Amused, Luke patted Rocket's head. I only like Earth women, okay. Alright, it's showtime. He used the armor's suction function to stand firmly on the deck. The little raccoon, on the other hand, looked for cover, then wrapped a safety rope around himself. A moment later, the rear door opened up into starry space. 2054 fighter plane game. No, a shooting game. The silver-gray Sovereign fighter ships were approaching swiftly. They were round and only 1/5 the size of the Swallow spaceship. They were astonishingly fast and agile. Luke said over the team comms, there are 572 of them in total. How about a match, Rocket? Rocket switched to rapid-fire mode on his gun, and the energy system started buzzing as the gun charged up. No problem, my gun's already ready and waiting. Luke, on the other hand, chose the lowest firing speed. The 6 barrels on the gun slowly turned. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he said that, energy bullets shot out of both guns at the Sovereign fighter planes behind them. The 6-barreled energy Gatling gun was ubiquitous throughout the galaxy. Its advantage was that the heat generated dissipated quickly. The little raccoon hadn't used it much in the past because he didn't have a high-quality energy source for it. He had been having fun with Luke for the past few days, and took out an Anulax battery to use. Bang, 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 bang. The approaching Sovereign fighter ships blew up in a row. Debris from the explosions hit nearby ships, causing some chaos. The Sovereign fighter ships immediately pulled back a little even as they continued the pursuit. In any case, these were all unmanned ships. For the Sovereign, this was nothing more than a fighter plane game. Rocket laughed and didn't let go of the firing button. He drowned the small, round fighter ships in a shower of energy bullets as he shouted wildly, come, Sovereign B*TCHES. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Luke, on the other hand, kept a much lower profile. His gunfire was only 1/3 as fast as the little raccoon's firepower, and had a steady rhythm to it. The difference was in efficiency. Rocket fired dozens of energy bullets every second, and only hit 1 or 2 ships. Luke could fire 12 rounds in a second at most, but would definitely hit 2 ships. Any fighter ship he targeted would be caught up in a shower of energy bullets. No matter how it moved, it would, coincidentally, collide with another fighter ship and explode. Super shooting combined with elementary precision was just as effective even in a battlefield like this. It was because both sides were too far apart that Luke had to use a shower of energy bullets to maintain accuracy. If the enemy fighter ships were closer, the amount of ammo he would need to hit one of them would be reduced. The situation developed as they expected. Even with Luke and Rocket suppressing them, the Sovereign relied on the advantage in numbers to close the gap. A shower of bright yellow energy bullets shot out, and there were more and more of them. Quill couldn't care about steering smoothly anymore. The spaceship began to swerve around as it rolled and spun non-stop to avoid the attacks coming at it from behind. Luke was fine. Thanks to the support of his armor, his feet stuck to the deck as he fired non-stop. Rocket, on the other hand, was unlucky. He was flung around, and he cursed. "Quill, are you trying to throw me out? DMN it, I'm going to hit you in the head with my gun." Quill roared back, "I'm preventing them from blowing up your head." Rocket, get lost. The two parties fought in space for a while. The Swallow spaceship was hit by 1 or 2 energy bullets every 10 to 20 seconds, while the Sovereign fighter ships behind it never stopped blowing up. Rocket, who couldn't remain steady on his feet, couldn't fire at all, so all that was naturally Luke's doing. In fact, he and the Sovereign had similar feelings at that moment. It was just that the Sovereign were playing a fighter plane game, while Luke was playing a shooting game. Also, as the Sovereign fighter ships closed the distance, less energy bullets were sent flying, and Luke's accuracy gradually increased. The Sovereign also didn't value the drone ships, and they subconsciously gathered together after opening fire, which made it easier to hit them. He could blow up one fighter ship with 3 to 4 shots from the energy Gatling gun. The red numbers in the top right corner of the virtual screen that Luke had specially set up rolled over constantly. It felt similar to arcade games he had played in his previous life. In a Sovereign mothership in the distance, a group of gold-skinned Sovereign were sitting in rows as they piloted the fighter ships remotely. On most of the screens in front of them, the Swallow spaceship flew erratically as it fled, while 2 lunatics at the back of the ship never stopped shooting. However, dozens of the screens turned a light red and lost visual, which meant that the fighter ships had been taken down. The Sovereign who had lost their ships could only stand behind their comrades who had yet to be taken down and watch. Interfere? No way. In any case, there wouldn't be any casualties. For them, this was indeed just a game. There was actually no benefit in hunting down the Guardians of the Galaxy. The Guardians were a poor bunch to begin with. Killing them wouldn't yield any material gains. They weren't vicious criminals. Killing them wouldn't intimidate other criminals. The Guardians were a slippery target that was hard to catch. The Sovereign were exerting a lot of effort to get revenge, purely to vent their anger. This really matched their temperament. This race lived for dignity. They acted like high and mighty aristocrats. They were one of the strongest races in the universe, and were very wealthy. There weren't many people who would fight them. Only someone like Rocket, who had a suicidal streak, would provoke the Sovereign. For a moment, cheers rang out in the control room, which looked like a gaming hall. There were people giving suggestions or blind instructions, or boasting. It was exactly like the gaming halls in Luke's previous life. But a few minutes later, the shouts and chatter all turned to the same topic. DMN it, where did that black and white skull come from? Why is his shooting so accurate? Ah, I was blown up too. Ah, I clearly dodged it. Why was my ship still destroyed? On the Swallow spaceship, Quill also sensed the change. Wow, guys, great job. Their firepower has been cut by half. We'll be able to make it to the jump point. Rocket couldn't help but ask, Big Spoon, what's the secret to your shooting? Tell me. Luke said, I can't teach you talent. Now that he was no longer under so much stress, Quill immediately started to mock the little raccoon. Wow, our shooting master has learned to suck up to someone else. That's great. Enraged, Rocket started firing wildly again, but didn't forget to dish out truth bombs while he was at it. You only know how to play with your 2 lousy pistols. If you have the guts, let's switch. Quill, fine, let's do it. Rocket, come on, come at me if you dare. Gamora could only quell these 2 childish guys. Alright, there are still so many fighter ships after us. 2055 first time on an alien planet, preparing to do something when his sweetheart spoke. Quill immediately fell silent. Rocket, however, couldn't help but defend himself. There aren't many left. I've been counting. I took down 73 of them. Big Spoon has already blown up 267. Oh, 269 now. The Sovereign only have a little more than 200 ships left. Gamora, who had mainly been paying attention to the damage to the spaceship, was stunned. What? Less than 5 minutes after the battle started, more than half of the Sovereign fighter ships had been taken down. Then, it seemed that they really didn't have to run. After all, they had managed to survive more than 500 fighter ships, and the damage to their spaceship wasn't bad. The pressure from the remaining 200 or so fighter planes wasn't even 20 to 30% of what it had been initially. If Luke's marksmanship continued to be so good, the remaining Sovereign fighter ships would only last 3 to 4 minutes. Gamora couldn't help but ask, Big Dipper, can you keep going? High-precision shooting consumed a lot of mental and physical energy, and the accuracy would plummet when it reached a limit. Gamora felt that it was better to ask and be clear. Luke said calmly, no problem. Everybody was relieved. After interacting with him for the past few days, everybody had a rough understanding of his personality. He didn't say much, but he was very straightforward. Whether it was learning how to pilot a spaceship or modify weapons, he didn't pretend to understand and he didn't brag. He and Quill were polar opposites. If Quill said that it was fine, then there might be a problem. If Luke said it was fine, then it really was. Sure enough, as the number of Sovereign fighter ships rapidly dwindled, the spaceship no longer had to run like crazy. Their flight became much more stable, and Luke's shooting accuracy increased once more. Rocket regained his footing and started shooting again. Bright yellow energy bullets flew, and the Sovereign fighter ships behind them exploded non-stop. 2 minutes later, Rocket burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, want to hunt me down? You're all done for now. Quill said again, you only took down 102 ships. You didn't do much. Rocket paused for a moment before he roared, well, I blew up at least 100 of them, and you didn't take down any. If it wasn't for my flying, would you have been able to blow up those ships? Quill immediately roared back, Rocket, if you were as good as I am at flying, I would be able to hit 50, no, 100 more. Quill, PFF'd, you talk big. Rocket, if you dare, I'll fly the ship next time and you can do the shooting. If you can't hit 100, you won't get a girlfriend. Quill said, you're on. Next time, if the spaceship gets hit, you'll zip your mouth for a week. Rocket, fine, let's go. Quill said, let's go, I'm not scared of you. Everybody was lost for words. What two childish kids. A moment later, Luke said, Quill, we probably don't need to head to the jump point. We still need to restock supplies. Quill, who had been cursing the raccoon, came back to his senses. The spaceship did a 180-degree turn. Haha, I forgot. Sorry. Big Spoon, what do you want to buy? I promise I'll get it for you. Rocket, you popper, do you have money? Quill was furious. I don't. Do you? Rocket chuckled. No, but Big Spoon told me to find an opportunity to, MMF. Luke covered his mouth. Luke hurriedly said, Rocket said he'll be my guide and take me for a look around the supply planet. As he spoke, he gave the little raccoon a meaningful look, and Rocket smiled awkwardly. That's right. Also, I'll look for a buyer for the Annulax batteries. In fact, Rocket and Luke had long planned to use the Annulax batteries as bait. When they were on the supply planet, they would specially look for shops that liked to pull scams. It was perfect. Gamora rolled her eyes. She looked at Quill, who was also chuckling, and could only shake her head helplessly. She wasn't stupid. How could a man who hung around with Quill and Rocket be an upright person? Hey, these three guys were definitely ready to do something big. However, she couldn't keep an eye on them all the time. Quill and Rocket's bottom lines were pretty low, but they wouldn't go so far as to kill someone for their belongings. She would just let them be. After all, they had been on the ship for so long and were bored. It was unrealistic to expect them to be obedient once they got off. As long as they didn't go off to look for those shady women in a certain line of work, it was fine. Half an hour later, the spaceship landed on the supply planet. Luke, Rocket, Groot Jr., Drax and Mantis went to the market. Gamora and Quill stayed back on the spaceship. Otherwise, they would have bought everything, but would be down one ship. This place was just that chaotic. And that was precisely why Luke, Rocket and Quill decided to come here. It was also for this reason that everybody unanimously decided to buy the supplies they needed first and bring them back before taking turns to go out and wander around. The supplies should last them 3 days, which was plenty of time. Before they left, the 3 trash guys winked at each other. This was Quill hinting to Luke and Rocket to go all out. Whether they ate meat or porridge for the next few months would depend on how big a fish they could catch in the next few days. Drax led the way with Mantis. Rocket and Luke were behind them, and Groot Jr. rode on Luke's shoulder. While Rocket corrected the 2 simpletons in front of them when they went the wrong way, he also gave Luke a rough idea of the situation here. Rocket didn't come here often, and it would take some time to find a big fish. Luke observed the strange aliens around him. Some looked similar to human beings, some didn't. There were red-skinned and yellow-skinned people here. Adding Gamora to the mix, it was traffic lights come to life. It also wasn't rare to see blue-colored skin, or the classic cool trio of black, white and gray. Including the purple-skinned Thanos and the gold-skinned Sovereign, these various alien races really were like the Calabash brothers. And that was just in terms of color. Some were half machines, some had sharp ears and monkey cheeks, some were covered in ice, and some were black all over. They could be considered mutant types. As for weird hairstyles like bald, two-toned, waves and mohawks, they were everywhere. Luke looked around, but couldn't find any men close to Quill's level. No wonder Quill was able to catch Gamora's eye. The men on this lawless planet were too ugly. Also, most of the aliens smelled like biochemical weapons, and Luke had to dial sharp nose down to the lowest setting. If any 2 individuals here with over average body odor boarded the Swallow spaceship, nobody would be able to hang around the cockpit. Given this sort of personal hygiene, Gamora had definitely chosen Quill after careful consideration. Inferior looks and scary odors aside, law and order here was beyond Luke's expectations. Fights, theft, fraud and robbery were common, but there was no such thing as huge battles or carnage. Clearly, the party in charge here did still intimidate people. 2056 Step on it, Plan This was a supply planet controlled by interstellar ravagers. There were 100 Ravager factions, and none were weak. There was no clear hierarchy among the factions, but they adhered to a particular code. Few people were willing to provoke the Ravagers over a small matter. If a person offended the Nova Empire or the Kree Empire, they could still survive on lawless planets that were under the Ravagers' influence and control. However, if they continued to cause trouble in the territory of a member of the Ravagers, they would be blacklisted, and it would become very hard for them to fence loot and get supplies. Of course, the definition of causing trouble was very broad. What Luke and Rocket planned to do could only be considered a personal grudge, which wasn't something that the Ravagers would bother with. The main thing was not to start a large-scale war on the planet, like drawing battleships to the planet to bombard it. If you really wanted to fight, go out into space and fight to death yourself. There were many people on this planet who wouldn't mind helping to clean up the battlefield and go through the wreckage post-battle to earn some cash. The most convenient thing about this place was that it basically sold everything. Also, the currency of major interstellar empires like the Nova Empire, the Kree Empire and the Sheer Empire could all be used here. Nobody here asked you where your goods and money came from. However, every businessman here would scrape off a layer of the buyer or seller's skin in order to make the biggest profit, as any decent businessman should. What Luke and Rocket were looking for was a shop with shady dealings. This sort of shop would basically sell you something worth $1,000 for $1 million, or could kill and cremate you on the spot without warning. Quill and Rocket wouldn't normally look for a shop like this. It wasn't that they couldn't take it down, but that they didn't want trouble. The Guardians were more interested in adventure than in fighting or killing. After getting to know Quill and Rocket, however, Luke made it clear that he was too poor. If he wanted to get his hands on a spaceship, the fastest way to do so was to steal from a scammer. He didn't ask them to participate in the operation, they just needed to help him find a few suitable targets, and it wasn't a problem for him to take action on his own. Hearing that, Rocket and Quill subconsciously thought of the space storage which Luke had given them. FCK, this really was a godly weapon for robbing people. With this thing, he could loot several shady shops. Except for the large parts that couldn't be taken away in one go, every other valuable was absolutely fair game. One person going was no different from 3 people going, as long as he was strong enough. Luke's combat ability hadn't been especially obvious before he swept through the Sovereign ships, but both Quill and Rocket agreed that he was a capable guy. His words and actions were very much like Gamora's when they first met her back then. She had been known as the most dangerous woman in the galaxy. That had indeed been the case. In the team, Gamora was the most efficient and the most ruthless fighter. In terms of pure combat ability, Quill and Drax weren't as good as she was. She was definitely their main force. If Luke could make Quill and Rocket feel the same way, he definitely wasn't weak. Now that they had gotten rid of the Sovereign ships, there was even less to worry about. Consequences? No way. As soon as Quill mentioned it, Luke gave him a friendly smile and patted his shoulder. Dead people can't do anything. It wasn't appropriate to use these words when it came to the higher-ups of the major empires, but it definitely wasn't wrong to use them with the owners of shady shops on lawless planets. Dead people had no value here. Keeping this in mind, they didn't waste any time. They went to shops with various supplies and checked out the prices before buying them. The Guardians were all poor, but still had a bit of money at least, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to buy the energy for the spaceship to continue flying. Unfortunately, their funds were running very low. The last time, they had helped the Sovereign deal with dimensional space monsters in the hopes of making a fortune. In the end, the Sovereign used Gamora's sister, Nebula, to pay the bill. They didn't get a single cent, and were hunted down every now and then. The reason why they had agreed to Luke's plan was because they were so poor now. In any case, Luke said that he would take responsibility for eliminating future trouble. They were only responsible for confirming the good stuff and sweeping up the goods. Half a day later, they returned empty-handed. The supplies they bought had all been thrown into the public space storage, and they weren't tired at all. When they entered the spaceship, Rocket found Gamora. "Hey, are you done checking the supplies? We should only be short of spare parts and fuel, right?" Gamora gave an "ah," and her eyes flickered. That's about it." Rocket looked at her suspiciously, then at Quill, who was tinkering with the control panel a few meters away. "You really checked them?" Luke grabbed Rocket from behind and put him on his shoulder. "It's not like we're in a hurry to use them. Let Gamora follow up. We still have things to do." Seeing Luke wink, the little raccoon remembered their plan to go fishing, and was enlightened. "That's right, we'll leave the spare parts and fuel to you." Luke chuckled inwardly. Gamora was an alien species. Who knew what she had been up to earlier, but Quill's pheromones were scattered all over the cockpit. It would be strange if they didn't engage in private affairs after being alone together for half a day. Quill wasn't like Rocket, who didn't need a girlfriend. It was better to give Gamora some face. They didn't actually need Quill for this plan. After this interruption, Quill and Gamora were too embarrassed to stay on the spaceship. They went out together to buy some personal items. Mantis dragged Drax out to look at a playground she had just discovered. Only Luke and Rocket were left in the spaceship. They took stock of the intelligence they had just gathered in the rear cabin. "This lame sundry store in Section 1 is no good. A lot of its stuff isn't worth much, and it's too close to a Ravager's base. We might draw attention if we hit it. We'll rule out Section 1 for now. Check the other sections. A black market runs out of this one-eyed bar in Section 2. It's not small, and will definitely have loads of valuables, but there'll be too many people in the bar." "That's not a problem. The people who come to the bar are all there for the black market. It would be hard for them to kick up a fuss." That makes sense. Then this is Target 1. What about the spaceship service factory in Section 4? At least half of the parts we need are expensive. You can keep them for your own use, but if you sell them, you have to make sure no one can tell where you got them from. Hehe, don't worry, with the public space storage, it's very safe for us to sell things. Okay, this will be Target 2. Are we really not going to hit the pawn shop in Section 1? It has the most expensive stuff. It's fine for me. At most, I'll switch faces and hide on my home planet for a few months, and nobody will remember me. You and Quill stand out, however, you won't be able to escape. Give me that face-changing prop you mentioned. It'll be fine if I pretend to be a dwarf, right? Okay, we'll hit this Target 3 last. When the time comes, have Gamora and the others fly the spaceship away first. After we're done, we'll grab another spaceship and leave before meeting up with them. Wow, risky, but I like it. One person and one raccoon wrote and drew on a virtual screen as they quickly perfected their plan to make a fortune. 2057 change of plans. Even someone as experienced as Rocket was starting to get excited. It wasn't just theft this time, but a complete plunder. Usually, In order not to affect their retreat, Rocket could only selectively take some expensive goods and leave. The plan this time was a series of operations. They would rob targets 1, 2 and 3 in that order, and completely sweep up all the good stuff. This was too awesome. Rocket roared inwardly, this is a real adventure. While they were busy, some guys came knocking with the intent of acquiring the spaceship. Luke took Rocket with him to warm up before their operation, and they knocked out the dozen or so guys, before going through their pockets and then throwing them hundreds of meters out. It had to be pointed out that it was -20 degrees during the day on the surface of this planet, and it was snowing. Even if most of these aliens were tougher than Earthlings, freezing for hours would still be fatal. There were no good Samaritans here to help them out. Those who had comrades could still be rescued, but those without could only wait to be turned into ice sculptures. The tattered clothes, shoes and hats the two of them looted were too disgusting, and Luke simply threw them into the special incinerator. What remained was just various firearms. Rocket chuckled, they're garbage, but at least I don't have to go out looking for guns again. If we modify them tonight, we won't leave any clues behind during tomorrow's operation. Luke hummed in response. Both he and Rocket were firearms specialists. These weapons weren't great, but there was no need to be too particular when robbing shady shops. While Luke and Rocket were mulling over how to make a fortune, a small meeting was taking place on the sovereign planet. The high priest, Xianxia, was impatient with the council's objections, and she had no choice but to end the video conference. Then, she called for her attendant. Put out a bounty for the guardians on the planet where they currently are. Dead or alive, but double the price if they are captured alive. The female attendant lowered her head and asked carefully, High Priestess, what's the bounty? Xianxia frowned, displeased with the stupid question. Have you been infected by those poor people? Why are you asking me that? The attendant bowed fearfully. Understood. I'll issue the bounty now. After leaving the hall, she cursed herself for being an idiot. Why did she mention money to the High Priestess? The High Priestess of Sovereign didn't care about money at all. Thus, the attendant found information about the mercenaries on the planet that Luke and the others were on, and set the highest price possible before issuing the bounty. This bounty mission was released on a public platform. There were a lot of people on the planet who dealt in intelligence. Many of them saw this business opportunity and immediately started advertising this mission. Word also spread through friends, and friends of friends, and it soon became common knowledge to everyone except the targets themselves. Luke, who had just arrived on the planet, didn't have the ability to monitor the completely unfamiliar network that was used here, so he was clueless. It wasn't until nightfall that Gamora finally called them and roared angrily, DMN it, we were ambushed. Hundreds of guys are now chasing us. Luke and Rocket were stunned. What happened? Where are you? Gamora chose to answer the more important question first. Northwest, the hot springs 300 kilometers away. Luke and Rocket. There was a constant rumble on Gamora's side, a very intense battle was clearly taking place. Gamora didn't forget to add, be careful. These people aren't one party, at least a dozen groups came after us. They attacked half an hour ago and blocked the comms. We only just escaped the blockade. Luke and Rocket looked at each other and decisively took out the energy Gatling guns from the weapons trunk on the side before putting them into the public space storage. In fact, Gamora and Quill had relied on the equipment in the public space storage to break out of the siege. Otherwise, given how they had only been in their underwear when they entered the hot springs, they would have long been turned to dust. The moment the Gatling guns were put into the space storage, Rocket immediately informed them, 2 Gatling guns have been put in. Hurry up and switch weapons. If they couldn't compete in numbers, they could only compete in firepower. Thankfully, the planet didn't permit anyone other than the local Ravagers to fly spaceships or battleships here, outsiders could only land or take off through predetermined channels. If they flew outside these predetermined channels, the energy cannons around the landing zone would open fire and blow up these rule breakers. Thus, the people chasing Gamora and Quill were only using small flyers, and didn't have the absolute advantage in terms of equipment. As soon as Rocket said that, Luke threw him something that looked like a black laptop. His eyes lit up. 1,000 Faces system. Luke simply nodded and took out the 1,000 Faces system. He turned into an ordinary purple-skinned baldy except for his height, he looked like Thanos. Picking up 2 of the weapons that they had looted, he said quickly, we've lost contact with Drax and Mantis. We have to hurry if we want to save them. Looking at the weapons Luke was holding, Rocket frowned. You're good at shooting. You should use a better one. Putting Groot Jr. in his pocket, Luke walked out. Put the rest in the public space storage. You can use whatever you want. Don't worry, we'll get better weapons soon. Rocket thought for a moment and understood. He quickly went through the remaining weapons and picked up the 2 best ones. Wait for me, we're the strongest shooting team. It seems we don't have to rob those shops anymore. Luke chuckled. The guys who ambushed us today will have spaceships. To the victor went the spoils. This was the rule on this lawless planet. However, the prerequisite for obtaining these spoils was that you didn't cross the bottom line of the local party in charge. Luke was very confident on this count. Of course, if the Ravagers personally took part, don't blame him for widening his scope and cleaning up this planet. As a man who had fought Thanos head-on, Luke was strong enough to do anything. The purple-skinned Baldy and the bearded dwarf didn't draw any attention. There were too many spaceships in the landing zone. It would take a long while to find the Guardian's spaceship. Everyone was seasoned space travelers. When word got out that Quill and Gamora were being hunted down, and Drax and Mantis had been captured, they could deduce that there were very few of the Guardians left. There were no detailed requirements for this bounty mission, and it was tacitly agreed that the reward would be distributed evenly according to the number of targets. The majority went to round up Quill and Gamora, or simply went to fight over Drax and Mantis. The minority who came to the landing zone to arrest the rest of the team were afraid that bringing too many people with them would alert Rocket and Luke, and prompt them to run. So, they simply sent more people to guard the access points and a small number to enter the landing zone and quietly search the place. 2058 slaughter truck-style rescue. The less people there were, the slower the search. It would be a while before they could find the spaceship, and Luke and Rocket had already changed their appearance and slipped out by then. The man and the raccoon had no intention of paying attention to these dirtbags. They simply headed straight for Drax and Mantis's last known location. Compared with the fierce Gamora and the slippery Quill, Drax and Mantis, these 2 bimbos, were the ones who were in urgent need of rescue. Word of capturing the Guardians of the Galaxy spread, and there were plenty of people flying around, but no one took notice of Luke and Rocket. The Guardians didn't have a purple-skinned individual or a dwarf. Looking at the chaos in the entertainment district, Rocket couldn't help but worry. Big Spoon, can you really find Drax and Mantis? Luke said, follow me. Remember, they have to be quick to disguise themselves. I still want to grab the stuff, and it'll be inconvenient if we have to kill all witnesses. Rocket, are you driving a slaughter truck? Luke soon reached the last location where they lost contact with Drax and Mantis. He activated Sharp Nose. Beckoning Rocket over, he turned onto a side street. He walked hundreds of meters down the street and passed through several buildings filled with cursing and injured mercenaries. Anyone who came looking for trouble was sent flying with a punch, and Luke never stopped moving. After several twists and turns through alleys filled with all sorts of junk and trash, Luke stopped. Rocket, we're here. Luke nodded and closed his eyes to carefully sense the distribution of the scent molecules. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Set up the signal jammer for 3 seconds. I'll charge in. You follow me. Rocket. Your plan is really simple and straightforward. Luke rubbed Rocket's head. As long as we're fast, the plan won't be able to keep up with us. Rocket was baffled. Fine. As he spoke, he activated the signal jammer in his hand and counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Swoosh. There was the sound of rushing wind as Luke moved 50% faster than what his flight suit was capable of. He left a blurry purple shadow in the air as he charged into a 2-story building 200 meters away. At that moment, Rocket hadn't even flown 20 meters. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy sh**t, awesome." At the same time, there was the faint flurry of heavy thuds. When Rocket rushed into the building, he heard Luke's voice in his earpiece. Come upstairs. Rocket only had time to look left and right, and he saw more than 10 strange-looking alien mercenaries scattered around in various postures, such as stuck in the wall, spread-eagled on the ground, hanging from the ceiling, slumped over a table, or curled in on themselves. When Rocket flew up the metal stairs to the 2nd floor, the 6 mercenaries in front of him finally had something in common. All their heads were stuck in the floor, and they weren't moving. The little raccoon exclaimed again. He didn't stop as he went over to a metal cage and handed over the 1,000 Faces system and a protective flight suit. Dude with a chest complex, put these on quickly, or you'll be caught and locked up in a cage again. As Rocket spoke, he winked with his left eye. Stunned for a moment, Drax then flew into a rage. UD*MN, Rocket raised a finger and pressed it to his mouth. Don't talk, put on your flight suit first. Although Drax was a little simple-minded, he still understood the basic logic. He recognized Rocket from his familiar mocking tone and gestures. Rocket had turned into a dwarf. He clearly didn't want to be recognized. The protective suit would block sound from leaking out and they would be able to talk on the team channel. A conman, Drax didn't consider the possibility. There was only one shorty who dared to mock him for his small chest, and who habitually winked with his left eye when he was lying. Mantis was a little dazed, but more straightforward. When she picked up the equipment, she could sense some things with her ability, and immediately smiled happily. It's you. Rocket gestured angrily for her to zip her mouth. Shut up and put on your gear. A moment later, a purple-skinned Baldy, a thin gray-skinned man, Drax, and a person with two horns on her head, Mantis, walked out of the building. Mantis, who had never used a gun, held a trash pistol for show. Boom! A dwarf broke through the door and flew a small flyer out of the building. Hurry and get on, we still have a bounty to earn. He didn't forget to wink at the three of them. The three of them ignored him and got on the flyer. The flyer quickly rose up more than 10 meters. It flew over the buildings and headed straight for the hot springs in the northwest. Luke and Rocket had escaped with Groot Jr. and then rescued Drax and Mantis. It was just Quill and Gamora left now, and they were fighting the mercenaries. More and more people were heading in the direction of the bounty. While the two of them had killed and injured more than 100 people with the energy Gatling guns, 100 more joined the group that was still hot on their heels, which was enough to make a person collapse. As he moved, Quill didn't even bother to look behind him as he fired. He didn't forget to curse. FCK, the power of money. So much trash actually came. Boom. An energy beam sent him rolling. Boom, boom, boom. Gamora immediately turned the mercenary flyer that had been beating up her boyfriend into a fireball. 3 or 4 people fell from the sky and hit the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Then, more pursuers pressed forward through the dust. Nobody cared about the unlucky B***stards who had just been heavily injured. This was the most troublesome thing about mercenaries who weren't united. Destroying one team wouldn't intimidate the other 10 or 20 teams at all. The rest would just think that they were trash. Quill rolled 10 meters before he was sent flying again. Gamora fired wildly and asked, "Can you still run?" Coughing, Quill helplessly relayed the bad news. "There's a flat wasteland up ahead. We have nowhere to hide." Previously, they had been fighting and retreating through the complicated hilly terrain in this valley. If there had only been 300 opponents, they would have long been defeated by the 2 energy Gatlings. But as more and more mercenaries and gangs poured in from the city, they were forced to flee toward the flat wasteland. They were surrounded by enemies, and couldn't break through the siege and return to the hills. Once they entered the flat wasteland, they would lose all cover. The 400 to 500 guns behind them would turn them into sludge in 30 seconds at most. Gamora asked grimly, "Rocket, where are you?" 2059 Let the show begin. Luke's voice came through Gamora's earpiece. "I'm going to give you a location. Charge out and in 200 meters, turn left. Rocket will be waiting for you there with disguises." Gamora exulted. "Quill, run." With a bang, Quill was sent flying dozens of meters again, and he sped up in a panic. Cough, cough, got it. They didn't waste any more time as they charged out of the opening in the hills that Luke had pointed out. In front of them was a flat wasteland covered in snow. They suddenly turned left and charged toward Rocket, who was 200 meters away. Before they could say anything, they heard a huge explosion behind them. The shock wave sent them flying dozens of meters, and they almost flew over Rocket's head. It was Drax who grabbed them and pulled them to the ground. Rocket, who had been ready and waiting, hit them each with a 1,000 faces system. Quill, what's this? Boom, 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 boom. There was a series of explosions on the other side of the hill next to them, and the ground shook and dust filled the sky. Caught off guard, the mercenaries in the front were swept up by the shock wave and fell in all directions over the last hill. Rocket covered his head with his hands and shouted excitedly, "Big Spoon, C4 is really fun. Give me some to play with when we get back." "No problem," Luke replied casually. "There are still 300 to 400 pursuers behind us. They've surrounded us. Split up and pretend you don't know each other." Rocket hurriedly signaled to Quill and Gamora to play along, and got Drax to follow them, before he flew some distance away on the flyer with Mantis. At that moment, the 1,000 faces system had turned Quill into a dark-skinned uncle, and Gamora into a hot girl with brown-colored skin. From their race to their skin color, all the Guardians now looked completely different. Although Luke could get rid of the hundreds of pursuers, he would just attract more mercenaries and bandits. At that time, if he didn't kill thousands of these guys who wanted to make a fortune in one go, it would be tough to fend them off. At that time, the Ravagers might have to deal with him, in case rumors spread that this planet deliberately eliminated clients. For landowners, reason and the truth weren't worth mentioning, it was benefits that were the most important. A few seconds later, the noisy pursuers crossed the last hill. They were from different factions, and naturally weren't under one unified command. When the dust settled, the pursuers in the air and on the ground sensed that something wasn't right. FCK, where were the targets? Quill's appearance, which could just barely be considered good-looking, and Gamora's green skin were very eye-catching. In this interstellar age, a pair of goggles or a flyer would have an automatic lock-on function, but there was no target right now. Of course, it was clear to many people that the Guardians were wearing some sort of interference equipment to hide from scans. But many mercenaries also had the same equipment. They, too, didn't want to be targeted. The lack of order among the pursuers was once again exposed, and the situation fell into chaos for the time being. Luke, however, noticed that several large teams of more than 20 people had moved to the periphery at the same time as they watched the people in the center. Clearly, there were smart people among these space mercenaries who were battle veterans. They were all here to make a fortune. If anyone suddenly broke away when the target was missing, they would definitely be a major suspect. Quill warned everyone on the team channel, pay attention to those people on the fringe. They were the ones who watched us earlier and kept dragging things out, letting the others die. Sure enough, there were talented people everywhere in the universe, and it was the same with bad guys. Right after Quill's reminder, it seemed those teams reached an agreement. A loudspeaker was turned on from the flyers. Everybody, pay attention and don't leave the scene. The targets have changed their appearance. They're hiding in the middle and are prepared to escape at any time. At this reminder, the people in the center gradually got it. People who knew each other clustered together and looked suspiciously at the strangers around them. Thankfully, most of them were strangers to begin with, so Luke and the others could still hang around. What should we do? Looking at how things were settling down, Gamora knew that the situation was about to go south. There were almost 500 people present, and only 100 or 200 of them were truly suspicious. As long as the mercenaries went through their surveillance footage and carried out a process of elimination, it would be impossible for unfamiliar faces that had just appeared to hide. Luke said, "Then cry wolf. Rocket, you tell them that I'm an accomplice of the Guardians." The Guardians were dumbfounded. Huh, Luke explained how the rest of the performance would go. Then, I'll try to silence you, and take advantage of the opportunity to kill the people on the fringe. During the chaos, look for an opportunity to escape. Rocket, what about you? Luke chuckled. If you guys weren't here, I would have returned to the city earlier on. They don't dare bombard the city. You can just go back and wait for me. This felt like they were abandoning a friend. Quill said, how about I stay behind to pick you up? Luke could only tell the truth. They don't know my face. If you dare show your faces, you'll be blamed for the deaths today. Everybody naturally understood. As long as they didn't appear, the casualties could later be attributed to a gang fight, and the Guardians wouldn't cop the biggest blame. Luke waited a few seconds for everyone to get it, before he urged, okay, Rocket, hurry up and start your performance. Rocket reacted quickly. In particular, when it came to cursing someone out, his mouth was faster than his brain. DMN, that guy's with the Guardians. I saw him with them. A dwarf suddenly jumped up and down and pointed at Luke, who was floating in the air in his flight suit. Everybody subconsciously turned their attention to him, their eyes glowing. Who? That purple-skinned baldy. The dwarf seemed extremely anxious as he stomped his foot. The purple-skinned man's face changed. Be-starred, are you trying to frame me? Go to hell. He dashed to a small flyer not far away and knocked off the 3 people on it before he grabbed the wheel. Bew bew bew. The flyer sent out a spray of energy bullets which hit the people next to Rocket. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen or so unlucky B***stards around Rocket were instantly sent flying. Before anyone could react, Luke made a sharp turn and charged into the sky. B***stards, you must have egged on that shorty. Go to hell. His target was none other than one of the 3 teams that were controlling the situation from the air, and it was the team with the most people. In the face of a surprise attack, the team demonstrated excellent tactical skills. They immediately turned their guns and fired at Luke's flyer. Their reaction was quick and correct, but they had chosen the wrong opponent. 2060 Scapegoat, a crafty escape. The purple-skinned Baldy steered with one hand and used telekinesis to press down on the firing button of the powerful energy gun in his other hand. His gunfire wasn't much, but his accuracy was beyond everyone's expectations. All the flyers in the team of more than 30 people were blown up. All the members fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. They were either heavily injured or dead. The debris and bodies of more than 10 flyers scattered like rain from the explosions, scaring the people around them. Before they could react, the purple-skinned Baldy turned and fired at the second group of people in the air. These people had a few extra seconds to react, and were a little luckier than the first group. 10 seconds later, 3 to 5 guys had already fled far away, and Luke lost interest in chasing them down. He turned his gun toward the third group in the air. The third group of people who were firing wildly tensed up. Some of them couldn't help but shout, "Ah, he's locked onto us. Boss, let's retreat." In the end, a stray bullet flew out of the dust on the ground and brushed past the tail end of Luke's flyer, causing it to fall. Stunned for a moment, the third group was then overjoyed. "Hurry up, his flyer is broken. Fire at the same time. Kill him." A storm of bullets bombarded Luke as he fell. Luke sped up in his flight suit and instantly broke away from the flyer, letting it explode in a huge fireball behind him while he stuck close to the ground and dodged erratically. More than 10 flyers with dozens of energy guns in the sky subconsciously chased after him. This situation lasted for half a minute, before the leader of the third group suddenly came back to his senses. "Stop, all of you." His men stopped firing and looked at the leader in confusion. The leader gnashed his teeth. "He's deliberately making use of our firepower to eliminate the others." Only then did his highly keyed-up subordinates realize that hundreds of injured or dead people were scattered over the ground. At a glance, there were more than 200 casualties. This FC King, the leader of the third group, wanted to curse, but in the end, he didn't know how to curse out that devious purple-skinned Baldy. In fact, he had no choice but to stop firing after he ordered everyone to stop. Just now, the purple-skinned Baldy disappeared from the chaotic battlefield. Originally, the 3 mercenary groups had agreed that whoever contributed the most would get 40% of the bounty, and the other 2 would get 30% each. The other 2 groups had basically been wiped out, and only theirs was unharmed. He didn't see any of the targets who had caused this. 100 to 200 people lay on the ground. They were all mercenaries and bandits who had been accidentally injured. The others scattered, clearly suspicious of them. The leader's mind whirled, and he vaguely realized that he had fallen into a trap. Now that the alliance had fallen apart and there were so many casualties, everyone would suspect that he had caught the Guardians and had gotten the purple-skinned Baldy to come out and cause trouble, thus reducing the number of competitors for the prize. Otherwise, why was his group the only one unaffected? Guessing that he had been made the main scapegoat, he wasn't happy at all. There was no solution. His small group would already have a hard time just dealing with friends and family who wanted to get revenge for those lying on the ground. Nobody cared about the truth. After today, this last mercenary group could only disband and disappear for their safety. Half an hour later, the Guardians, who had switched to new appearances, reconvened in the landing zone at Luke's call. The rendezvous point was a combat-type spaceship that was more than 5 times bigger than the Swallow spaceship. Rocket clicked his tongue in wonder. "Big Spoon, you're indeed an expert robber. You stole a spaceship just like that." Luke didn't think much of it. This is the ship of the mercenaries who led the hunt for Gamora and Quill. In any case, most of them are dead. It would be a waste to leave it here. Pausing for a moment, he said, "There's another spaceship hundreds of meters away. You can choose either one and leave." The Guardians looked at each other in bewilderment. Quill couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "I came out this time to mark out a route for easier travel. Now that I've done that, I won't trouble you guys any longer." The Guardians had complicated feelings, but that was how things went in space. Luke's home was Earth, and he definitely wouldn't wander the universe with them. The others weren't close enough with Luke to weep bitter tears and cling to him, they just told him to stay safe. Quill, on the other hand, felt quite regretful. This friend who loved to sing and dance was about to leave. His days on the ship wouldn't be as colorful in the future. Rocket was the most naggy one. He muttered behind Luke and followed him around like an abandoned pet. This little raccoon and Luke were very similar, and Rocket was really reluctant to part with him. In the end, Luke grabbed the raccoon's head and rubbed it hard for a while until Rocket had no choice but to shut up. Of course, there was no change to his and Luke's plan to trade supplies and tech. They couldn't meet, but they could still keep in touch through the public space storage. When the Guardians got tired of wandering around, they could follow Quill back to Earth for a visit, and they could sing and dance together then. The Guardians didn't switch to another spaceship. They left in their own Swallow spaceship. They preferred their own ship. Besides, Luke had said that he had a lot of friends who wanted to take a spaceship out for a ride, and there was no need to fight him over it. In return, Luke gave the Guardians the cash he had looted. Various expensive supplies and parts were also stuffed into the public space storage as small gifts for Rocket. These supplies and parts would be enough for the Guardians to roam the galaxy for a year. After seeing the Guardians off, Luke immediately called his friends. Those who wanted to come out to space for a look signed up, and the main force and the kids' team took turns. Since Luke was in desperate need of manpower on the lawless planet, teleportation was the best choice. The members of the main team entered the hibernation box on Earth. The Level 3 clone placed them in Space 2, and the Level 2 clone took them out on the planet. Including the hibernation process, it only took a few minutes for them to reach the planet from Earth. The team members were greatly disappointed by this crazy package trip. They closed their eyes, and when they opened them in the next moment, they were already on an alien planet. Where were the bright lights of the galaxy? Where was the thrill of travel? In the end, that was it. Fortunately, they weren't disappointed by the diverse array of aliens and alien products on the alien planet. The travel part of this trip was over, but the fun part had only just begun. Now that he had a bunch of trustworthy and seasoned team members, Luke's looting operation officially began. 2061 Economic Growth Quill and the others had video footage of the people who had attacked the Guardians. After a few days of reconnaissance, Luke wiped out the stronger groups first and plundered their spaceships and assets. Any other group who dared to come and steal his gains were swallowed up as well. After that, the groups that had yet to leave after their strength was greatly reduced were vaporized one after another, and all their assets were snatched up. Thanks to this diligent and enthusiastic work attitude, the supplies and cash in Luke's inventory increased at a visible rate. After confirming his ownership of these spoils of war, Luke impersonated a small foreign mercenary team that hadn't been around for long. He used the name of this mercenary team to buy a service factory which he had already swallowed up. In fact, both parties involved in this transaction were members of the Bat Squad. They just specially chose a busy place in which to complete the transaction. As for where the aliens who sold the factory went, that wasn't something the buyers worried about. There were no such regulations on this lawless planet, much less any police officers here to get to the bottom of things. After obtaining identities in a base on the surface, many people in the Bat Squad were as happy as if it were a holiday. Ivan immediately wanted to stay on the alien planet, and was willing to get a lower annual pay for it. Not earning a salary at all was impossible. He was forever lacking credit points. After some discussion, the Ursa Minor members unanimously agreed that this Russian uncle actually wanted to go to another planet to run from his debts. The four little turtles expressed that they were willing to be stationed on the planet for a few months every year, and would chase Uncle Ivan to pay his debts in passing. Luke, however, knew that the little turtles were probably more interested in being able to go out and about as they pleased. The planet was full of strange and colorful aliens, and a few green turtles wouldn't be out of place. Including the service factory, where they could tinker with all sorts of new equipment and spaceships, this place was simply heaven. If it wasn't for the fact that Splinter, the little turtle's teacher, found it difficult to leave his homeland, they would spend most of their time on this alien planet. After the factory opened for business, with the aim of learning and experimenting with tech, Luke didn't set a high profit margin. But Ivan and the little turtles were very diligent. If they weren't diligent, they wouldn't be able to produce results quickly. If they didn't produce results, that would be wasting time. On the contrary, Luke didn't care as much about the money and tech. There were just too many ignorant aliens here. Those who wanted to renege on their debts would have to pay double the fee, those who wanted to rob him were directly robbed in return, and those who wanted to kill him were killed and disappeared without a trace. In less than a year, 162 such incidents happened around what had been renamed the Justice Service Factory. 80% of these incidents happened in the first half of the year, and 60% of them in the first 3 months. In the first 3 months, People were beaten up or killed at the service factory every day. Some of the troublemakers were local forces. When they learned that the mercenaries whom Luke and the others were pretending to be were weak, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and seize territory. Some targeted the factory because the service was too good and the prices were so cheap. This wasn't a joke. It was the nature of many bandits and mercenaries to push their luck. Unfortunately, Luke was an old pro at putting out bait. What was more perfect than getting the targets to deliver themselves to his door? Modifying and repairing spaceships and various equipment didn't make him any money for the time being, and was just extra income on top of his fishing, which gave the appearance that the factory was just getting by. The ordinary parts and second-hand spaceships he looted could be dismantled and used as raw materials. The service factory basically didn't have to spend money to buy parts. Luke sold the second-hand spaceship parts he had looted at what could be considered the market price. Of course, he kept the rare and important parts for his own use. The service factory wasn't a shipyard for making battleships. It was normal to only provide ordinary components for sale. Most of the revenue from reselling second-hand parts went into buying even more parts, while a small portion was used to maintain the team members' living standards on the planet. In less than a year, the Justice Service factory became quite famous on the planet. If anyone who wasn't an idiot or a lazy pig asked around a bit, they would learn what made Justice Service factory special. The prices were cheap, the skills were so-so, tempers ran high, and the people there were super good at fighting. In the next 6 months, the number of troublemakers dropped sharply, and Luke's fishing income dropped significantly. As for the number one mechanic, Ivan, and the mechanics he hired, they became more proficient, and the service factory became famous. The Justice Service factory didn't cut corners when it came to modifications and maintenance, and they didn't give discounts, which ensured quality. By now, Luke had recouped 70% of his initial expenses through this main business, and it was still booming. Hence, a lot of people in the same industry were unhappy with the Justice Service factory. Everybody is getting rich by doing crooked things, but you don't. Are you not giving us face? The black-hearted service factory, which Luke and Rocket had planned to loot at the very beginning, joined forces with several other factories to hire a large mercenary group to swallow up Justice Service factory's booming business. The outcome was clear. Another 300 people went missing on the lawless planet. The Justice Service factory, on the other hand, opened a new branch and obtained a large number of second-hand spaceships and parts. They wouldn't need to buy new parts for a few months. Luke was a little embarrassed by how friendly the people were on this planet. He had beaten up the Chitauri fleet and the second prince of Asgard, and had paid his last respects to grade A bosses like the Dark Elves and Thanos. To take Thanos as an example, Ronan the Accuser, of the Kree Empire, was like a little brother in front of Thanos. The Nova Empire, on the other hand, had been turned into a little brother by Ronan. It was only when Quill pulled a song and dance on Ronan and killed him that the Nova Empire was spared. An insignificant lawless planet was even smaller in front of the Nova Empire. Taking care of a few small groups on a lawless planet with a group of seasoned superheroes was like smashing walnuts with a hydraulic press. The Justice Service factory's show of deliberate strength was for the benefit of the actual party in control of this planet. The effect was obvious. Those other businesses banded together to hire an external force to help them, but they were still suppressed by the kids' team and taken down in return. The next day, the leader of the Ravagers who controlled this planet sent their sympathies to the Justice Service factory. Both parties swiftly agreed to a meeting, and Luke had afternoon tea with the leader of the Ravagers. During the meeting, Luke, as the representative of the service factory, proposed a development route which boiled down to, be prepared to face the consequences if you want to cause us trouble. The leader of the Ravagers smiled and warmly welcomed the service factory's contribution to economic growth on the planet. After turning around, Luke sneered at this cowardly old fox. The leader of the Ravagers, on the other hand, devoutly wished for the Level 2 clone to become completely crippled. The leader was very unhappy with Luke's blatant threat, but he had no intention of turning hostile. The service factory had made it clear that it only did proper business. It didn't expand its combat troops or interfere with control of the planet. The leader wasn't brainless. In a situation where no conflict of interest existed, there was no way he would start a war. 2062 Little Spidey's debut, training the new generation as Luke gradually entered the most enjoyable stage of being an alien boss. December 2015 rolled around. His attention was finally pulled back by something that happened on Earth. Sitting on the couch in his New York nest, Luke watched Selena zoom in on the virtual screen. The image was of a thin and short figure. He was wearing a red helmet that wasn't complicated and was comparable to a high-quality cosplay prop, and a red and blue high-resilience suit. Smacking his lips, Luke could only sigh. This kid has a lot of pocket money. Selena rolled her eyes. Your brother sponsored the raw materials. Luke was surprised. Peter shared his secret with Joseph. Selena said, how is that possible? However, your brother isn't short of money. He's been very interested in that special formula which Peter has been researching for the past few years. He even personally sponsored $50,000. Luke. What? In fact, Gwen Stacy had joined Mindy's self-defense club at Luke's recommendation. Gwen had inadvertently mentioned that Peter was working on a special material. Joseph, who had gone over to play the role of a criminal, heard that, and asked a few questions. Gwen didn't know the details of Peter's research, so she simply gave him Peter's messenger ID. After Joseph talked to Peter twice, they gradually started to get along. In Joseph's words, Peter at least had some idea when it came to R&D. He was an interesting kid. As for most ordinary American students in their teens or 20s, Joseph's conclusion was simple: they were either bad or stupid, or both. After listening to Selena's explanation, Luke zoomed in on Peter's helmet and observed it carefully for a few seconds. He nodded. Indeed, the make of the helmet is clearly linked to our last generation armor. It's also a little like the learning helmet I gave Peter. Selena, who was lying on the side, pinched his thigh. Who's talking about workmanship, protected by his taffy ability? Luke was unperturbed by the sting on his thigh. Let Mindy deal with it. As soon as he said that, he shook his head. Forget it. Actually, there are no longer any high school students in Ursa Minor. Also, Peter is a chatterbox. Tisk, tisk. Will Mindy hit him? Selena snorted. Peter doesn't look like he wants to be a superhero now. He's more like a super officer of the law. As she spoke, she swiped through several images. This guy caught 21 thieves, 13 purse snatchers, 8 molesters and 3 assailants with knives in the last 10 days. He's active mostly in Queens, and then Brooklyn. Pausing for a moment, Selena then pointed at the screen. Even dressed like this, it was easy for our system to come up with a match. Using this to hide his identity as a superhero is too risky. It's safer for him to stick to this neighborhood. Luke was amused. After all, a Peter Parker who wasn't a friendly New York neighbor wasn't a good Spider-Man. When Luke discovered that Tony Stark existed in this world at the very beginning, he couldn't help but look forward to little Spidey. He even fantasized that they might become classmates if he ever came to live in New York. In the end, reality proved to him that the universe didn't revolve around transmigrators, not for him, at least. The first time he saw Peter, who had been a little over 3 years old, Luke knew that he was destined to not be little Spidey's friend, and could only be an uncle. Who the hell knew that Spider-Man would only be born in 2001? However, that wasn't a bad thing for Peter. Because of Uncle Ben's kind nature, he was still shot on the streets in that fateful incident. However, Luke saved Uncle Ben's life. For Peter, even if he lost the chance to become Spider-Man, he would rather that Uncle Ben live. As for turning from a poor single-parent family into a middle-class family that didn't need to worry about money, that wasn't too important. Peter was optimistic and cheerful by nature, and could still be happy even in the middle of catching thieves and robbers. Luke had no intention of interfering too much in Peter's life. In any case, he was too busy to watch the kid grow day by day. It didn't matter if Peter became Spider-Man or not. Being a superhero wasn't an enviable profession. Most shut-ins who fantasized about becoming a superhero only wanted the superpowers, and not to uphold justice. Luke's experiences over the past decade flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze fell on Peter, who was sitting on a roof and eating a sandwich. I'll have Joseph give Peter a reminder. Just pretend that you didn't see him. There actually wasn't any harm in becoming a superhero a little later, Luke murmured inwardly. The main force of the Justice League would gradually phase out in 5 to 10 years. Ursa Minor, as its successor, would have had at least 20 years of experience by then. Only in the last 2 years had Luke started searching for new kids to train. With 2 groups before them, they would be able to carry on the torch after another decade. Peter could wander around as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for a few years before deciding his future path. For Luke, it wasn't hard to groom backup teams in bulk. There might not be any extraordinary talents among them, but who said that the retired old fellows would no longer be able to fight? The reason they retired would mostly have to do with their own endurance. Being on the front line meant being prepared to deal with all sorts of extraordinary events at any time, which was very stressful. From Phil's hairline alone, which even Life One couldn't protect, it was clear that this was a problem that couldn't be solved with extraordinary items. Taking action only when it was really necessary, however, wouldn't be a problem for the retired members. It was just like how fitness training was a completely different thing for an athlete and a rich person. The first was about performance and results, while it was a hobby for the second. With Life One and proper daily training, the combat ability of the main team members wouldn't drop even if they were 80 years old. Secondly, Luke himself was the Justice League's real insurance. Other people might be weary after protecting Earth for 20 to 30 years. Luke, on the other hand, already had a plan to earn 200 to 300 years worth of experience and credit points. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to accumulate the trillions of experience and credit points that was the max cap. In any case, after his strength broke the 140 threshold, Luke had made some progress with his research on advanced self-healing. Even so, after Osiris, the medical AI, analyzed his physical data, the conclusion it reached was that it was impossible to give an accurate estimate. Based on previous calculations, Luke might currently have an infinite lifespan. But according to the information Luke had gathered, existences that could attain infinite life weren't as weak as he was. In the end, Osiris produced a conservative estimate that Luke would be able to live at least 2 Asgardian lifetimes. 2063 Luck or Tribulation, ill will taking 200 to 300 years out of a lifespan of thousands of years to work, was already being very idle. To calculate it in terms of the lifespan of Earthlings, it was just 3 to 5 years. The full-time drudge workers in Luke's previous life would definitely roar, "You call that work? Go to hell." It was for this reason that Luke really didn't think much of 1 or 2 extra superheroes like Peter. If things went as expected, he would have to switch teammates in at least 10 to 20 batches. It didn't matter if a batch had 1 or 2 members less. What Luke needed to worry about was how to turn these new team members into teammates that could earn points for him. On his own, he could only earn several million experience and credit points every year at most. He was destined to continue with his sock puppets, as new aliases would accompany every new batch of newbies. This was both training and protection. Thus, Luke's mindset settled even more. Now, he was just like Claire said, he was becoming more and more like an old man. Peter becoming Spider-Man wasn't unexpected. On the other hand, the penniless Oscorp Industries was gradually making a name for itself. Luke was quite moved. After all, this was a very famous company. However, Oscorp Industries, which was supposed to be a training base for villains, probably wouldn't be as awesome in the future. Luke had started investing in Oscorp Industries 10 years ago, and had gradually increased the amount. He was now a major shareholder in Oscorp Industries. Of course, Luke had nothing to do with Oscorp Industries on the surface, but he had more influence in private than Norman Osborn, the founder. Given this connection, it was only natural that Luke would, under an alias, invite Norman to a gathering hosted by the big shot who sold everything. No magnate would use their body to test a new drug unless they had no choice. Thus, when something happened to Norman's body, he immediately thought of the big shot instead of blindly cooking up some genetic modification drug on his own. However, his ailment had to do with a genetic defect. It was a genetic disease with an unknown cause and unclear effects, and Life One and Light of Life could only alleviate it slightly. In the end, Luke used the nanotoxin control system developed by the 2 female scientists in Space 2 to stop Norman's condition from deteriorating. He estimated that Norman only had about 15 years left to live, but that was enough. It was better to die when you were almost 60 than when you were in your 40s. Norman's son, Harry, would be almost 30 years old in 10 years, and could take over his father's business then. Besides, technology would continue to advance in the next decade, and a cure might still be found. If Norman stayed obedient, he wouldn't become Peter's main nemesis, and Peter wouldn't develop a love-hate relationship with his good friend, Harry. However, there wasn't a girl called Mary Jane among Peter's neighbors. Instead, he had a female classmate called Michelle Jones. Gwen Stacy and Liz Toombs, Adrian's daughter, also went to the same school. Who knew how the kids would all pair off? So far, Peter's luck with the ladies was a passive skill. 2 of the girls were his childhood friends, and 1 girl had been in the same class with him since middle school. If Harry really did steal one of them, Peter might have to thank his good friend for being so loyal and helping him share the burden. Luke mulled over this with a strange smile on his face. Director Selena didn't need to guess to know that he was thinking about something ludicrous again. She rolled her eyes before picking up a tablet to get work done. Compared with Peter and his impending girl troubles, Luke was as steady as ever. After his mental strength reached 120, carrying out a 4-mode operation was easy as pie. With his 3 clones handling things on Earth and on the alien planet at the same time, his main body always had time to spare. Taking the female CEO and the female artist out into space was even simpler to do. Other guys relied on money or looks to snag girls, while Luke relied on technology. He didn't take out the mature technology which he had obtained on the alien planet. A civilization that blindly copied and plagiarized others had no future. The companies under CEO Jenny's control would slowly release some basic technology. In the end, it would be up to the scientists on Earth to decide what path Earth would take. The Justice League only used the technology which Luke had to deter external forces, they weren't used to benefit capitalists on Earth. This way, CEO Jenny didn't have as much work to do, but it was more complicated. She enjoyed herself and didn't have much time to think about Luke. The female artist was mostly interested in drawing, and she didn't think about Luke at all. Women couldn't be too free when money wasn't an issue for them. When a woman was free, she would naturally think about her man every day, which could become a pain. On this point, Luke was thankful that he was a rich man who could divert his girlfriend's attention. Just think about it, if CEO Jenny didn't bother with the company and clung to him every day, and if Elena wasn't interested in drawing and instead wanted to hang out with him all the time, would he still like them? Of course, Tony had even fewer worries. With his wife managing the company and his daughter, Morgan, growing day by day, he had even less time to do research. His life had truly become more relaxed. Luke didn't rush him either. Tony had been a skills machine for Luke for over 10 years. Luke couldn't deprive him of his domestic bliss, right? There were plenty of capable, evil scientists in space too who could take the lead. On the lawless planet, there was the tech fanatic, Ivan. Apart from going from Earth threesomes to colorful alien threesomes, Electric Cable didn't have any bad points. The peaceful days continued until the 3rd of May 2016, when the Avengers finally caused a small but nasty stir. Steve took Natasha, Sam, Wanda and Pietro on a mission to Lagos, Nigeria. In the end, this turned out to be a plot by Sunil Bakshi, a remnant of Whitehall's Hydra faction. When the battle entered the town center, Bakshi self-destructed. In her haste, Wanda sent Bakshi flying. Hundreds of civilians on the ground were spared, but Bakshi still blew up 2 floors of a building, killing over 30 civilians and injuring hundreds of others. Civilian casualties weren't important. What was more important was that under the leadership of the United States, more than 100 countries worldwide staged a protest against the Avengers and demanded that they accept the supervision of a special, newly established international panel. What started out as a terrorist attack turned into a political game of ethics. What it revealed was sheer ill will toward superheroes. 2064 arguing for the sake of it, the Avengers, internal affairs. Luke didn't pay much attention to the aftermath of the Lagos incident. Whether it was those who exposed scandals, splashed dirty water, or stirred up public opinion, the Bat Squad had never been idle in dealing with them. In the early years, Luke would suppress and retaliate, but in the last few years, his thinking had changed. Humans were very complicated creatures. It was unrealistic for everyone to be of the same mind. In the past, the dissemination of information could still be controlled and people were easily duped. With the advent of cell phones, however, everybody wanted to voice their opinion. Among them were many people who didn't care about the truth, and went against it purely for the sake of arguing. Their basic philosophy was to oppose everything. So, Luke now targeted those comments which attacked superheroes through a new strategy of comprehensive surveillance. Those who liked to jump out and stir up public opinion had to remember that if they jumped too much, they would be served with a super scandal and a prison sentence. Letting these guys who liked to stir up public opinion become targets of public opinion themselves could be considered the classic case of giving them a taste of their own medicine. When it came to dirt, nobody in the world knew more than Luke. He didn't reveal everything because it was unnecessary. Instead, Luke would rather keep most of the small fry alive to deal with the higher-ups. Nobody cared if the small fry stank or not. Only when big shots were smelly would the public be happy. The Avengers were facing a similar situation this time. In the last few years, the Justice League had started to keep a low profile. Many crises were either resolved beforehand or the distinctive suits weren't deployed. This way, the Avengers, whose personal style had always been to go all out, were more famous than the Justice League. With the Justice League keeping a low profile, there was no way to slander them, so people could only target the Avengers. The Avengers had a lot of fans and also a lot of anti-fans. Compared with the Justice League, whose real identities couldn't be verified, the Avengers had too many weaknesses, which made it easier for the American government to intervene. Perhaps it was because of the many alien invasions and attempts to destroy Earth that the higher-ups in many countries felt a sense of crisis. They urgently needed to control some of the power and the mature spaceship technology that the Avengers had. In the future, in an emergency, commanding the Avengers and taking a spaceship to leave Earth for the time being would be a good choice. After years of the higher-ups laying low, this storm was finally brewing. So long as the Avengers didn't completely retire, these people who wanted to reap benefits from them would take action sooner or later. They had just been waiting for a reason to step forward. The casualties in the Lagos incident were all civilians, which could be used to attack the Avengers. The Avengers had gotten over 30 people killed, even if it was in order to save hundreds of people on the ground. The civilians who had died this time were just props for the higher-ups in Europe and America. Luke simply had Alfred boot up his laptop. Whoever was the happiest in this matter would suffer once the furor died down. A week later, Selena read the news. Are we really not going to do anything? The main characters in the news were Steve, Sam, Bucky, and the Wakandan prince, T'Challa. The protagonists were handcuffed and sent to prison. Luke shook his head. This isn't a small matter. Director Selena snorted disdainfully. Isn't it because of those rats in high places? Luke said, it's good to give them a chance to vent. Otherwise, who knows what else they'll do. Director Selena was confused. Why didn't you deal with them before this? Because anyone who is unhappy with superheroes will automatically get involved. Taking care of a few people won't stop this, said Luke darkly. Selena frowned. Is it wrong for us to protect ordinary people? Luke couldn't help but laugh. That's right. As long as you appear in front of them, everything you do is wrong. This was human nature, just like night and day. A person couldn't live forever in the dark, nor could they stay in the light forever. After a long time, even vampires would yearn to bask in the sun provided that they didn't turn to dust. Whether you liked the dark or the light was a matter of preference. However, once you could only choose one or the other, it became a deprivation of your freedom to choose. Europe and America loved to advocate freedom the most, and many people liked to go against the mainstream. This had nothing to do with right or wrong, and was all about arguing for the sake of it. In the next few days, Director Selena paid close attention to how the scene unfolded. At the same time, she ordered the PDD and the Justice League not to interfere. That was because this matter was clearly causing an internal conflict among the Avengers. Luke had already given the order for Wanda and Pietro to come back when he sensed the first signs of it. Tony had been a little unhappy, but didn't say anything in the end. While it looked like Luke was undermining the Avengers for the time being, it was also his way of expressing that he wouldn't interfere in their internal affairs. The Justice League's stance was as firm as ever. If they interfered, wouldn't that make the Avengers' problem even bigger? Even though he knew that he couldn't hide anything from Luke, the tycoon didn't want to be watched up close. This guy would definitely take a lot of videos and use them to mock him later. Damn it, Tony still had a black eye right now. If his entire face was captured on camera, that would be embarrassing. 2065 multiple levels, assemble once more. As it turned out, Luke's call for the sibling to return was very timely. Wanda and Pietro, the twins who could die for each other, were actually at loggerheads over the Avengers. Thanks to Luke's teachings, although Wanda felt guilty about the casualties this time, she didn't blame herself entirely. The explosion had been deliberately caused by Bakshi, a remnant of Hydra. He had just waited for the Avengers to fight the mercenaries in a public place. The mercenaries dressed as ordinary people directly activated the explosives, not giving the Avengers any chance to save people. Thankfully, Wanda reacted quickly and threw the explosives dozens of meters into the air. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have died in the city center. So, she didn't cause the tragedy, but had significantly reduced it. That was why the Avengers didn't step in when Luke wanted her back. On the other hand, Pietro was a little soft-hearted, or rather, he was protective by nature. He was a little tempted by the proposal of the Avengers being governed by an international panel. Slowing the fighter plane down, Luke's armor opened, and he sat opposite the siblings in front of a bright and transparent window. Everybody in the Justice League knew that Big Dipper had been on an alien planet for the last 2 years, so it could only be Knight who came to pick them up. Compared with Big Dipper and his corny jokes, Knight was the person whom the younger team revered the most. 3 cups of steaming black tea sat on a round table. For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. Luke tapped the table lightly. "Looks like you want me to give you a pop quiz. Very well, let me ask you a question." The siblings gave each other bitter, "It's all your fault, looks." It had never been easy to answer Knight's pop quiz. If they didn't do well, they would have to do double the training the following week. Luke smiled. "This time, let's analyze the possible aftermath of the Lagos incident. Who wants to go first?" Wanda decisively used chaos energy to gag her brother. "I'll do it." Pietro was aggrieved. Luke nodded. "You're decisive, have a clear goal, and use your strength precisely. You should indeed go first." Pietro was full of despair. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that Wanda and Big Dipper had very similar thinking. For example, he hadn't been prepared beforehand, which was why he was instantly silenced. On the other hand, it seemed Wanda had just been waiting for Knight to speak. As soon as Wanda spoke, she immediately analyzed and assessed the situation in the context of the countries, the masses, and official organizations. She spoke for almost 20 minutes before she stopped. Luke didn't comment, he simply gestured for Pietro to go ahead. After a long silence, the hapless Pietro finally said, "She said everything that I was thinking." Luke: Good answer. How much of what she said had you considered?" Pietro grimaced. "About half." It was impossible to lie. There was no need for him to lie to Knight, nor did he have the courage to do so. Luke nodded again. "Then what was it that you didn't think of?" "I didn't think of the 3rd and 4th levels to it," Pietro replied honestly, even as he complained inwardly. Who the hell knew that so many levels of consideration would be involved in such a small matter? Luke wasn't disappointed in Pietro. All these so-called levels of consideration were nothing more than a means of achieving a goal. In the context of the masses, there were only 2 levels at most: the surface outcry for justice, and the online slander under that. This was instigated by official organizations, which were manipulating the people from one level above. The countries were the most complicated because they had different demands and wanted to reap some relevant benefits from this incident. Taking all these into account, it wouldn't be strange if there were at least 5 or 6 levels at play on this chessboard, while 10 levels wouldn't be unusual. But, knowing this wasn't any use. No matter how smart an ordinary person was, they wouldn't be able to reap any benefits if they didn't have enough resources to get things moving. Luke had enough standing, while the so-called benefits were nothing to him. No matter how many levels there were to consider, could any party withstand a snap of Thanos' fingers? Luke could, so he was qualified to jump off the chessboard or even smash it. He could calmly use this matter as a teaching aid for the siblings. The invisible fighter plane flew leisurely through the air, and there was only the sound of the 3 of them talking in the control room. A few hours later, the plane returned to the Justice League base on the coast of Maine. By then, Wanda and Pietro had made up. Pietro had learned a lesson: if you don't have enough brains, don't talk about integrity. Although the internal conflict within the Avengers wasn't about integrity per se, integrity played a big part in their external situations and activities. He wanted to be a good person, but things might turn out contrary to what he wanted. Of course, the disagreement between Steve and Tony wasn't really about who was right or wrong. It was like arguing which was more important for a student, health or grades. The truth was that it was very hard to keep your grades up if you weren't in good health. If you couldn't do well, however, you didn't need to be a student anymore. In the end, it was up to the student to see which view won out. The Justice League, on the other hand, was like an insular private school that taught students according to their aptitude and didn't need to bother with the outside world at all. Wanda and Pietro didn't stay at the base for long. After dealing with some personal tasks, they took a spaceship to the alien planet for field work. Pietro was a little better off. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to detect him. On the other hand, Wanda's chaos energy was too noticeable. If they stayed on Earth, the siblings might be dragged into the aftermath. It was very easy for one's worldview to become closed off after bearing witness to the politics on Earth all day long. Going to an alien planet would not only allow them to avoid the limelight, but also to familiarize themselves with the true foundation of the Justice League, as well as broaden their horizons. Sure enough, just a few days after they left, there was a public outcry for Wanda to be handed over under the banner of a very righteous slogan: "Who would dare let 2 nuclear weapons roam free?" These were in fact the exact words of General Ross, who had been promoted as Secretary of State. This General Ross was the military bigshot who had created the Hulk and the Abomination. Later, with Tony's help, he switched to a political track, and was now the Secretary of State. He and Tony had a common goal in this matter: to control the Avengers. The Sokovia Accords he took out were even more of a lethal weapon. After all, Ultron was the one who had caused the incident in Sokovia, while Tony was the one who had created Ultron. Not long ago, a female employee from Ross's HR department had approached Tony and showed him a photo of her son, who had died in Sokovia. The woman's son had been a volunteer with the UN in Sokovia. Ultron failed to send Sokovia to heaven, but many old buildings collapsed, and the woman's son was buried under one of them. This combo of facts successfully KO'd the proud yet fragile tycoon, and he was inclined to sign the Sokovia Accords. Of course, Tony had once been an arms dealer, which involved an even deeper level of consideration. In the end, Ross succeeded. The Avengers assembled in Berlin, Germany, but not to fight together. IN's 2066 half-real, half-fake show. Leaning against the edge of the roof with a straw in her mouth as she drank her milk tea, Selena stared into the distance. Do we really not need to stop them? Next to her, Luke was also holding milk tea. If they don't fight, how will people know that there's a rift between the Avengers? Selena nodded, then looked at him suspiciously. Don't tell me Tony gave you the idea. Luke shook his head. No, I'm just guessing that Tony and Steve might have the same idea. Selena thought for a moment. If they get back together, they'll carry on as they always have. If they fall out, they'll seize the opportunity to split into 2 teams, one in the light and one in the dark. Smart. Gratified, Luke rubbed her head. Selena shook his hand off in disdain. In any case, the entire team isn't required for regular missions. Those who don't want to reveal their identities will change into gear to hide their faces. The only thing they'll lose out on is a free pass from government organizations. Luke nodded in agreement and said, actually, that isn't much. At most, the Avengers just aren't shot down or troops aren't sent after them. Selena said, Steve and the others should have enough credit points to buy a trail ship, right? Luke shrugged. He's an old man. Apart from punching sandbags and training newbies, he doesn't have many hobbies. Also, he likes to run around with a shield. He hasn't touched 80% of his credit points. Selena asked, so, if they pooled their credit points together, they should be able to buy a small air base. Luke said, they can actually afford an underwater base. At most, they can't buy a second-generation trail ship. Selena asked, then it seems like they won't lose out if they leave the Avengers. Luke said, it's still a bit of a loss if they can't show their faces ordinarily. Selena was at a loss. How is that a loss? She herself only ever used her own face when she went home to visit her family or met up with close friends. When she went on missions, ate, went on walks, and beat up people with Luke, she wore the 1,000 faces system. She never revealed her face. It was just a matter of getting used to it. Luke said, maybe it's, loss of freedom. Selena sneered, but her eyes suddenly widened. Wait, is that, Peter? Stumped for a moment, Luke turned around. Where? Selena marked out the target, and Luke found the person outlined in red. A guy in a red and blue skin-tight suit was holding a camcorder as he hid in a gap of a truck 20 meters behind Steve. Focusing his attention, Luke heard the guy keep up a running commentary as he filmed. See that? Iron Man has stopped Captain America. They're talking. They're getting angrier and angrier. Oh, mister, Iron Man's calling for me. As he spoke, he stuck the camera to a pillar with spider web and jumped out. Tony finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Underoos. The red and blue figure flew over Steve. One web shot out at the shield and another bound Steve's hands together. The red and blue figure pulled and grabbed the shield, which came flying back. After twisting in the air, he landed on one knee. Then, he raised his head, and the eyes on the mask narrowed, giving him a serious look. The blue spider threads on his mask and the blue spider on his chest were very eye-catching. It was none other than Peter, New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Tony couldn't help but praise him. Nice job, kid. Peter couldn't maintain his composure anymore, and stood up in embarrassment. Thanks. Actually, My landing could have been more like yours. I'm just not used to this new uniform. Oh, I'm not saying that the uniform you gave me isn't great, Tony said helplessly. We don't need to talk about that right now. Peter said, okay. As he spoke, he immediately looked at Steve and saluted. Hello, Captain. I'm a hardcore fan of yours. I'm Spider-Man. Steve looked at the cute young man who had stolen his shield and then at his hands. He was indeed hardcore. Tony had no choice but to stop Peter again. All right, you can talk to him later. He can sign your chest. Peter asked, really? Although they couldn't see his expression under the mask, the oldies present could imagine the delight on his face. Tony, really, but for now, keep quiet and let's get down to business. Peter said, no problem. I'll keep. Tony mimed zipping his mouth shut. Peter forcibly stopped himself from gushing and zipped his mouth shut. Tony finally looked at Steve. I don't want you to tear the Avengers apart, which is why I'm doing my best to stop you, Steve said. You did that when you signed the Sokovia Accords. Tony looked disappointed. Enough. Hand Barnes over and come back with us. Otherwise, it'll be the special ops guys that come after you, and they won't hold back. Steve sighed inwardly. Was this the only way? The special ops squad wasn't a problem, but the key was that this was a government force. If Steve and the others resisted and didn't accept the amnesty, the only thing they could do was rebel. The Avengers being labeled criminals would undoubtedly be a psychological blow to Steve's side. He turned his head and thought quickly. Tony looked uneasy. Deep down, he didn't want the Avengers, which he had put a lot of effort into, to split up. He hoped that Steve, his old comrade, would choose him this time, and that he would do his best to protect the Avengers. That included spending a huge amount to purchase some logistic services from the big shot who sold everything. The big shot naturally couldn't deal with the government, but it wasn't a big problem to deal with the people sent by the government to manage the Avengers. But if Steve wasn't willing to accept this strategy, the Avengers could only split up. That was right, they would split up if there was no other choice. Otherwise, Tony could have covered Steve's side with dirt from dozens of kilometers away with his private spaceship, which was comparable with a second-generation trail ship. If it was a real enemy, blowing them up from hundreds of kilometers away wouldn't be a problem. This confrontation was half real, half fake. They were all old comrades who had fought together for many years. Nobody would really be ruthless. A moment later, Steve shook his head slowly. Sorry, Bucky isn't the murderer, and I won't accept the Sokovia Accords. He then raised his hands. A black arrow instantly shot through the web around his hands. At the same time, Peter, who was watching the show from the top of a vehicle, suddenly felt a huge force under his chin, and he flipped 180 degrees in the air before falling to the ground. A rapidly enlarging figure grabbed the shield and tossed it to Steve. Your shield, Captain. Rhodes's face darkened. FCK, it's that guy. 2067 newbie and big shot, wrapping up the show. Scott Lang, who had returned to his normal size, looked at Rhodes and waved. Colonel, long time no see. You've gotten even more handsome. Rhodes, just you wait. At that moment, people gathered on both sides. On the left was Team Stark, with Tony, Rhodes, Spidey, Natasha, T'Challa and Vision. On the right was Team Steve, with Steve, Bucky, Sam, Clint, Scott, and a middle-aged black man, Michael Collins. This Michael Collins was from New Shield. He had been used as a test subject, and Phil happened to save him. Later, he joined New Shield, and could be considered Phil's loyal subordinate. Phil didn't directly intervene in the Avengers' internal conflict this time, but his actions made his stance clear. Actually, this Death Soldier provided more symbolic than practical support. Michael had removed his lethal weapons before he came, and Phil had told him not to get serious. This was a tacit understanding between both sides. It wasn't like either side couldn't find stronger candidates, but nobody was safer than little Spidey and Scott, who had never taken lives. Looking at the big shot standing in a row opposite him, Peter swallowed. Mr. Stark, are we really going to fight? Tony was lost for words. It was Rhodes who said, it's fine. Do you see the guy who stole your shield? He's a temp helper. You can beat him black and blue, and I guarantee you'll be fine. Peter said, oh, okay. Thanks, Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes smiled happily behind his mask. Good luck, Spider-Boy. Peter said, it's Spider-Man, Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes. Okay, boy. Peter. Something doesn't feel right, somehow. Before he could figure out what it was, both parties charged forward and started a boring but necessary gang fight. As Peter charged forward, he saw Scott suddenly shrink in size and disappear from sight, and a thought flashed through his mind, holy sh*t. Wasn't the other guy a temp helper, like him? So, did the big shots opposite also want to beat him black and blue? When he saw the group of superhero big shots charge at him, he felt like shaking. DMN, he had seen all these seniors in comics since he was young. Would he, Spider-Man, be beaten into a pulp today? But he was part of a team, and couldn't act on his own. A nervous Spidey didn't have time to think anymore, and launched a flying kick at Bucky. Everyone else had often been depicted in TV shows and comic books. Michael, the Death Soldier, was a stranger, but most of his body consisted of metal, and he didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Bucky was also a stranger. He only had one metal arm, and looked very weak. Intimidated by the big shots, prowess, Spidey subconsciously started to pull back. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight, but what Rhodes had just implied was too scary. If he acted out too much, he might be surrounded and beaten up by these big shots. That wasn't a big deal. He was now physically strong enough to take it. But would he be blacklisted by these big shots in the future? That was a serious question. Peter wouldn't have thought so much at first, but after hanging out with Joseph for the past 2 years, he had become more cautious about certain things. As Ursa Minor's military advisor, Joseph had access to a lot of classified information. After years of studying psychology and speech, it really wasn't hard to impart some basic knowledge to Peter. Saving and helping people wasn't a problem, but one had to be cautious when it came to internal matters, or it would be very easy to be stabbed in the back by the government or the bad guys. Now on the alert, Spidey couldn't be considered fierce in his attacks, but he never stopped talking as he praised Sam's wings and Bucky's cool arm. Unable to take it anymore, Sam had his Red Wing reconnaissance drone drag him away. Bucky, who was trapped on the ground by the web, let out a breath. You should have done that earlier. The battle on Spidey's side wasn't intense. After all, it was just a matter of using fists and feet. Tony, Rhodes, Vision and Michael were the biggest vandals in the airport. Hot weapons and energy beams flew everywhere. It was a lively fight. Luke and Selina, who were watching from a distance, calculated the damage. Rhodes blew up a truck, 100,000 euros. Steve damaged a boarding bridge, 200,000 euros. Tony blew up a garbage truck, 150,000 euros. Michael crashed a service truck, 100,000 euros. Wow, Vision cut through the control tower, 500,000 euros. Huh, Scott can still get even bigger. It's Drive, Pym's new technology, right? This guy actually tore open a plane. The airline company will need at least 8 million euros, right? Just write it off directly. It's more worth it to switch to something newer for tens of millions of euros. The two of them leaned against the roof and discussed things like they were watching a movie. Luke didn't forget to share lollipops with director Selina. Vehicles, planes and buildings were damaged by both sides, but nobody was hurt. Spidey was tricked by Steve, and he had no choice but to hold up the heavy boarding bridge. Steve said with a smile, "Kid, you've got heart. Where are you from?" Spidey's arms shook, but he subconsciously replied, "Queens." Steve gave a friendly smile. "I'm from Brooklyn." He then turned around and ran off. Spidey. Sure enough, I'm still green. After all the excitement, it was time to end the show. With the others covering for them, Steve pulled Bucky onto the Quinjet which Tony and the others had flown here, and headed straight for the North Pole. Tony captured the remaining members of Team Steve and informed Secretary of State Ross, putting an unsatisfactory end to this Avengers conflict. Naturally, Ross wasn't satisfied with this outcome, but 4 of the 6 members of Steve's team had been caught, and he couldn't publicly accuse Tony of not doing anything. This was a fight among the Avengers. If it were anyone else, they would be lucky if they could catch 2 or 4 of them. Luke and director Selina didn't stick their heads out at all as they quietly slipped away. However, the Level 3 clone had already followed Steve to the North Pole. 2 hours later, Steve and Bucky entered Hydra's secret base in the North Pole. This base had been secretly established by Hydra's people in Russia. The doors were clearly very old, but there was a gap in it, a clear sign that they had only been opened recently. Steve and Bucky looked at each other and felt strange. A few days ago, when the United Nations had been voting on the Sokovia Accords, an explosion happened outside the conference hall. The suspect's face was caught on camera, but Steve and Bucky both knew that it wasn't him. They were here to investigate the mysterious person who had framed Bucky and magnified the negative impacts of the Sokovia Accords. 2068 worried about the tycoon at the same time. After a simple handover following the battle at the airport, Tony received a message from Knight. The information was on a Sokovian intelligence colonel called Helmut Zemo. He killed a psychiatrist and assumed the dead man's identity to approach Bucky, who had been detained at the time. The information also detailed the entire process from the moment he set off to putting on a fake mask of Bucky's face and planting the explosives outside the United Nations Conference Hall. Finally, there were coordinates for a Hydra's base in the North Pole which had been used to make Winter Soldiers. Seeing that, Tony immediately took off for the North Pole. As he flew, he sent a communication request to Knight. A moment later, the call connected, and Tony said, "You knew. Why didn't you tell me before?" Luke said calmly, "Would it have prevented you from fighting?" Tony opened his mouth, only to find that he had nothing to say. The conflict among the Avengers this time was rooted in their different ways of thinking. The pressure from the outside world had just been a catalyst. The same thing didn't happen to the Bat Squad, because nobody in the team had ever wanted to deal with the government. Looking at the Tycoon's aggrieved expression, Luke sighed. "If I had to take sides, everyone on my side would be on Steve's side, so I didn't appear." Tony was even more speechless. The Sokovia Accords required superheroes to accept government supervision, which was completely contrary to Knight's basic principles. As the chief, anti-government, superhero, Knight not helping Steve was already him going easy on Tony as much as possible. If that happened, Tony would become part of the superhero minority. Most of the time, the minority became equivalent to traitors. The government and the public weren't the only ones paying attention to the rift in the Avengers. The PDD, the Justice League, New Shield and Afterlife, which had a large number of extraordinary combatants, were the silent majority. The Dark Knight had already made it clear to these parties not to get involved, and anyone else who wanted to fish in troubled waters wouldn't get the chance. The leaders of these various organizations privately reached an agreement with Knight to prevent their people from getting involved. At the same time, they paid close attention to their own situations. Those who jumped out even after their leader gave the order might not be bad people, but they would definitely be unstable elements. Arrangements would definitely have to be made for these people later, whether they were transferred or demoted. In short, they wouldn't be given a chance to assume a leadership position and cause internal conflict. Even if Tony lost this time, he would at most be branded as having failed as the leader of the Avengers, and not a sinner who caused a divide between the superhumans. It could be said that in order to help his skills manufacturing machine, Luke had already done his best to curb the extent of the conflict. But he had no idea what the outcome would be. He just hoped that the arrogant tycoon would be able to come out of things on his own. Looking at Tony's depressed expression, Luke sighed inwardly. "You should hurry. It's best to clear the air between you and Steve." Tony didn't hear the implied meaning in Luke's words. He simply made a sound of acknowledgement and then hung up. Am I really in the wrong? That was what he thought. Otherwise, why didn't even Bruce support him? For a moment, the thought of retirement that he had been suppressing for the past 2 years resurfaced. He was now close to 50 years old, had a wife and daughter, and could study all sorts of alien technology when he was free. The Justice League and New Shield were gradually growing stronger, and the Avengers didn't have to shoulder all the pressure. It seemed that he really had to calmly talk things out with Steve. If that didn't work, the Avengers could only learn from the Justice League and go into partial hiding. With mixed feelings, Tony landed at the entrance of the base. Looking at the Quinjet parked not far from the doors, he knew that he had found the right place. Entering the open metal doors of the base, he saw Steve and Bucky moving stealthily up ahead. Tony tapped lightly on his armor. Steve and Bucky both turned around and were surprised to see him. Tony flipped open his mask and slowly walked over. "Knight sent me some information. I know that Barnes was set up by Helmut Zemo." Steve and Bucky were relieved. To be honest, fighting Tony was really troublesome. It was very hard to break through his defenses, and he couldn't be killed directly. It couldn't be any better if they could resolve the misunderstanding. Tony didn't pay much attention to Bucky. He didn't have a good impression of this guy. He simply looked at Steve. "After we catch Zemo, I want to talk to you in private." Steve nodded. "Okay." After a few simple words, Tony and Steve, these old comrades, fell back into old habits and quickly snuck into the base. Behind them, Luke looked to the south as a Wakandan fighter plane descended swiftly. He couldn't help but shake his head before he walked into the base. T'Challa had also arrived. The father of this Wakandan prince, T'Chaka, had specially gone to the United Nations to give a speech. Caught up in the explosion caused by Zemo to frame Bucky, T'Chaka suffered a severe head injury and almost died on the spot. It was Natasha who knew about Tony's private dealings with Wakanda, and who had immediately used a small dose of Life One to save T'Chaka's life. However, the old king suffered some irreversible damage to his brain. It wasn't to the point of being paralyzed, but he had to retire early. Naturally, T'Challa didn't want to let off the criminal who had almost blown up his father, so he chased and fought Bucky, who had been framed, before he joined Tony's team and fought at the airport in Berlin. Luke had naturally sent him the truth under Knight's name. Leaving Zemo to T'Challa was the right choice. Natasha had saved the old king of Wakanda this time, and Luke left the would-be murderer to T'Challa in exchange for removing the Mind Stone in Vision's head. Wakanda was currently a secluded nation. Without these two favors, it would definitely take a year or two to get the stone removed. Luke didn't want to waste time. It was better to use favors to get things done. As Luke was thinking this, Tony and the other two had already run into Zemo. Contrary to their expectations, Zemo had no intention of activating the dormant soldiers at all. Instead, he blew up the dormant soldiers. He stood behind the observation window and openly revealed why he had framed Bucky. Zemo's family had been unlucky. In the Sokovian incident, his house outside the city center hadn't collapsed, but toward the end, when Ultron's robots tried to escape, Zemo's father, wife, and daughter were caught up in it, and died. Zemo wasn't a schemer. He was just someone who had nothing else to live for except revenge. He had looked for Bucky because Bucky had a secret that could tear the Avengers apart. Tony's expression gradually changed as Zemo played a video from 7 p.m. on the 16th of December 1991. Looking at the blurry image of a car hitting the side of the road, he felt a sense of familiarity. When he saw a white-haired old man struggling to get out of the car, Tony suddenly understood this was a video of his parents dying in a car crash. 2069 helping a friend as Howard Stark's only child, Tony had naturally gone to the scene. In the end, both the FBI and the police department concluded that it had been an accident. At that time, Tony had only been in his early 20s. He had been obsessed with racing cars and messing around with tech and girls every day, and wasn't as experienced as he was now. He had been depressed for months after his parents died. But the moment he understood that this video was from the scene of his parents' car crash, the tycoon knew that something was definitely wrong. That was because he clearly remembered from the investigation report that there had been no surveillance cameras or eyewitnesses at the scene. Then, where did this video come from? Suddenly, a motorcycle appeared on the screen and stopped. The man on the motorbike got off and walked over to Howard Stark, who had rolled out of the car. He picked him up and punched him in the face. Howard's body went limp, and the man stuffed him back into the driver's seat. Then, the man went to the passenger seat and stretched out his hand. After everything was done, he looked around and was about to return to the motorbike. At that moment, the video paused. The man's face was especially clear in the video. Just like how Tony had recognized his father earlier, Steve recognized the man the moment he saw him. The face on the screen put an end to any possible doubts. The man who had killed Tony's parents was none other than Bucky. Tony slowly turned his head and looked at Bucky. His chest heaved and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly raised his fist and was about to attack. Steve grabbed him. "Wait, Tony." Tony's heart sank. He slowly turned around and looked at his old comrade. "You knew?" Steve hesitated, but could only answer honestly, "Yes." Hearing the answer, Tony nodded with an expression like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then turned around and fired a palm cannon at Bucky. Bucky reacted quickly and raised his left arm to block the palm cannon, but the gun in his hand was also sent flying. Tony immediately lunged forward and hit him. Steve got up. "Tony, don't." Tony stepped on Bucky's left arm and aimed the cannon at Bucky's head. Steve immediately threw out the shield. The palm cannon was pushed to the side, and it blasted a small hole in the cement floor next to Bucky's head. Steve lunged forward and knocked Tony aside. For a moment, the three of them fought in the depths of the base. Seeing the scene unfold as he had expected, Zemo, who was observing from behind the window, didn't feel any pleasure. He simply felt relieved that everything was over, and got up to leave. Luke, who had been watching the whole time, simply sent a message to T'Challa to let him know that Zemo was leaving. Now, it was time to deal with Tony. Luke already knew that Bucky had killed Tony's parents. His clone had been hunting Hydra members all over the world. Several of them had been from this base, and one of them had known about it. Under Luke's mind control, the other party couldn't hide anything. Naturally, he divulged the details of the assassination of Howard Stark. Luke, however, hadn't told Tony immediately. Bucky had been completely brainwashed and controlled by Hydra. Strictly speaking, it wasn't his fault. Otherwise, the people under Luke's mind control who had divulged information on Hydra could be considered righteous individuals who had turned against their side. An even more extreme example would be Ward, who had been groomed by the clairvoyant Garrett. In the end, Luke used telekinesis to control his finger and make him press the button to kill Garrett. Could this be considered Ward repenting and turning over a new leaf? Of course not. As an expert at mind control, Luke knew very well what the person under control was like. Bucky was indeed a victim. It was in fact someone else who had used Bucky's hand to kill the Stark couple. The culprit was the person moving Bucky's hand, not Bucky himself. Steve and Bucky were very close. If Luke said anything, it might immediately cause a split in the Avengers. But since Zemo had discovered the truth, Luke decided to solve this problem once and for all. After that, there would be no more hidden dangers in Tony's life. In the base, Tony was still unwilling to be ruthless toward Steve. He was able to go a few rounds with Steve thanks to his gear, but he started to lose ground. Looking at Bucky, who was starting to run as Steve covered for him, Tony was anxious, but he couldn't shake off Steve. The next moment, however, a black figure darted out and grabbed Bucky's metal left arm. Alarmed, Bucky attacked the person in front of him with his fists and feet. The newcomer took all his attacks and easily pushed him back into the base, not far from Tony and Steve. Tony was stunned for a moment, before he said unhappily, "Why are you so late?" Steve said bitterly, "Bruce, Bucky was just under Hydra's control." Luke, who was wearing the Dark Knight armor, nodded. "I know." Hope surged in Steve's heart. "Then you..." Luke shook his head. "Bucky is your friend, but Tony is my friend." Steve opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. If he could fight Tony over Bucky, it made sense that Knight could fight him over Tony. After all, Knight was much closer to Tony than he was. If it hadn't been Bucky as the Winter Soldier who had killed Tony's parents, would Steve be trying so hard to stop Tony? Of course not. There was an inevitable difference between close friends and acquaintances. Luke could draw clear lines, while Steve didn't know what to do. It had to be pointed out that gang bigshots who dared to badmouth Black Cat always ended up in a worse state than everyone else. When the other members of the Bat Squad were attacked, the subsequent retaliation was even more ruthless. The Dark Knight had never hidden anything. He had even deliberately made it clear that he was just that protective. At that moment, Steve vaguely understood why Knight hadn't come out to support Tony when the Avengers split up, but had suddenly appeared now. Knight could choose not to support Tony's decision when it came to official matters, but he would firmly stand on Tony's side in personal matters. With Luke's support, Tony's mood after feeling betrayed by Steve finally half recovered. Someone had betrayed him, but someone else supported him, which proved that he wasn't alone. He punched Steve's shield and forced him back. He raised his other hand and fired at Bucky, who had been caught by Luke. Bang! Pa! The sound of his attack fizzing out echoed in the base. Astonished, Tony looked at Luke, who had stopped the attack. "Bruce, what are you doing?" Luke threw Bucky, who had been knocked out with a paralytic toxin, to the ground. "Hang on." As he spoke, he jumped in front of Steve and grabbed him. Steve subconsciously raised his shield to block, but he was inexplicably slow. Luke grabbed his neck and injected him with a small amount of paralytic toxin. Steve hadn't expected Knight to do that. His body instantly turned numb, but he was conscious enough to glare at Luke. 2070 stabbed. Choice Tony was a little stumped, but he wasn't in a hurry. Steve and Bucky had already fallen, and Luke clearly had no intention of letting them go, so waiting for a bit wasn't a big deal. After taking care of Steve, Luke took out a military knife from his inventory and placed it in Steve's hand. Then, he grabbed Steve's hand and stabbed Bucky in the chest. "Steve." "Tony." Luke got up and threw out a rope dart to tie Steve up. He then looked at Tony and said, "You can consider this as Steve doing the stabbing, which cancels out the fact that he lied to you." Steve. Tony. They understood what Knight was doing. If it was Bucky's fault that he had killed Tony's parents under someone else's control, then it was indeed Steve's fault that he had stabbed Bucky under Luke's control. But they had both seen with their own eyes Luke grab Steve's hand to stab Bucky, which wasn't right. Ignoring the two conflicted old men, Luke continued, "This only nicked Bucky's blood vessel. It'll be an hour or so before he bleeds out and dies." Pausing for a moment, he looked around and said, "If Bucky really dies, then I'm the one who killed him. Whether he lives or dies is up to the both of you." With that, he crossed his arms and walked to the side, clearly not wanting to interfere. Tony and Steve completely understood that this was a multiple-choice question. 1 hour was enough for Tony to calm down and figure everything out. He could take out Life One and the light dagger at any time to save Bucky. Steve had betrayed Tony for Bucky's sake, and now had to earn Tony's forgiveness in order to save Bucky. This was double the revenge for Tony's parents' deaths. Only Tony could make the choice. Even if Bucky was innocent, Luke didn't think he had the right to forgive him on Tony's behalf. "You should stay further away from those who told you to be magnanimous when they didn't know what was going on, so that you weren't implicated when they were struck by lightning." Both Tony and Steve looked conflicted. Steve wanted to say something, but was afraid that it would backfire on him, so he didn't dare. Tony could wait for Bucky to die without him doing anything, but he wasn't thirsty for revenge. The tycoon wasn't an idiot. He had seen mind control many times over the years. Logically speaking, he knew that Bucky wasn't to blame. But it was like how someone who knocked into a railing when walking would hit it. Although this could be considered the person's own fault, they couldn't help but want to vent the unhappiness in their hearts. By the same logic, Tony couldn't swallow his anger when he saw Bucky kill his parents in the video. Steve's reaction made him feel even more betrayed. Even if Bucky wasn't in the wrong, why didn't Steve tell him? Fine, he just wanted to vent. Luke had known about this beforehand, but hadn't told Tony either. Apart from the confession he had extorted from that Hydra member, he didn't have any concrete evidence like this video. Apart from reminding Tony of the pain of losing his parents, it wouldn't have done much. Also, Luke had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of the Winter Soldiers over the years, and had already caught a lot of them. The only thing he hadn't found was the person in charge of the base who had given the assassination order. The mastermind behind this was probably Alexander Pierce, who was already dead. Could Luke tell the tycoon not to worry since he had already killed the mastermind? Tony would suffocate to death. Luke had wanted to first find the person in charge of the base who had given the order before he talked to Tony about it. At that time, Tony could deal with the person who had gotten his parents killed however he wanted. But now that Zemo had appeared and exposed the matter, it was impossible for Luke to cover things up. Carrying out a private investigation could be considered helping Tony, but keeping the information under wraps was crossing the line. At most, he would leave the Hydra members to Tony. This could be considered Luke making it up to Tony for hiding the information previously. Tony's expression changed, and was no longer as fierce as when he had fired at Bucky's head. It was easy to get carried away with revenge. Once he had time to think, there were a lot of things which he had deliberately ignored that could no longer be covered up. After his initial anger passed, Tony realized that what he was really angry about wasn't Bucky, this tool, but Steve's betrayal. If Steve could take the initiative now to admit his mistake, Tony would consider forgiving him. Steve was caught in a dilemma and didn't dare say anything. If it involved anyone else, he would have dared to speak. But Bucky was really different. Steve's mind whirled with all the words he could say, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't trigger Tony. If he said something rash to set Tony off, Bucky would die. Steve knew that just as he would definitely stop Tony, Knight definitely wouldn't stop Tony from taking action. Luke paid attention to their mental fluctuations. Seeing that they were almost ready, he used Real Dream to guide Steve's thoughts. Steve had been about to apologize anyway, and with Luke's guidance, he finally couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, Tony. I hid the truth." Tony snorted and turned his face away. Steve stared at him. "I was afraid of hurting you, but I did have my own selfish reasons. I was afraid that you would kill Bucky. That was my fault." Tony didn't say anything, but lifted his head even more. Nothing had gone smoothly for him recently. Despite his best efforts, it seemed that the Avengers were going to split up, given the current situation, so Tony naturally became anxious. That was why he couldn't stand Steve's betrayal. It could only be said that Zemo had chosen a good crack in which to drive the wedge. Just when the Avengers were already deeply divided over there, party line, Zemo threw out this landmine of a private grudge. After this, the Avengers were doomed to split up, or more precisely, to be split up. But in essence, the final outcome was completely different from what Zemo had been looking forward to. In the end, Zemo's revenge came to nothing. Listening to Steve sincerely, Coax, Tony, Luke was relieved. Tony was his friend. Luke would never use mind control on Tony when it came to his parents. Tony had to be willing to forgive Steve and let Bucky go. If Tony really didn't want to, Luke really would watch Bucky die. Luke was just that sort of person. But given Luke's understanding of Tony and Steve, things wouldn't reach that point. No matter how inflexible Steve was, he would definitely give in. No matter how arrogant Tony was, he would let Bucky live. Luke had stabbed Bucky until he was half dead to give Steve time to coax Tony. As it turned out, Steve was very good at coaxing people. After all, the captain had once been the star of the USO performance tour and the leader of the Howling Commandos. But after Steve talked for a few minutes, Tony stopped being silent and started arguing with him. A few minutes later, Tony got the upper hand, and Steve looked guilty. At that moment, the unhappy tycoon finally took out Life 1 from the public space storage and injected the unconscious Bucky with it. Then, he pulled out the knife from Bucky's chest and sealed the wound with a spray. Steve heaved a long sigh of relief. The crisis that could have destroyed his friendship with Tony was finally over. 2071 changes in the individual and the world. After everything was over, Tony looked at Luke, who was standing with his arms crossed. Let him go. Wake him up too. Luke waved his hand, and the rope dart that was wrapped around Steve flew back to his hand. At the same time, he took out a syringe with the other hand and injected Bucky with an antidote. Freed, Steve immediately went to check on Bucky. Tony snorted and wanted to grumble, but gave up. Forget it, it was too humiliating to argue with someone who had been under someone else's control. Luke walked over to him unhurriedly. Go back and get some rest. I'll give you a little gift. Tony asked, what gift? Luke said, wait until you calm down a little. Also, you have to make proper arrangements for the Avengers. Tony's face fell. Is that supposed to be comforting? Luke patted his shoulder and said, not everybody wants to stand in the spotlight to be monitored and studied. If you like, I have a few actors you can take. Tony was unhappy. I'm not an actor. Luke chuckled. They all have superpowers. Tony was suspicious. Why don't you want them? Luke said, because they really want to be superheroes, and I don't need celebrities here. Tony thought for a moment. Are you making fun of me? Luke said, no, you're a natural star, the kind who doesn't need acting lessons. Tony was conflicted. Are you mocking me or praising me? When the four of them came out of the base, they saw T'Challa get out of his Wakandan fighter plane to greet them. The prince even solemnly thanked Luke. Luke turned his head and looked at Zemo, who wasn't injured at all. You didn't do anything. T'Challa shook his head. I'll hand him over to the International Court of Justice. Zemo had blown up a United Nations venue, and more than 10 people had died. That was what he deserved. Luke nodded slightly. His life can be spared, but it's best to cripple him first. T'Challa. This proposal is indeed very like Batman. After saying that, the atmosphere turned a little awkward, before both sides said goodbye and left. Of course, Tony kept up his arrogant facade and said that he would leave on his own. However, his right leg thruster had been damaged during his fight with Steve, and it was impossible for him to fly long distances. Luke sighed inwardly. What a pretentious old man. He had clearly given up on pursuing the matter with Bucky and had personally saved him, but Tony just didn't want to be in the same space as him. Luke could only tell Steve to take Bucky away in the Quinjet. Then, he threw out a trail ship from his inventory and had the Tycoon get in. After the ship took off, Tony fell silent in the passenger seat. Luke didn't disturb him. Tony didn't need comfort now. He just needed a quiet space to digest everything that had happened today. It was also one less worry for Luke. Tony didn't really let Bucky die, and his relationship with Steve was a little awkward at most, and wasn't impossible to fix. Tony had undoubtedly suffered in this matter. After finding out the truth behind his parents' deaths, he still had to control the urge to get revenge, which undoubtedly was very hard for the Tycoon. Thankfully, Luke was confident in the little gift he had prepared. Besides, there had been a problem with Howard's death back then. It was Pierce who had gotten Hydra to divert the attention of the agents who had been protecting the Stark couple for a few minutes, creating an opportunity for Bucky to assassinate them. Given the sensitive nature of Howard Stark's identity, the scene of his and his wife's deaths would definitely be investigated repeatedly. It was Pierce's men who arrived first and cleaned up the scene, before finally classifying the assassination as a car accident. Hydra had specially recorded the video as possible dirt. Otherwise, given the tech available in the 1990s and the angle on that remote road, how could there have been a surveillance camera on site to capture the entire assassination? Unfortunately, most of the people who had helped Pierce in this operation were already dead. However, a small number of accomplices who weren't part of Hydra still held positions in the government. Tony would probably be happy to spend some time and effort to ruin these people's reputations and get them carted off to prison. With this, Luke could be considered to have treated both Tony and Steve fairly. It wouldn't do him any good to get involved in this matter. Conversely, it would be very easy for Steve and Tony to become estranged. This was the least costly way to solve Tony and Steve's problem. The only person who needed a bit of luck was Bucky. But he wasn't Luke's friend. Luke had already chosen the least dangerous path for Bucky, and Tony had personally forgiven him. With Tony's forgiveness, the Avengers who supported Steve would accept Bucky, and the Avengers who supported Tony wouldn't cause trouble for Bucky. Even if Bucky were to make the choice himself, he would be willing to take this small risk for Steve. Luke mulled over this before throwing the matter to the back of his mind. There was plenty that would need to be followed up on, but most of it was the Avengers' problem. He just needed to use the favor from Wakanda to get them to remove the stone from Vision. He had to pay attention to the witch's mental state in the meantime. There was a lot of noise in the news after that. The Avengers didn't sign the Sokovia Accords, because they disbanded. Except for Tony and Rhodes, everybody else, including Natasha, disappeared without a trace. Even the special agencies in America couldn't find them. However, the Sokovia Accords were still signed by more than 100 countries to indicate that they had reached an agreement on the management of superhumans. This meant that a special protocol was put in place for the various superheroes and supervillains who had become active worldwide over the years. According to the Sokovia Accords, once a person was discovered to have superpowers, they would be investigated by various government agencies. Criminals would be directly apprehended, while those without criminal records or weren't under suspicion were monitored and couldn't go anywhere without informing the government of their movements. On the surface, this agreement didn't seem harsh, but in fact, it meant that the governments of various countries were now placing restrictions on the superhumans' use of their powers. Under the Sokovia Accords, individuals who were revealed to have superpowers had to cooperate with the government. If they didn't cooperate, the government would have reasonable suspicion to believe that there was something wrong with them. Governments had done the same thing in the past, but such arrests had tended to be classified and absolutely couldn't be discussed in public. Now, the surveillance and arrest of suspects was confirmed by law in various countries, who could request the international panel to mobilize the special ops of other countries at any time to apprehend suspects. The suppression and control of superhumans skyrocketed. Take Mexico, for example. Superhumans, whether they were locals or fugitives from the United States, could be directly apprehended by U.S. Special Ops. In the past, it was illegal drug dealers in Mexico who received this treatment. Now, superhumans finally received the same treatment, hence fulfilling a long-cherished wish of various governments. 2072 Avengers disbanded. First visit to Wakanda. Luke didn't care about that at all. As the owner of an alien planet who was still putting down roots on a lawless planet, Luke didn't have to care too much about the actions of the governments on Earth. In any case, with CEO Jenny and the big shot who sold everything working in tandem in the light and behind the scenes respectively, it wouldn't be hard to wrest superhumans from the governments. It was absolutely impossible for these government bigwigs to be clean and honest. Making them work for free was easy as pie. Money and credit points were meant to be spent, and Luke didn't lack either. Using them to consolidate Earth's standing as a base for harvesting points and training talented individuals was the right choice. In any case, as long as Luke did things for the good of Earthlings, the system would give him experience and credit points. It didn't matter if the criminals had superpowers or not. No matter what any government did, it was impossible for them to be like Luke and do good without asking for anything in return. In the end, it was just another way to maintain stability in society. It was better to use basic technological breakthroughs to slowly upgrade Earth's technology toward the goal of changing civilization. The first three industrial revolutions had brought with it tremendous and rapid progress. Social systems whose productivity couldn't keep up would eventually be buried in the dust of history. These countries might be jumping around happily now, but as long as they couldn't create a spaceship in the first instance, they would remain small fry for hundreds or thousands of years. As technology marched toward the interstellar age, it was impossible to close the technological gap with just a bit of manufacturing work. If countries that lagged behind didn't complete the basics, they would never get the chance to become bosses in their own right. For example, the moment Luke obtained interstellar navigation, no country on Earth would ever be able to intimidate him or keep him out. The reason why the Avengers had fallen to this point was because the old members were too deeply embroiled with the government and financial groups. The members of the Justice League, on the other hand, were basically ordinary people. Many of them had even been screwed over by the government or financial groups, and didn't have any good feelings for them. Most of their mission targets over the years had been related to either one of the two, and each target was worse than the last. They sneered at anyone who tried to sway them in the name of patriotism or righteousness. However, Luke wasn't interested in changing the mindset of the Avengers. It was too tiring and unnecessary. The world was marvelous to begin with because differences existed. In any case, both sides were made up of upstanding people who didn't mess around, so fundamental conflicts wouldn't happen. They could just work together for the safety of Earth. The reason why the countries on Earth reacted so quickly was also because of the Avengers' disbandment. Of course, there had been no official statement about their disbandment. It was just that Steve had snuck into the underwater prison with Bucky and rescued Clint, Sam, Scott and Michael. In order to save the loyal Michael, Phil had brought New Shield's underwater base to provide logistics support. Luke hadn't participated in the infiltration of the Raft prison, but had quietly taken action to pick up Clint's wife and daughter, who had been under surveillance. Scott had a wife-to-be, Hope. His ex-wife and daughter already had a new family, and there was no need to get them. Sam had relatives, but he wasn't in contact with them much. However, he had a bunch of Avengers superheroes behind him. Nobody would dare touch his family, unless they were absolutely confident they could handle the fallout. Tony's extra help, little Spidey, was sent back to New York on his private plane. With Tony around, nobody touched the chatterbox. Natasha used the Thousand Faces system to switch identities and began sorting out the intelligence on the Avengers in order to prepare for the next attack. Luke also took Vision away in order to prepare to remove the stone from his forehead. At that point, the only superheroes left of the Avengers were Tony and Rhodes, who had public identities. There was nothing for naysayers to latch onto. A month later, the storm caused by the Sokovia Accords gradually subsided. The Level 3 clone visited Wakanda as night. While called a visit, T'Challa actually sent a fighter plane to pick Luke and Vision up. Luke wasn't wearing any gear, which indicated that he wouldn't pry into Wakanda's location. Actually, it was because he already knew the answer. Wakanda's location had long become public knowledge in 2023, it was just that people were restricted from entering or leaving. T'Challa had come to pick Luke up in traditional attire. Luke wasn't really surprised by his clothes, but he was astonished to see the leather slippers on the prince's feet. What T'Challa was wearing was proper Wakandan ceremonial attire. So, was wearing these leather slippers a sign of respect? Even as he roasted the prince in his heart, he greeted T'Challa politely. Then, Luke looked at the girl behind T'Challa. This is, T'Challa introduced her with a smile. My sister, Shuri. This was the chief surgeon. Luke bowed solemnly. Greetings, Your Highness. Hello, nice to meet you, said Shuri politely. She couldn't help but turn to give her brother a suspicious look. T'Challa was also a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Knight was so polite to his sister, but he nodded affirmatively. He's the Dark Knight that you've always wanted to meet. Shuri. What, my Knight isn't this much of a gentleman? As the leader of the Justice League and a man who made all the criminals in the world tremble, shouldn't the Dark Knight have a cold face and a forbidding aura? At that moment, Wakanda's genius little princess felt like the image of her idol had been crushed. But after a few days of touring and talking with him, she had a rough idea of Knight's real personality. He had very good manners, but even his smile was just a polite mien. His speech was nothing special, neither warm nor cold. His expression was always the same and never excessive. To put it simply, this person looked normal at first glance, but was actually very abnormal. His indifference was part of his nature, and not a ploy for picking up girls. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, when Shuri discussed cutting-edge technology with him, his eyes would flash with excitement. This was absolutely a tech nerd. Su Rui swore on her own tech nerd nature that she was absolutely right. After her realization, she and Luke started to get along well. Although it was very normal for scientists to start duking it out when they got excited as they talked shop, Luke definitely wouldn't fight a 10-year-old girl. T'Challa invited him to spar during his spare time to exchange pointers, and the only spectator was Shuri. No normal brother would want to lose face in front of his little sister. Thus, the match ended in a tie, which gave this prince enough face. As a combat expert, T'Challa naturally knew that Luke had held back, while Shuri only thought that the two of them were evenly matched, and she sighed at how good Knight was at fighting. Looking at his sister bouncing around up ahead, T'Challa said in a low voice, "Bruce, tell me the truth, how much strength did you use in the fight just now?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, 80%. T'Challa heaved a sigh. As expected, Luke tactfully didn't ask what he meant. 2073 New King, reject the new King. After walking some distance, he asked, "If there is time in the next few days, can I spar with you?" Luke didn't think much of it. An hour every day, preferably between lunch and dinner. T'Challa nodded quickly. "Okay." Luke raised an eyebrow. "You have a lot of free time recently. My father was injured, and will soon pass his position to me, so our initial plan to make contact with the outside world has been put on hold for now." T'Challa nodded. "Once I take that position, I won't have time to look for you." Luke made a sound of acknowledgement and said casually, "Our Justice League is also interested in the idea of a cooperation. What do you think?" "That is doable. In our initial plan, you and the Avengers were the parties with the top priority," said T'Challa. Luke and Tony had used the matter of Ultron stealing vibranium to secure a connection with Wakanda. However, the reigning monarch, T'Chaka, was old-fashioned and wasn't very willing to interact with outsiders, so the relationship between the three parties hadn't progressed much. It was bad to say, but it was thanks to the explosion caused by Zemo that the old king was abdicating. Otherwise, given how steadfast this person was, it wouldn't be unusual for him to take one small step forward every 5 years or one big step forward every 10 years. But if Luke really had to wait for 5 years, then he could forget about using vibranium to deal with the possible appearance of Thanos' army. Vibranium had far more advantages than other metals in terms of defense as well as the ability to store, conduct and activate energy. This was extremely rare, even out in space. The Shi, Ar, Kree and Nova empires might have similarly high-quality super metals, but the source or the manufacturing process involved was definitely a headache. In contrast, Wakanda was lucky enough to mine the vibranium from a meteorite as big as a mountain, and the metal could be used after simple smelting. More importantly, vibranium could be mixed with other metals, so not a lot of it was required. At the moment, Wakanda could already combine a small amount of vibranium with ordinary metals to produce special vibranium alloys with various properties. It was like cooking. A small amount of MSG could change the taste of a whole dish. Everyone else was like people in the olden days, who had to extract a little from all kinds of food. Wakanda, in comparison, was like a fat cat who had been given a warehouse of MSG by a transmigrator, which lasted a lot longer than a warehouse of flour and rice. Now that he had an idea of what T'Challa's attitude was like, Luke was relieved. This prince was more amenable to cooperation. After T'Challa ascended the throne, even if Wakanda wasn't quick to make full contact with the outside world, it wouldn't affect the Justice League's priority in obtaining vibranium. With the vibranium mine, it was unlikely that the Justice League would be able to take down Thanos' army head-on, but at the very least, it would have the means to launch a fatal attack. Luke didn't plan to use the Infinity Glove again. Half his body being roasted all at once was too high a price. This injury involved a certain power principle which was permanently attached to the level 2 clone. Even when the clone was recalled and summoned again, it was still crippled. Thus, if possible, Luke didn't want to cripple the level 1 clone. The level 3 clone, there was no way he would turn this strongest clone into a roast pig. For the next few months, Knight remained in Wakanda. Tony trusted Knight, and had no qualms sending Vision over for the stone to be removed. Luke had to stay here and keep an eye on the progress. Shuri, this genius girl, was very efficient, but for safety reasons, she repeatedly ran calculations and took 3 months to come up with a preliminary surgical plan. It would take at least another 3 months to tweak the plan. Half a year to prepare for the surgery was already pretty quick. During that time, the old king abdicated, and T'Challa ascended the throne as the new king of Wakanda. Before the second draft of Vision's surgery plan was released, Eric Stevens appeared. Supposedly, this person was T'Challa's cousin, who had specially returned to fight for the throne of Wakanda. According to Wakandan tradition, Eric indeed had the qualifications to fight for the throne. When it came to the duel, T'Challa had to drink a medicine first which blocked the physical boost from the heart-shaped herb to show fairness. As an outsider, Luke wasn't qualified to participate in this sort of internal matter. However, he took a look at this cousin from a distance, and soon found information from the CIA on the man. To put it simply, Eric had a high IQ and a top education, but he had joined the SEALs. Thanks to his immense capability, he joined the Joint Special Operations Command Ghost Unit and specialized in secret missions like infiltration, assassination, and toppling foreign powers. This was a common procedure, transferring experts from the military, who were willing to do the dirty work, to the CIA. If anything happened, it had nothing to do with the American government. In terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, T'Challa was at an absolute disadvantage and might lose everything if he was soft-hearted. But in terms of moral value and character, T'Challa was a good partner, and had a good personal relationship with Luke. In comparison, Eric had grown up in America and had received a top American education. He had also been on many Black Ops missions in the last few years. His thoughts were pretty deranged, and his mind was consumed by fighting. This would have a huge negative impact on Luke's cooperation with Wakanda. If Eric became the new king, it was very unlikely that he would uphold the agreement with the Justice League. It was more likely that he would ask for a change in the terms of the cooperation, like for the Justice League to help him expand his strength. Luke didn't want a troublesome partner. So, he sent a message to Shuri, telling her to meet him before the duel no matter what. Shuri and T'Challa trusted Knight. In the end, they took a detour and spoke for a short moment with Knight. Luke warned T'Challa that Eric wouldn't hesitate to kill him, so he shouldn't be soft-hearted at the critical moment. If he lost, his parents and sister would also be taken down. T'Challa's slightly tumultuous mind suddenly cleared up as he became aware of the implications. Of course, he didn't know that Luke had used Real Dream to give him a mental suggestion. Naturally, the outcome of the duel was that the unlucky Eric was trounced. Luke had given T'Challa the mental suggestion not to go easy on Eric, so T'Challa reacted quickly when Eric attacked, and took him down with a combo. In the end, however, T'Challa's heart softened a little. Eric was only seriously injured, but didn't die. Even Luke had brought Vision here for treatment. It was basically impossible for the severely wounded to die in Wakanda. After Eric recovered, he was thrown out of Wakanda to fend for himself. Luke, who had tweaked things a little, silently noted down Eric's super bright red name. When he had the time, he would dispose of this elite mini-boss and help his Wakandan friend take care of any potential future issues. This was a win-win situation for everyone. T'Challa and Eric weren't biological brothers, nor had they grown up together. Even if Wakanda knew that Luke had killed Eric, would they really fall out with him over it? 2074 To interfere or not to interfere. As for the discreet knowledge that T'Challa's father had killed Eric's father, Luke had a faint idea of it. But Colonel Zemo, who had been part of the Sokovian armed forces and was a B-grade professional at most, had almost gotten T'Chaka killed. As an elite member of the Special Ops Ghost Unit, it was strange that Eric hadn't found an opportunity to kill T'Chaka before this. If Luke hadn't locked onto Zemo, the latter might not necessarily have ever been exposed. In comparison, it would be even harder for Wakanda, with its sealed borders, to detect an even bigger professional like Eric. If Eric had seized the throne during this period of time, T'Chaka's death would have become a small issue that nobody cared about. Ultimately, Eric chose to seize power first before killing T'Chaka. That alone made Luke look down on him. This person was more focused on calculations and interests than on avenging his father. Since he was bright red in the system and disdained moral integrity, did Luke need a reason to kill him? Obviously not. However, he still had to wait a year or two. Nobody on Wakanda's side would remember Eric by then, and he would die on a mission or in some revenge kill. In any case, Eric had killed a lot of high-ranking politicians and military bigwigs. It would be normal for him to run into people who wanted revenge. Luke had secretly gotten involved in this Wakandan royal crisis, and he got the benefits almost instantly. T'Challa expressed his gratitude later, and the number of sparring sessions returned to normal. He had been too busy to spar after he ascended the throne. After what happened with Eric, however, T'Challa realized that he had overlooked how important his own combat ability was, and was wasting a precious learning opportunity. How many people in the world could get one-on-one combat training with the Dark Knight? It was just the old members of the Bat Squad. Even with the Ursa Minor Kids team, Luke only beat them up regularly to suppress their arrogance. Want regular training? Dream on. Knight wasn't that free. Tony was the only other person who had the opportunity, but he refused because he didn't want to be beaten up long-term. Also, Luke had achieved elementary combat proficiency, and he was an overall combat master with no shortcomings. He had stayed in Wakanda for so long in order to follow Vision's surgery closely, exchange technical insights with Shuri, and negotiate a vibranium deal. Wasting some time to train with T'Challa could be considered a way to promote their friendship. Fine, the king did have some skills. It was a little too much to say that the combat training was a waste of time. However, it was at most 20% important, while the tech pointers Luke exchanged with Shuri was at least 40% important. As the chief technology officer for the development and application of Wakanda's vibranium, Shuri really was more important than her brother. After all, as long as T'Challa didn't go back on his word, and even if the cooperation only lasted a year or two, Luke would basically be able to obtain enough vibranium. In contrast, just like Tony's talents when it came to the Mark suits, Shuri's talents in the development of vibranium would continue to improve. If there was a chance, he had to make this little girl like him enough. Luke muttered to himself that he had to find an opportunity to spar with her. Only then would she be eligible to undergo the system's teammate evaluation. That way, he could refresh Shuri's list of abilities at any time. T'Challa was still thanking Luke for his selfless instruction, and didn't know that he had actually become an extra to his sister. But as someone who doted on his sister, he probably wouldn't mind such a small matter. From the moment the Avengers split up to when the Dark Knight started to cultivate a good relationship with the siblings, something very important happened in New York, but Luke didn't need to do anything. Dr. Strange, whom Alfred had been monitoring, finally got into a car accident, and his hands were crippled. Hearing this news, Luke wore a complicated expression. Luke still felt some trauma when he recalled how the Ancient One specially came to say hello, as well as how he had almost gone mad in 2023 trying to guess what Sorcerer Supreme Strange's one finger meant. What he hated the most was this sort of super, mystical, master with mystical knowledge, abilities, and thoughts. What was even scarier was that this Sorcerer Supreme played with time, and that this was an ability passed down to all Sorcerer Supremes. If Luke were to face Thanos again, he wouldn't feel helpless. In comparison, he had no confidence at all in turning the Sorcerer Supreme into his teammate. Who the hell knew when they might run into some weird and scary thing? For example, in the eyes of the Ancient One, old Mephisto from hell was nothing more than a cockroach that had snuck into her house. Apart from the fact that this disgusting person was a pain to kill, old Mephisto was no threat to the Ancient One. The Ancient One couldn't be bothered to target old Mephisto. At most, when she sensed traces of him, she would stomp on old Mephisto, like an ordinary person squashing a cockroach before throwing it into the trash. Did Luke have the ability to stomp on old Mephisto like he was a cockroach? Obviously not. Credit and the power of faith were useful, but technically speaking, they made up the extraordinary energy collected by the system, which was the only reason why Luke could restrain old Mephisto. The Ancient One didn't need a system at all to stomp on old Mephisto, all it took was a few moves. Luke had long made up his mind that if the Sorcerer Supreme really did become his teammate in the future, then it had to be with his clone. For an enemy that could make Sorcerer Strange rally his teammates for a coordinated attack, however, the level 1 clone definitely wouldn't be enough. The level 2 clone was half crippled and couldn't be used, so it could only be the level 3 clone. Each death was worth 10 million credit points. Just thinking about it made Luke's heart ache. The only thing that could be considered a boon was that a mission which required Sorcerer Strange to call in reinforcements should be worth a massive amount of experience and credit points. It might be a mission at the level of world destruction. Just thinking about it gave him a lot of pressure. Although Luke didn't harvest as much from ordinary bad guys on Earth, this was a long-term sustainable route, and wasn't a danger to humans as a whole. On the other hand, he could easily earn hundreds of billions of experience points from this one mission, but if he made a mistake, he would lose everything. A race that had been destroyed wasn't even qualified to make a comeback if it didn't have a planet to live on. Even if he whisked his family and friends away beforehand, they would only become alien nomads. Without human society to earn experience and credit points from, his path to graduating at level 50 would be cut off. In the future, he would only be able to rely on himself to slowly figure things out. After mucking around for 8,000 years, he might be able to raise his strength to a new level. For a young man in his 30s, this was a nightmare. Thus, Luke would have to deal with any missions he received from Sorcerer Strange seriously and do his best. At that moment, Strange, who had crippled hands, was feeling extremely unlucky. He had been a top surgeon with immeasurable wealth, but a car accident had destroyed his most precious hands. He didn't dare say he could perform surgery with his shaking hands. After a week of exploding emotions, he finally remembered something he had heard before. He went to ask a magnate who owed him a favor about a life potion. That first night, the magnate said that he would give it a try, but the next morning, he called Strange and said that the big shot who supplied the medicine had no plans to sell it for the time being. Any hope of treating his hands was instantly dashed, and Dr. Strange felt his world go dark. 2075 The Ancient Ones, Teaching Method. In the end, Strange found Jonathan Pangborn, a paraplegic who had regained the ability to move again. He had once refused to operate on Jonathan because there was no chance of the surgery succeeding. Unsurprisingly, Jonathan still remembered how Strange had rejected his case, and he didn't look like he had let bygones be bygones. When Strange asked, however, Jonathan told him about how he had recovered, as well as about that most important place, Kamar Taj. Strange refused to accept his fate, and set off to look for Kamar Taj. Luke was too lazy to pay attention. Where was Kamar Taj? That wasn't important. Given the Ancient One's methods, she could open a portal anywhere she needed. This bald female bigshot usually stayed at 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan. When she was free, she could go out and buy a cup of milk tea and sit on the rooftop to bask in the sun. For the Sorcerer Supremes, the most important thing in the end was the person themselves. Even the knowledge wasn't the most important. Only those who passed muster could learn their spells. To be more precise, how much a person could learn depended on how qualified the person was. Otherwise, why hadn't there been a second Ancient One or even a second Strange in the battle in 2023? It had to be pointed out that the Strange over there had died in 2018, and it had only been 2 years since he became Sorcerer Supreme. But he was a fast learner and very capable. Other sorcerers trained in Kamar Taj for 10 years or even decades, but Strange was far more stubborn than they were, and completely unreasonable. After returning from 2023, Luke learned of the existence of Sorcerer Strange. He then cut off all possibility of Strange entering the circle of the big shot who sold everything. At the same time, he set up a reminder not to let anything that could be restored fall into the doctor's hands. In fact, Luke had a lot of ways for Strange to return to being a top surgeon. The life potion and light dagger were limited edition products. It was normal for Strange not to be able to get his hands on them. But his goal could be achieved with nanotechnology, or even amputating his hands and then reattaching to Stark Industries' artificial limbs. Thankfully, Strange had forgotten the conventional alternative of amputation. Following the plot line, it wasn't long before he went to look for Kamar Taj. What was the chance that the Ancient One had foreseen this outcome? Luke pondered. After confirming that Strange had come into contact with Kamar Taj, Luke stopped paying attention to him. Now that Strange was in the hands of the Ancient One, it wasn't Luke's problem if anything went wrong. At this stage, there was no need to bother keeping an eye on Strange every day. It wasn't until March 2017 that Shuri's second draft of the plan to remove the stone was fully verified. On the 1st of March, Vision officially underwent surgery, and it was a success. Without the Mind Stone, Vision's energy output was significantly reduced, but at least he didn't have to rely on the Mind Stone to survive. He was a combination of a vibranium body, Jarvis, the Mind Stone, and Thor's power as the God of Thunder. The Mind Stone and the power of the God of Thunder enabled Jarvis to perfectly fuse with the vibranium body. After this process was completed, the Mind Stone could be considered his heart. Thanos had directly dug out this heart, so Vision naturally died. This surgery was more like stripping off the old heart and prompting his body to quickly cultivate a new heart. This new heart wasn't like the Mind Stone, which was a source of energy itself, but was completely under Vision's control. It no longer had to be in his head all the time, and could be any part of the vibranium body. To put it simply, Vision had lost his Achilles heel, which in this case was both his biggest strength but also his biggest weakness. There was no difference in the pros and cons. But this was the decision Vision had made himself after he and Luke analyzed the various possibilities. Vision was very satisfied with this outcome. As an irregularity, he had enough strength to protect himself, and didn't need an uncontrollable power like an infinity stone. Sometimes, he had really felt like a puppet restricted by the stone. Without the stone, he was a completely independent and intelligent being. So, in the afternoon after the surgery, he thanked Luke solemnly, then flew off. Standing next to Luke, Shuri asked uncertainly, "So, this is my first time doing this sort of surgical removal. Can't he stay under observation here for a few more days?" Luke shook his head. "There's no need, he's in constant contact with the Avengers. If he falls halfway, someone will go pick him up." Imagining Vision falling from the air, Shuri couldn't help but laugh. As an irregularity, Vision was pretty cool. He drifted along soundlessly, and could pass through walls and change forms with just a thought. These abilities were much cooler than what Luke had. Coupled with the odd logic that came with his non-human intelligence every now and then, Shuri had always thought that he was very cool. In the end, what Luke said suddenly made Vision seem more down to earth. Luke's good mood from dealing with this pesky issue lasted for 2 days before he learned a piece of bad news. Looking at the surveillance feed of a street in New York, he leaned forward suspiciously. "Is that the Ancient One?" On the screen, the Ancient One, who was wearing a yellow robe, fell from the sky to the sidewalk below. There was a lot of blood on the front of her torso. Then, Luke saw Strange, who was dressed in his sorcerer outfit, appear. His face was full of worry as he sent the Ancient One to the hospital. Luke frowned. Strange was sent to the hospital in the morning, and now it's the teacher. Is it so dangerous for Kamar Taj to take in disciples? Right after that, he recalled the Karma Taj sorcerers in 2023. Their hands had lit up with orange runes as they lunged forward to punch and kick Thanos' soldiers. So, Kamar Taj's foundation was actually melee magic. However, it was possible that the Ancient One really was seriously injured. But this bald bigshot who had lived for hundreds of years was a real old fox. Given her strength, as long as Luke didn't use his trump cards, he might not even be able to touch her. This had nothing to do with power levels, it was purely because what this mega bigshot played with were the laws of nature. The ordinary way to deal with her was through a battle of wits and courage. Thinking for a moment, he murmured, "So, someone in the same circle." 2076 Mega Bigshot's final lesson: only people in the same circle would hate each other. And existences in the same circle as the Sorcerer Supreme could be a dark sorcerer or something similar, or on a broader level of consideration, dark magic or dark creatures. So, was the Ancient One really injured this time, or was this a teaching demonstration? If it were anyone else, Luke would be 70 to 80% sure after watching the video. But Strange was the disciple chosen by the Ancient One to inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. It wouldn't be unusual for such a person to receive special treatment. Luke's mind whirled. The Night Clone had already flown some distance from Wakanda, and Blink, the female Inhuman, opened a space portal from New York. As Luke passed through the flickering purple ring, he mumbled to himself, "Sure enough, products that aren't mass-produced aren't up to scratch." The portals that the Kamar Taj sorcerers could open were like an assembly line product, the size of which could be controlled. That being said, Luke still told Blink, "You've improved, keep it up," which delighted the girl. Luke left the room and turned invisible before he headed straight for Metro General Hospital hundreds of meters away. When he arrived at the ER, it only took him a few seconds to confirm that this was a real person on the verge of death, and that it wasn't an illusion. However, he remained extremely skeptical that this was the Ancient One herself, or that the injury was fatal to her. This was the Sorcerer Supreme, who controlled the Eye of Agamotto. Who could stab her to the point that she couldn't rewind time to save her life? Without the Infinity Stones, even Thanos wouldn't be able to make the cut. Those who used force couldn't stand against those who played with the laws of nature. A train might be able to smash through a metal wall, but as long as a railway track was placed under it, it could only obediently head in the direction laid out for it. The Eye of Agamotto was a power which forcibly laid down that railway track. As for the possibility that a spaceship might fall on top of the Sorcerer Supreme's head in the future, that was another matter altogether. Should he give the Ancient One Life One or simply use Light of Life? That was the question. Just as he made up his mind to stabilize this Mega Bigshot's suspected Injuries, Luke's pupils suddenly contracted. A hazy image passed out of the Ancient One's body and instantly went to the French windows not far away. Then, it turned around and beckoned to him. Luke felt himself instantly appear next to the image. This semi-transparent image looked like the Ancient One, and it wasn't covered in blood, which instantly made Luke think of astral projection. He subconsciously lowered his head, only to see that he had no body. He looked out the window and saw a streak of lightning crawl across the gloomy sky at a snail's pace. It was as if the people nearby had stopped moving. On closer look, they weren't really still, but were moving very slowly. Luke wasn't surprised. When he used Real Dream, he could also stretch time to a few hours in the other party's consciousness, when only a few minutes had passed in reality. The current situation was similar. However, now wasn't a good time to ponder the differences between his and this Mega Big Shot's abilities. Although Luke saw that he had no body, the Ancient One looked at him and smiled. "All right, whether your name is Bruce or Wilson, you're a very special person." Luke said helplessly, "Ma'am, is this your disciple recruitment ceremony?" "It's quite unique." The Ancient One smiled even more brightly, but shook her head decisively. "No, it's just an official farewell." Luke was astonished. "You," the Ancient One readily admitted, "I'm leaving." Luke didn't say anything, nor was he stupid enough to ask where this Mega Big Shot was going or if leaving actually meant dying. Few people who played with time were simple. After playing with time for hundreds of years, who wouldn't turn into an old fox? This Mega Big Shot was right opposite him. He couldn't think that. Luke silently cut off any thoughts he shouldn't have. The Ancient One said, "You'll have to deal with him next. Don't mention that we met." Luke nodded silently. They had only met twice. It was no big deal. Of course, both times had something to do with Strange. Otherwise, how could he explain why he hadn't done anything even though he could have easily saved Strange's hands or the Ancient One's life? He vaguely sensed that the Ancient One didn't really look like she was about to die. At least, it was different from the world has nothing to do with me once I close my eyes sentiment which most people imagined. Thus, Luke's best option was to never mention these two meetings. Since they had never met, there was naturally no chance to change these two things. It was a small matter for the Ancient One to hide this from Strange. When Strange learned the truth one day, he himself might not ask anything. Seeing that he understood, the Ancient One regained her calm expression. "Go. It is farewell for now." After she said that, Luke felt himself sent back to his body. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Strange's soul coming from the other side, just before the world in front of him returned to normal. Luke turned around and left. He didn't take another look at the Ancient One's body or soul. What followed would be the Ancient One's final lesson to her disciple. This Mega Big Shot was using her own death to teach this last lesson. She didn't want anyone else to watch her, so it was best for Luke to pretend he didn't know. After he left, Luke didn't have his clone return to Wakanda. He found Blink, who was still waiting in the safe house, and they returned to the Justice League's main base in Maine. He didn't let Blink move around freely, but told her to stay at the base and be on standby. The Ancient One's death wasn't all there was to this final lesson. Who would believe that this Mega Big Shot could be killed by some tramps? It was likely that the true graduation exam would take place after her death. Whether or not Strange could become Sorcerer Strange would depend on his exam grade. Luke didn't think that Strange would fail. If the Ancient One was that blind, her death wouldn't have been so neat, as if she had predicted everything. Oh, wait, she probably had predicted this. Also, the Ancient One hadn't forbidden Luke from interacting with Strange. So, Luke had a thought. How about he mooch experience and credit points off this newly minted Sorcerer Supreme, and get to know him better? They would meet sooner or later. If things didn't go to plan, he would have his clone charge forward and self-destruct. The clones were nothing to the Sorcerer Supreme. Strange would find out about them sooner or later. Luke had no intention of hiding anything. Of course, the Ancient One had only mentioned Bruce and Wilson, and hadn't mentioned Luke himself. Then, it was better for his main body to continue living like a homebody tech nerd. 2077 Outrageous graduation exam. The night passed. Luke slept soundly on the couch in the lounge before he washed up in the morning and had breakfast. At that moment, Alfred, who had been keeping an eye on news related to Strange, sent a message. There is unusual activity at the Hong Kong sanctum. Extreme spatial fluctuations and energy reactions have been detected. The London Sanctum. Something had gone wrong there before the incident with the Ancient One yesterday, but Luke hadn't dwelled on it. As long as the mega bigshot was fine, any damage to the sanctum was nothing. Tony's Malibu Beach villa had been blown up, and so had Stark Tower in New York. In the end, even the Avengers' New York base in 2023 had been blown up. This proved that if you wanted to be a bigshot, it was normal for your place to be blown up once or twice. On the other hand, an organization like the Justice League had yet to be blown up even once. It was clearly excessively cautious. Luke's own 5-story nest. That was the residence of an idle private detective and a homebody tech nerd. Naturally, nobody paid attention to him. Also, the London Sanctum had only suffered some damage, and the main structure was basically intact. The situation at the Hong Kong Sanctum was different. The space and energy fluctuations there basically proved one thing: a terrifying existence was about to come out. Only an existence like that would release their power wantonly. When Luke told Blink the location, the girl's expression relaxed. After her ability was activated under Hive, she had already reached the upper limit of what she was capable of. Opening a portal anywhere on Earth was a piece of cake. She could also try opening one anywhere in the solar system. The condition was that it had to be a place she had been to before, which made it easier to set down a space anchor. In the last few years, she had flown around on a private plane whenever she was free. Naturally, she had been to a global metropolis like Hong Kong, from Central, Wan Chai and Sim Sha Sui, to Yuen Long and Lantau Island. Thus, it didn't take her more than 10 seconds to open a portal, and that was just to ensure that she didn't open the portal in the wrong place. Telling her to stay at the base and prepare to teleport other people over at any time, Luke stepped forward. He decided to check the situation first. If he really ran into some creature like old Mephisto or a ghost, he wouldn't need to call anyone else. After stepping out of the portal, he turned around. That was where the Hong Kong Sanctum was located, and where the energy fluctuations were getting stronger. He glanced at the virtual screen. New data appeared, the energy fluctuations now over 10 times stronger than before, and still increasing. Clearly, this was just the beginning. Luke's face immediately darkened. Holy sh*t. Was this the graduation exam that the Ancient One had left for her disciple? This was ridiculous. It wouldn't be strange for these energy fluctuations alone to take out a huge chunk of Earth if there was an explosion. Thinking quickly, he flew into the night sky. As he rose, he saw a bluish-purple fog slowly spreading out. The fog was like a huge wave that easily covered buildings dozens of meters high. Against this dark bluish-purple background, strange planets speckled red, green and yellow emerged from the fog. To Luke, it was like an alien monster slowly unfurling its fingers. No, it was just the hair on its hand. Planets of varying sizes were connected by blood vessels, of the same color, making them look like enlarged DNA chains. Luke's intuition for danger was going crazy, warning him that the thing in front of him was far more terrifying than he could imagine. Luke, however, was calm. In any case, this was just a clone. His main body had already sent an emergency signal for the relevant people on his side to immediately take out a small escape ship from their space storage and take off. This was a safety measure that he had set up at the lowest level of consciousness in the minds of his friends and family. Once they received the highest warning level and the safety measure was activated, they would subconsciously follow the drill which they had practiced many times before. Looking back, they would think that it was a conditioned reflex, and wouldn't wonder why they were so obedient. Even if they were suspicious, Luke would use Real Dream to make them overlook it. Everything was for their personal safety. Taking a trip out to space was nothing. While Luke dealt with the most important issue of personal safety, the clone flew close to the bluish-purple fog. Alfred had already scanned 3 abnormal Kamar Taj sorcerers. They were wearing red combat uniforms and had huge dark circles around their eyes. It wasn't eyeshadow, but more like the skin and flesh had been corroded by something. The 3 sorcerers had cold expressions, and their mental fluctuations were like that of fanatical worshippers. Luke landed opposite them. The trio paused. The man in the lead murmured, "Dark Knight." Luke's blue and white lenses flashed as he looked around. This street in front of the Hong Kong Sanctum had not yet been submerged in the bluish-purple fog. Instead, it was a mess, with the bodies of civilians everywhere. People from the nearby shops, whether they were employees, bosses or customers, lay everywhere. Tables and chairs at street stalls had toppled over, along with customers of all ages. Luke frowned. "Did you do this?" The leader of the group didn't answer at all, and they all started moving their hands. The air between their hands warped, and transparent blade-like weapons appeared. The three of them grabbed the blades and charged at Luke. Luke curled his lip. You dare use this lousy attack strategy with that sort of speed? He couldn't be bothered to question them again. The real problem was the D*MN thing that had appeared in the Hong Kong sanctum. The three people in front of him couldn't even be considered ants. He swiped at his waist with his left hand and threw out 3 bat darts. The black bat darts whizzed through the air, but the 3 people opposite him ignored them. The leader waved his hand. A mirror space appeared, and the bat dart shot into it. Luke raised an eyebrow. This guy could at least think in battle. At that moment, the 3 of them reached him and slashed at him with the transparent blades. Luke sighed, as expected of melee sorcerers. Bang, 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 snap, boom. With a series of bangs, the 3 sorcerers were sent flying like cannonballs. The 2 lackeys each smashed into either side of the street, while the leader plowed a shallow trench dozens of meters long in the street. I'm a professional at close combat, Luke murmured, before he turned around. A ring of glowing sparks slowly closed behind him, and Strange and an African-American man looked at him in shock. Luke nodded. You're here, then think about how to deal with that big guy. He then pointed in front of him. 2078 Rewind. The murdered isn't human. The bluish-purple fog was approaching quickly, and the monster that was being formed in it from the planets and blood vessels got bigger and bigger, reaching a height of 100 meters. The African-American man who had come with Strange raised his head and exclaimed, "It's the dark dimension. Dormammu is here." Luke looked at him. The man's eyes were full of despair. It's too late. Nobody can stop him. Luke immediately lost interest in him. In movies, this was the weakling who acted as a foil to the protagonist. Who knew? He might be stabbed in the heart by the villain in the end. Only then would he repent and cough up blood as he told the protagonist to work hard, before he got off the stage and got lost. However, Luke didn't say anything. There was no way the successor whom the Ancient One had chosen would be weak. In 2023, Strange had come back from the dead, and lived past the ending. Sure enough, Strange's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "We'll see about that." As he spoke, his hands moved in a pattern. The eye of Agamotto on his chest turned, and the time stone inside lit up with a green light. A green circle of runes appeared on Strange's right palm, along with several green circles on his right forearm. Strange's expression tensed with the strain, and the green circle slowly started turning quickly. The shower of water from a burst fire hydrant on the side gradually stopped at the highest point before pulling back into the hydrant. The broken pieces of the fire hydrant flew back and mended the gap. The fallen neon lights and civilians in the collapsed buildings all moved in reverse. The 3 sorcerers with dark circles under their eyes, who had been sent flying by Luke, flew back to the street and started moving backward. Sensing that something wasn't right, their hands started moving. It was like pressing the pause button. The 3 of them stopped moving in reverse and returned to normal. They immediately charged at Strange and the African-American sorcerer. Caught off guard, Strange was sent flying several meters. Thankfully, the unlucky sorcerer who had come with him had also broken free of the rewind mode. He rushed over to stop the leader, allowing Strange to escape being pressed to the ground and beaten up. The entire world was moving in reverse. All sorts of objects and civilians were sent flying like large hidden weapons. Strange and the leader, on the other hand, were moving normally and had to dodge the people and things that were flying around, but they were still sent flying and rolling. The 2 lackeys were accidentally blocked by a building being reassembled on the side of the road, which made for a very awkward scene. A plump Kamar Taj sorcerer came flying out from the bottom of a collapsed building and landed in a fighting stance. Strange quickly aimed at him and cancelled the spell. "Wong, wake up." Looking at the rapidly rewinding world around him, the fat sorcerer surnamed Wong was a little stunned. "This is," Strange said helplessly, "breaking the laws of time, I know." Fatty Wong looked at him, then at the dark dimension that had yet to completely shrink back into the sanctum. "All right, don't stop now." Not far away, the leader was furious. He made a series of gestures with his hands, then raised them high before slapping them onto the ground. Ripples instantly spread out over the ground and surged towards Strange. Strange, who had just revived Wong, was caught off guard and was hit by the ripples, causing him to fall to the ground. The green circle of runes on his right hand suddenly paused before it disappeared. The spell stopped, and the entire world suddenly stopped moving. Drawing his hands back from the ground, the leader walked over unhurriedly. You can't change fate. He looked up at the dark dimension that had just emerged from the sanctum. How beautiful. This is a world that transcends time and death. There was a faint blue light as a shadow flashed over to Strange's side from not far away. It was Luke, who had also been caught up in the rewind spell. Looking down at Strange, who had just struggled to get up, Luke couldn't help but ask, "You didn't plan for me to stay just now?" Hearing that, Strange turned around and smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I didn't have time," Luke asked, "Is there enough time now?" Strange stared at Luke's left hand in surprise. A stone glowed blue in his palm. He could sense that it was the power from this stone which had prevented Luke from being frozen by the power of the Eye of Agamotto. Noticing his gaze, Luke said casually, "I've never learned how to use it. It's very troublesome to control." At that point, the light from the space stone in his glove started to fade, and Luke started to slow down. "So, can you hurry up?" Strange hurriedly waved his hand to dispel the power of time that had enveloped Luke. Luke cracked his neck and heaved a sigh. "That's much better." As he spoke, his hand moved, and the collapsible staff at his waist flew out. A smooth axe blade popped out of one end, and he cut through the neck of the leader. The head with dark circles under its eyes flew through the air before falling to the ground and rolling to a stop. Strange, Fatty Wong and the African-American sorcerer stared at Luke in disbelief. "Wait, the Dark Knight didn't kill people, right?" Luke drew back the collapsible staff. "He's no longer human." Thinking about it, the three of them agreed with him. Humans corroded by Dormammu's power essentially became another species, just like humans who turned into vampires. The Dark Knight had never been lenient when it came to killing otherworldly beings. After giving this explanation, Luke looked up at the motionless dark dimension. "Killing this small fry is useless. You should think about how to deal with that." Strange frowned. Fatty Wong mumbled, "Dormammu is already here. Even if we rewind time, we won't be able to erase his memories, and he'll appear on Earth again sooner or later." Luke asked, "When will that happen?" "A lot could happen in a period of time. If they had enough time, they could evacuate the people here beforehand to prevent tens of millions of lives from being buried along with the city during battle. Hundreds of thousands of people would die even if just a few building blocks were destroyed." After a brief silence, Fatty Wong shook his head. "Dozens of seconds. A few seconds. He's too strong. It's already pretty good that we've been able to stall him for this long." Luke glanced at Strange, only to see that his hair had turned gray, and he looked several years older. He hadn't looked like this when he was in New York. Clearly, using the Eye of the Agamotto to turn back time to save people on a large scale had a huge negative impact on him. As Luke and Fatty Wong spoke, Strange stared at the dark dimension, and his eyes flickered. Beyond time," murmuring the words several times, it seemed he suddenly understood something. He floated off the ground and flew straight toward the dark dimension. 2079 have come to bargain, but just as he took off, Strange felt a tug on the cloak of levitation. He turned around and saw Luke let go of one corner of the cloak before saying to it, "Oh, sorry, I was in a hurry. I'll definitely grab hold of Strange next time." Strange. Luke flew forward so that he was alongside Strange. "It's good to have one more person." Strange subconsciously shook his head. "Going is almost certain death." Luke chuckled. "This is just a fake body. I won't die even if it's destroyed." Strange was surprised, but didn't doubt it. As a native of New York, his subconscious reaction was to believe the Dark Knight. Dormammu was scary, and Knight hadn't said that he could kill him, which was very much like him. Luke continued, "So, when you go in, just pretend that I don't exist." Strange asked, "Are you sure?" Luke said, "I'm sure. It's just throwing away a bit of money." Strange. "FCK, isn't that what I used to say before the car accident?" Strange's right hand hovered above his left hand. He couldn't help but confirm again, "Are you sure you don't need to worry about this body?" Luke hummed in response. Strange turned his right hand, and several green circles of runes wrapped around his left forearm. Luke simply recorded the energy fluctuations and at the same time, activated elementary concealment and real dream to make himself as invisible as possible. This might not have much of an effect when it came to Dormammu, but as long as Strange drew the main aggro, he wouldn't target Luke first. It was like a person facing a viper and noticing an ant next to their feet, they wouldn't choose to step on the ant first. Soon, Strange and Luke landed on a slightly bigger planet after entering the dark dimension. Prompted by Luke, Strange focused on dealing with Dormammu. Luke silently retreated several hundred meters away from Strange to give the impression that he was nothing more than a bystander. As long as Dormammu looked down on him, there might be a chance. Strange's cloak fluttered down, making him look the part of a sorcerer. As he glanced at the green circle of runes on his left hand, an enormous black face rose from under the planet to appear in front of him. Its purple eyes were full of malice. Raising his head slightly, Strange chose some polite words in his heart and said, "Dormammu, I've come to bargain." The black face, "You've come to die. Your world is mine, like all the other worlds." As soon as he said that, a purplish-black beam of energy fell from the sky. Strange's shield of runes blocked the attack for less than a second before he was killed. The purplish-black energy beam pierced a lot of other planets and blood vessels in the dark dimension before it disappeared into the distance. Luke was stunned. What was going on? The protagonist had been killed in less than a second. This was the only true disciple personally chosen by the Ancient One. Wasn't it too much for him to be killed instantly? Luke was stumped. The next moment, he and Strange were flying to the planet, and Strange cast a spell on himself. The two of them flew over and landed where they had been standing before. Dormammu's huge black face emerged from under the planet. Strange said, "Dormammu, I've come to bargain." Dormammu said, "You've come to die. Your world is mine. What's going on?" Shock finally appeared on that monstrous and malicious black face. Luke glanced at Strange and understood what was going on. His clone was here, but his main body was still in New York. Although his main body was a little confused by what had just happened, he still had a rough idea. Without a doubt, this was the traditional ability of the Sorcerer Supreme playing with time. With Strange's death, time automatically wound back to the moment he used the rewind spell on himself. After figuring that out, Luke remained silent and collected intelligence on Dormammu. He could only withstand that attack with the power of faith or credit points. Who knew how many times he could hold out, but holding out wasn't the same as taking care of Dormammu. Although he had billions of credit points now, the chances of him killing Dormammu in one hit were too low. For now, Luke chose to trust Strange. Dormammu was an excessive enemy, but it was the Ancient One who had given Strange this graduation exam. The strongest thing about the Sorcerer Supreme wasn't his power or fists, but his strange magic. Only a strange spell could contend with a strange enemy like Dormammu. Thus, this battle wasn't a head-on clash, but a game with the laws of nature. Luke glanced at the space stone, whose energy fluctuations were completely sealed off. It was indeed time to learn related combat skills. Bullying old Mephisto with credit points didn't bring Luke any benefits at all. As Luke watched from the side, Dormammu asked suspiciously, "Is this an illusion?" Strange said, "No, this is real." Dormammu, "Okay." Swoosh. Strange was pierced by a few sharp spikes as thick as his waist, and died again. Then, Strange arrived to barter. Dormammu flew into a rage, and Strange died again. Strange came again, and died again. Relying on the time stones, save mode to automatically reset after his death, this new Sorcerer Supreme played the classic save and load game. Every time he died, he didn't forget to use other traditional spells to defend himself. Most of the time, it was an instant kill, but every now and then, he could last for a few seconds. After dying so many times, Strange's proficiency and strength at using the spells increased rapidly, so he didn't die for nothing. During this infinite time loop, Luke remained invisible the entire time, and only did a bit at the very beginning. Whenever time was reset, Luke would release mental resistance plus real dream. Strange was very resistant to mental abilities. These two abilities could only take effect for a few minutes, but that was enough to last Strange during each death. Mental resistance cleaned up Strange's negative mental state, and real dream distracted Strange from the moment of his death. With the two of them working together, Strange was tortured to death by Dormammu over 1,000 times, but his mental state was still stable and he didn't collapse. Not only that, he talked more and more, and emphasized the infinite loop. Luke could already sense that Dormammu was indeed getting impatient. No matter what he did, the outcome was the same. It was like a gamer killing a monster with one slash, and the game resetting right after. He had to create a new account and kill the monster, and then do it all over again. He gained or changed nothing during this period. Dormammu was here to devour the world, not to be tortured. He could swallow a lot of worlds, but this was the first time he was experiencing something like this. Worst of all, Strange talked a lot. For example, He said he could use some sort of technique to make his consciousness go into hibernation, and he could just lie down and let Dormammu kill him. If Strange decided not to come out one day, Dormammu would really be stuck with him here forever, and couldn't die even if he wanted to. There were possible dangers with Strange constantly rewinding time like this, as it might attract some unknown existence. At that time, Dormammu, who was trapped with Strange, would also be unlucky. 2080 The correct path of a bystander is the ruler of the dark dimension. Dormammu wasn't any ordinary god. But in the end, he chickened out when he encountered someone like Sorcerer Supreme, who didn't act human at all. If he continued playing with the utterly shameless Strange, both sides would definitely be in trouble. Strange would definitely die, and Dormammu might follow after him. He could tolerate stepping on dog sh*t, but it really wasn't worth it to be hit by a car after that. Dormammu gave in. He would leave Earth and take away all the believers here to prevent them from causing trouble. Whether or not he would come back to Earth in the future was another matter. At the very least, he wouldn't come until he had figured out how to deal with the Eye of Agamotto. Watching coolly from the side, Luke, who hadn't done very much, understood that the graduation exam was over. Strange's approach seemed absurd and comical, but it was actually very tragic. Had Dormammu suffered any losses? No. For this sort of existence which basically didn't have a lifespan and whose existence was like a planet itself. Waiting hundreds of years was like an ordinary person taking a nap. He had memorized Earth's location. He just had to wait for Strange to die, and Strange's successor might not be as difficult to deal with. Not everyone could die thousands of times and still have the courage to shamelessly barter with him. Strange was smart, strong, capable and brave, which was why he had seized this opportunity. As for Luke, Dormammu, who had been harassed to the point of going crazy, had completely forgotten about this little extra character. They left the dark dimension and returned to Hong Kong. The bodies of the leader and his two lackeys turned dark bluish-purple. They howled and flew into the dark dimension, and vanished without a trace. Green light glowed on Strange's chest, and the green circle of runes in his hand spun to complete the last bit of the rewind spell. The Hong Kong sanctum returned to normal, and the world started moving again. Strange let out a breath. It's finally over. Fatty Wong and the African-American sorcerer looked at each other in bewilderment. That was it. That was Dormammu, whom even the Ancient One was wary of. But Luke didn't think so. He wasn't familiar with the Ancient One, and didn't have an established impression of her. He could only analyze this bald female mega bigshot from their two encounters. Thus, he didn't think that Strange's victory was ridiculous. It would be strange if the disciple whom the Ancient One valued didn't have this strength. He simply tossed a smartphone to Strange. This is the contact number of the bigshot who sells everything. You might need some of his products. Strange caught the phone with mixed feelings. If he had this earlier, would he still have become a sorcerer? Now that Dormammu knew who he was, it would be hard for him to retreat even if he wanted to. Luke had no intention of having too much contact with Strange. It wasn't good to let such a person know too much. Chances were that one day, Strange would give Luke that finger of karma, and tell him to hurry up and get things done. He simply said, "Please open a portal to New York." "Thank you." Strange nodded and drew a circle with one hand, and a ring of sparks appeared. "Goodbye." Luke walked into the ring. The portal disappeared. The people on the streets of Hong Kong didn't notice as they carried on with what they had been doing before. They never knew that they had already died once tonight, and had almost died a second time. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. Strange subconsciously played with the phone until Fatty Wong reminded him, "Let's go back to the sanctum first. There are too many people here." Strange made a sound of acknowledgement before he put the phone away. "Dark Knight, we'll definitely meet again in the future. There's no rush." On the other side, Luke was busy wrapping things up. Now that the alarm had been cancelled, his friends and family in space could turn around and land. The PDD would take care of all the loose ends, and his clone would personally take care of the troublesome ones. With a clear division of labor, the various organizations operated smoothly and took care of everything in less than a day. Everybody had already received confirmation. No idiot would come running over to ask if it had been a false alarm. Those who had the authority could naturally check the database for the crisis that the alarm represented. As for those who didn't have that sort of authority, Luke didn't care what they thought. His biggest gain this time was seeing what the Sorcerer Supreme was capable of. The enemy trio just gave him some combat experience. Dormammu was Strange's first official opponent. In the end, such an unfathomably strong enemy was annoyed into running away. Although Luke didn't have the time stone, he had the space stone. There were a lot of ways to deal with a strong enemy. However, the Sorcerer Supreme was a professional player, and the Eye of Agamotto was an heirloom. No matter how highly Luke rated himself, he didn't think he could, in the short term, compete professionally with this sorcerer system that had existed for who knew how many years. But it was possible to learn from them. His other gains were the experience and credit points from this mission. He had basically been just a bystander this time, but according to the system, he had contributed 21% to this mission, and had obtained 31.4 billion experience and credit points. Now that he was at level 43, he had more than 3 billion credit points. Clearly, secretly using his two abilities on Strange had been the right choice. Power used in the right place, no matter how little was used, could be of significant help. It was just like how Strange hadn't killed Dormammu, and had instead died thousands of times, yet most of the contribution rate was attributed to him. However, Luke would rather this sort of mission appear less often. All of this was why Luke could remain so calm during this graduation exam, which the Ancient One had set for Strange. The person Luke trusted was the wily Ancient One, not the newly appointed Strange. Would Strange use such a mystical method for solving the problem next time? Luke couldn't guarantee it. In the face of an opponent like Dormammu, it took no more than a thought to fail. After that, it would be practically impossible to turn things around. Putting all his hopes on Strange was no different from gambling. People still had to rely on themselves. For example, Luke had earned the last bit of his contribution with his own fists. He had defeated the leader called xianxia, and obtained a list of his abilities. The knowledge on summoning Dormammu could only be considered backup information and used to come up with countermeasures. In fact, xianxia was one of the most outstanding sorcerers of Kamar Taj. If one had to compare, he was second only to Strange. Fatty Wong and the African-American sorcerer could only be tortured by xianxia. Luke wouldn't learn xianxia's magic abilities, but he could use them as reference. The real treasure trove was the knowledge xianxia possessed. With this, Luke wouldn't need to look for Strange for a long time. Defeat Strange, that was courting death. If Strange had just had a little more bad luck, he would definitely have died during this graduation exam. If he died, Luke might not be able to protect Earth, no matter how he tried. 2081 testing the nano-armored Dormammu might have left, but Strange had used the rewind spell many times in the last 2 days. If his luck was just a little worse, a super boss might appear immediately. At that time, wouldn't Earth be destroyed again? No matter how much Luke wanted experience and credit points, he wouldn't deliberately trigger this sort of hell mode. He allocated the points he obtained from leveling up to mental strength, and could now break through the 140 threshold. With the increase in the actual coefficient of mental strength, he could also better study advanced telekinesis. After allocating the 5 stat points he obtained at the 20-point mark to dexterity, which was the lowest, his stats increased to 140 strength, 126 dexterity and 140 mental strength. Just as Luke was about to return to his life as a hermit at home, Tony sent him a message to say that he had something good to tell Knight, and to look for him at the underwater villa. Luke didn't make wild guesses or even refresh the tycoon's list of abilities. At his current level, few things surprised him anymore. If anything, there were more scary things, like Dormammu. After heading 500 kilometers southeast over the Atlantic Ocean, Luke dove into the water. After diving 500 meters, an underwater base which looked a little like a shell appeared in front of him. This was the underwater villa which Tony had built. It was over 10 times smaller than Phil's underwater base, but it was much faster and had better offensive and defensive mechanisms. In Tony's own words, he didn't make turtles. Luke felt that it was purely because Phil's base looked ordinary and was pitch black. After sending a request and entering a passage, the outer door sealed shut, and the cabin door opened. Luke stepped into the villa. Putting the armor away in his inventory, he called out a greeting. "Long time no see, Friday." Friday's gentle female voice rang out. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Wayne." Luke asked, "Where's Tony?" "Friday. Mr. Stark is waiting for you in the lab." Luke nodded helplessly. "Did he ask you to prepare wine?" "Friday. No, Mr. Stark has been working continuously for 18 hours and 43 minutes. Luke got it. Tony didn't drink at all when he was working. He only drank a little when he was done and was ready to take a break. Friday guided him to the workshop on the bottom floor of the villa. Like the Malibu villa, the tycoon used the upper floors for sightseeing and relaxing with his wife and daughter. Only a place like the bottom floor, which didn't see the light of day, was suitable for him to work in seclusion. Fine, it was impossible that there would be no light here. There was plenty of light in the workshop, and the brightness could be adjusted at any time for rest or work. When Luke entered, he saw Tony operating a virtual keyboard at the workbench as he quickly refreshed the data. He didn't want to beat around the bush. "All right, what is it?" Tony turned around on the bar stool and looked at him smugly. "Watch carefully." As he spoke, he picked up a roughly triangular object that glowed with a light blue light from the workbench and pressed it to his chest. Silver nanomaterial spread out from the triangular object and quickly covered his body. The nanomaterial that covered his body quickly turned from silver to red with symmetrical golden stripes. In less than 5 seconds, a complete suit appeared in front of Luke. Luke's eyes lit up. "You've completed the external nano armor." With a thought, Tony's helmet pulled back to reveal his proud expression. "No, it's already a perfect whole. There's no difference between the internal and external armor." Luke wasn't interested in quibbling with him. The inner armor that Luke was talking about was for everyday use, which could still provide enough protection without drawing attention. If he transformed the way Tony did, he would be surrounded by spectators. It was like the difference between smartphones and satellite phones. Although their basic function was to make calls, the purpose of each of their use was different. There was no big difference between the two, it just came down to what they were required for. Luke observed for a moment before he pointed upward. "Go out and take it for a spin. There's no meaning in just reading the data." Tony's eyes flickered. "Okay, you said it." A moment later, they flew out of the ocean and headed toward the gray clouds in the northwest. Tony pulled ahead of Luke a bare moment after they left. There were preset designs in this nano armor which could be activated at any time. It didn't take more than a second for a multi-wing thruster to take shape on the back of the armor. In addition, the soles of his feet put together could create a huge thrust which gave him a burst of speed. Looking at Tony, who had disappeared into the distance, and hearing the tycoon's smug laughter, Luke couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. It seemed that his armor was indeed going to be completely left behind. Tony's nano armor basically encompassed most of the strengths of his previous suits, and didn't have any obvious shortcomings. Also, his technology wasn't based on vibranium, and he had been able to produce the raw materials on his own. Thinking this, Luke arrived at the test site which Tony had chosen. There were basically no signs of human habitation in the low rolling hills here. There was only a light drizzle and rustling bushes. Standing in a fairly flat meadow, Tony rubbed his hands together. "Come, let's hurry up and test the new armor." Although his face was covered by the helmet and his mental fluctuations were blocked by the armor, Luke could guess what this guy was up to. Clearly, the tycoon was feeling arrogant once more thanks to this powerful new armor. Luke nodded. "Okay, bring it," Tony said, "then here I come." He lunged at Luke and punched him. Luke dodged to the side, but Tony had seen it coming, and kicked him. His normal foot suddenly grew several times larger to cover half of Luke's body, making it impossible for Luke to dodge. Luke raised his arms to block. Bang! The enormous force sent Luke flying. The jet thruster on Tony's back allowed him to nimbly change directions and speed up. He turned around in the air and lunged at Luke again. When he got close, the armor on his hand turned into a long staff and lashed out. Rolling in the air, Luke kicked the staff away with one foot as flames burst out from the other. He immediately spun back around. The staff in Tony's hand suddenly expanded to create a shield to block Luke's spinning kick. Tony was about to counterattack, when he realized that Luke had landed on the ground and wasn't chasing him. Cursing inwardly at how sly Luke was, he said, "So, my new armor is pretty good, right?" Watching the shield melt back into Tony's arm brace, Luke nodded affirmatively. "It's not just pretty good, it's very strong." Why hadn't he given chase just now? Because a nanosuit with the ability to transform indeed didn't have any shortcomings. It would be very hard for him to make the tycoon do a split in the air, like he had done a long time ago. 2082 making arrangements for Tony, of course. That didn't mean that Tony could already fight Luke to a draw with this nano armor. But Luke would have to display his real strength then, which wasn't what this test was about. Tony had just wanted to throw a punch or two at Luke's face while the latter was still unfamiliar with the nano armor. This was more a symbolic than practical act. Luke was too lazy to quibble over that. In any case, Tony had nanotechnology, which was equivalent to him having nanotechnology. Also, he had been in Wakanda for half a year, and could mix in some of the nanotech for the Black Panther suit. Luke was happy to give the tycoon some preferential treatment for helping him refresh his abilities. They stopped and returned to New York. Tony had been busy finishing up on the nano armor, and had neglected his daughter, Morgan, for many days. Pepper, she was already used to it. In any case, she had to deal with work every day, and couldn't spend too much time with Tony. When they arrived at Tony's lakeside villa in New York, little Morgan, who was playing outside, cheered when she saw her father. The father and daughter cuddled for a long while before the little girl finally focused on Luke and called out, "Bruce." That was Luke's request. He didn't want Morgan to call him old. After all, thinking of little Morgan in the future still calling him uncle when she was 60 to 70 years old and he still was in his 20s left a strange taste in his mouth. After Luke returned little Morgan to a jealous Tony, the tycoon couldn't help but mutter, "This doesn't make sense. Morgan's outgoing, but she's not close to many people. She's not this happy even when Rhodes comes often." Luke flicked his wrist in Tony's blind spot and made various sweets and toys dance in his hand to tease Morgan. Little Morgan's eyes widened as she watched the items jump around Luke's fingers like little fairies. When it came to teasing kids, especially little girls, who could compare with Luke? He had raised Claire, and he now had a little sister, Cindy, who was amusing to play with. In comparison, little Morgan was still too obedient, or rather, too cultured. Little Cindy, who was spirited, strong and overly curious, had demolished houses at 3, buildings at 5, and cars at 8. This was the result of Luke doing his best to educate and guide her. Otherwise, the gifted Cindy would have torn down their place in Shackleford dozens of times over. Of course, little Morgan had her own strengths. At the very least, she had inherited her father's high IQ and was quite smart. Cindy, Luke's little sister, wasn't stupid, but she liked to fight. In the future, it might become normal for big sister Cindy to protect little sister Morgan. After complaining, Tony got down to business. "You told me to come up with the nano armor before 2018 in a large spaceship with vibranium tech. I've already finished the first, and the second has entered the test stage. It's about time you tell me what this is for, right?" Luke said calmly, "You've read the file on the Hong Kong Sanctum incident the day before yesterday, right?" Tony nodded, then frowned. "Are you saying that we'll run into another enemy like that?" Luke took out black tea and poured some for himself and Tony. Seeing little Morgan staring at him, he gave her a cup of hot cocoa. Little Morgan's eyes curved into crescents, and she didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Bruce." "All right, stop beating around the bush. Tell me." Tony took a sip of his black tea angrily and didn't forget to complain, "This black tea isn't from last year, is it? It doesn't taste good." Ignoring Tony, who was in jealous father mode, Luke sipped his black tea and said unhurriedly, "Technically speaking, that's the responsibility of the Sorcerer Supreme. It basically has nothing to do with us." Tony asked, then, Luke said, "But sometimes, we will still need Strange's help in a crisis." Tony thought for a moment, before his expression turned ugly. "Will we run into an enemy stronger than what happened in Hong Kong?" Luke hummed and said, "It's possible, so it won't hurt to be more prepared." In terms of absolute strength, Thanos wasn't as strong as Dormammu, but he couldn't be dealt with as easily as Dormammu. For Thanos, who had 1 or 2 Infinity Stones, destroying the humans on Earth with a full army would be easy. It could only be said that Earth's basic strength was only at the level of the planet itself. It was still far from a galactic level. The difference with a galactic tyrant was too big. In a situation like this, Luke and the others could only meet Thanos head-on. Otherwise, as long as some of Thanos' loyal troops were left behind to wreak havoc on Earth, the losses would be huge. Seeing that Tony's expression wasn't good, Luke explained, "There aren't many monsters in the galaxy like the one in Hong Kong, and there won't be many dangers that truly can't be avoided. The sooner you can complete the spaceship, the safer Pepper and little Morgan will be." Tony nodded slowly, but he still looked a little worried. Luke shook his head and leaned back in his chair. "Train a few more promising young people. Leave these things to them to worry about in the future. Speaking of which, Wanda and Pietro can take over your position well enough in battle. Can't you stay at home and do research and keep your wife and daughter company?" Tony lowered his head and looked at Morgan, who was playing with his palm. He took a deep breath. That will have to wait until the enemy you're guarding against is killed. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Luke smiled. That's right, we have to make a way for our young people. After taking care of Tony, Luke began to make preparations. The stone which had been removed from Vision was supposed to be left to Thor, but this guy hadn't returned since he left last time. Directly contact Asgard. Sorry, Earthlings didn't have this privilege. Luke's plan to pass this hot potato on to Asgard hence fell through, and he could only come up with a backup plan. On the day Thanos appeared, Luke would activate the monolith and chuck the sealed Mind Stone onto that barren planet. Although it was still in the Milky Way, it was in a region which currently didn't have a confirmed jump point. As long as Luke put away the monolith and Thanos didn't know where the barren planet was, the other party's plan to gather the 6 stones would fail. If Thanos didn't have all 6 stones, he actually wasn't that dangerous. After all, Earth had Captain Marvel. If Thanos really dared to play with his, kill half of them, rule on Earth, Captain Marvel would definitely fly back and blow up his entire side. Luke wasn't doing all this to use Earth to earn points. He just wanted to do his best to preserve the main plot so that he could catch Thanos off guard. This was something he had only thought of after he went to 2023. Looking for Nick Fury right away to get Captain Marvel to go and kill Thanos could be considered solving the problem. But what about after that? 2083 Family Gathering, children growing up. If he killed Thanos and solved this known problem, would an even bigger, unknown problem pop up? In order to save people, the Avengers in 2023 had used the same move as Thanos in 2014. Luke couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be a backlash if he went to another 2023 through the quantum realm and came back to modify the plot. It made sense that the bigger the cheat, the more severe the backlash. Also, there had been too many world-destroying events in the last 2 years. It was very unlikely that he could completely stop the situation from developing. Compared with those old monsters who had almost infinite lifespans, Luke felt that what he needed the most was more time to arrange everything. At that moment, Robert and Catherine brought Cindy to New York. Cindy was already 11 years old. She had graduated elementary school early, and was coming to New York to attend middle school. Claire wanted to trick her little sister into going to Los Angeles, but Cindy rejected her with disdain because her big sister was too weak. Claire was lost for words. Her mysterious old man had left a few years ago. He said that Claire was already an adult, and that he was going to look for a new, chosen one. Without the old man's support, she really couldn't defeat the talented Cindy. Luke didn't object to Cindy coming to New York. While it couldn't be said that the situation at night in New York was stable, almost all the violent, professional gangs had been eliminated in the last few years. What was left was basically pure businessmen, who dealt more in corruption than harming civilians. After all, illegal drugs were very expensive in New York, and robbing their peers was more profitable than robbing civilians. Also, the Bat Squad didn't care if gang members stole from each other, but would deal with criminals who hurt civilians. It made sense for Cindy to study in the safest city in America. On top of that, Luke and Joseph were both in New York, which was the most important reason. Luke was a good fighter and could teach her a lot of things. Joseph couldn't beat her, but he was smart and was willing to help her modify various toys. In comparison, apart from being a little rich, her big sister, Claire, wasn't good at fighting and wasn't smart enough. Cindy, who was smart and good at fighting, refused to hang out with this sort of sister who wasn't motivated. The moment she saw Luke, she cheered and jumped on him. Luke hugged his precious sister with a smile. A younger sister was still cuter. Claire, although she still looked like she was in her early 20s, she was actually already 30. She wouldn't play such childish games with Luke anymore. Then, he hugged Catherine, who looked like she was in her 30s, and looked at Robert. Now that the little troublemaker is here, you can relax. Any plans to travel? Robert rubbed Cindy's head helplessly. Compared with the overly smart and reserved Joseph, little Cindy really was a little angel. As for tearing down the house or whatever, that was a small problem. In any case, there were a lot of things at home that she could take apart. Alas, Cindy was indeed smarter than her big sister. The reason they had been able to put off her graduating from primary school was because she wanted to play for 2 more years. Otherwise, she could have come to middle school at 10 years old. Looking at Cindy get off her big brother and then jump to Joseph's side to cling to his neck, Robert could only admit that the little angel had grown up. Robert simply shook his head at Luke's question. "We'll stay in New York for a while. We'll think about it after she enters school." This daughter fanatic just wanted to spend more time with his daughter, but Luke didn't expose him. He nodded and said, "All right, it's been a while since you've been there. It's good to stay for a few more days." The family returned to the seaside villa in Nassau County, and Claire also came back. She and Stacy traveled around the world all year round, and she held mini concerts and fansigns every now and then. Hence, she spent the least time with her family. Because of what happened at the Hong Kong sanctum a few days ago, the entire family had evacuated to space. Taking advantage of this family reunion, Luke had to explain what happened. While Luke was telling Robert and Catherine about it, his siblings had already gone off to play. The 30-year-old Claire was still far from mature. The moment she arrived, she went to provoke her little brother and sister. Unfortunately, this wasn't 10 years ago. She couldn't beat an 11-year-old girl in a physical fight. As for using her brain, she didn't have the guts to compare with Joseph, who had already obtained 3 doctorates. The only thing she had was her shamelessness. Joseph really couldn't do anything about his big sister. He didn't feel a sense of accomplishment even if he bullied her. Cindy, on the other hand, was even more of a brat. She quickly pulled Claire into the training room and had Joseph act as a witness. Claire cried for help, but the 3 elders pretended not to hear her. Just like that, she was dragged away. After she took a beating, she had to seize the chance to cry and complain that her little sister didn't respect her as a big sister. That night, the doorbell rang. Luke welcomed the man in the black suit at the door with a smile. "All right, Phil, there's a block on surveillance here. It's very safe. Don't use this face to meet them." The man in black removed the 1,000 faces system to reveal Phil's face. "I already obtained information on what happened at the Hong Kong sanctum. Why did I need to come here to discuss it?" Luke hugged him and said, "It's a family gathering. Don't worry, Drax didn't come since he didn't want to fly. You don't have to be afraid of him. He has reason to scold me." Phil shook his head helplessly, but there was happiness in his eyes. He had been too busy with work all these years to consider personal matters at all. Luke's place was safe, and it was one of the few family gatherings he dared attend. Also, for someone like him who didn't have kids, it was a pleasure to watch Joseph and Cindy grow up healthy. Forget Luke. This guy had grown enough to be able to protect Phil, and it was very easy to feel defeated. Of course, Robert had even more complicated feelings in this regard. During dinner, Phil watched the 3 younger siblings. Luke had become increasingly steady over the years, which made other people feel increasingly ordinary. Claire was still as much of a monkey as ever. In contrast, Joseph was making crazy progress in his studies, and now wore black-rimmed glasses. Thanks to the height he inherited from Robert, he didn't look like a nerd. Under Mindy's supervision, his stamina and combat training were above average, and he was tall and slim. Apart from the fact that he wasn't too talkative, Joseph was also a man who was very popular with the ladies. Lastly, there was the little angel, Cindy, whom Phil paid the most attention to. She was only 11, but was already close to Claire in height. Compared with her petite big sister, Cindy had long legs and long arms. She already had the potential to become a fighter. Relying on the fact that she was stronger than Claire, she often suppressed her big sister until the latter cried out. It was a little barbaric, but Phil liked it. It was like Drax said, Coulson kids should be more wild. 2084 feet. Good news. On April Fool's Day the next day, Cindy excitedly dragged Claire and Joseph to Luke's place. Of course, she would be the only one who lived here. Joseph had moved out a year ago, saying that it would make it easier for him to go to school and study. Luke pretended that he had never seen Joseph come out of the house that was under Mindy's name in the morning. His little brother was very mature. It was already very good of him to hold back until he was 18. When Cindy arrived at Luke's place, she lunged at Gold Nugget and grabbed its dog face. "Gold Nugget, tell me, do you not love me anymore? Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Huh, the dog head was dumbfounded, but its nose twitched reflexively, and it remembered that troublesome, naughty little sister. After spending another second to verify the little girl's round, smiling face, Gold Nugget despaired. It was over. Its beautiful family life was over. The truth wasn't as serious as it thought. Cindy, who had grown up, had already learned to restrain herself. and wouldn't chase Gold Nugget around for half a day like when she was young. After Selena came downstairs, Cindy abandoned the dog head without a thought and went over to act spoiled. It wasn't because director Selena was nice, but purely because Cindy had been beaten by Selena ever since she was young. In this regard, Cindy and Claire were in the same boat. Luke was too strong, and he didn't want his siblings to become unlucky. If that happened, he would need to find an excuse to gamble with them and lose in order to turn their luck around. Thus, Selena had always been their combat teacher. Selena believed in Luke's more training, less bloodshed mantra, and had thrashed these two a lot. In any case, one was a monkey and the other was a brat, and neither were afraid of being beaten up. Also, they could find many reasons for why they couldn't beat Luke, such as the fact that Luke was a boy and had been strong earlier on. They had no excuse for not being able to beat Selena. Selena was also a girl, and she started far later than Luke. She had only gotten stronger after she left Shackelford with Luke. She was only a few years older than Claire, and wasn't as talented as Cindy. Selena was very strict about their training, but she didn't put on airs with them. She could be considered half a best friend to Claire and a big sister to Cindy. Girls always had a lot of secrets that they couldn't share with men, including their father and brothers. There were some things that Luke knew about, but it wouldn't be nice for him to do anything. Selena, who was capable and reliable, was undoubtedly a good choice. After Cindy moved into Luke's place, the house became more lively. Thankfully, Luke had enough clones, and he hung around at home every day, which didn't affect his daily research and earning of points. When the weather was good, the entire family had a barbecue on the rooftop. Stacy and Mindy had also attended a few times as family. After that, Mindy dragged Cindy out to play. As part of the second generation of the Justice League, Mindy had already been interested in Cindy a few years ago. But Cindy had still been beating up primary school kids in Texas at the time, and Mindy had nothing to work with. Now that Cindy was in New York for middle school, they got along like a house on fire. Also, she and Cindy had Joseph in common. Compared with Joseph, who only fought during training or in self-defense, the girls had a lot more in common. With Cindy around, Director Selena was happy to leave the admin work to her subordinates and take Mindy and Cindy around New York. Good food, hoodlums, and fun things to do, they took Cindy to experience these things one by one. Luke and Joseph, on the other hand, became a lot more free. It wasn't until the 1st of April 2017 that Luke received a piece of dumb news: there was a copy of Spider-Man running around. What was even more shocking was that it was a female version of Spider-Man. Speechless, Luke paused the news on TV and looked at Selena. "You made her a suit." Director Selena rolled her eyes. "I'm just an idle private detective. Why would I make that for her? Ask your brother." Luke clicked his tongue and sent Joseph a message. 10 minutes later, Joseph drove over. After he went upstairs, he didn't waste any time. "She asked me to make a web shooter for her to play with, but that suit is probably a cosplay sample which Mindy asked me to make." Luke and Selena, you young people sure know how to have fun. You were actually thinking about cosplaying the female version of Spider-Man for a long time. It was sudden, but it wasn't a big deal. After confirming the source of his little sister's cosplay props, Luke decisively pushed the responsibility to his little brother. "Since you're the one who caused this, you'll be the one to give Cindy safety training." Joseph's face fell. Him again? Fine, it really was his fault this time. After all, he hadn't been able to resist his little sister acting spoiled, and had given her a web shooter. If this thing wasn't such a good copy, Cindy wouldn't have put on Mindy's black and white female version of the spider suit. Although part of this was Mindy's fault, that was the same as saying it was his fault. Thankfully, Mindy had already added the Thousand Faces system to the female version of the spider suit, so no one would target Cindy. When Joseph gave Cindy safety training, he just needed to explain some things that she needed to pay attention to in New York. Given how smart she was, the training didn't take long. While Luke was calm, Peter was dumbfounded. Looking at the female version of Spider-Man who flew around the city in a relaxed and unrestrained manner, he was stunned for a long time. He couldn't help but look at the calendar. This is an April Fool's joke, right? But when he went to school the next day, he didn't feel good. Passing through the main hallway in school, he heard the students discussing it every now and then. "That Spider-Girl is so cool. The black and white color combo is pretty good. Especially that bit of pink. Oh, it's so girly. Now that you mention it, Spider-Man red and blue combo is indeed a little lame. PFF'd, you just want a Spider-Girl. So what, better than a fat ant like you. Be starred, dream on. Spider-Girl would never like a scumbag like you. Just because you're not my type, you can't take it. Peter shook his head and dismissed the weird conversation between a couple of students in one corner. He felt like he was about to collapse. I don't want to turn into a girl. No, that wasn't right. How could Spider-Man turn into a girl? His thoughts in disarray, Peter walked into the classroom. His best friend, Ned, came over excitedly and winked at him. Hey, did you hear? Spider-Man turned into Spider-Girl. Alarmed, Peter hurriedly raised his hands to cover this guy's mouth. It would be too awkward if Ned, in his excitement, asked him what it was like to turn into Spider-Girl. During class, Peter stopped Ned several times from asking about Spider-Girl. It was during the lunch break that Peter finally dragged this D*MN fatty to a secluded corner. A moment later, Ned was stupefied. Huh, so, she wasn't actually you in drag. 2085 conversation, awkward chat. When he heard what his friend said, Peter was incredulous. Why would I dress like that? Wait, don't move. Ned took out his phone and pulled up a few photos that he had saved. He raised them to Peter's level and compared them several times. Finally, he nodded regretfully. It really wasn't you. You're shorter than her, your legs aren't as long, and your waist isn't as small. Peter's face darkened, and he turned around and left. You still haven't given up, you B***starred. Ned looked at the photos again. Fine, your butt isn't as perky either. Then, he stared at the Spider-Girl in the photo, and his eyes lit up. If she's not my friend, I can be her fan, right? I think Marco said that he wants to set up a Spider-Girl fan club. Peter's glum mood didn't last long. He was a magnanimous person, and wouldn't be unhappy just because a girl was cosplaying him. Besides, this Spider-Girl was doing good deeds. It was just that, well, she was a little violent. Peter preferred to tie up the thieves and leave them to the police. NYPD was very familiar with this standard procedure. After all, the Bat Squad had been doing this for many years. It was just that the Bat Squad basically only attacked violent criminals, and were more ruthless. Wait, something didn't seem right. A thought flashed through Peter's mind. That was right, doing good plus being ruthless, it was obvious. If the girl was from the Bat Squad, it would be very normal for her to have a web shooter. Luke realized that the big shot who sold everything had bought a lot of web material from him through Mr. Stark. With the web, did the big shot have to worry about not being able to find a web shooter? Relieved, Peter went home in the afternoon, found the special phone that the big shot had sent to him, and sent a question. Less than 5 seconds later, he received a reply. Peter opened the message. The user is on file. If it has a negative impact on Mr. Spider-Man, we'll send someone to deal with it. We will make sure that it doesn't interfere with your normal life. Peter was relieved to see that the reply was automatically deleted 5 seconds later. This message was the big shot's promise, and the big shot's promise was absolutely reliable. Now, the only thing he needed to worry about was B***starred Ned's existence. This person had made Peter extremely uncomfortable today. If he were Luke, he would probably say, I treat you like AFC King brother, but you want to see me crossdress. On the other side, Joseph was sitting in a chair with an indifferent expression. Dressed in a neat and clean casual suit, not a single strand of his slicked back hair was out of place, and his legs were crossed. Seeing Mindy walk in, he gestured for her to close the door. Mindy closed the door and walked over to him. You want to talk about Cindy, right? I want to rope her in. What do you think? Joseph nodded calmly. She's my sister. I know very well what she's capable of. Hearing that, Mindy smiled ingratiatingly and sat down with her arms around his neck. So, you agree? Joseph shook his head. I don't care who you want to rope in, but you can't proactively seek out Cindy and guide her. Mindy rolled her eyes. Okay, I promise I won't seek her out. Joseph finally sighed. Don't play word games with me. I was the one who taught you that. Mindy didn't feel guilty at being exposed. Instead, she whispered in his ear, then, do you have any other games you want to teach me? Joseph grabbed her shoulders and put her in front of him. Their eyes met. Then you have to remember not to interfere in the lives of my family members, even if you think it's for their own good. Mindy frowned. This isn't interfering. Joseph let go of her and shook his head. Luke never interfered with me. Mindy wasn't convinced. He asked me to supervise your combat training every day. Joseph said, to ensure that I'm healthy. Did he ever say I have to beat you or kill some criminal? Mindy was lost for words. That really wasn't the case. Joseph wasn't bad at combat, but he was far inferior to her. After all, he wasn't interested in actual combat. When Mindy talked to Luke about increasing Joseph's training, the answer she got was, it's fine as long as he's healthy and has some self-defense skills. In any case, he makes a living with his brain. Joseph pressed his advantage. Claire is stronger than you, right? Still, Luke's requirements for her training back then were the same as mine, and it's the same for Cindy. The reason they're good at fighting is because they're more talented than I am, or because they're interested in it. Fine. In any case, I can't out-talk you. Mindy curled her lip, but I've already given Cindy the suit. I can't take it back, right? Joseph didn't think much of it. If she likes it, she can keep it for fun. That is also her freedom. Mindy's eyes lit up. Really? Joseph looked at her helplessly. As long as Cindy doesn't want to become a bad guy, it's up to her whether she wants to be an ordinary person, a celebrity, a fighter, a scientist, or a superhero. Pleased, Mindy kissed his forehead. You're really smart. Joseph was unmoved. Cindy is only 11. My family won't allow her to join Ursa Minor until she's 16. Mindy was vexed. I fought alongside V when I was 11. Joseph touched her head sympathetically. That's why your father is letting you do whatever you want now. Mindy snorted and slapped his hand away. I'm all grown up. I don't need him to give in to me. Then, she nimbly turned around and straddled Joseph as she looked down at him. Little brother, it's time for you to let me do whatever I want, like play a little game. As she spoke, she lowered her head. Joseph was lost for words. This isn't combat training. Why do you always like to be on top? Mindy dragged Joseph off to play. After that, he mustered what strength he had left to talk to his little sister, Cindy. After that, Spider-Girl didn't disappear, but she was no longer caught on camera as often. Luke didn't bother with it. Mindy had at least 1/3 of the PDD's resources and connections. She was also the leader of Ursa Minor, and had Joseph to help her. If his little sister wasn't well taken care of, it could be considered a waste of years of training. He cared even less about Peter's reaction. It wasn't like Cindy was pretending to be Spider-Man. She had just created a female cosplay version. Batman already had a die-hard cosplayer like the Dark Knight as his successor. Could Spider-Man object to Spider-Girl doing good? So, with the connivance of both her big brothers, Cindy was very happy to familiarize herself with New York before school started. Peter met her a few times during this period. After Peter caught up to her, they chatted awkwardly for a few minutes, before Cindy took the initiative to say goodbye. This teenage chatterbox was a lot to handle. It was better for her to flee. 2086 Family Aesthetics let her go. That these meetings were nothing out of the ordinary was thanks to the trustworthy people who talked to Peter and Cindy respectively. It was now an unspoken rule in the superhero world not to investigate the real identities of unfamiliar superheroes. After the Sokovia Accords, this rule, which was a tradition in the Bat Squad to begin with, gradually spread and earned unanimous approval. Those who could investigate the real identities of others might be labeled government lackeys. The government, which had always been high-handed toward superhumans, had long lost their trust. Except for a minority who were happy to be government dogs, the majority chose to keep a low profile. Some of the superhumans who had been uncovered were under government surveillance, some were arrested, and most disappeared without a trace. Some were experimented on by unrepentant secret organizations, and the rest naturally fell into the hands of the Justice League, New Shield or the Avengers. The three leaders, who were close to each other, had already reached a tacit agreement and were starting to go into semi-hiding. They would gather superhumans and gradually groom trustworthy core members. Those who couldn't be trusted would be dispersed among the peripheral agencies. Learning from Hydra Shield, however, there were very few core members in the three organizations. Even New Shield, which had the largest number of people, didn't have more than 100 core members. Strike Force members were basically military staff from the peripheral agencies. Luke would also help New Shield and the Avengers screen and inspect their members for free to prevent bribes from being taken or government moles being recruited. Since this was a free service, it was a must that he obtained a list of these people's abilities while he was at it. As the number of superhumans increased, there were also many ways to hide from his mental abilities. Some moles didn't even know that they were moles, their minds had just been tampered with. When Luke checked their list of abilities, he could see a lot of problems. For example, a certain person who firmly believed that he was a teacher actually had anti-reconnaissance, infiltration and intelligence-gathering abilities. Luke couldn't rule out the possibility that this was some amnesiac agent who had switched tracks to become a teacher, but it was more likely that this was a new trick the government was pulling. Under the seemingly calm waters was probably an abyss that ate people without spitting out their bones. Naturally, good things came to those with good intentions. Luke wasted time helping his allies clean up, and unknowingly obtained a lot of abilities. Although most of the abilities couldn't directly increase the upper limit of Luke's combat prowess, they gradually filled in the gaps and shortcomings in his abilities. Upgrading from a hexagon on his radar chart of combat skills to a round circle one day wasn't a dream. So, Luke was very busy. When Cindy came home for dinner every day, they would chat with her for a while to make sure that their little sister was fine. Cindy was still too young to realize that her two brothers were protecting her. She was still immersed in the fun of new toys and games, and even asked Luke a very important question. "Luke, don't you think Spider-Man mask is ugly?" Before Luke could reply, Selena gave a thumbs up to indicate that she agreed. As a straight man techie, Luke still had some integrity. He carefully recalled the suit which the tycoon had made for little Spidey before he nodded affirmatively. "That's right, he has no taste at all. The maker is definitely a flashy person." "Huh," Cindy was at a loss. "I just think it's ugly. What does that have to do with being flashy?" But for the sake of her goal, she did her best to bring the discussion back to the main point. "That's right, that mask is too ugly for a girl. What would look better?" Luke got it. His little sister was indifferent to the spider-faced mask. After all, she wasn't a real Spider-Man fan, not to mention she wasn't like Peter, whose genetic mutation had been caused by a spider bite. Naturally, a girl's priority was to look good. That included director Selena, whose priority with every new generation of the Bastard armor was its appearance. Its functions weren't important. In any case, Luke wouldn't give her subpar stuff. However, Luke's taste as a straight man was a big problem which there was no solution for. Watching a certain straight man ponder as he ate, Selena couldn't help but say, "At the very least, a girl can't be bald, right?" The siblings nodded in realization. "That's right." Luke, however, immediately followed up with his speculation. "Hair is too long and can get in the way when you're moving. How about a helmet with short hair?" Cindy frowned. This suggestion, it was an eye-searing image. Selena glared at Luke speechlessly. "Can't you see that your sister has shoulder-length hair?" She could only come up with a new proposal. "You can use nanomaterial to simulate the effect of hair. In any case, it's not like you're using it in battle. Even if it's a little more fragile and breaks off, it's fine." Luke accepted this proposal. After all, when it came to lack of hair, he had some concerns as well. It was just that men and women were different when it came to the length of the hair. Cindy nodded quickly, afraid that her brother would suggest something like a crew cut. At the same time, she gestured at her face. And the face, Luke gave up trying, and Cindy was pretty much the same. Both siblings looked at Selena. Selena ate a huge mouthful of fried rice and fell into deep thought. The siblings didn't disturb her as they ate. It had always been Luke's philosophy to leave professional matters to the professionals. Not only had Cindy inherited the Coulson family's aggression, her aesthetics weren't any better than Luke's. However, a woman's love of beauty was intense. She couldn't count on her big brother. Her second brother, who liked to wear black, white and gray, was also hopeless. Her second sister, who was a celebrity, was too over the top when it came to style. Cindy could only rely on Selena. Thinking for a moment, Selena suddenly opened the virtual screen and sketched out a mask. Luke was lost for words. Why did it look so much like that person from Naruto? It was that character called Kakashi. The difference was that Kakashi wore a headband and a mask which covered the lower half of his face, while Selena was actually sketching a full-face mask. There was a black headband on the top, silver-white lenses for the eyes, and a bright red mask on the bottom. Selena adjusted the hair. "You can choose between shoulder-length hair and a ponytail. That should be enough." Luke nodded in agreement. It's not hard to make." Cindy said, "This looks cool." Then, the siblings looked at each other for one moment before they silently looked away. They were both people who had no aesthetic taste. In any case, there was someone else to help solve the problem. One of them would consider the technology, and the other would choose whether or not to accept it. Cindy, who had gotten the blueprint for the new mask, ate dinner in a haste and was in a hurry to contact her second brother, Joseph. Luke, Selena and the dog head were left at the dining table to revitalize themselves. After making sure that Cindy had returned to her bedroom upstairs, Selena nudged Luke with her elbow. "She's not in middle school yet. If you let her play like this, Mindy will definitely pull her into the younger team when she comes of age." Luke shrugged. "If I say she's not allowed, do you think she won't do it? Let her be. I'll cover for her." 2087 Diverting trouble. Meeting Thor once more. Just as Cindy settled down in New York, Wakanda opened to the world. However, this was mainly Wakanda interacting with the outside world. It was basically impossible for anyone to travel to or live there. Even if T'Challa's thinking was more progressive, it was impossible for Wakanda, which had been closed off for thousands of years, to open up so quickly. That wouldn't be a good thing. The country sent out a lot of people, and most of them were medical and welfare specialists. The first thing Wakanda did was to provide support to Tanzania, Uganda and Congo around it. Clearly, Wakanda wanted to control the political situation in the surrounding countries to avoid being stabbed in the back by Europe and America. Luke agreed with this approach. For countries, benefits were paramount. No one would acknowledge you as a brother just because you gave them some meager alms. Only when there were enough mutual benefits to bind parties together would there be room to maneuver. Wakanda didn't lack skilled combatants to begin with. Their vibranium technology was also much better than what Europe and America had. What they lacked was influence over the people at the bottom. They would start with medical treatment and welfare. They had to control the bottom rung of the African community, which they had lacked contact with in the past, and then use enough military force to protect it. It would be hard for other countries then to create conflict and topple the ruling party. If the other side wanted to create an opposing faction, Wakanda could use their advanced military strength to take care of the leader, then push out a pro-Wakanda person. As long as the bottom rung of society didn't fall into chaos, a few greedy guys jumping out would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Luke had even used Night to propose a joint cooperation. It wasn't convenient for T'Challa to take action himself, but Night could do it for him, especially when it came to those rebels or military intelligence organizations that manufactured conflict. Killing scum like these would earn him thousands or even tens of thousands of experience and credit points. Luke couldn't wait for the soft-hearted king to leave it to him. However, there was one person who was an exception to the way Wakanda interacted with the outside world: Shuri. After this Wakandan princess saw Luke's Thousand Faces system, she quickly made one for herself and went to Oakland, California. Her brother had already bought the apartment building that her uncle had lived in when he was studying abroad, as well as the buildings on the left and right, to be Wakanda's American agency in the future. Oakland was close to San Francisco and not far from Silicon Valley, and was very suitable for academic exchanges. If she wanted to find Night, she could fly a private plane to New York. In any case, the Wakandan fighter plane had good stealth technology. After Shuri officially settled down in America, Luke, accidentally, leaked her profile to Mindy. Strictly speaking, Shuri could be considered a female version of Iron Man. She was the one who had modified T'Challa's Black Panther armor, which included nanotechnology, the absorption and release of kinetic energy, and so on. Given such a genius, Mindy should be able to draw the princess in with her enthusiasm. Luke couldn't have her constantly focusing on Cindy. Sure enough, Mindy was distracted by Shuri after that. This Wakandan princess was a female version of Iron Man. She was 17 years old and could already be considered an adult. She was also a hardcore fan of Night, and wasn't opposed to joining Ursa Minor. What Mindy didn't know was that Luke had privately told Shuri that her identity was a little sensitive, and that she shouldn't join Ursa Minor for the time being. They could just be friends. Mindy was let down by the princess's refusal. Shuri simply gave her reason for it. After hearing that, Mindy went home to consult her military advisor. Operating the virtual screen, Joseph said casually, "She has too many benefits and resources on her. You're so proactive, of course you would look suspicious." Mindy was surprised. Would our Justice League covet her resources? Joseph sighed and saved the content on the screen. He spread his arms. "I'm not sure if the Big Shot and Night would be envious, but if it were me, I definitely would be." Mindy was lost for words. Neither she nor Joseph was short of money, nor were they interested in it. What he envied was probably Wakanda's technology and materials. She asked tentatively, "Vibranium? Or her skills?" Joseph said, My current research is related to a study on the properties of vibranium, as proposed by Shuri. What do you think? Mindy said regretfully, it seems I can only get to know her first. Joseph said, think about it. Why didn't Knight mention this to T'Challa? Mindy was unhappy. I'm looking for members of Ursa Minor. Do I need to rely on Knight for help with that? Joseph raised his hands in surrender. Fine, you have a point. Knight is old, after all, and it wouldn't be nice for him to recruit a young lady like Shuri. It's all up to you. Mindy patted his shoulder in satisfaction. That's right, little brother. Keep it up. Joseph gave a fake smile. Hee hee. In September, it started to turn cold in New York. It was a rare sunny day, and the streets were crowded. Luke was walking down the street with his little sister, Cindy. He wanted to get her some new clothes for the start of school. Although his little sister had already gone around New York with Selena and Mindy, and had bought a lot of clothes, he was buying her a gift this time, so he could only come out himself. Cindy bounced up and down in front of him. She turned her head or stepped back to chat with Luke every now and then, but never bumped into any passers-by. This was thanks to her keen senses from cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique for a long time. Suddenly, Luke stopped and looked at a street corner diagonally opposite. Cindy reacted quickly and immediately stopped. She followed Luke's gaze, and her mouth dropped open as her eyes lit up. Luke, is that Thor? Is that Thor, the god of thunder? Luke hummed in response, and Cindy immediately gave him her phone and dragged him across the street. Hurry up, Grandpa told me a lot about him. I have to take a photo with him this time. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As he walked, he asked, what did Drax say? She replied casually, he said that Thor and his brother wrecked half his house. Cindy had an excited expression on her face at that moment. Those who didn't know better would think that Thor and his brother were big tycoons who had given Drax a house. Across the street, Thor and Loki looked at the ruins in front of them and the excavator that was moving construction debris. Both brothers had their arms crossed and looked like they were deep in thought. A moment later, Loki glanced at his fuming brother and coughed. I swear, I left him here. Thor said, here on the sidewalk, or in that demolished building. Perhaps I should look in that truck. Maybe he just happened to be shoveled in. Great planning. Loki shrugged sheepishly, recalling Thor's temper. However, he quickly argued, how was I supposed to know? I'm not a wizard, I can't see into the future. Thor, then what's going on with you now? Loki, Thor, I can't believe you're alive. I watched you die in my arms. I mourned for you, I cried for you. Loki glanced at him. I'm honored. 2088 photo. Passing the buck. Thor instantly got mad and grabbed his brother's collar. Now, you lost father. Does Asgard not have money? Did you have to dump him in this rundown nursing home? Relax, we can look for him. Loki instantly turned meek, afraid that this muscle-brained idiot would punch him in the face. This was the age of the internet, and the streets were full of onlookers. If things went wrong, there might be videos of them for people to admire forever. Luke, do we really not need to ask for their permission to take a photo? A little girl's voice rang out not far away. It's fine, we're all old acquaintances. They'll give us face, a man replied in a gentle voice. Swoosh. While the brothers were still in a love-hate pose, a small figure scuttled over to them. With her back to the Asgardian brothers, she half-crouched on the ground and gave the V sign with both hands. On camera, the brothers were framed between her hands. Click, click. The super loud sound effect of the latest titanium phone model rang out. The brothers couldn't help but turn their heads, and they looked into the camera. Perfect, Luke said with a smile, before he put down the phone. Looking at the brothers' expressions, he nodded. Long time no see, Thor. And your adopted brother, he actually hasn't been beaten to death yet. Ah, hello, you are. Thor looked a little confused. Loki wanted to turn his face away, but Thor was gripping his collar. This guy in front of him seemed to know his violent brother. It was better to endure it. Of course, if the man wasn't familiar with Thor, he would secretly use a spell on him later. Also, this little girl wasn't anything good, she actually dared to turn the second prince of Asgard into a background image. Sensing Loki's mood and his ill will toward Cindy, Luke instantly put a mental cross next to Loki's name. You couldn't indulge this guy. Odin probably didn't have many years left to live. There was no need for Luke to worry about being investigated if he found an opportunity to kill this adopted son somewhere out in the galaxy. In any case, given Thor's personality, the chance of him finding out was basically zero. Heart full of ill will, Luke's smile didn't waver. It's probably been about 10 years. Back in Texas, this B***-starred brother of yours wanted to kill people. He dropped a huge robot and blew up half of my house. Realization dawned on the brothers' faces. Enlightened, Thor smiled. Ah, it's you. That guy, you did a good barbecue. Loki didn't say anything, but those dark eyes stared daggers at Luke. He didn't forget to mutter to himself, so, it's this small fry. I really should have blown you up with one shot back then. Luke put another mental cross next to Loki's name. On the other hand, he was very happy that Thor still remembered his barbecue skills. As a foodie and a chef, he wouldn't glare at people who appreciated his cooking. After chatting with Thor for a while, he tactfully said goodbye. The two brothers wouldn't be hanging around here unless it was something important. Luke had come over mainly to satisfy Cindy's wish to take a photo. After just a few words, Thor was happy to take another photo with Cindy. In addition, Luke could buy time and get the night clone to bring the Mind Stone over. It wouldn't take more than 20 seconds for the clone to appear. But Loki disappeared in that short period of time. From the surveillance feed, after Loki suddenly disappeared, Thor looked at the ground in a daze, then carefully poked at the name card which lay there with the umbrella that he was holding. Luke, who had just landed on a roof not far away, sighed before he walked over. He asked Thor, who was examining the card, "Where's your brother? Did he slip away again?" This was undoubtedly the biggest possibility. After all, Thor wasn't as smart as Loki. "Bruce, you came at the right time." Thor was relieved to see him. A portal suddenly appeared on the ground just now. Loki fell in and disappeared, leaving this behind. "Can I take a look?" Luke gestured and asked, "What kind of portal?" Thor gave him the card and said, "It was just a spinning ring of sparks." That sounds familiar. Luke's heart jumped. Looking at the card, which only had an address on it, he couldn't help but shake his head. "I know who it is. Let's go. I'll take you there, and give you the item while I'm at it." Thor nodded. "That's great. What are you giving me?" Luke walked to a side street, and an SUV soon drove over. They got into the vehicle, and Luke gave the driver the address, 177A Bleecker Street. The car started up, and Luke gave Thor a small box he was carrying. "The Mind Stone. Take it back to Asgard, like we agreed before." Thor was enlightened. "I've been busy recently, I forgot for a bit." "It's not just a bit, you didn't remember at all." Luke roasted him inwardly as he placed the box in Thor's hands. Whether Thor remembered or not, it was fine as long as Luke could pass on the buck. Thanos' operation probably wouldn't change much. When Scott first arrived, he had revealed where all the stones were at this time. Luke hadn't known about the backlash of time travel back then, so he had asked a lot of questions. It was hard for Scott to hide anything, given the sort of person that he was. Luke had been conflicted for a time. What could he do that wouldn't be considered as messing with the timeline, in order to avoid a backlash? In the end, he could only decide not to make a mess of the main plot. Especially when it came to Thanos obtaining the stones, he had to do his best to make sure things didn't turn out too different. Of course, this was just the rough aim. Luke couldn't let Thanos snap his fingers. Real life wasn't a movie. Who the hell knew if he and his family would be part of the half of civilization that was turned to dust? Scott, that unlucky B***starred, had complained about it. Not only had his girlfriend, Hope, his future father-in-law, Drive, Pym, and his future mother-in-law, Janet, all turned to dust. Even his ex-wife and current husband had turned to dust. Only his precious daughter had been spared. Of 6 family members, only one was left. Luke's grandpa, Robert, Catherine, and his siblings made up 6 people. What if only one of them was spared? Even if this world could reverse the outcome of the snap in the end, those who were left behind would have already suffered a huge mental blow. Thor in 2023 had turned into a shut-in because of guilt. More importantly, what if they didn't succeed? Strange in 2023 had said that their only chance of success was 1 out of 14 million. If the probability was just a little lower, there was practically no chance at all. At that time, those who had turned to dust would never return. 2089 dropping by, sending guests off, tailing others. If Luke hadn't been turned to dust then, he could do what the Avengers had done in 2023, and create a quantum tunnel. With the Pym particle, his clone, and his various abilities, he would definitely be able to collect all the stones and do the snap. Save people first, deal with the backlash later. If he was the one who died, and most of the Justice League and the Avengers were dead, the chances of the rescue plan succeeding probably might not even reach 1 in 14 million. Thus, Luke could only do his best to lower the risk of a backlash as much as possible, and wouldn't give Thanos a real chance to succeed. He had already killed this guy in 2023. Now that he had boosted his strength, there was a good chance he could send Thanos packing. As he was thinking that, the car arrived at 177A Bleecker Street. In the eyes of Luke and Thor, the New York Sanctum was just an ordinary, inconspicuous building. Unless they were extraordinary individuals, or the Sorcerer Supreme permitted them entry, ordinary people couldn't even see this building. They went to the door, and Thor knocked. Just as he was about to knock a second time, the scene in front of them changed, and they were suddenly standing inside the building. Luke rolled his eyes and looked at Strange. Strange nodded. "Hello, Bruce. I know you brought him here in passing. So, shall I have a chat with him first? I just had time on my hands. Don't mind me." Luke raised his hands to indicate that Strange could do as he pleased, and hid all his thoughts in real dreams so that the new Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't notice. After his mental strength reached 140, Luke could even put himself under self-hypnosis. As long as the purpose of his operation was sealed off beforehand, no one would be able to read his thoughts when he carried it out. If someone else used a similar tactic, Luke wouldn't be able to sense their purpose unless he noticed the other party's intent to block off their thoughts first. This was a trick which Luke had developed to deal with a wizard like Strange, or with some other mental abilities. After he used it on himself in particular, anyone who wanted to break through the system's defense and pry into the depths of his consciousness would definitely have bad luck. Of course, Strange could be considered an ally, and wouldn't do that. If he really did something so shameless, Luke didn't mind exposing him. If the other party still dared to continue, he could only be an enemy. Luke didn't pry into the private affairs of his friends and family, because he didn't want to cross a line. A person who specialized in digging into other people's privacy and not giving up even after being exposed wasn't worthy of being his ally. On the other side, Strange had already teleported Thor upstairs. After becoming Sorcerer Supreme and understanding the Sanctum, he was a god here. Thor, the god of thunder, was highly immune to magic to begin with, but he was tossed around back and forth here, and couldn't guard against Strange at all. In the end, they returned downstairs. Strange acted even more coolly and mysteriously, while Thor was disoriented and rolled down the stairs. Strange opened a portal and gestured at Thor, who had just stood up. "Go, your father is there. Don't forget your umbrella." Dizzy, Thor shook his head. "Ah, thank you." As he spoke, he stretched out his head to summon Mjolnir, which had turned into an umbrella. There was a clatter upstairs and the sound of objects falling and glass breaking as Mjolnir flew back into Thor's hand. He smiled in embarrassment. Strange didn't care about that. He simply gestured for Thor to get lost. Thor was about to take a step, when he suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. I'm going to look for my father. I've also picked up the hammer." Then, what am I forgetting? A moment later, he was enlightened. He asked in embarrassment, "My brother. Can you bring him back?" Stumped for a moment, Strange then remembered that he had thrown the second prince into a mirror space after he was teleported here. Wait, he opened a second portal. The difference was that it was parallel to the floor and hung 5 meters in the air. There was screaming, before Loki dropped to the floor with a bang. The second prince lay on the floor with his hair in a mess. "I was falling for 20 minutes. It's definitely some B***starred sorcerer. When I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him." Thor's smile froze. His temper isn't the best. Strange glanced at Loki expressionlessly and was too lazy to say anything. If it wasn't for the fact that Loki was a huge troublemaker, he wouldn't care about the problems in this Asgardian family. It was also because Odin was on the verge of death that Strange was so ruthless in dealing with Loki. According to some records left behind by the Ancient One, she and Odin were good friends, and had a tacit understanding when it came to protecting Earth. Someone who could be friends and share a mutual understanding with her definitely had the same level of power. A big shot hitting it off with a youngster at first sight and becoming like brothers despite the age difference. That was pure fantasy. As the Ancient One's only disciple, Strange was treated more like a son. Similarly, Odin would pay a little more attention only to his biological and adopted sons. Luke's other aliases were also very famous, and had always protected Earth. What did he get in the end? As another New Yorker, the Ancient One said a few words to him, in passing, and it was for Strange's sake. Odin, on the other hand, never thought of Luke at all. But if Luke had strength on the level of Dormammu, and as long as he didn't clash with the Ancient One and Odin, they were guaranteed to be friendly toward him. The reason why Strange was so polite to Knight was because Knight had demonstrated enough strength in the battle against Dormammu. Strength was the access ticket to an equal relationship. While Strange was distracted by Thor and his brother, Luke had already put his plan in place. Then, without any hesitation, Strange threw the brothers through the portal and sent them to Odin's location. Luke, who was in a hurry, said goodbye. After he left, he turned invisible and quickly went to a safe house. Blink, who had just received the notification, teleported over. Luke gave her the coordinates. This is in Norway. Can we teleport there directly? Listening to the location, Blink swiftly recalled her teleportation anchor in Norway. The closest point is 300 kilometers away. If you're in a hurry, I'll follow up with a few more teleportations within visual range. We'll get there in a few minutes. Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. There's no rush, just drop me off 300 kilometers away. It would only take a few minutes for his suit to cover 300 kilometers. There was no need to make Blink go through all that. This was his human transporter, which was much more useful than the space stone when it wasn't in the Infinity Glove. A few minutes later, as Luke approached the Norwegian coastline, he detected an astonishing energy reaction in the far distance. He was a little suspicious. Were Thor and Loki duking it out for their father's favor? It was a ridiculous notion, but who else would do battle so brazenly in the place where Odin was living in seclusion? It was probably these two troublesome sons. 2090 biological big sister. Luke sped up. A moment later, he looked down at the battle and couldn't help but be shocked. Who was that woman? She could actually press Thor and Loki to the ground. Before he reached them, Loki raised his head and shouted something to the sky. The Bifrost immediately fell from the sky and landed on Thor and Loki, but the woman rushed in as well. The only thing left on this seaside cliff was the rolling grass. Luke landed and quickly searched the meadow for a moment. He finally found the haft of a hammer and a small pile of metal fragments, as well as a few of his mini drones. When Strange had been preoccupied with the brothers earlier, Luke had thrown a bunch of drones into the portal. Since he had decided to get rid of Loki, he naturally couldn't be as tolerant as before. Loki was Thor's brother, but wasn't Cindy Luke's little sister. All she had wanted was to take a photo. Loki actually harbored ill will and killing intent toward her. How could Luke relax if he didn't get rid of this sort of person who had no bottom line? Also, from Strange's attitude and words this time, it was clear that Odin didn't have many days left to live. If it wasn't for Odin and Frigga's protection, Loki would have already died, and the consequences would have been completely different. A few minutes later, after watching the video from the drones that were still functional, Luke was shocked. After thinking for a few minutes, he resolutely threw out a spaceship and left Earth. After leaving the solar system, he focused and manipulated the space stone in a crude infinity glove to teleport to the Dark Elves' home planet, Svartalheim, and used this place as a springboard to head straight for Asgard. When the 9 realms converged the last time, the Dark Elves had set off from Svartalheim after they woke up and snuck into Asgard a few days later. The route was clearly marked out on a map in the Dark Elves' battleship. After discovering the map, Luke had studied it as a precaution. An Earthling like him definitely couldn't use Asgard's Bifrost, but no one jumped out to protest the extinction of the Dark Elves. Wouldn't this come in handy? Directly using the space stone to jump into Asgard? Dream on. Asgard had a space interference system which could easily mess with his currently poor manipulation of the space stone, and led him to his end in some place like a black hole, a star or an asteroid belt. After the spaceship started to move forward, Luke pulled up the video and studied it carefully. The first half was of Thor and Loki meeting their father, Odin. After Odin said his last words, he turned into light and completely disappeared. Then, a woman appeared. She had dark circles under her eyes which looked a little like smoky makeup, but she was a genuine god, at least, more so than Loki, this embarrassing weakling. From Odin's last words and his conversation with the brothers, Luke verified that this woman called Hela was Thor's big sister by blood. Hela was Asgard's goddess of death. Before Thor was born, She followed Odin into battle and cemented Asgard's absolute rule over the 9 realms. Compared with Thor, she was a far better fighter, leader and strategist. What was even scarier was that she easily crushed Thor's Mjolnir hammer with one hand. This shocked Luke, who was watching the video, and it crushed Thor and Loki's will to fight. Without his beloved hammer, Thor suddenly seemed unable to fight. Loki, this weakling, was even more cowardly. He simply summoned the Bifrost and ran. Luke smacked his lips. He wanted to run, but took Hela back with him to Asgard. Is Loki trying to screw Thor over? Without Odin, Thor was Asgard's strongest combat force. Given the combat ability Hela had displayed, however, she could really suppress Thor when he didn't have his hammer. The 3 of them had left via the Bifrost together. As long as Hela took the sword out from the control panel, she could close the door and wreck Asgard however she wanted. All of Asgard would just become her hunting ground. Luke couldn't help but think that this would very likely be the case. If he could head over and save Thor, the latter would still be able to do something. A magnanimous person like Thor definitely wouldn't mind giving Luke something in return. As long as Thor gave his word, the system wouldn't have any objections if Luke took some of Asgard's local specialties. If Loki was in danger, Luya would secretly help to stab him in the back. It wasn't like he would be helping Hela, he was just preventing the experience and credit points from Loki from going to waste. As one of the masterminds behind the Battle of New York, this guy was worth at least 100,000 points. Of course, it would take Luke 3 days to get to Asgard. Who knew if Thor and Loki would still be standing against Hela by then? As long as Luke could get to Asgard, it was just a matter of how much profit he could earn. He wouldn't lose out. 3 days later, the level 3 clone reached Asgard. Luke, who had already thought things over, gave his clone a new face. While the situation was still unclear, he would sneak into Asgard first and investigate. Otherwise, if he ran into Thor, he would need to think up an excuse. This wasn't a big deal, but it would be less work if he could solve the problem with a new face. It didn't matter if Thor noticed this new face. He could investigate if he wanted to, and if he was able to discover any clues, then he could be considered smart. Relying on the Dark Elves' stealth technology, Luke snuck into Asgard. In just a few glances, he sensed that something was amiss. There was actually black and gray smoke rising from many places in the center of Asgard. The ships that should have been patrolling the sea were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the 3 siblings hadn't finished fighting? Given Asgard's level of magic and technology, a battle that could cause such destruction should take less than half an hour. Now that the smoke was still there, they were either still fighting or the battle had just ended. Frowning, Luke piloted the plane higher and activated the most secure camera system. As the invisible plane approached the central building complex, his frown deepened. Many bodies littered the streets below, and there were even more of them in a large square. Most of these people were wearing the armor of the Asgardian soldiers, and a small number were in casual clothes. There were even ordinary Asgardians among the dead, including the elderly, women, and children. The remains of the Asgardian patrol ships lay on many buildings. There were a lot of them. Did Thor lose to Hela? Luke couldn't help but wonder. This didn't look like Thor and his brother's victory at all. Instead, it looked like a send-off for the Asgardian soldiers. Or did they come back and get backup from the soldiers, but never once got the upper hand? It wasn't until the fighter plane flew several circles around the central area that Luke had to finally admit it. Thor and Loki had really lost, and it had been a thorough defeat. 2091 taking pleasure in helping others at that moment. Not only had the soldiers been completely wiped out, there was also a large number of black and green skeleton soldiers in Asgardian armor patrolling the central region. Could it be that the enemy now occupied the center where the Golden Palace was? Luke really wanted to vent for a moment, but he had too many complaints. He had seen people fall, but never this quickly. Thor and Loki had fought in a love-hate relationship over the throne for years, but once their father died, the Golden Palace went to someone else. What black comedy was this? Observing the situation from a distance, Luke put away the fighter plane and turned invisible before entering the center of Asgard. He had to listen in on what the ordinary Asgardians were saying if he wanted to know the exact situation. While there would be a lot of rumors, there would also be a lot that was true. Fine, even if Luke wanted to look for the higher-ups of Asgard, he didn't know who to look for. There was no sign of Heimdall on the Bifrost, even the great sword for activating the Bifrost was gone. There was no sign of Thor or Loki, nor the warriors 3 and Sif, and most of the soldiers were dead. These people were the ones who had been involved in the battle with Hela and her skeleton soldiers, and would know the most. There might be survivors hiding among the civilians. The investigation went smoothly. Less than half a day later, Luke heard important news. First of all, Thor and Loki hadn't returned to Asgard at all, only Hela had. Recalling what it felt like on the Bifrost, Luke felt that it was possible that these two had been forced out of the beam by Hela, and had been randomly teleported elsewhere. No wonder the Asgardian soldiers had been defeated so miserably and had barely been able to resist. Given how Hela was able to suppress the brothers on her own, taking down the defense army would have been as easy as harvesting chives. Secondly, the battle wasn't over. Some of the soldiers escaped and hid in the central area to contact each other and think about how to defeat this evil demoness and save Asgard. That was why the smoke and dust had yet to settle. There was no major battle, but sporadic fighting was still happening. After slaughtering the army, Hela had no intention of managing Asgard at all. She simply sent out the resurrected skeleton soldiers to search for the great sword that opened the Bifrost. Of course, Odin's Gingnir spear held the highest authority in Asgard, and could also open the Bifrost. But Loki, this smart kid, valued this big treasure which held the highest authority in Asgard, and was afraid that Thor would take it back. So, before he went to Earth with Thor, Loki hid the spear. On the other hand, Hela thought that Odin didn't want to give her the highest authority, even on his deathbed, so she didn't bother searching for it. She focused her attention on the sword. Because of this, she had captured and killed a lot of people in Asgard. Luke thought for a moment, then rescued some of the soldiers and civilians who were being chased by the skeleton soldiers. However, his rescue methods were a little more violent. He basically knocked them out or paralyzed them before stuffing them into space 2 for his level 2 clone to take out on the lawless planet. The level 2 clone didn't have to explain too much to the rescued Asgardians. Luke simply said that he was Thor's friend and was only responsible for settling them for the time being. The Asgardians who were rescued believed him. After all, there was no need for the goddess of death to play dirty tricks with them. That would be a pure waste of time. There was only one way to deal with those who didn't obey her: kill them. After being questioned by the level 2 clone, the people who had been rescued gave him a lot of information on the previous battle. The warriors 3 supposedly fell on the first day. Sif had left Asgard a few years ago and never returned, which was why she had been spared. Luke was a little sad when he heard the news. When he first met the warriors 3 in Shackelford, he had been quite envious of their strength. After a few years, such strong Asgardian generals actually died just like that. On the other hand, the lackey called Scourge, who followed the warriors 3, was able to survive because he was quick to bend his knee to Hela. Of course, Scourge wasn't doing very well either. He only wanted to live, but when he saw his former comrades and compatriots killed by Hela and the skeleton soldiers, he felt conflicted and terrible, but didn't dare resist. The warriors 3 were much stronger than he was, but they didn't last more than a minute against Hela. Even if he resisted, it would only take Hela 0.1 seconds to send out a flying sword. However, Luke didn't have much time to pay attention to Scourge. Rescuing people was very important. At the same time, it was more important to take a lot of supplies, weapons and equipment from Asgard. He was saving the Asgardians out of the goodness of his heart. It was impossible for him alone to provide for so many people. It made perfect sense to take care of the Asgardians with Asgardian supplies. Hela didn't care about these people or the supplies at all. At the very least, she wasn't interested in them for the time being. She didn't even touch Odin's treasure vault. She only took the eternal flame to revive her skeleton soldiers and her beast mount, Fenris. She had then focused on finding the Bifrost sword. The skeleton soldiers didn't need these supplies. Taking advantage of this, Luke ruthlessly stripped Asgard. He wasn't embezzling these supplies at all. However, if the rescued Asgardians were happy to give him some of these things after all this was over, that was up to them. As an old hand at swindling, Luke was very experienced in this sort of thing. The survivors were also very helpful as they marked out locations, types of supplies, and how to open various warehouses of supplies and equipment. So, while Hela was engrossed in looking for the Bifrost sword, a certain someone was playing a game of ants moving house under her nose. During this time, Luke discovered Heimdall. This former operator of the Bifrost now looked very downtrodden. His dazzling golden armor had been replaced with regular gray clothes. Apart from the big sword on his back, he looked utterly unremarkable. Heimdall was doing something similar to Luke. The difference was that he didn't have a way to send people out of Asgard. Naturally, a good person like Luke took pleasure in helping others. That same day, he contacted Heimdall and said that he could provide a small spaceship with stealth capability to secretly take the refugees out of Asgard. Heimdall stared at Luke with his strange amber eyes for a long time before he finally nodded. "Thank you. It turns out you are a good person." Luke's eyes flickered. What did this guy mean? Did he think he wasn't a good person before? Wait, had this guy spied on Luke while he was spying on Dr. Jane? Luke felt that was the only possibility. Otherwise, why would Heimdall wear an "I misunderstood you" expression in front of Knight, who had come to Asgard for the first time? Whether Knight or Big Dipper did anything wasn't important, however. In any case, these aliases weren't directly related to Luke. If Heimdall really knew something, he would have already told Thor. 2092 Contact, permission with Heimdall to pave the way. Luke no longer needed to waste time personally persuading the Asgardians. As the gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdall had a very high standing and a good reputation here. As long as he said a few words, the remaining soldiers and civilians would basically follow him. Although Hela didn't massacre civilians, she didn't try to win people over like in a regular political grab for power. She simply told her skeleton soldiers to kill the rebels. In the last few days, a lot of civilians had been detained for interrogation. If they said they didn't know anything, Hela made an example of them in public. She announced that the interrogations would continue as long as the Bifrost sword couldn't be found. Such a high-handed method made the civilians of Asgard panic. Previously, they had nowhere to go. Now that Heimdall said that he would send them to a safe place to hide, most people chose to leave. With Heimdall to share the burden, Luke focused on helping to move supplies. As Odin's trusted subordinate, Heimdall knew more about the warehouses and treasuries. The remnants of the army also were no longer as wary of Luke, and told him about many of the large armories which they hadn't mentioned before. In over 2 months, more than 300,000 Asgardian refugees were sent to the lawless planet. After Heimdall personally confirmed the safety of the refugees with his eyes, which were said to be able to see the entire galaxy, he also started prioritizing equipment and supplies. With these, even if Asgard was no longer a powerhouse, the people wouldn't fall to the level of galactic refugees. With the remaining soldiers acting as the backbone, they would be able to urgently recruit a group of young and strong civilians, and hence have the basic ability to protect themselves. At that moment, every extra person saved and every extra bit of supplies and equipment that was taken away was an asset toward reviving Asgard. At that moment, there was finally news from Thor, who had been sent flying by the Bifrost to who knew where. He had called out to Heimdall many times, and the two parties finally made contact. Thor said that he and Loki had been pushed out of the Bifrost by Hela, and they landed on a planet called Sakaar. Thor had been trapped by the ruler of the planet, the Grand Master, and became a gladiator. Loki was a little luckier. Not only did he arrive a month earlier, he also used his glib tongue to become a distinguished guest of the Grand Master. Unfortunately, after discovering that the Bifrost sword had been taken, Hela had already placed reinforcements on the Bifrost bridge. Heimdall couldn't use the Bifrost to bring Thor back. Besides, doing that would definitely alert Hela. As soon as Thor came out of the Bifrost empty-handed, Hela would trounce him once more. Planet Sakaar wasn't marked on Luke's star map, so Thor either had to get a route map himself, or find another way out. But making contact with Thor was good. First of all, Luke and Heimdall had bad news. Hela was connected to Asgard. The longer she was in Asgard, the stronger she would be. It was also because of this that Odin had ultimately chosen to die on Earth. That way, Thor could have at least made arrangements before Hela found a way back to Asgard. Unfortunately, Loki had been in a hurry to escape, and in the end, the two brothers were thrown out of the Bifrost, while Hela easily occupied Asgard. Even if Thor wanted to go to war now, he had to consider the people who were still in Asgard. Heimdall was very depressed about this. Luke didn't feel anything. In any case, Asgard wasn't his hometown. As Thor's friend, he had helped save so many Asgardians and had taken away enough supplies and equipment. However, they had to be more cautious with their rescue operation after this. If they were discovered by Hela, Luke was confident that he could send Heimdall away, but it would be very hard for him to continue sending civilians away. After giving this bad news, Luke asked a very important question through Heimdall. You're the king of Asgard now. I still need your permission to take the various supplies here. That should be okay, right? Thor was thinking about how to escape from planet Sakaar and return to Asgard to rescue his people. Hearing that, he said without thinking, no problem. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to take much with us. In the end, we can only let Hela have them. Take whatever you want. Bingo. Luke exclaimed inwardly. Okay, I'll do my best to bring out as many supplies as possible. I'll also bring out any information databases I can find. Be careful, don't run into Hela. Thor didn't dwell on it. These things were very important, but wasn't Night helping out? Heimdall had already told him that Night had sent an unimaginable amount of supplies to the Asgardian camp on the lawless planet in the last few days. As long as the Asgardians weren't wasteful, the supplies would be enough to last the 300,000 people in the camp for several years. After this contact, Heimdall and Luke were in good spirits. Thor, the new king of Asgard, wasn't in any danger on planet Sakaar. About a third of the Asgardian people had been evacuated, and they had ample supplies. Loki, sorry, Luke was already prepared to kill him. Heimdall also didn't like this schemer who had screwed him over several times, not to mention that it was all thanks to Loki that Hela had returned so easily. Now, Luke and Thor would ask around about the location of planet Sakaar. Once Thor returned, the final evacuation of the Asgardian people could begin. Hela was indeed very strong, and even more so in Asgard. As long as she dared to pursue them out of Asgard, however, they could set a trap for her. It was just that it wouldn't be easy to kill her. The lawless planet was quite far from the Nine Realms. As long as Thor and the Asgardians didn't stick their heads out, it would be a long time before Hela found them. With a buffer period, the Asgardians could split into several groups and not give Hela a chance to catch them all in one go. Heimdall devoted himself even more fervently to saving the people. As Luke helped lead the way, he frantically plundered warehouses and databases that wouldn't draw Hela's attention. Now that Thor had given permission, Heimdall no longer had any worries. Besides, what Thor said made sense. If they didn't take these things away, they could only leave him to their nemesis, Hela. Heimdall revealed a number of important warehouses and databases which he hadn't mentioned before. He personally retrieved the information from the databases, before immediately giving it to Luke to transfer to the camp on the lawless planet. It was Luke's job to transport the warehouse supplies. Heimdall opened the doors and left without looking inside. In the face of a crisis, people were the most important. Without these supplies, Asgard would have a difficult time in the beginning at most. Without enough people, however, and given the pitiful Asgardian birth rate, it might take tens of thousands of years for them to recover. The problem with long lifespans was that it wasn't easy to have children, and it took a long time for them to mature. Luke, on the other hand, chuckled inwardly. This was a win-win situation for him. Hela wasn't the rightful ruler of Asgard. Even if she was still a supervillain in the system. Given how the system discriminated against aliens, she had definitely killed a lot of Earthlings. Luke wouldn't have to worry about the system deducting points if he took anything from Asgard that might be classified as belonging to her. 2093 Frantic Departure, Thor's return. If Asgard could still be considered under Thor's rule, Luke had also obtained his personal permission. Naturally, he could take abandoned items. Thor was an alien, but he had saved so many Earthlings, and was a good dark green in the system. An alien system like Asgard hence had to be protected. That was why Luke had specially asked that question. Not only would Heimdall help him plunder everything, there wouldn't be any trouble from the system. After his mental strength reached 140, Luke was much more efficient at storing items in his inventory. Collecting thousands of Asgard's small fighter ships required no effort at all. He could clear out the warehouses which Heimdall opened after this in one day. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. More than half of the people had evacuated from Asgard. Even if Hela didn't care about the bottom rungs of society, she could vaguely sense that something was wrong. During the interrogations, she added another question: where did the missing people go? She had a feeling that the whereabouts of these people were related to the whereabouts of the sword. If Heimdall were on his own, Hela might have caught him. But with Luke, who prioritized safety above all else, the evacuation plan changed every time. In any case, Luke had a lot of ships. He could stuff hundreds of people on any one ship and send people out of Asgard like ants moving house. When they were far from Asgard, these people got onto a medium-sized spaceship. Once it was packed with thousands of people, the ship set off. Except for Luke and Heimdall, nobody could return to Asgard. No matter how hard Hela tried to extort a confession, it wasn't like anyone who didn't know anything could turn into someone with inside information. Naturally, she found nothing. However, Heimdall's rescue operation had to be put on hold. Hela had the skeleton soldiers monitor the residential areas in the central district from the sky. If they saw any large-scale movements, the skeleton soldiers on standby would go and capture the people. The skeleton soldiers didn't need to eat, drink or sleep. This was really hitting Heimdall below the belt. It definitely wouldn't end well for anyone who drew the attention of the skeleton soldiers. If he and Luke dared to take action, Hela would soon learn about it and come in person. Even if they could escape, they couldn't take anyone else with them, and Hela would definitely interrogate the people one by one. In the end, these people who didn't know the details wouldn't be able to escape death. Of course, that didn't affect Luke much. He had nothing to do with the Asgardians, and just saved as many as he could. If the rescue operation failed and the people died at Hela's hands, that was their fate. Fortunately, Thor had good news that he had done a job for a certain female friend, who was willing to steal a ship and help them escape. If everything went smoothly, he, the Hulk and this particular female friend would arrive in Asgard in a few days. At that time, everyone would work together to distract Hela, and the remaining civilians would be able to evacuate. Thor himself couldn't beat Hela, but with Knight and the Hulk, who had never been defeated, it probably wouldn't be hard for him to stall Hela for a while. Besides, Knight promised that he would use a lot of small ships to provide support. Some people would die, but most would be able to escape. This was the best he could do in front of Hela. Thor couldn't ask for more. Luke didn't really care. After getting Heimdall to board a small ship and go out into space to rest, Luke went back to Asgard on his own and went back to his old ways. Because of the martial law imposed by Hela, the people of Asgard could only stay in their homes. Luke snuck in and took down one family after another. He stuffed them into space too and had the level 2 clone release them on the lawless planet a few days later. These people closed their eyes in Asgard and then opened them on the lawless planet. Nobody could refute the clones' claim that Knight had secretly sent them here. Of course, this method wasn't as efficient, but thousands of people could still be moved in one day. By the time Thor sent a message to say that they had exited the wormhole and arrived in Asgard, Luke had sent off another 20,000 people. Asgard had a population of around 1 million. Hela had killed about 100,000 of the soldiers, while Luke had sent away over 500,000 people. At that moment, only 1/3 of the original population was left. If everyone could squeeze together, they could be taken away on hundreds of small and medium-sized spaceships. Luke had already scattered these spaceships out in space not far from Asgard. They were just waiting for the final leg of the operation. Soon, Luke contacted Thor, and 3 people appeared on the virtual screen. When Thor saw him, he asked nervously, "How's it going?" Heimdall said that Hela has been killing people to force you out. Luke said calmly, "If we come out, not many of the remaining 300,000 people will survive." Thor was lost for words. His heart ached for the loss of his people, but Luke wasn't wrong. Luke then looked at the man behind Thor. "Dr. Banner, long time no see. Your taste has improved quite a bit." Dr. Banner looked down at the figure on his pink t-shirt and nodded with a wry smile. "Thor found it for me. Then his taste really is much better than yours," Luke mocked inwardly. He nodded at the woman in the pilot's seat. "Hello, I'm Knight." The woman nodded casually. "Hello, just call me Valkyrie." After exchanging greetings, Luke asked casually, "Where's your adopted brother? Did he run away again?" Thor shook his head helplessly. "We left too quickly. We didn't have time to look for him. Just his luck, he can live for a few more days." Luke made another mental note. "Your brother is really awesome." Thor couldn't argue, and could only change the subject. "Next, we follow the plan," Luke said. "Hela crushed your hammer. Do you want me to give you a knockoff for now?" Thor's face darkened, and he shook his head. "No need. Weapons without divine power won't last." Luke asked, "Are you going to fight her bare-handed?" It wasn't that he was underestimating Thor, but this god of thunder really wasn't that strong when it came to bare-handed combat, and even more so against Hela. Thor forced a smile. "Loki didn't say anything, but I know where he would have put Gungnir." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Okay, when we meet up, we'll go grab it." The Gingnir spear was Odin's special divine artifact. If Hela could destroy it so easily, she wouldn't have been sealed by Odin back then. Also, it held the highest authority in Asgard. Now that Odin was dead, this spear was like the imperial seal. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't have hidden it. Hela's situation was special. Since she was connected to Asgard, she would be able to control the entire divine realm sooner or later, and the authority of the spear would no longer exist. Now, without Odin to control the spear, it was at most an indestructible weapon. It was just like how Loki had only been able to use the basic functions of the destroyer when he tried to kill Thor. Even if the spear couldn't stop Hela, it was fine if it could buy them time. At the same time, it had defense measures, like the ability to send out messages and open short-range portals, which would make it easier to evacuate people. 2094 Bruce, let's go. No wonder Thor still had the confidence to save the remaining people even after Hela crushed his hammer. With Gingnir, Luke and Dr. Banner's help, his chances of success were very high. Luke's heart jumped when he heard that Loki had pretended to be Odin with the Gingnir spear for years. There probably wasn't some sort of prohibition on it that prevented other people from picking it up. At least, it wouldn't be as strict as the prohibition on Mjolnir. Now that Odin was dead, even if Luke, forcefully, used Gingnir like he had with Mjolnir, there would be no more issues. It had to be pointed out that Thor's one-handed hammer proficiency was an advanced ability, while he was at most at the elementary level with a spear. Luke's cold weapon proficiency was close to the intermediate level, and he was pretty good with a spear. When Luke borrowed it in an emergency, would Thor be able to snatch it back on the spot? Thor didn't know that Mjolnir aside, a certain person didn't want to let go of his father's spear either. With a solemn expression, he put on the nanosuit which Luke gave to him and activated the stealth system. Luke looked at Banner. You don't want it, Dr. Banner said awkwardly and helplessly. The Hulk and I have a little problem. Luke went, huh, then looked at Valkyrie. The woman's expression was very normal. I'm only responsible for picking up civilians. Luke nodded, but still gave both of them nanosuits. Apart from armor, it can also turn into goggles, earpieces and helmets. At the very least, we can stay in contact. Hearing that, the two of them accepted the nanosuits, which looked like square boxes. The outer armor which Luke had already activated immediately spread over their bodies. A moment later, a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses appeared on Dr. Banner's face, and Valkyrie was wearing clear goggles. On the side, Thor was already impatient. Are you done? Luke turned around. Don't be hasty. Until we get Gingnir, Hela still has the absolute advantage in strength. If anything goes wrong, it won't be hard for thousands more to die. Okay, I'll be careful. Thor took a deep breath, then looked at Heimdall. I'll leave things here to you. Okay, Heimdall said, you be careful, too. Thor activated his nanosuit and turned invisible. He jumped out of the ship, and Luke followed him. After a brief silence, Valkyrie asked, can they do it? Unlike Heimdall and Dr. Banner, she was someone who had truly experienced the horror that was Hela, and had been lucky to survive. Back then, Valkyrie hadn't been alone, but she and her comrades in arms had been part of Odin's personal army, and were called the Valkyries. When Odin chose to fight Hela, they were ordered to participate in the operation to capture her. In the end, Odin succeeded, Hela failed, and the Asgardian Valkyries disappeared. As a survivor, she didn't think that either Odin or Hela were right or wrong, it was just a power struggle. This family fought among themselves, while the Valkyries were completely wiped out. In the end, in order to cover up the truth, Odin even hid the truth of the circumstances surrounding the Valkyries' deaths. They became the Valkyries and inherited the will of the Valkyrie. They weren't Odin's hired thugs. It was truly an insult to the Valkyries who had died as such. Thus, as the last survivor, Valkyrie fled Asgard, unwilling to serve Odin's family anymore. Heimdall turned to look at her and said in a low voice, Thor and Night are much stronger than you think. Valkyrie chuckled. If she and the Hulk hadn't helped Thor, that idiot might still be shouting, help me, on planet Sakaar. That was it. How much stronger could they be? Looking at her expression, Banner couldn't help but add, Night is very strong. He's never lost on our side. Valkyrie looked at him like he was an idiot. How many Midgardians can be good? So what if he has never lost? That doesn't prove anything. Dr. Banner thought for a moment. If we fight for real, Thor and the Hulk together might not necessarily be able to beat him. Valkyrie was surprised. How can you be sure? Dr. Banner had an indecipherable expression on his face. If you knew what the Avengers think of him in private, you would probably understand. Valkyrie asked, "What's the Avengers?" "Our superhero union." Seeing her indifferent expression again, "Drive." Banner added, "It includes Thor and the Hulk." Valkyrie was a little interested. "What does Thor say about him?" "Doctor," Banner said, "except for when he brags after some drinks, he has never said that he can beat Night. Of course, when he brags, the Avengers all know that it's hot air." Valkyrie. For Thor as well as his friends to tacitly agree that the other party was very strong, it was indeed unlikely that those were empty words. So, they might really be able to hold off Hela and save everyone. She wanted to believe this, but it was hard to forget how Hela had slaughtered the Valkyries with a wave of her hand. No matter how strong a Midgardian was, it was impossible to reach that level of strength. She shook her head slightly and turned her face away without saying anything else. Rather than trust that Night, it was better to believe that Thor could create a miracle. On the other side, Thor snuck into the palace with Luke and went straight to God Queen Frigga's residence. In an unremarkable study, Thor deactivated a spell, and a door appeared in the wall. Thor went in and immediately came out with a golden spear in his hand. It was Odin's exclusive divine weapon, Gungnir. Thor had a nostalgic look on his face. "Loki always hid here back then. I pretended I couldn't find him, but that was because it was my mother who set this up. I didn't want to expose her." He didn't say anything else. The fact that Gungnir was here proved Loki's feelings for Frigga. Compared with how he felt about Odin, Loki loved Frigga, who had accompanied him since he was young and taught him magic. Luke didn't rush Thor. In just a few years, his parents died, his friends, the warriors 3, were killed, the soldiers were slaughtered, Asgard fell into Hela's hands, and the people were killed wantonly. His brother, the only person left, was still a troublemaker who liked to stir things up and stab his brother. Thinking that, Luke felt that Thor's situation had indeed been pretty wretched lately. Before they moved forward with the evacuation plan, there was nothing wrong with giving Thor some time to reminisce. Fortunately, Thor wasn't someone to remain immersed in his sadness. Soon, he composed himself and gripped Gungnir tightly. He looked in the direction of the palace. "Now, it's my turn to do my best for Asgard. Father, Mother, please protect me," Thor thought to himself as he waved his hand. "Bruce, let's go." 2095 Fight between siblings, I enter Heldong. A muffled boom resounded in the main hall of the palace and in the hearts of every creature in Asgard. Hela, who was enjoying a sumptuous lunch on a terrace, raised an eyebrow. She wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin made from unicorn fur before tossing it away. She stood up and stretched slowly, curiosity in her eyes. "Interesting. You dare provoke me after obtaining Gungnir. Is that you, Thor?" As she spoke, she jumped lightly and flew swiftly toward the palace. A moment later, she walked into the main hall and looked at the throne at the other end. "It really is you, little brother." Imitating Odin, Thor sat on the throne with one hand on the armrest and the spear in the other. He looked at Hela out of the corner of his eye as she slowly approached him. "I thought you were an Asgardian at least." "You're wrong. I'm Asgard." Hela smiled mockingly. "And you're just little bugs who feed on it." Thor wasn't angry. "Not only did you kill the soldiers, you also arrested and interrogated civilians just to find the key to the Bifrost and continue your massacre." She approached him step by step. "Yes. Are you angry?" Thor turned his head. "No, you disgust me. Father's biggest mistake was giving birth to a freak like you. The best thing he did was to imprison you." Her face finally darkened. She didn't care that Thor called her a freak. They didn't have any feelings as siblings to begin with. She was angry that Thor had actually used her imprisonment as a slap to her face. That was because she had really been imprisoned. "Very good." Taking a deep breath, she ran her hands through her hair. Her black hair was covered in a bluish-black headdress which looked like antlers, and she stretched out her hands. 2 greenish-black swords shot out of her hands. "Pay for your arrogant words, little brother." In a flash, she appeared in front of the throne and slashed at Thor's head. Clang! The spear turned horizontal to block the attack, before it suddenly swept out. Hela's other sword was deflected by the spear. Thor stood up and pointed the spear at her. "It seems you're not strong enough, Hela." Hela gently spun the swords in circles around her. "I hope you can still be as defiant when I step on you later." With that, she lunged forward again and slashed at Thor like a storm. Not to be outdone, Thor brandished the golden spear and clashed wildly with the blades. The two bitter siblings fought in front of their father's throne. The difference was that Hela simply savored the battle and enjoyed watching Thor die bit by bit. She liked to see the enemy go from being strong and brave to fear and despair. In the end, they could only beg for her forgiveness in a weak, helpless and pitiful manner. The taste of death and despair was too wonderful. Hela, who was obsessed with torturing her little brother, didn't know that the palace defenses had already been activated, cutting off communication with the outside. Outside, the level 1 clone, which had already been here for a month, put on the long unused V alias and attacked the skeleton soldiers like crazy. As soon as he moved, so did 100 gun turrets. The skeleton soldiers didn't receive new orders from Hela, and were gradually distracted by the level 1 clone's fierce firepower. An emergency evacuation order was issued after the palace was sealed off, and the people of Asgard heard Thor's voice in their heads. The voice played on a loop as it repeated the evacuation procedure over and over again so that everyone knew what to do. They left their homes and hurried to the nearest evacuation point. Hundreds of invisible spaceships began to enter Asgard's territory, but no alarms sounded. Fenris, who was napping in the square in the city center, raised its head warily. Its dark green eyes scanned the surroundings, and its ears twitched. The idiot who had just appeared was already surrounded by the skeleton soldiers, and it couldn't be bothered with him. At that moment, it heard a lot of people moving at the same time. This was something that Hela hadn't allowed. Although these people were weaklings, Fenris had to take action. Shaking its body, it ran toward the area with the most people. Thanks to drone surveillance, V immediately noticed this big boss guard. Previously, he had deliberately approached this D*MN dog and tried to lure it in. In the end, this D*MN dog was even lazier than Gold Nugget. It just turned for a look before it lowered its dog head and continued dozing. As the gun turrets continued to distract the skeleton soldiers, V soared into the sky. Just as Fenris caught up with a group of Asgardians who were gathering 200 meters away, something hot hit it in the butt. Then, it heard the muffled thud of gunfire. Fenris shook its painful butt, and its dark green eyes seemed to burn. Although it had been resurrected as a semi-undead creature, it still wasn't comfortable being shot in the butt. It was like an ordinary person squatting in the toilet after eating too much chili. V was unmoved. The special machine gun in his hands kept firing, and he didn't forget to mock inwardly, "Not only are you lazy, you're so ugly. You're not cute at all." Compared with his dog head's golden fur and simple expression, this dog's black fur looked filthy. Coupled with its dark green eyes and fierce expression, it wasn't cute at all. "You have the cheek to be a dog with this appearance." Luke mocked inwardly as he decisively used his special metal bullets to hit this ugly dog in the face. Fenris's old face stung, like it was being pricked all over with needles. It couldn't help but fly into a rage and roar. A series of bullets immediately flew into its mouth. Fenris subconsciously shut its mouth, and its howl turned into a pitiful whine. Hovering dozens of meters away, the level 1 clone stopped firing, and mocked, "A body like a mountain and a mouth that can swallow the sun and moon." That's all. Stunned for a moment, Fenris then realized, it had nothing to fear from bullets. It just felt uncomfortable after being shot in the butt. After this realization, it flew into a rage out of humiliation. The green light in its eyes burned and fluctuated violently. It stomped hard on the ground and opened its mouth as it lunged at the level 1 clone in the air. A huge suction enveloped the level 1 clone. The black cape on its back flapped wildly as it was swept forward toward Fenris's mouth. Along with the cape went the clone. V tilted his head and stared at the huge abyss-like mouth. "If I don't enter hell, who will?" Before he even finished speaking, he sped up and charged toward Fenris's mouth. 2096 sending the dog flying. The level 1 clone shot at Fenris like a cannonball. The dumb dog was delighted. "Let's see if you can still act like a big shot after I eat you." The next moment, it frowned. The clone's speed instantly broke the sound barrier, and there was a loud bang. Weirdly enough, the air exploded in front of V, and not behind him, as he charged at Fenris's mouth. V was too close. Before Fenris could react, the white cloud of air exploded in its mouth. Its innate ability to devour everything prevented its mouth from being blown apart, and it could even easily swallow this cloud of air. However, its mouth vibrated uncontrollably, and Fenris's upper and lower jaw couldn't help but shake. Dong! The level 1 clone, which had swelled up several times in size, followed closely behind the cloud and swung a huge fist that was almost 50 centimeters in diameter at Fenris's nose. Fenris's massive wolf head couldn't help but jerk upward, along with the front half of its body. V used the recoil from this punch to land on the ground. He immediately kicked off and swung out with his right fist. Bang! The fist hit Fenris's jaw and neck with a muffled bang. The fur on the dumb dog's neck rippled, and its entire body was finally lifted off the ground. V followed closely behind with the second part of his recitation. I enter hell, and all enemies enter paradise. As he spoke, punches and kicks rained down on Fenris, and the air resounded with loud bangs. Fenris was both shocked and angry. It did its best to bare its fangs and brandish its claws as it tried to use its divine power to control its body. However, the level 1 clone, which had unleashed its full strength, relied on its extraordinary combat ability and the vibration in its fists and feet to jolt Fenris so that it was unable to counterattack effectively. Just like that, the dumb dog's massive body was sent flying through the air. It was gradual but steady progress as it was sent flying toward the sea. On the ground, even the Asgardian civilians who were busy evacuating were attracted by this rare spectacle. Many people subconsciously stopped and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" They all knew that this giant wolf was the legendary Fenris, Hela's mount. Countless soldiers had been bitten to death by it, and thousands of spaceships had been swallowed by its huge mouth. Hela was a fiend, and Fenris was the fiend's hunting dog. Hela's strength and brutality worried the evacuating Asgardians. But even after they started moving, Hela was nowhere to be seen. Thor's voice on a loop also told everyone that he was stalling Hela to give them time to evacuate. Now, the fiend's hunting dog was howling like the dog it was as it was being beaten up, but it couldn't do anything as it was sent, flying, out of the central district. The Asgardians couldn't help but relax, and their panicked movements calmed down, which further sped up the evacuation. Casually slashing at the 3 skeleton soldiers in front of her with her sword, Valkyrie looked up at Fenris, who was flying off, and couldn't help but warn over the comms, "Be careful, this D*MN dog can't be killed." She had fought Hela back then, and knew very well what Fenris was like. Fenris wasn't the strongest creature in Asgard, but it was definitely one of the most difficult to kill. The goddess of death and the undead Fenris were definitely nightmares for their opponents. "It's already dead, so of course it can't be killed," V murmured. He didn't slack off, however, as he attacked wildly with his fists and feet to ensure that Fenris couldn't escape its helpless situation. If he wanted to kill Fenris, he would have to wait until all the Asgardians had evacuated. Otherwise, when Hela sensed the death of her hunting dog, she would definitely break through the mediocre defenses of the palace to check the situation outside. A moment ago, in the palace, Thor was struggling to resist Hela's attacks. There were already several wounds on his body, and blood flowed out of his armor. He was in a sorry state. Gungnir hadn't lived up to his expectations. While it hadn't been instantly destroyed, like Mjolnir, it wasn't as lethal as he had imagined. Hela, who had a huge hole in her chest, recovered in a short period of time. Thor's heart couldn't help but sink. Sure enough, she had become stronger again. Hela, who had returned to Asgard, was continually getting stronger. After a few months, she was at least 50% stronger than when she first escaped her imprisonment. But Thor couldn't give up. If he gave up and Hela disposed of him, the people outside wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, Thor had already forgotten about Night, who was in hiding. If he couldn't deal with the enemy, there was nothing anyone else could do. This was how Thor had thought for over 1,000 years. As Asgard's divine warrior, he trusted himself the most. Unfortunately, Thor's current mental state couldn't close the gap in combat ability. Dozens of seconds later, Hela's blades lashed out. Thor could only let go of the spear and retreat to avoid the tip of one blade cutting off his manhood. A teasing smile appeared on Hela's face. Like a cat toying with a mouse, she unhurriedly brandished her blades and left slashes on Thor, who was doing his best to dodge. At the same time, she didn't forget to provoke her little brother. "Little brother, what did you say earlier? Hurry up and show me your true abilities. Don't hide like a little girl." As the saying went, ongoing defense was certain defeat. Thor dodged repeatedly, and finally lost his balance in the face of the 2 greenish-black swords, which appeared and disappeared like vipers. Oh no, his heart jumped. In the face of a stronger opponent, losing your balance was absolutely fatal. Sure enough, Hela's eyes turned fierce as she swung one blade at his head. The sharp tip of the sword swept over from the right toward Thor's eyes. Bang! There was the sound of metal colliding. Hela looked to Thor's right in surprise. The Gingnir spear stretched out from Thor's right to block her victorious attack. The next moment, there was a flash of golden light. The spear spun like a drill. As it deflected the greenish-black blade, it stabbed at her eyes. Hela, who was suddenly being given a taste of her own medicine, didn't panic. She simply slashed back with the blade in her right hand. Bang! The golden spear tip brushed past her head and cut off one antler on her headdress. Hela's eyes turned cold. She drew back the blade in her left hand and stabbed at Thor. She didn't believe that this enemy who had snuck in could hide behind the heavily wounded Thor. Then, she felt a chill run down her spine and sensed danger. The golden spear suddenly stopped spinning, and the sharp tip swung down at her head. 2097 beating up woman and dog Hela had no choice but to use the blade in her left hand that was stabbing at Thor to deflect the spear. Bang! Borrowing the impact from the collision, she retreated more than 10 meters. Holding her blades at her sides, she stared at Luke, who was slowly walking out from behind Thor. "Who are you? You can call me Knight." Luke slowly turned the spear in his hand and looked at Thor. "I'll play with her first. Do you have any objections?" Thor was lost for words. "If I did, would you listen?" Luke turned around and said, "You're not an ordinary person like me. You're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. How does the lack of a hammer have anything to do with the divine power in your body?" Thor was stunned. Luke slowly stepped forward. "If you can figure it out, you can fight her. If you can't, I'm sorry." A mocking expression appeared in Hela's eyes. "It's useless. The only thing he can do is cry and beg under Odin's protection. Even with the divine power he has, he'll still lose miserably." Holding the spear with both hands, Luke stood 5 meters away from her. "I see. Well then, since you're siblings, how about giving him a chance to beat you up? In any case, he can't win." Hela smiled. "Our relationship as siblings isn't worth that opportunity." Luke shook his head. "If it were Loki, it really wouldn't be worth it. After all, he's adopted, and you don't get anything from beating him up. However, Thor is Odin's son. I think you should try giving him a chance, and then personally crush his hopes." Not a bad proposal. Hela's eyes lit up. At that moment, she was finally interested in Luke. She raised her chin and said, "If you remove your mask, I might think about it." With a thought, the mask pulled back to reveal Baal's handsome face. Looking at him carefully, Hela then nodded with a smile. "Your proposal is very interesting. I approve." Pausing for a moment, she then said, "You're also an interesting person, so I'll give you a chance. Follow me and become my subordinate. You'll have everything." Luke also smiled. That smile actually looked a little similar to Hela's. She frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Luke asked. "You said, everything." Hela's face turned cold. "As long as you follow my orders, you can have wealth, beautiful women, power, divine weapons, life and so on. If all you want me to do is attack the 9 realms with you, forget it." Luke smiled. "If I wanted to do that, I can do it myself." He stared at Hela like she was an idiot. "If that's the case, how about you become my dog? I, too, can obtain everything." Hela was stunned. She hadn't expected the conversation to turn to her suddenly becoming a dog. Her eyes flashed fiercely. "Then die." As soon as she said that, she swung her hands, and the 2 greenish-black blades turned into blurry shadows aimed at Luke's eyes and chest. Luke turned his body and used the spear to knock the blades aside. Hela was already in front of him by then, and the 2 blades lashed out at him once more like greenish-black vipers. She was so strong that the swords were nothing more than daggers in her hand. This was a god. Luke sighed helplessly. In comparison, Thor's Mjolnir hammer required a little more skill because of its size. The spear danced around as Luke spun and twisted this way and that. Except for the fact that his feet barely left the ground, his every move was free and unrestrained. The spear, which displayed only the basic thrust, sweep, and block functions in Thor's hands, seemed to come alive at that moment. Caught off guard, Hela was struck 3 times in a row by Luke. The first time was when Luke wanted to cut off one of her hands with the spear, but Hela, who had quick reflexes, turned and deflected the spear with her shoulder. The other 2 were when the spear struck her hand and the end of the spear jabbed her in the abdomen. However, although she was forced back, she wasn't too hurt. Her injured shoulder and even her armor recovered at a visible rate. The only thing that was hurt was probably the goddess of death's pride. She no longer looked like she had the situation under control. She could only brandish her swords even more quickly and fiercely, and fight to the death. Luke, who prioritized safety above all else, maintained a steady and unperturbed attitude, and didn't give her a chance at all. He wasn't here to risk his life. Only a lunatic would risk his life against Hela in Asgard. Unless Asgard was completely destroyed, there was no possibility of Hela dying. Even Odin could only lock her up. For now, Luke couldn't lock Hela up. This lunatic, who was protected by the power of Asgard, had been cut open by the Gingnir spear, yet could completely recover in a minute. It was basically impossible to knock her unconscious and put her in space too. It might be more realistic to think of a way to blow up Asgard. If Luke could combine elementary cold weapon proficiency with elementary mimicry, which allowed him to observe other people's movements and habits in seconds, along with multiple physical abilities, he would definitely become stronger the more he fought. The battle fell into an awkward situation. Hela didn't have Thor's divine power of thunder, and the blades full of the power of death couldn't cut through the spear or hurt Luke. Luke had stabbed and cut Hela several times, but the woman was still alive and kicking. However, this would make it easier for the Asgardians to evacuate, so it didn't matter to him. In fact, his clones were fighting Hela and her dog respectively at that moment. Since it was very hard to kill this owner and pet, and the evacuation of the Asgardians hadn't reached a desperate point, Luke was actually only using part of his ability. From this point of view, he was no weaker than Hela, although both parties still had a lot of trump cards that they had yet to use. While the two parties were fighting, a figure quietly appeared in the palace and headed straight for the treasure vault. There was a perturbed and conflicted expression on his face, but he still moved forward resolutely. Finally, he found something that looked like a rusty prong. Picking it up, the person took a few steps forward, then saw a silver box out of the corner of his eye. There were complicated magic runes on the silver box, and dark red light flowed around it like a living creature. The person stopped again and mumbled, "Since that idiot wants to release Searcher, he definitely wouldn't want the ether anymore, right?" When he said that, he immediately felt that he had to preserve a bit of Asgard's legacy. Without the land that was Asgard, the people needed protection. After sitting on the throne for so many years, Loki had feelings for these people. 2098 Ragnarok, final battle between siblings, that's right. Loki murmured. After thousands of years, he still had the heart of a king. For some reason, he felt a sense of responsibility as a king. Decisively walking over to the stone platform where the ether was, Loki grabbed it and stuffed it into his chest. Then, he carried the rusty prong to another stone platform. There was a brazier on the platform. There was no fuel inside, but a fire was burning fiercely. Loki stared at it for a moment, before he finally made up his mind. He threw the prong into it and ran. That was because the fire in the brazier was the eternal flame, and the prong was actually the crown of the fire demon Searcher. The complete form of Searcher was actually the eternal flame plus the fire crown. According to Odin's prophecy of Ragnarok, it was the complete form of Searcher brandishing his flaming greatsword that would completely destroy Asgard. So, Odin had ruthlessly beaten up Searcher a long time ago, and forcibly taken away the eternal flame that was the source of Searcher's power. A few months ago, in order to prevent Ragnarok from happening, Thor, as Odin's son, had run over and smashed Searcher's head before stealing his crown. Now, in order to prevent the tyrannical Hela from becoming stronger and spreading the chaos of war throughout the 9 realms, Thor had no choice but to consider letting Ragnarok happen. Hela could become stronger when connected to Asgard, but Asgard had also become her biggest weakness. As long as Asgard was destroyed, Hela, who was connected to it, would also die, and would no longer be a threat to anyone. Loki had heard Thor talk about this plan on planet Sakaar, but he never thought he would actually carry it out. It wasn't until he snuck back in beforehand and saw the sorry state Asgard was in, and saw Luke and Heimdall take away most of the civilians, that he finally had the thought. Compared with Thor, Loki was truly wary of Hela. As someone of the same kind, he could sense Hela's malicious intent. Hela wasn't Thor. It was impossible for Loki to repeatedly stab her in the back like it was a game between brothers. She hadn't even gone easy on Thor, her little brother. How could she show mercy to an adopted brother? What Loki couldn't tolerate was that when they first met in Norway, Hela had asked him to kneel. Loki couldn't stand this grievance. He had been a prince of Asgard for over 1,000 years. Frigga had loved him in every way, and had never told him to kneel. Although Odin favored Thor, he had given Loki a normal education, and had never made him kneel. Thor, duped by a couple of words, this fool ran off without even inheriting the throne. Thus, Hela was the only person Loki had ever encountered who hadn't given him the least bit of respect. This was even more unacceptable than Knight stepping on him. At the very least, Knight had been fighting him, so it was normal that he would attack any part of Loki. After that, Loki quickly turned into an Asgardian civilian and slipped onto a small spaceship that headed for a large spaceship in the starry space outside Asgard. The illusion of himself which he had left behind had already revealed its identity, and credited him with planning and presiding over the evacuation. No matter how many people believed it, as long as the lie spread widely enough, there would be a chance for it to become true one day. The point was to dupe Thor and reduce his contact with the civilians of Asgard. Loki had been king of Asgard for years, it wouldn't be hard to be king again. Luke knew that Loki was winning people over on the spaceship, but he didn't care at all. In any case, he would find an opportunity to kill him. No matter how popular he was, could a dead person become the king of Asgard? But Luke didn't know that Loki had snuck into Asgard. Thor's talent was in fighting head-on, while Loki's talent was in magic. God Queen Frigga had been a well-known talented sorcerer when she was young. She was quite good at magic. She had doted on Loki, and hadn't stinted in teaching him. Asgard wasn't Luke's territory, and he had to avoid alerting Hela. Surveillance was poor since the drones had been set up at the last minute. It was unsurprising that they couldn't detect Loki's stealth mode. At that moment, the two clones were fighting Hela and the dog, and the battle was at its climax. Luke had no time to look out for small movements outside. Thanks to Luke, Thor's fighting spirit gradually soared. Luke suddenly stretched out his left arm, and it swelled up to provide enough protection. The huge palm avoided the blade in Hela's right hand, and the fingers moved in a blur to hit the side of the sword with vibration. Hela was affected by the vibration, and half of the right side of her body turned numb for one instant. She lost control of the right side of her body, which naturally caused a slight change to her left side. Luke's right arm suddenly swelled up several times, and he plunged the golden tip of the spear he was holding into the left side of Hela's chest. Hela was now immortal in Asgard, but that didn't mean that attacks were useless. It was just that she recovered especially quickly and was only indisposed for a very short instance. The tip of the spear which pierced her heart transmitted the most powerful vibration, which rendered her helpless for one brief moment. Poochie, poochie, poochie. With a series of dull thuds, the top-notch divine weapon, the Gingnir spear, became an emotionless stabbing tool, and dozens of holes appeared in Hela's chest. Then, she was lifted up on the tip of the spear and spun 180 degrees before she was smashed onto the floor. Luke's figure flashed as he retreated to Thor dozens of meters away and threw the spear at him. "This is all I can help with. Now, it's your turn. Remember, behind you are hundreds of thousands of Asgardian lives." As he spoke, he didn't forget to pant heavily, as if he had reached the limits of his endurance. Of course, Thor didn't doubt it. He had fought Hela for a few minutes, but in the end, he was pressed to the ground. Knight could suppress Hela for so long and only feel exhausted after that. That was unbelievable. Not far away, Hela was already sitting up in the small crater in the floor, the dozens of wounds on her chest and abdomen glowing with a dark green light. She was using the divine power of death to quickly dispel the golden divine power of the spear. She would be back to normal in a minute. Thor gripped the spear tightly and roared, "Ah!" before he charged forward. Did it feel bad to hit a dog that was already drowning? No way, Hela could never be a drowning dog in Asgard. So, with the weight of his responsibility to his people and his worries about the future of Asgard on his shoulders, Thor hit his sister in the head. She struggled to raise her hands, and two greenish-black longswords slid out to block the attack. However, the immense brute force of the spear pressed her back down. Boom! Her butt was slammed back down hard, and the crater in the ground gave way by another 10 centimeters. Ah! Infuriated, she couldn't help but let out an ear-piercing shriek. 2099 Finding yourself, Ragnarok. The floor cracked and shattered, and a bluish-black light surged out of Hela's body. Thor felt a huge recoil from the spear in his hand, and was forced back more than 10 meters. Hela floated upward and hovered in the air, her eyes burning with a greenish-black light. "Beastard, you dare ambush me? I'll kill you." She waved her hands in front of her, and dark green swords flew out to envelop Thor and Luke. The dozens of swords that flew at Luke were especially huge. Clearly, Hela hated him more. Thor wasn't afraid at all. The spear in his hand was extremely fierce as he swept away the flying swords that were aimed at him, and he charged at Hela. "Luke, who wasn't even in battle mode, was even more relaxed. He casually swung his palm to the side and vibrated himself out of the way of the huge swords. The divine power of death on the swords was so formidable that he wasn't stupid enough to block it head-on. One of the siblings flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the other vowed to keep fighting. The real battle was only just beginning. Although Thor was still a little weaker in terms of raw strength, and there were gradually more sword wounds on his body, he was clearly fighting with purpose, unlike when he had been at a loss in Norway. Also, as he forced Hela to retreat many times, his eyes and body flashed with blue and white lightning. This was a sign that the power of the god of thunder was gathering. In his previous battle with Hela, Thor had never activated the power of the god of thunder, as if it had disappeared after the Mjolnir hammer shattered. In fact, it wasn't a matter of ability, but of mentality. The moment Hela crushed Mjolnir with one hand, Thor started to doubt himself. After being beaten up by Hela, his confidence completely collapsed. Odin's death left Thor completely confused. That was the real reason why he hadn't been able to unleash the power of the god of thunder. A moment ago, Luke had personally demonstrated that he could fight Hela without using divine power and by relying on just fighting spirit and courage at least. Thor thought that was fighting spirit and courage. Coupled with Luke's subtle but constant mental hints that, "You can do it, you're very good," Thor finally returned to his normal combat state. Mjolnir was very important, but Thor had often thrown it out before relying on his own explosive power as the god of thunder to act. Mjolnir was just a very important tool. It was like a keyboard for online users. Without a keyboard, they could in fact still write with a pen. It was just that they were used to a keyboard, so when they suddenly lost it, it was hard to escape the feeling of suddenly being unable to write. As long as they got into the groove of writing by hand once more, however, the feeling that was buried deep in their memories would return. Thor was recovering this feeling, and even gained some insight into using the power of the god of thunder without Mjolnir. Sensing that Thor was about to explode, Luke decisively fully activated elementary concealment and quietly retreated. The next moment, Thor's eyes lit up with a white light, and dense lightning exploded around him. He couldn't help but roar, "Ah!" Boom! A sudden burst of super divine power pressed down on everything around him, including Hela. The spear suddenly picked up speed and hit Hela hard, and her bluish-black figure was wrapped in a huge ball of lightning and sent flying. Sensing the power of the god of thunder in his body, Thor felt like he had escaped a cage, and was extremely happy. He swung the spear and pushed off of his feet. Taking advantage of the situation, he chased after Hela and smashed down again. In this moment when he was the most comfortable, he still used the most convenient smash instead of stab. Bang! Hela was sent flying thousands of meters like a golf ball and landed at the back of the palace, creating a small cloud of dust. Thor raised his head and roared, "Ah!" Boom! Boom! At that moment, a series of loud bangs rang out underground. Then, a head as big as a small mountain broke through the ground at the back of the palace. Looking at the familiar crown, Thor was stunned. Wasn't this Searcher? Why had he come out? Wait, was it Loki? He suddenly thought of this possibility. Searcher didn't stop. His head was followed by his chest, waist and legs. It turned out that he wasn't crawling out, but was standing up straight. In the end, the fire giant, who was hundreds of meters tall, stood up in the palace and roared, "Odin! I'm here. You were despicable and stole my eternal fire. Your son was even more despicable and stole my crown. Today, I have been revived in Asgard, destined to become the end of Asgard. I am Ragnarok." His roar spread throughout Asgard. Unfortunately, the civilians of Asgard had completely evacuated, and were now gathering on a large spaceship out in space. Thor stared blankly at the situation in front of him and was silent for a moment. In his complete form, Searcher brandished his greatsword that was almost 400 meters long and demolished all the buildings in his range. He was incomparably relaxed. Suddenly, Thor felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Luke floating next to him. "Let's go, unless you want to help Hela save Asgard," said Luke. Thor opened his mouth, only to find that he had nothing to say. Destroying Asgard was the method he had talked to Loki about in order to completely deal with Hela. For the safety of the people of Asgard, this was the best outcome. But now that things had come to this, he felt extremely uncomfortable as he watched Asgard being destroyed in front of him. This was the home he had grown up in. Despondent, he boarded a small spaceship which Luke threw out. The door closed, and the spaceship automatically took off toward the large spaceship where the Asgardians were gathered. Thor came back to his senses. "Knight, what are you doing?" Luke pressed forward as he explained over the comms, "I'll see if I can save some Asgardian treasures. You might be able to use them in the future." Thor, "No, that's too dangerous." Luke chuckled, "Don't worry, I have a way to leave Asgard at any time. There won't be any danger." He paused for a moment. "Set off as soon as you get to the spaceship. Make sure that your people don't get dragged into things. V and I have spaceships, so we won't go with you." Thor thought for a moment and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with this arrangement. He could only say, "Okay, but those things are useless. Don't take too many risks." That's it, hurry up and leave." After hanging up, Luke couldn't help but mock, "DMN Big Shot. That's Odin's treasure vault. What do you mean those things are useless?" After complaining, though, he had to admit that Thor wasn't wrong. At the very least, for Odin's family, most of the things in the treasure vault were superfluous items that weren't useful, but couldn't be thrown away. 2100 Last Chance, the Dark Elves, Ether, the Frost Giant's Casket of Ancient Winters, Searcher's Crown and the Eternal Flame were all galactic treasures. But Asgard, ruler of the 9 realms, had no use for these things, and so they were just sealed away in Asgard. But for other people, especially Luke, who was obsessed with research, these were good things he couldn't miss out on. Odin, ruler of the 9 realms, wasn't interested, but Luke, ruler, on Earth and a galactic newbie, was very keen on them. In any case, the Space Stone had been given to the level 1 clone and had been taken away from Asgard. For the level 3 clone, taking risks wasn't a problem at all. Something that could destroy the level 3 clone had to be in existence on Thanos' level, and that was only if the clone couldn't run away. It was just sneaking into Asgard's treasure vault on the eve of its destruction. So what if Hela noticed? Did she dare let the legendary Searcher, who was destined to destroy Asgard, swing his sword around? Between a useless treasure and her life, she wouldn't be stupid. Sure enough, when Luke approached the place where Searcher had appeared, Hela was already fighting him. Unable to contend with Searcher, who was hundreds of meters tall, in terms of physical strength, Hela released numerous huge spikes. Each greenish-black spike was more than 20 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. Propelled by Hela's divine power at full strength, they stabbed into Searcher's lava-like body. The dark green divine power of death and the fiery divine power of the eternal flame clashed and bit and attacked each other. Even with Searcher's complete form, he couldn't suppress Hela, who had unleashed her full strength. The greenish-black spikes flew at his chest and head. The immense pain made him stagger back and almost fall. Hela pressed forward and summoned even more spikes. Her frustration from the battle with Luke and Thor was completely vented on this big idiot in front of her. Although Luke and Thor couldn't kill Hela, they were very skilled and agile, and didn't give her a chance to attack with all her might. Searcher's huge body had unparalleled destructive power, but he wasn't very agile. He was the perfect target. Taking advantage of the moment when they were hundreds of meters away, Luke hurried into the hole created from Searcher sticking his head out, which was also where Odin's treasure vault was. The battle on the surface shook the earth. Luke, who was fishing in troubled waters, had nothing to worry about. Sweeping aside the wrecked doors of the treasure vault, he entered the place less than 2 minutes later. As Odin's treasure vault, the structure of the place was unparalleled. It was only by relying on the destructive power of his complete form that Searcher had been able to force his way out of the treasure vault. Thus, apart from the fact that some parts of Odin's treasure vault had collapsed, most of the structure was still intact. However, the treasure vault's various defenses were now basically useless, which saved Luke time on deactivating them. Various weapons and armor which contained magic energy, odd junk that looked like ornaments, treasures with dense energy that glowed with a strange light, and strange items that looked like creature body parts were all stuffed into his inventory. This was probably the last chance to loot Odin's treasure vault in this world. In the future, the chance of finding anything which he didn't take now would be very low. As Luke diligently plundered Asgard for the last bit of profit, the battle outside grew more and more intense. At that moment, the two parties had been fighting for 30 minutes. Searcher was cumbersome, but in his complete form, he had thick skin and thick flesh. It would be very hard for Hela to kill him quickly with her power of death. Even if the flaming sword didn't hit the agile Hela, it could still cause huge damage to Asgard. Searcher had never been smart, and he finally went crazy after being tortured by Hela's spikes. Raising the flaming sword high, he roared like thunder, "Daughter of Odin, you can't stop me. I am the end foretold for Asgard." As he spoke, he turned around and pointed the sword downward. The eternal flame on the huge sword suddenly surged, as Searcher prepared to deliver his final attack. No, Hela's face changed, and she screamed. Go to hell. She suddenly raised her arms, and huge greenish-black spikes shot out of the ground at Searcher. The giant spikes under Hela's control could grow longer and bigger. When she exploded, the huge spikes quickly expanded and shot upward. 4 or 5 huge spikes pierced Searcher in the chest. They didn't stop. The more they stabbed into Searcher's chest, the thicker they got. With each step forward Searcher took forward, an even bigger wound opened in his chest. Surter roared, "You can't stop me." Ignoring the lethal spikes in his chest, he suddenly exerted strength with both hands and thrust the flaming sword downward. The fiery sword turned as white as the sun, bright enough to blind the eye, as he stabbed at Asgard's core. Looking at the rapidly approaching blade, Hela howled in despair. No, crack, pooh. The greenish-black spikes instantly collapsed. The tip of the sword, which contained the infinite divine power of the eternal flame, pierced the center of Asgard like a hot knife through butter. When Luke, who was busy plundering, saw this last attack, he couldn't help but curse. Holy sh*t. He crashed through the remains of the treasure vault as he plundered at maximum speed. Crack, bang, 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 bang. The ground cracked as all of Searcher's divine power poured in to destroy everything, blowing up all the protective measures that had kept the land safe. Asgard wailed at the end of its life. Out in space, a large spaceship full of Asgardians was slowly picking up speed. They stood in front of the window of the spaceship and watched their planet fall with sorrowful expressions. Thor and Loki stood side by side. Thor forced a smile. Okay, this way, Hela won't come looking for trouble again. The people are safe. As soon as he said that, he felt a little discouraged, and hurriedly added, at least the foundation of Asgard is still here. We can come back one day to rebuild it. Loki didn't want to say anything. The people would only despair when they heard Thor's ridiculous words. It seemed that he really couldn't be allowed to take charge of Asgard, or there really would be no hope for Asgard. Sensing the results of his attack, the pleasure at getting revenge appeared on Searcher's face, which had been twisted with pain. Burn, Asgard. With one last push, he pushed the last third of the greatsword into the ground, and poured all of his divine power into Asgard. Then, everything exploded. 2,101 scattering ashes, Asgard's sails once more boom. In Asgard's core underground, the divine power of the eternal flame clashed directly with the palace defenses. A dazzling white light appeared and quickly spread out, covering Asgard's core in the blink of an eye. There was a violent noise as Asgard trembled like a dying beast struggling to escape death. Boom, 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 boom. All of Asgard split open and shattered into countless pieces, which exploded in a dazzling blaze in space. Several seconds later, the fragments lost their color and turned into dust in space. In the large spaceship that was moving away, many Asgardians cried bitterly and shouted, "Asgard!" Thor was lost for words. So was Loki. A moment later, Thor murmured, "Fine, Asgardians are hardworking and aren't afraid of a challenge. Sooner or later, we can build a brand new Asgard." Loki, can you not use the words, brand new? That means building everything from scratch. As Loki criticized his idiot brother, he didn't know that Thor was thinking about something else. It seemed Night had helped them move a lot of things. Also, he had said earlier that he was going to the treasure vault. Now that Hela was dead, Thor's mindset naturally changed. The supplies and equipment that he hadn't been interested in before were now more important, and that included the treasures in Odin's treasure vault. When they had Asgard, the Asgardians didn't have to think about this, but now that they even had to borrow a spaceship, they had to take careful stock. A certain amount of Asgard's vitality could be recovered with supplies and equipment, and many treasures in the treasure vault could be used as first-rate weapons. For example, the casket of ancient winters which had been taken from Loki's biological father was a wide-range lethal weapon. That way, even if Thor wasn't around, Asgard could still unleash some lethal power to ensure its own safety. Hopefully, Night moved quickly. Thor prayed silently. At that moment, Luke's clone had been resummoned in the underground research lab in New York. The clone's movements were unnatural as it mumbled, "Mother *******. Exploding into pieces and being completely annihilated sucks." Then, the level 3 clone and Luke both smiled bitterly. Who the hell knew Asgard would blow up so quickly? Luke had thought that the outcome of this so-called Ragnarok was nothing more than Asgard breaking into several pieces and becoming inhabitable. Only now did he realize that he was still too green. How could a prophecy foretelling Ragnarok be trivial? Asgard had indeed broken into pieces, but it was countless fragments. Because Hela's divine power of death was connected to Asgard, and Surtur had pumped the land full of the divine power of the eternal flame, both powers clashed endlessly and successfully ground these fragments to dust. To put it simply, Asgard was first incinerated by Surtur, and the ashes were scattered by Hela and Surtur together. What did it mean for there to be nothing left of you? What did it mean for your bones to burn and your ashes to be scattered? Poor Asgard experienced it for itself, and so did Luke's clone, which had been hell-bent on treasure. He personally experienced the wonderful feeling of being crushed to powder by two divine powers. Even Luke, who had been experimenting for years, couldn't bear the feeling. It was only because he used mental resistance that he didn't develop a trauma. It just so happened that this was first-hand information on Ragnarok, which also contained the characteristics of the divine powers of death and the eternal flame. It was rare to come into close contact with divine power, and ice, and fire types on top of that. Naturally, Luke had to preserve some of this sensation, and couldn't seal it away. This was the obsession of a researcher, and the price that had to be paid. In fact, the level 3 clone had turned to dust, but the level 1 clone was still near Asgard, releasing various equipment and studying the divine powers on the spot. Studying the nature of divine power was very important. Who knew, Luke might need to kill a god one day as a defense measure. It was already early January 2018. Thor took the last 300,000 Asgardian civilians to the lawless planet. A large camp had already been set up, and they could rest and reorganize after they arrived. It was too dangerous to go to Earth via the Dark Elves' Svartalheim route. The Dark Elves and Luke's clones could take the risk, but Thor couldn't take 300,000 people with him and gamble on luck. Besides, directly sending 1 million Asgardians to Earth inevitably carried huge hidden dangers. Would the European and American governments on Earth not be tempted by these living gods? If they couldn't obtain a lifespan of thousands of years for themselves, couldn't they think of a way for their descendants to get some of that blood? With Heimdall's galactic sight and his supernaturally good hearing, Asgard would definitely know about it in advance. What would happen in the end? In comparison, the lawless planet was much simpler. Big Dipper had brought more than 100 Asgardian soldiers with him for a friendly negotiation with the leader of the Ravagers. He made it clear that some of his friends needed to set up a temporary camp and rest for a period of time because of a long-distance migration. He hoped the leader would bear with any inconvenience caused during this period. Sensing the aura of the 100 or so Asgardian soldiers, the leader of the Ravagers thought about the hundreds of thousands of friends in the temporary camp, and kindly said that it was fine. The leader wasn't an idiot. If he went to war with a force like this which had considerable military strength and numbers, it would be a huge loss for him no matter if he won or lost, not to mention that the other party had Big Dipper as a friend. Once the battle started, the final outcome probably wouldn't have anything to do with the leader. Big Dipper would definitely kill him first. In the last few years, the higher-ups of many forces on the lawless planet who had been eyeing the Justice Service Factory went missing overnight. The Justice Service Factory, however, still ran as if nothing had happened. The leader of the Ravagers didn't want to be the next unlucky B***** to go missing. He treated the temporary camp and rest and recuperation, or whatever is true, in case it really was. He had been suspicious before when Big Dipper said that he wouldn't interfere with the management of the lawless planet. But after a few years, this planet still belonged to the leader of the Ravagers. It was just that there was now the Justice Service Factory, which couldn't be provoked. On Earth, as Luke studied divine power, he calculated his gains from this trip to Asgard. He had so many basic supplies that he was too lazy to tally them up. He didn't keep some for himself either, and left them all to Asgard's temporary camp. For friends, Knight's reputation was very valuable. Of course, the reward for the Justice Service Factory helping out was another matter. Big Dipper didn't care, but the employees at the factory couldn't work for free. The Asgardian furniture, ornaments and artwork which Luke had looted in passing were given to the factory employees as payment by the camp residents. The employees were very satisfied. Thanks to the Guardians of the Galaxy, the service factory had made contact with the higher-ups in Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire. In Xandar, the employees of the Justice Service factory were known as decent people, and the sales volume in Xandar was quite astonishing. Asgard's products were definitely of top quality. If they sold these things on planet Xandar, they would be able to make a lot of money. 2102 Preparing for war. Tool players. This hire transport process was very redundant for Luke, but it was necessary for the Asgardians and the employees of the service factory. Asgard was currently in a sensitive period of semi-annihilation. They couldn't expect outsiders to help them for free, much less did they need charity. The supplies which Luke had salvaged belonged to Asgard in the first place, and Thor would pay him back this service fee in the form of a personal favor. The Asgardians and the employees of the service factory were dealing with each other in the open, so proper business deals had to be struck. The real gains were the high-end items which the temporary camp couldn't use. Most of them came from Odin's treasure vault, and some were from Luke's plunder in the last 3 months. Luke wouldn't pocket these high-end items. As for the weird items among them, Thor definitely wouldn't want those, and Luke would take them as the compensation fee for the level 3 clone that had been burned to ash. Thor could take whatever he needed from what was left, and give the rest to Luke. Luke estimated that at least 2/3 of these high-end items would fall into his hands in the end, and it would take him at least several centuries to study them. These were the main gains from his trip to Asgard. There were basically no experience and credit points. Asgardians weren't considered human in the system, and there were no rewards for saving them. Furthermore, Hela had an immortal body. Luke's main mission had been to delay her, and he hadn't really done her much damage. It was just like how Thanos had almost cut Luke in half, but it wasn't a victory, because Luke had recovered in seconds. Thus, he didn't have a list of the Goddess of Death's abilities. But Luke wasn't disappointed. He had already obtained Thor and Loki's abilities. Thor's endorsement, the success of the rescue operation, and the relocation of the Asgardian people had made Heimdall very grateful tonight. Luke also easily obtained a list of this gatekeeper's abilities. As someone with eyes that could see everything and preternaturally good hearing, Heimdall knew as much as Hela did. Tens of thousands of Asgardians who had been rescued were also immensely grateful to him, and automatically gave him numerous lists of abilities. Although the quality of these people's abilities wasn't high, combining them together created an encyclopedia of everyday life in a divine realm, which was much more than what Thor and Loki had in their heads. This harvest of knowledge was much more important than earning some experience and credit points. But Luke didn't have time to study these things for now. 2018 could be a very important year. In 2023, Thanos had started moving in 2018. In a very short period of time, he collected the 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers to cull half the population in the galaxy. Luke wouldn't accept that, thus, he could only have Thanos die. After many exchanges with Shuri, Tony had already come up with an improvement plan to incorporate vibranium into battleships and fighter planes, and was working overtime to produce them. After studying samples of the sovereign ships which Luke had gotten her, Shuri improved her VR remote control technology, which could enable ordinary people to pilot small fighter planes. No matter where these ordinary people were, as long as they had a VR cockpit, they could participate in the battle as if they were playing a game. A certain fighter plane game simulation, Star Wars: Save the World, had already become popular among players on Earth. This game was very difficult. It was easy to die, and the player had to follow the tactical orders of the computer commander. They couldn't kill as they pleased. All of this couldn't hold up to how seriously the paid media outlets took their job as they pushed out all sorts of advertising and marketing non-stop. Many up-and-coming tech companies appeared and quickly organized a professional Star Wars league. These companies signed contracts with players who performed well in the game to form teams, and gave them very good treatment. The daily matches in the Star Wars League were split into team and individual competitions, and took place 2 to 3 times a week. The top prize was $10,000, but players who could enter the ranking list could also get a bonus. The bonus for getting into the top 1,000 was $300, $500 for the top 500, $1,000 for the top 200, and $12,000 for the top 100. There were also various individual bonuses for best hit, most hits, best defense, and model of discipline. Even if players in the top 1,000 didn't join a team, as long as they worked hard in the competitions, $3,000 a month was the minimum they could earn, and $5,000 was normal. They could still give it a try. The most special thing was the bonus for model of discipline. It wasn't a lot, only $100. However, As long as players obeyed the commander's orders and completed them to a certain level, they could get it. There was only one problem with playing this game, and that was that they had to go to specialized VR gaming halls and use the VR pods there. Teams all over the world also had their own VR pods. The VR gaming halls didn't charge anything, it only said no to players who really didn't have any talent. With this method, Luke spent just a little bit of money to gather thousands of pilots for the small remote-controlled fighter planes. The contracted team members in particular were the best. Most of them stayed at team training bases. They had food, clothing, housing, transportation, food, and entertainment, but there were restrictions on their activities. They couldn't do anything like get high on weed or drink. If the addiction was too bad, the clone would treat them and plant a mental suggestion to practice hard every day. Luke didn't feel guilty about this at all, because he was paying them. It was a basic clause in the contract that players had to practice every day. Also included were items like health and rest, not breaking the law and not indulging in things that could affect their competitive performance. So, Luke was just making sure that they fulfilled their obligations after getting generous rewards. In order to achieve better training results, he even used Life 1 diluted as much as possible to ensure that these pilots were healthy physically and mentally. Players who had bad or even illegal habits unwittingly got through the withdrawal period and were reborn. In the outside world, completing treatment in the best rehabilitation center would cost at least $100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. This treatment couldn't compare with the Life 1 dilution or Luke's mental suggestions, and was far more painful. Since Luke had chosen these people to help save the world, he would give them enough precious gifts. At the same time, the Justice League and the PDD under it, the Avengers and New Shield were all preparing for battle. The unmanned fighter planes controlled by the Star Wars players would just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. They were just tools to prevent the superheroes from being surrounded and from being hunted down by routed troops. It was impossible for Luke to rely on the small fighter planes to deal with Thanos. The real deciding factor on the battlefield would still be the superheroes themselves. 2103 Preparing for war, Thanos on the move. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was June 2018. In the past 6 months, criminals around the world suddenly felt that their days had become much better. News of mysterious disappearances or deaths of people in their line of work had basically disappeared. Business naturally improved, and their income skyrocketed. For a while, many crime lords with keen senses who had disappeared quietly came out to try picking up their old trade again, and the returns were very good. The underworld stirred again and started to enjoy what was a breezy period for them. Some people who understood the real situation knew why. The Justice League and New Shield had suddenly cut down on their operations by more than 90%, which was why the underworld was able to re-emerge. This information was indeed correct. For the past 6 months, Luke and his clones had been busy and rarely went out to earn points. Instead, his gains included finding ordinary mineral deposits on the barren planet. Coupled with special materials purchased on the lawless planet, there was enough to produce small fighter planes. The service factory was constantly manufacturing small fighter planes. They would be piloted by tool players and act as cannon fodder. Thus, no vibranium was used at all. With Luke's current technology, it was enough for these fighter planes to deal damage to Thanos' smaller army units. The production of large and medium-sized battleships proceeded at an unhurried pace. From the earliest garbage prototypes to the current qualified versions, more than 130 had been produced, which could be considered pretty impressive for just a few years of labor. No matter how crap a prototype was, it could still be used as floating cannon fodder on the battlefield to both increase and draw firepower. Thus, these battleships had good defenses. The cost of building a large third-generation arc reactor wasn't high, and the interior of the battleship was big enough, so several more power sources and defenses were installed. This was what Ivan liked to do with his armor. Luke had absorbed this advantage so that trash could also be used. At the same time, the battleship's command system was modified. With the help of mental remote control and a powerful AI, the entire ship was basically unmanned. The pilots would be the members of the Justice League and Ursa Minor. For example, Frank putting on his armor and going out to beat aliens up would be nowhere near as lethal as when he was piloting a large battleship. It was the same for the others who didn't have superpowers or who didn't have superpowers useful enough to play a huge role in such a battle. They all switched to piloting battleships. Naturally, This sort of battleship operation couldn't be used in an official intergalactic battle. However, Luke just needed a defense line to protect the front yard. It didn't matter if all the battleships and fighter planes were destroyed. Actual combat was the best test. After a real-life test, they would definitely be able to find a lot of flaws with these fighter planes and battleships which they had worked overtime on. Producing a new generation of ships was inevitable. He had a personal manufacturing planet, which would take a year or two at most to fill in the gaps. With money and resources, he could be just this willful. In fact, Luke was certain that Thanos would descend directly to steal the stones. If Thanos' army really dared to directly open fire and bombard Earth, Luke wouldn't be stupid enough to stay on Earth and be wiped out along with the space stone. He would send his friends and family off without hesitation, then fight a war of attrition against Thanos. With the space stone and his clones, he would always find an opportunity to kill Thanos. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. If possible, he planned to settle everything in one go. It would be hard to live peacefully with an enemy like Thanos watching Earth. It wasn't until the 25th of June that the Level 2 clone, Big Dipper, received a message from a branch store on the planet Xandar. Thanos' army had attacked Xandar, crushed the Nova core that guarded it, entered the Nova Empire's treasure vault, and then retreated unhurriedly. The people at the branch didn't know what Thanos had done in the treasure vault. The only thing they knew was that the Nova core had suffered heavy losses, and the conservative rate of casualties was estimated to be over 30%. Luke took a deep breath and knew that Thanos had started to take action. Quill and Rocket had said that they would give the orb to the higher-ups of the Nova Empire on Xandar for safekeeping. Coupled with their contribution in killing Ronan, they had decent standing with the Nova Empire. Luke, who had been to 2023, knew that the so-called orb was a containment device to block the energy of the Power Stone. Thanos had gone to Xandar to take the Power Stone. Looking at the tragic state of the Nova core, Thanos had definitely succeeded. Otherwise, according to his usual practice, he would have culled Xandar's population before he left. Loki had stolen the Reality Stone, the Mind Stone was with Thor, and the Soul Stone was said to be on the planet Vormir. On Earth, Luke had the Space Stone, and Strange had the Time Stone. Big Dipper frowned. Did Thanos follow Thor here? This wasn't the home ground that Luke had chosen, so he could gather much less support here. Who knew if Thanos would chase him here? Luke didn't have time to bring everyone here. Based on the distance, it would take Thor and the others more than 10 days to reach the lawless planet. He could only wait for them to arrive before sending them to Earth. Since Thanos had started to take action, his trip to Earth would happen sooner or later. It actually didn't matter if Thor and Loki distracted him. 2 days later, it was a sunny afternoon on June 27 in New York. Luke was busy in the living room. He suddenly frowned and looked at the sky outside the window. There, a rainbow beam of light fell from the sky, near the New York sanctum. Why did this appearance and energy fluctuation look so much like the Bifrost? But Asgard was gone. Puzzled, Luke checked where the light beam had fallen on the surveillance feed. After a few glances, he confirmed that this was indeed the Bifrost. That was because it had landed directly on the New York sanctum, and the building was vaguely visible. Apart from the Bifrost, Luke didn't know what else with a similar appearance and energy fluctuations could land on the New York sanctum. As he pondered the source of the rainbow light beam, the night clone had already set off for the New York sanctum. A few minutes later, Luke knocked on the door. Before he could knock a second time, he felt his vision go blurry. Before he was standing in the hall of the New York sanctum. He only had time to nod at Strange and call out, "Drive." Strange, before someone quickly stepped forward to hug him. Looking at the aggrieved expression on the man's honest face, Luke hugged him back helplessly and asked Strange with his eyes, "What's going on?" Strange said solemnly, as if he were attending a memorial service, "It's bad. I'll bring Tony Stark here first, and we can discuss it together." Luke nodded and watched as Strange opened a portal and walked through. He then patted Drive, Banner, who had yet to let go. "Okay, Drive, Banner, I believe we can solve the problem." Dr. Banner let go, and his aggrieved expression finally relaxed. 2104 iced coffee, ice cream. Drive. Banner had long heard from Thor that Night had saved millions of Asgardians and fought Hela, the goddess of death. In any case, Night had always been invincible. This comfort was very reassuring, and he calmed down a lot. Luke took out a cup of iced coffee from his inventory and gave it to Dr. Banner to calm down. Stumped, Drive. Banner took the iced coffee and subconsciously took a big mouthful. Then, he said blankly, it's real iced coffee. Amused, Luke patted his shoulder. You've been gone too long, drive. Banner. Tony will give you a login device later, and you'll be able to access your public space. Saying that, he took out another cup of iced coffee and gave it to Fatty Wong, who was watching silently. Do you want one too? Fatty Wong couldn't help but take a sip. A cappuccino. It tastes pretty good. Luke accepted the compliment with a smile and took out a cup of iced coffee for himself. He took a leisurely sip. Actually, lattes weren't bad. After all, this was a product of $1 million worth of research into a one-of-a-kind smart coffee machine with numerous flavors. When Strange and Tony came back through the portal, they saw the coffee trio standing around while drive. Banner had calmed down significantly. Strange looked at Fatty Wong inquiringly, as well as at the half-empty cup of iced coffee in his hand. Fatty Wong said, "From night." Luke asked, "Do you want one too?" Strange shook his head. Luke had already handed him an iced coffee. "You're welcome, Strange. Thank you. Now, drive. Banner will give you the details." A few minutes later, after listening to Dr. Banner's succinct explanation, Tony glanced at Luke thoughtfully from where he was sitting on a bench in the living room. Strange and the rest might not know, but Tony knew very well that Luke had been manufacturing third-class fighter planes and battleships like crazy in recent years. He had even created a fighter plane game with tens of thousands of players who were in fact ordinary people who had been trained cheaply to become fighter plane remote pilots. Several thousand players were contracted to teams, while there were tens of thousands of independent players. If necessary, these people could become an explosive army. In any case, those small fighter planes were cheap and were basically consumables, while the remote pilots wouldn't die. Seeing that Luke didn't say anything, the tycoon asked, "So, Thanos has to collect all 6 stones in order to fulfill his, dream?" "Yes." Dr. Banner nodded. Tony said, "He stole the Power Stone and took the Reality Stone from Loki." "Where are the other gems?" Strange glanced at Luke and saw that he still didn't say anything, so he decisively sold him out. "Bruce has the Space Stone, and I have the Time Stone." As he spoke, he opened the outer layer of the Eye of Agamotto and showed the tycoon the warm green light. Tony crossed his arms and propped up his chin with his other hand as he stared at the stone. "Then just get rid of it. Won't it be fine after that?" He said it very naturally, as if he had completely forgotten that Luke was holding the Space Stone. Tony didn't care why Luke had insisted on getting the Space Stone back. But if Luke wanted to keep the Space Stone, then they could destroy the Time Stone. Strange said, "That's impossible." Fatty Wong immediately chimed in, "We've sworn to protect the Time Stone with our lives." Tony snorted, "I swore I wouldn't eat dairy anymore, but ever since I had ice cream named after me," Strange asked, "that stark raving nuts flavor?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Is it good?" Strange said, "It's chalky." Fatty Wong, "The Hunka Hulka burning fudge flavor is our favorite." Dr. Banner was in disbelief. "That's a thing." Suddenly, he felt that he had indeed been away for too long enough that ice cream was being sold under the Hulk's name, and he had never received a cent in royalties. Tony waved his hand indifferently. "Whatever. Things always change," Strange said. "Our oath won't change, and we want to stop Thanos." "That's not the point," Tony asked. "Then what's the point?" Strange looked at Luke, who was next to the tycoon. Tony also turned around. Luke stopped playing the bystander. "The point is that since we have 2 stones, we should choose a suitable battlefield." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Where?" Luke said, "Wakanda. First of all, compared with New York, which was a purely commercial metropolis, Wakanda, which was basically isolated from the outside world, was more like a closed military fortress. The protective shield created with vibranium was something that New York would never have. Secondly, because of Wakanda's covert intervention, there were no other populated areas for hundreds of kilometers. In the end, it was the only country governed by superheroes. King T'Challa had a good attitude toward the Justice League and the Avengers. After misunderstanding Bucky, who had been framed by Colonel Zemo, T'Challa had invited the retired Avengers to settle down in Wakanda. Now, Steve, Bucky, Natasha, Vision and Clint would return to Wakanda to rest whenever they were free. That was because Wakanda, which was located in Africa, was strong enough to say no to the European and American governments. A moment later, They walked through a portal and appeared dozens of kilometers away from Wakanda. After receiving Luke's notification, T'Challa immediately picked them up on a private jet. After they got off the jet, Banner was a little nervous. "Should we bow?" Tony said. "He's a king." On the other side, T'Challa had already strode over with his bald female guards. The two parties soon met up. Seeing that there was no movement on the other side, Banner remembered his question and couldn't help but bow. "Luke. Strange." Tony pulled him up in surprise. "Hey, Banner, I was just kidding." "Doctor." Banner could only look aggrieved as he stared at the tycoon resentfully. Tony hugged him with a smile. Let's go. I just wanted you to loosen up a bit." "Doctor." "Banner." T'Challa simply nodded at everyone and gestured for them to enter the palace. "How big an enemy force is it?" "Doctor." Banner said. "Too big. Thanos has an entire space fleet." Luke added. "They defeated the Nova Corps not long ago. That's the main force of the Nova Empire, which has more than 10,000 fighter planes." 2105 Pre-battle discussion. Hearing that, Tony glanced at Luke again. No wonder this guy had been in a hurry to round up so many players and train them to fly the cannon fodder fighter planes. T'Challa nodded. "I have about 2,000 fighter planes. Including Bruce's, they should be useful enough. As for the battleships, nobody mentioned them. These took time to make, and T'Challa and Luke knew very well how many there were. Thanos's warship was equivalent to an air base for fighter planes, while Earth's fighter planes were mainly land-based. In terms of speed and agility in the air, the fighter planes couldn't compare with Thanos's warship. In particular, Wakanda's vibranium fighter planes were lethal enough to destroy the warship's protective shield. Thus, whichever side could destroy the enemy's fleet of fighter planes first could suppress the enemy's base. Once the base was destroyed, the enemy would have lost 80% of the battle. Of course, Thanos wasn't stupid enough to let the base be tormented to death. He was someone who specialized in culling populations by half. He wasn't an idiot who would risk his own life. If the situation was irreversible, he would definitely escape early. With Earth around, he wasn't afraid of not being able to obtain the stones. They soon entered a meeting hall inside the palace. As soon as they entered, Shuri greeted Luke and Tony at the door. As Wakanda's #1 tech engineer, she had been responsible for the manufacturing and production of various equipment in Wakanda since this year. She knew exactly how much equipment and strength Wakanda had. Naturally, she had to attend the meeting. Then, Luke greeted the retired Avengers. Tony turned his face away and pretended not to see Steve. Steve wasn't embarrassed. Normally, the tycoon would definitely have given him an acidic tongue lashing. It was already very magnanimous of him to just turn half of his face away. The others didn't say anything. Steve and Tony had been at loggerheads over Bucky. Thanks to Luke's efforts, both parties finally gave in, and Steve admitted his mistake, but it wasn't appropriate for anyone else to say anything. Since it didn't affect official business, it was fine to turn a blind eye. Everybody greeted each other and took their seats. It was Dr. Banner who took the lead, with Luke chiming in now and then to add to his explanation. Then, Luke concluded, "Destroying the stones to stop Thanos is actually useless for us." After thinking for a while, a smart person like Tony figured out the reason. He didn't want to be mocked by Night, so he interjected decisively, because Thanos already knows that Earth has the stones. If we destroy them, the entire universe will indeed be safe, but Thanos wouldn't mind personally destroying Earth in his anger, right? Luke nodded. His usual practice is to kill half of the population, but when he gets angry, he can categorize all the humans on Earth as half of the entire population. He destroys. He looked around and slowly said, "I'm an Earthling. I won't sacrifice Earth for the good of the entire universe. So, we either kill Thanos this time, or let him collect all the stones. That way, half of Earth can survive." Everybody was silent. This was a heavy topic. If they won, everything would naturally be fine. If they lost, Luke's idea was undoubtedly the best choice for Earth. It was like exchanging half of all lives in the entire universe for half of Earth's population. But everyone present was aware that half the people left was enough for them to carry on. From an absolutely rational point of view, this could significantly reduce the problem of competing for resources. Of course, this was in fact Thanos' logic. It was just that the friends and family of the dead half wouldn't accept it. Of the people present, T'Challa had a more empathic nature, but even this was only a thought he had at most. Most of the others agreed inwardly but didn't dare say anything. Only Knight could make his stance clear. Everybody here knew that Knight was Batman. As someone who had saved Earth many times, he had already been elevated to the level of a saint, and wasn't afraid of being questioned at all. Also, the Avengers remembered his attitude toward non-human intelligent creatures to Batman. Different species weren't people at all. The hands of Batman, who was known to never kill anyone, were nonetheless stained with the blood of non-humans like vampires, experimentals, aliens and so on. He was 100% a butcher. It would be strange if he let Earthlings be sacrificed for aliens. Luke's attitude set the tone for the upcoming battle. Either they killed Thanos and protected all of Earth, or half of the universe, along with Earth, would die. There was no third choice. Building on this attitude, all that was left was to prepare for battle. On this point, Luke simply let go. He had never been an outstanding tactical commander. Apart from fighting his opponent head-on, he was best at hiding and taking snipe shots. This approach was useless against a mature space fleet like Thanos's. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Frank and Steve were the best candidates. King T'Challa, forget it. Wakanda hadn't fought many battles at all. At most, the tribes just fought among themselves. They even used traditional cold weapons in their duels. But that was understandable. If internal strife in Wakanda made use of vibranium technology, it could turn the country into dust. At that time, they would have to consume a lot of vibranium to hide Wakanda's existence once more. During the discussion, Luke stood at the window and looked at the wide plain outside as he pondered Thor and Loki. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that they had run into Thanos. After Odin died and Asgard was destroyed, Thanos sent out troops to steal the Power Stone from Xandar, then turned around to intercept Thor's spaceship in space. Without a doubt, whether it was via a mole or a space probe, Thanos had definitely been paying attention to the situation in Asgard. That was how he had been able to chase down Thor's spaceship and steal the stone. Even if Loki hadn't brought the Reality Stone out of Asgard, Thanos could still search the remains of Asgard. The only thing that could destroy an Infinity Stone was the stone itself. Even the tremendous divine power which had turned Luke to dust was nothing compared with the Infinity Stone. It was just a pity about Loki. Luke sighed inwardly. It was a shame that he wasn't the one to kill this Asgardian scum in the end. Putting aside the experience and credit points, based on what this second prince had done on Earth and how he had wanted to kill Luke's little sister, Cindy, Luke really wanted to cut Loki into pieces and burn his bones to ash before scattering the ashes in the ocean of stars. As for Thor, Luke was worried, but didn't think he was dead. He had asked Drive Banner. Before the latter had been teleported away by Heimdall, Thor had just been trapped, and hadn't been killed. A son of destiny like Thor wouldn't die so easily. Not only didn't Thor die in 2023, he even cut off Thanos' head with his newly forged Stormbreaker axe. Even though Thanos had already been half crippled at that time, and the Avengers had ambushed him, there weren't many people who could cut off his head so easily. Taking this into account, Thor's situation here shouldn't be that wretched. 2106 Good news from the Guardians. Of course, the people of Asgard on the spaceship weren't that lucky. But very few of Thor's subjects and friends had survived in 2023, and they lived discontented lives in a seaside fishing village. Here, Thor still had more than 600,000 people waiting for him on the lawless planet, and his childhood friend, Sif, had yet to return. It was impossible for him to become a dismissive, depressed shut-in. No matter how bad Thor's situation was, he could still work hard to be a great king, and he still had a bunch of friends here. This was already a blessing in disguise. Deep in thought, Luke checked the public space out of habit. Compared with interstellar communication, leaving a message in the public space was too convenient. Checking it every 12 hours allowed Luke to quickly receive all sorts of information. In the end, he discovered a message from Rocket, who said that they had answered a distress signal and saved Thor, who had been attacked by Thanos' army. Ever since they rescued Luke and obtained the public space, Rocket and the others had been quite enthusiastic about this sort of rescue operation. They didn't expect to save someone else as amazing as Luke, but getting some decent things in passing was good too. In any case, these things were labeled, for sale, and placed in the public space. Luke would take them away and exchange them for supplies for the Guardians. In the last few years, Luke's galactic business empire had already extended to many forces, and he could provide almost all the normal supplies as well as a lot of rare supplies. Given current market prices, it wasn't a loss to acquire the Guardians, gains, and sell them supplies at cost price. The quality of the Guardians' basic supplies were at least 3 to 4 levels higher than before. It couldn't be helped. With a rich friend who didn't purchase their goods at a discount and who sold them supplies at cost price, the Guardians were just that relaxed. What Luke got in return was all sorts of galactic gossip and rumors from Rocket, data from experiments that the little raccoon was working on, and all sorts of strange parts and raw materials. Nobody was better at harvesting than these Guardians, who loved to court death and roam the universe. Now, Rocket and the others had saved Thor, who had been adrift in space. They had inadvertently learned that he was a friend of the Bat Squad, and immediately left a message. After reading the message, Luke immediately explained what he needed to know on the message board, before putting it in the public space. Rocket, who paid attention to the space at all times, immediately took out the message board. After reading the message, he immediately started asking Thor all sorts of questions. Half an hour later, he finally sent back the message board. Using 8 times the reading speed, Luke browsed through the information in a few minutes. He then used a new message board to let Rocket know to take good care of Thor. Then, he played the video of Thor for everyone who was still discussing matters. Seeing that Thor was still alive, Banner was so excited that he almost cried. When Thanos attacked, the Hulk had only been passing through, but had been beaten up by this scary purple monster. He had yet to recover. At the last moment, Heimdall chose to send Banner off, not Thor. This made Banner feel like he was running away. Now that Thor was still alive, he was relieved. While the others were happy that Thor had escaped disaster, they had a clearer understanding of Thanos' strength. The God of Thunder and the Hulk were acknowledged as the Avengers' strongest combatants. Even Luke had only dared to say in the last 2 years that he could suppress them. Before he went to 2023, it would have been hard for him to even fight one of them. Apart from himself and his clones, Wanda, Pietro and Skye were the only superheroes on Earth who could deal with either one of them. There was also Strange, who could use the Sorcerer Supreme's strange spells to deal with the both of them. Yet the Hulk and Thor had only been able to resist Thanos for a moment before they were completely defeated. Luke was about to boost their confidence, when he received another message from Rocket. He took it out and smiled. He coughed and everybody looked at him. Luke said, "Everyone, Thor has asked the Guardians of the Galaxy to send him to Nidavellir and have the Dwarf King help him forge a brand new divine weapon." Everybody was baffled. Most people didn't know that Thor's Mjolnir hammer had been crushed by his sister, or knew but didn't connect it to Thor being crushed by Thanos. Luke said, "Thor's sister destroyed his hammer. Without this divine weapon, he can only use half of his combat ability at most." Everybody was shocked. Only T'Challa had never seen how powerful Mjolnir was. What kind of ferocious person was Thor's sister, to be able to destroy it? Luke knew what everybody was thinking. Don't worry, Thor's sister was destroyed along with Asgard. It's almost impossible for anyone else to destroy Thor's weapon. Everybody thought for a moment before they agreed. Thor's sister might have known more about Mjolnir than Thor himself. It wouldn't have been hard for her to find its weakness and then destroy the hammer. Luke said, once Thor creates a new divine weapon, his chances of winning against Thanos in a one-on-one fight are at least 50-50. The Tycoon couldn't stand someone else being in the limelight the most. He couldn't help but say, "Are you for real?" Luke nodded affirmatively. "I can't say what the exact ratio is, but you can think of it as the difference between wearing and not wearing armor." Tony snorted, "I made my own armor. He got his hammer from his dad. You want to steal the limelight?" Everybody was lost for words. Fine, that was just like Tony Stark. The first time the Tycoon met Thor, they had gotten into a fight over Loki, and it wasn't unusual for them to try and one-up each other during gatherings. Then, Thor and the Hulk didn't see eye to eye either, and smacked each other down during the Battle of New York. However, this love-hate relationship between the Hulk and Thor was very normal. It could only be said that these 3 thick-skinned guys smacked each other around so much until they became friends. Ignoring 3-year-old Tony's competitive spirit, Luke continued, "So, what we need to pay special attention to isn't Thanos' strength itself, but how he might use the Infinity Stones to catch us off guard." Everybody nodded. They had more or less seen the power of Infinity Stones. Whether it was the Space Stone that had opened the portals in New York, the Mind Stone that had created Wanda, Pietro, Ultron, and Vision, or the Reality Stone that had almost destroyed the 9 realms, each one of them could easily create something that could Destroy Earth. Now that Thanos had some of the Infinity Stones, it would be very hard to instantly kill him. Luke said. According to Thor, the Grand Master had already put the Mind Stone away when he landed on Sakaar, and he hadn't had the time to retrieve it. So, Thanos only has the Power Stone and the Reality Stone for now. 2107 Good news and bad news from the Guardians. Then, Luke changed the topic. However, there's a chance that Thanos will go for the Mind Stone which Thor left on Sakaar. So, the Guardians have divided into two groups. Rocket and Groot will take Thor to make a new divine weapon, and the rest will get to Sakaar to confirm the whereabouts of the Mind Stone. Everybody nodded silently. They couldn't underestimate Thanos at all. Luke said, whether or not Thanos gets the other 4 stones, he will come to Earth in the end. So, let's get ready to settle this once and for all. After that, everybody dispersed. Tony and Shuri did final checks for possible issues with the equipment. T'Challa continued to oversee Wakanda's personnel. Steve and the others checked their equipment, including the backup gear in the public space. Natasha and Dr. Banner hid in a secluded corner to catch up. Bringing any unresolved regrets into battle would be an omen. Luke was also mobilizing his people so that the sorcerers on Strange's side could make preparations in advance. Accessing items from his inventory consumed Luke's mental strength. Although his mental strength was now 140, it was impossible for him to take out more than 100 battleships and hundreds of thousands of fighter jets from his inventory in one go. With T'Challa's help, they were placed in several secret bases 100 kilometers away from Wakanda, and were hidden from view by Wakanda's camouflage system. If Thanos brought his army, Earth would give him a big surprise. In addition, Deadpool, who had been roaming the world with his wife, was also called back. Luke didn't care how many alien soldiers this guy could kill, he just hoped that the money would inspire Wade. If Deadpool could dig a pit for Thanos the way he had for Ultron, that was more than enough. In any case, Wade wasn't afraid of death. Wanda was also transferred over. In 2023, Wanda had almost crushed Thanos. Although Wanda here wouldn't break out as some vengeful widow, she was definitely one of the few people who could fight Thanos head-on. In the end, Jennifer and Skye, who had always been tacitly acknowledged as civilian senior executives of the Justice League, were also pulled in. Skye's vibration ability was very strong in a one-on-one fight, and even more terrifying in group attacks. Jennifer's She-Hulk wasn't as strong as her cousin's Hulk, but apart from being a little aggressive, she was completely in control of herself. As long as she didn't face Thanos head-on, she would be able to crush ordinary combat units easily, and wouldn't be tired even after dealing crazy damage for hours. This battle concerned the lives of all Earthlings. It was impossible for Luke to keep using these two super strong women at desk jobs. Besides, anyone in a superhero team who didn't demonstrate their strength would find it hard to suppress certain voices. The big shot who sold everything was able to establish a secret business enterprise and secure his position as a big shot precisely because he demonstrated unbelievable space and mental abilities. As long as Skye and Jennifer participated in this battle, even if they didn't take action later, they would have the right to call themselves superheroes of the Justice League, not senior management or whatever. On top of that, the various professional services that were part of the secret business enterprise were too attractive to women. Even if they didn't undergo cosmetic surgery, no one could stop them from caring for their skin, removing spots and slowing down aging. No matter how strong these two were, they were still Earth women. As civilian senior executives, they only had so many credit points. It was impossible for them to develop new markets like the Bat Squad and Ursa Minor. As long as they won this battle, their credit points would definitely skyrocket. They would definitely be able to spend on whatever they hadn't been able to afford in the past. What? This was about saving Earth. Sorry, the last thought a real woman might have before she died was whether or not her makeup was ruined. She absolutely couldn't be too ugly when she died. This bunch of people entered Wakanda and prepared for battle. As for Carrie, spirit form, telekinesis, Eddie, Venom, Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, Lorna, magnetic control, and Emma, temperature control, flame flight, they had only received notifications to prepare for battle, and were temporarily on standby at the same secret base. If the superheroes on Wakanda's side could kill Thanos, these non-core external helpers wouldn't have to take action. If things were critical, Blink would open a portal to send them over. Time passed as everybody got ready. During this time, Rocket sent good news. The forging of Thor's new divine weapon had gone smoothly. Even if the core parts of Nidavellir were ruined, they immediately made up for it with a bunch of metal components in the public space. The only mishap was that the unreliable Dwarf King had forgotten to look for the components first. In order to complete the forging before the Stormbreaker axe cooled down, Groot Jr. had no choice but to cut off one of its arms and turn it into a haft for the new divine weapon. Thankfully, Groot Jr. was a tree creature, and it only took seconds for it to grow another arm. It just needed some more nutrition after that. After picking up the Stormbreaker axe, Thor and the others sped toward Earth. The prototype spaceship which Rocket was piloting didn't have strong firepower or strong defenses, the only thing it had was extreme speed. By a conservative estimate, they would reach Earth in 3 days. However, Rocket also said that based on intelligence he had gathered, Thanos' army wasn't moving slowly either. Thanos, who had set off earlier than they had, might arrive a day earlier. The raccoon was short-tempered but a very good friend, and repeatedly said that Luke and the others had to buy them time. Only then would Thor be able to catch up with his new treasure and kill Thanos. After reading the message, Luke was both amused and touched. Rocket had good intentions, but why did these words sound a little discouraging? Luke was someone who was going to kill Thanos a second time. But not long ago, there was a piece of bad news from Quill. Thanos had followed them and taken Gamora. What was worse was that in his agitation, Quill had let slip to Thanos that the Mind Stone was on Sakaar. Thanos had killed the Grand Master and obtained the Mind Stone. Luke was lost for words. As expected of an idiotic middle-aged man, it seemed that in 2023, Quill had also done something stupid, which allowed Thanos to successfully snap his fingers. In 2018, this guy was screwing them over again. Unfortunately, there was nothing Luke could do. Setting up a battlefield on Earth with similar military strength was already the most he could do. Thanos had gone on a rampage throughout the universe for many years, and had culled the population on at least 80 planets. If Luke was capable of building from scratch a fleet that could crush Thanos in the few years he had, he might as well use the Infinity Glove to directly turn Thanos to ash. 2108 Reassurance, the eve of battle. Just because there were the same number of carriers didn't mean that they were equal in strength. For a truly professional fleet to unleash the combat abilities of a battleship would require at least 10 years of training and operation. The technology on galactic battleships was more developed, but it was also more complicated to operate them. The reason why Luke had chosen a once-and-for-all takedown was because Earth's allied forces didn't have the ability to fight Thanos' army in a proper galactic war. He had no other options. Thankfully, this was still within Luke's worst expectations, and wouldn't affect his plan to kill Thanos. When Luke let the core members know, nobody was scared, not even Drive. Banner, who had been beaten up by Thanos. That was because the trump cards which Luke had uncovered in the last few days were truly unimaginable. Sky and D.A., Jennifer, in particular, completely shocked many superheroes. They weren't idiots. Looking at how the women interacted with Knight, they knew that they were definitely very familiar with each other. Who knew how long Knight had been hiding such super powerful heroes? Almost everyone recalled the in-joke, "You'll never know how many tricks Knight has up his sleeve, just wait for the criminals to jump out and die." Though strictly speaking, Thanos was more than a simple criminal. Sky and Jennifer weren't nervous at all. Both of them were wearing nanosuits and had changed their appearances. Even Jennifer's Hulk transformation had been disguised with normal skin color. After this battle, it would only be Heavenly Crippling Hands and Divine Heroine who would become famous, not Sky and Jennifer. Because of that, Jennifer didn't tell her dear cousin anything. After this, she could get along with Dr. Banner as an ordinary family member. She didn't need to be a superhero. Jennifer was well aware of how miserable her cousin was. But if superhumans who were far inferior to the Hulk were turned into test subjects by secret organizations, they would only suffer countless times worse than Drive. Banner. As a senior executive of the Justice League, Jennifer couldn't finish reading all the files even if she wanted to. So, she didn't want to reveal her identity at all. Hence, she was very grateful to Luke for protecting her identity from the very beginning. That was why she hadn't hesitated when she received the order to participate in the battle. Jennifer knew very well that if the Justice League lost this battle, it would be very hard for her and Dustin to live comfortably. She had some understanding of the infighting among the Avengers, who were also allies, and of the moles and undercover agents caught repeatedly in New S.H.I.E.L.D. It was only the Justice League that could be described as serious but lively, meticulous but relaxed. That was because it had a leader whom no one doubted and who had remarkable abilities, who was both the strongest deterrent and the best mediator who kept the Allied forces united. When the Big Dipper clone officially appeared in front of the superheroes, this sense of security immediately increased. Whether Knight or Big Dipper was stronger had always been a matter of private contemplation, and had even been discussed many times. But nobody could give a convincing answer, because these two had never sparred before. The aloof Knight wouldn't answer such a boring question, including when Tony gossiped with him. On the other hand, the more talkative Big Dipper occasionally said that it was impossible to determine a victor between the two of them. These words couldn't satisfy everyone's curiosity at all. They were discussing who was stronger to begin with. Who would want a boring answer like, equally strong? Now, everybody liked this answer. Being equally strong meant that Earth had two undefeated superheroes, which was even more reassuring than Sky's super vibration ability. That was because both of them could suddenly explode in extreme adversity and turn things around. Big Dipper's public appearance was also very important. A large number of these superheroes were staunch Knight fans, while some were absolutely Big Dipper fans. It was necessary for these two most important figures to personally appear and interact with everyone on the eve of the battle. The night Big Dipper showed up, Wanda called him out for a walk. The two of them walked through the grassland. The trees in the distance were lush, there were stars above their heads, and insects chirped non-stop. It was a peaceful midsummer's night. Wanda looked up at the starry sky as she slowly walked along. After a long silence, she suddenly said, "Will you return to the lawless planet after the battle?" Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The situation there is basically stable. Let V take charge for a while." Wanda lowered her head, and there seemed to be stars in her eyes. "Are you giving yourself a break?" Luke nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, I would be letting Thanos down." Wanda was stunned. "Huh," Luke said, "shouldn't we take a long break to celebrate killing a galactic tyrant?" Wanda chuckled. "That's true." After that, she fell silent again. Pumping herself up, she asked her real question. "Can I be part of that break?" Luke paused and turned to look at her. Although he couldn't sense her mental fluctuations, he could still hear her uneasy breathing and her suddenly racing heart. Pondering for a few seconds, he nodded slowly. "Okay." Wanda took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. "Deal." Luke patted her hand. "Deal." Looking at the witch, whose footsteps suddenly became lighter and more lively, Luke sighed inwardly. Some things had to be made clear sooner or later, but it was better to wait until after the battle. At the very least, there wouldn't be any melodramatic deaths. After a few busy days, it was the 3rd of July 2018. Shuri, who was basically camping out in Wakanda's central control room, sent out an alert. Battleships have been detected entering the solar system. Sensors show an 87.3% match to Thanos' fleet. ETA is under 3 hours. With this warning, Earth's allied forces automatically entered war mode. The mid and lower level combatants were busy, but the core superheroes were very calm. After all, it wasn't the first time that most of them had saved Earth. Except for Ursa Minor. In their separate chat channel, voice messages and memes started to flood the screen. "My credit points, they're finally here. Thank you, God. Aliens don't believe in God, so hell welcomes you, alien fiends. Wait, isn't it Arbor Day today? That's right, that's right. I specially bought a box of purple potato cakes yesterday. How did they taste? The same as the aliens coming like sh*t. It's fine. The aliens we can take down for credit points are all good sh*t. That makes sense. Isn't a gift bag of credit points great? My cannon muzzles are already hungry. Let me remind you that if you disobey battle orders, you won't be reimbursed for damage to your ship." Seeing that things were getting out of control, Big Sister Mindy poured cold water on them. The younger team members, led by the Little Turtles, were greedy for credit points, but they could only settle down at that moment. 2,109 an ordinary Thanos, an ordinary start of the battleships Luke had supplied them with. The cheapest were the mid-tier trash at over 1,000 credit points, while the most expensive were the third-class models that were worth over 10,000 credit points. He didn't mind the youngsters being more ambitious, but there were only about 130 of these battleships. If these guys threw themselves forward without a care, just for the sake of earning points, these biggest weapons for drawing fire might be lost too quickly. At that time, Thanos wouldn't even need to move, and would be able to slowly crush Earth's allied army with his fleet. Thus, it was necessary to impose the condition that any violation of orders would affect the reimbursement. It couldn't be helped. Everybody knew that the points from this battle would definitely be very high. Back in the Battle of New York, the Chitauri had only been Thanos' lackeys, and everyone had earned a lot of credit points. If the credit points weren't multiplied tenfold now that they were fighting the real boss, they really wouldn't be worthy of the battleships they were piloting. Thanos arrived faster than Luke had expected. Less than 2 hours later, his entire fleet entered Earth's atmosphere. Apart from Thanos' mega warship which Luke had seen in 2023, there were more than 50 strange donut-shaped spaceships. They were all black and had spinning components in the middle. However, Thanos didn't immediately land like in 2023. Clearly, this person had never seen Thor cut off his head, and his mood was still stable. Dozens of kilometers above the ground, the donut ships were already launching attacks. They deployed triangular-shaped dropships which descended rapidly. The friction between the dropships, protective shields in the atmosphere created streaks of bright flames which made them look like meteors. The core members simply watched everything silently with calm expressions. When the dropships were dozens of kilometers away from the ground, the first wave of attacks came from the anti-aircraft turrets outside Wakanda's protective shield. Fine fiery streaks flashed through the air. Some brushed past the dropships, and some hit them. The extremely fast vibranium artillery shells easily tore through the dropships, protective shields and hulls, and quickly released the terrifying energy they contained. Boom, 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 boom. Bright fireworks exploded in the sky above Wakanda. Of the 100 or so dropships, only a third weren't hit, and crashed to the ground. The doors of the dropships opened. Countless four-armed monsters, heavy infantry, vehicles, and giant beasts swarmed toward Wakanda. In the meeting hall where everybody had gathered before, only Luke, Strange and T'Challa now stood in front of the French windows. It seems that we can't count on Thanos to come down. Luke's expression was still calm even as he relayed the bad news. After closing his eyes for a moment, Strange shook his head. These ships have very strong blocks. Whether it's a portal or other spells, it'll be hard to use them directly against those protective shields. Luke made a sound of acknowledgement, unsurprised. If a portal could be opened willy-nilly on or next to the ships, it could be moved to accommodate half a ship before it was closed, thus cutting the ship in two. If things were that simple, Strange could wipe out all of Thanos' fleet in minutes. Would Luke have needed to play a guessing game with him in 2023? In 2023, Thanos had come down purely because he had been enraged by the Avengers' perseverance. He even sat down and waited for the Avengers to deliver themselves to his door to be beaten up, mostly to vent his anger. Besides, he had brought a mega warship with him to deal with the Avengers. Small numbers, there was no need to be on guard too much. It would be like Luke bringing all the members of the Justice League with him to deal with a small gang in Africa. He wouldn't just bombard them from 800 kilometers away and be done with it. What was the point of all of them going then? Thanos clearly wouldn't do that. Earth was still a weak chicken to him. In any case, Luke and the others had never counted on this boss being stupid. Now, they were just feeling out the situation as they reverted to a typical battle strategy. Of course, they were mainly sounding out Thanos. He clearly didn't think much of them, or the dropships wouldn't have landed without any cover from other battleships or fighter planes. Looking at Thanos' land troops that were swarming over like ants from a distance, T'Challa said, "Then we have to force their main force to come out, or Thanos definitely won't move." Luke hummed in response, and Strange closed his eyes again. The four-armed monsters that were the fastest had already hit Wakanda's protective shield. The light blue shield was thin, but very hard to break through. The four-armed monsters tried to push through the shield, but most of them were cut in half halfway, and less than 10% of them survived intact. Wakanda, however, had no intention of letting the shield consume too much energy. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use the offensive power of the vibranium weapons? Soon, a quarter of the shield opened. Now that there was no longer an obstruction, the four-armed monsters swarmed inside. The rest of the four-armed monsters outside the shield also moved toward the gap. These living weapons weren't afraid of death, and still retained some of the instinct to crawl through a hole. What greeted them was a barrage of small-scale energy bullets from all directions. There were a lot of light blue energy bullets, and though they couldn't top the firepower from a Gatling gun, they were astonishingly accurate. After charging hundreds of meters, the four-armed monsters collapsed one after another near the gap. In just a few minutes, there was a pile of bodies. Thanos' warship in the sky also reacted. Large worm battleships descended, and were closely followed by small fighter planes. On Wakanda's side, the cannon fodder remotely piloted fighter planes sponsored by Luke poured out to meet them. Only then did the real show begin. The fighter planes quickly approached the firing range. Instantly, energy explosions in a variety of colors covered the entire sky. Even the hot African afternoon sun couldn't hide their brilliance. Neither side used missiles since it was hard to lock onto agile fighter planes. In any case, missiles from the unmanned planes became live targets for the energy shells of the space fighter planes. The moment they flew out, they were turned to dust in a shower of light. Compared with the bodies and carnage on the ground, the battle in the air was undoubtedly more dazzling. The distance between both sides was very wide. The sky looked packed, but the battle in fact covered hundreds of kilometers in the air. Even then, hundreds of fireworks exploded in the air every second. The two big worm battleships in the lead also became the focus of hundreds of energy bullets, and their shields couldn't protect them. After the first barrage of energy bullets shattered their shields, the subsequent barrage left dozens of glowing holes in the hull. In an instant, light flashed inside, and the two big worm battleships exploded into countless pieces, turning into the biggest fireworks in this first confrontation. 2,110 extra players online, main actors online. From that moment on, the battle seemed to heat up. Thousands of fighter planes fought in the sky across hundreds of kilometers, and there were constant explosions. Broken parts rained down from the air. At that moment, in Wakanda's tech center, Shuri, Drive, Banner and Tony had sweat on their foreheads. Shuri's hands moved quickly over a virtual screen, and she couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up, hurry up. There aren't enough signal boosters. We can only get about 1,200 fighter planes online." Dr. Banner also worked quickly on a virtual screen. "The results of the interference test will take a while. I think it'll take 20 to 30 minutes to put together an anti-block program. It should improve performance by about 50%. Tony said, "Don't worry, I'm already mobilizing the mini transducers. 10,000 will be deployed on the battlefield in batches. There'll be no problem remotely piloting 5,000 fighter planes." While the three of them were busy, the various major VR gaming halls around the world had already started to close their doors, with the excuse that they were holding the biggest annual competition of the year. Only players on the list were allowed to enter. At the same time, all communication devices had to be handed over. In fact, after they entered the VR gaming hall, there was no signal at all, only the numbers on the virtual interface continued to scroll like crazy. In response, Star Wars League officials said that this was for players to perform better in this mega competition, and that it was expected to end in 12 hours. At the same time, all participating players were informed that the credit points obtained from this competition could be cashed in directly, and the exchange rate was 1 credit point for $1,000. The players were excited, but they didn't go crazy. That was because this had been the practice for a long time. Putting aside the weekly competitions, every credit point earned in the quarterly competition held every 3 months could be converted into $10, and every credit point earned in the mid-year competition could be converted into $100. It was completely within expectations that each credit point in the annual competition would be worth $1,000. Also, the players who had participated in the quarterly and mid-year competitions knew very well that the difficulty was proportional to the points exchanged. A top player who could make $10,000 in the quarterly competition would be able to make $30,000 to $50,000 in the annual competition. Those who could make $100,000 were at least one of the top 100 players on the leaderboard, or a top 200 player who might perform outstandingly every now and then. Looking at it this way, the top 100 players might be able to earn hundreds of millions in the annual competition, while the gains of regular players were 100,000 to 200,000. So, everybody was calm, as if that was USD. They could earn $100,000 to $200,000 from a competition that would last 12 hours at most, which was no less than the annual income of the so-called middle class in America. How many gaming shut-ins had turned into unfeeling pile drivers after playing Star Wars in the last few years? This was the joke which made the rounds online. Some people might be sour and complain that the game was no fun, but the key word was unfeeling. What counted was finishing the game. In contrast, unfeeling, beautiful women took the initiative to approach and coax these gaming nerds. In any case, one was greedy for the body, and the other was greedy for money, so each got what they wanted. But when it came to credit points, the Star Wars League had also set up rules long ago. If you disobeyed orders, your points would be deducted. In the beginning, some hard-headed young men who had already tasted success thought that they could break the rules and it wouldn't be a big deal. In the end, These people realized that the deduction of points in the Star Wars League was actually no different from red and yellow cards in football matches. Once their points were deducted to a certain point, they would be suspended by the Star Wars League from anywhere between a week and 3 months. What was annoying was that with other sports, suspended players could still train or even become temporary personal coaches. If a player was suspended from the Star Wars League, they couldn't even enter the VR gaming hall. No matter how skilled they were, there was no way to make money. Besides, the Star Wars League wasn't just a system of shooting and scoring, you could also earn a lot of credit points by completing instructions to the greatest extent. Thus, the more efficient and accurate a person was at following orders, the more credit points they could earn. The longer they spent following orders, the more credit points there were. Time was money. Thus, no matter how fixated these top players were on the money, they were especially quick to enter combat mode. With these players following orders and risking life and limb, both sides were evenly matched in the air for the time being, and Thanos' fighter planes didn't gain the upper hand. The battle on the ground gradually entered the most intense state. Countless fighter planes fought in the air to provide effective cover for the dropships. 2/3 of the second batch of dropships successfully landed. Now that the first batch of Thanos' forces, of which less than half remained, received strong backup, the 4-armed monsters that were cannon fodder swarmed forward again and used their bodies to draw firepower as they cleared the way for the heavy infantry and vehicles behind them. A large number of Thanos' ground troops also started to advance in formation to fight back against Wakanda's firepower. Because of this, the 4-armed monsters were under a lot less pressure, and they started to push forward toward Wakanda. Luke, who was watching the battle in the hall, finally said, "All right, the two of you keep waiting for the right moment. I'll take the robots and put on a show for Thanos." Strange simply nodded, while T'Challa added, "Be careful. If you really can't do it, forget it. We still have a backup plan." Luke chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, even if Thanos dies twice, I won't die." Strange's lips twitched. Batman had died once in the Battle of New York. Now, was Knight going to die again? Alright, this was purely the new sorcerer overthinking it. Batman had died once because his character setting was too noble, and he could easily be tied down by morality. Luke wasn't interested in abusing himself or satisfying the moral requirements of unrelated people. Knight was just a super fan. Even Batman's hardcore fans wouldn't ask him to be stronger than Batman. Furthermore, when Batman sacrificed himself, the Bat Squad had only just been starting out, and became an easy target for others. Now, those people should be glad that Luke wasn't targeting them. Ignoring the Sorcerer Supreme's unspoken criticism, Luke strolled out of the hall and casually sent a message to Tony. "The show is about to start. Are you done on your side?" The Tycoon's expression was serious. He had no intention of being glib at all. "Give me a little more time." Luke took out an energy Gatling gun which he had modified slightly. "Okay, but my toy's already a little hungry." Tony finally rolled his eyes. "What toy?" "A fully automatic electromagnetic bat dart." Luke gently pressed the charger, and the 6 barrels spun quickly. "No, it's just a small question you asked me a long time ago." Hearing that, the Tycoon sped up. "DMN it, wait for me. I'll be done in a minute." Amused, Luke took out a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Who wasn't a big baby these days? Wasn't the Tycoon acting like a curious baby now? All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.